干什么？别看了，快点帮忙啊！1、2、3。
あー、奥の方、いやこれ永遠に向こうに戻されるんじゃないか。
再继续进行牵制了，点位太差了。哇！
怎么就没有人提醒一下这里有块大石头呢？
道端に落ちてる石なんて誰も見ないよね。
あー疲れた。もう一回やるのはめんどくさいよ。
啊，包在我身上。
我来帮你。
俺やるよ。
哎，这是什么东西？哎，
お。早く開けてみよう。
なのであれば瞬間移動切らずとも救助狩りができていきそうだ。
断了，这音乐怎么断了？
Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到深渊 Talk，
我是 ITZY 的白鹿，
我是 T 的杨洋。
AXIZ の高子です。塔卡口的救人比较稳健，基本上没有出过什么失误。洋洋的六轨也很厉害，我基本上都有看比赛，感觉就是比较厉害。
白鹿的话，鹿神的话，那就不用多说了。我从预选赛就开始一直粉他嘛，然后就一直看他那个精彩操作，就非常的厉害，就控场思路非常清晰。然后追击的话，基本上就是可能有时候会紧张，但是基本上都是拉满的追击。然后塔拉口的话，我记得印象比较深刻的是牵制跟救人也是非常的好的，就是。
バイル選手は、オペラアイビー、アシナイフラバル、芸者女王などさまざまなキャラを高い連動で使えて、僕は救助職なのでとても救助行くのがとても怖かったです。ヤンヤン選手はさまざまな知識職を、すごい上手に使えて、特にT 戦のレオモのカキリさんの試合の時とかはシンディっていう難しい救助のキャラでもすごい4割難しい、救助を伸ばして4割救助をしていたり、セカンドチェイスでとても長くチェイスしていて T のサバイバー1、2ゲ取れたと思います。はいはいはい。え？
你来抓我就是。
哦，哎。
選手を当てる？
让我想一想。
どうしよう。やばい。
关于第五人格，关于第五人格。
第五人格のキャラクター。肩。
4个字。
它是日语的吗？4个字。
有点难啊。
サバイバー？4。
好像也没有字这个说法。
どうしよう。なんだ？え？
打电话。
解読？暗号機？
扣。
ああ、28の。お、イエス？イエス？お、いや難しい。
すごい。
あ、すごい。あ、すごい。
すごい。
4。
不要比4了，4个字了，日语应该没有。我想。
なんだ？え？なんだ？ゲート開門。違う。イエス？違う。
差不多。Very time， 非常久。
わかった。幽閉だ。
Yes。 你来扮演信徒，
どうしたらいいな魔女不
你可以这样。
梦之女巫。
nice。
当たったすごいなんで当てれるのすごい難しい啊
你来扮演求生者，我来当监管者。
恐惧震慑吗？
对。
どうしよう難しいどうしようどうしようどうしようどうしようなんどうしよ
う。OK。
はい。
然后
今
有然后反正
そうでOK。
啊对，
绝处逢生。
もう今ドローあ言っちゃったやばいもう
倒地自愈，
我是他队友。
保平别救，别救保平。
OK。
刚刚我们也是玩了一个精彩的小游戏啊，现在我们来问一下大家心情如何吧。
我是比较开心，因为感觉大家都是比较好的人。
我也是，我感觉还是比较好玩的，就是可能环节太少了一点，以后可以再多来几个就好了。
問題がとても難しかったのにバイルー選手とヤンヤン選手の演技がとても上手で当てるのが、とても簡単でした。特にヤンヤン選手のゲート開門のポチポチのすごい分かりやすかった。バイル選手はすごいなんか一生懸命なんだろう演技しようっていうのが伝わってきてとても可愛かったです。
虽然说就是跟塔拉口嘛，就是有着语言上的差异，但是我觉得在对待第五人格这个上面，还是说大家都是忠实的老玩家。塔拉口猜的也是非常快啊，还是非常有手法的。然后白鹿呢就是秒猜，这个人非常的厉害，就是太猛了，跟他比赛一样猛。
我感觉他们演得非常的生动，就是那个恐惧震慑，一看就是一个人 A 了一刀，一个人倒地上，就是太明显了，演得太生动了。我觉得他们演技都非常好，特别厉害。
OK， 那今天我们深渊 Talk 就结束了，然后大家拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
大家好，欢迎大家来到 COA Talk。
大家好，我是成都昂热的宠爱。
大家好，我是成都记忆的西安乌梦。
大家好，我是AXIZ。はい、2人とも1年ぶりに出会って、試合もしたんですけど、相変わらず強くてかっこよくて、それでいて試合以外もとてもフレンドリーで話しかけたりしてくれて、やっぱ2人とも改めて尊敬する選手だなと思いました。
我这边的话心情也是非常的开心，因为还是就是能见到大家，对，非常开心。好像这么说不行啊，他怎么说这么多啊？你要说什么？
你想说啥说啥，你说还行都行。
我的心情也是我的心情也是非常的开心，因为又时隔1年，又跟AXIZ在在 COA 上又切磋了一下，对，
我的心情的话就是还可以，然后就是也看到，去年1年，然后他们两个队伍互相切磋呀，然后再到今年我们就是跟 AXIZ 还有 GG 去切磋。交流互动的话，就是第一天就是看抽签的时候，然后 CT 他就是送了我2个手办，然后跟 AXIZ 打完之后就是也送给他们一些礼物嘛，然后 GG 这边的话就是老朋友嘛，反正互动也挺多的。
我这边的话，我们给AXIZ送了我们这边的俱乐部的周边，还有零食，然后AXIZ也给我们送了一件队服。然后狼队的话，可惜没给他送豆角。对啊。
で交換するときに、ソバ選手が 新安ハオって言ったんですけど、それを聞き間違えて新安選手が新年ハオって言ってなんか変な状況になってたのが面白かったです。
哎呀，
差不多了，我感觉已经差不多了。要不要再把轮子画出来？没轮子，
有吧？
真没轮子，
真没吗？
真没轮子。
はい、足苗が檻を出してその瞬間に電車にひかれて向こう側でこの電車にひかれてる様子ですかね。
中立生物。
電車？
靠你发挥了，
靠我发挥。
上面有点抽象啊，
我又不会。
我能不能重新画一个？我给它添加了一点细节。
ハンターがボンボンでサバイバーを見つけられてない。
这么抽象都能看得出来，还得是我加了这个帽子。
我是什么？我是什么？
哇！
我直接给它添上灵性的意义啊！
不要再画你那个刀了，我服了。
OK， 这就是我画的。
啊！
2个字，
这是鱼女吗？为什么它会这样子？
看到这边有问号，说明什么？
找不到人。
对呀、
这个是什么？
やっぱ手のところに特徴があります。
佣兵啊！怎么能画出3个变身啊
？3个互换变2个互换啊！被追了，那不是3个互换变2个互换吗？然后屠夫，人呢？怎么还看我一眼？
你应该知道我画的是谁吧？
说吧，你就是在为难我胖虎。
这是什么？
没懂，我来给你讲解一下，等会儿。
OK。
王牌讲解员给你讲解一下。这个我要是猜的没错，我再给他补一下啊。我觉得第一个人是笑的，大哥应该是笑的，然后二哥应该是寡言，应该是不笑，然后还有悲观的3弟，对，应该是这样的。好，应该是破轮，我觉得。不是。什么？这个不是破轮，这个不是破轮，
是破輪？
是破轮。
对啊，但不是啊。
那就是破轮变身。
对。
关于什么的？
僕が書いたよりも長谷選手が書いた方を。
哦，明白了。移形。
2回目だったかな、ボンボンの絵がやっぱ途中で、ちょっと間違えたんですけど、ね、ボンボンっていうのは気づけたんで、そこはうまさが出てるかなと。
我选的是 CT， 因为我觉得他的狂欢之翼画的非常好，然后宠爱的话很抽象。
跟 CT 说的一样嘛，就是邦邦这边马哥就是画的细节就是很好嘛。
我就加了个帽子嘛。那今天我们的 COA Talk 就结束啦，拜拜，
拜拜。
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 COA Talk 环节，我是 AXIZ 狗狗。
ZETAディビジョンの和猫です。
我是 ABYSSY 的奈奈。
ゴーゴーは、そのチーム内でも結構そのチェイスがうまいって評判になってて、その伸ばすべきところでちゃんと伸ばしたりとか、やっぱその基礎がなっている強い選手だなっていう意見です。
谢谢。
これも
ちょっとチームメンバーのハメスさんとかが結構よくその話してて、あの人はそのマジでその粘着本当にうまいっていう風に言ってて、僕も同じ意見なんですけど、同じその粘着職としてのなんか嬉しいというか、もうその尊敬ですよね、やっぱり。はい、すごい。
我感觉比较意外吧。对阵狗狗他们的话，就是先对阵 ACT 嘛，就其实狗狗是我们也特别难处理那个火灾嘛，所以感觉狗狗就是特别灵活多变的一名选手。ZETA 的话，就是感觉卡兹内科的勘探员嘛，感觉像他的招牌，就特别难处理。像我们对着一直会很害怕的勘探员，就像尤其是像最后一把加赛嘛，我们就直接想着给他搬掉，就是看一下不想让他发挥的感觉，因为特别害怕他发挥。
谢谢。
谢谢。
对于奈奈的话，他是 MRC 的一个操作手嘛，然后他在牵制上也是，做得很好的。像是跟我们打的那个 BO1 小车家，即使在跛脚羊带了金身的情况下，仍然也是牵制了3个满龙，然后第4个龙差一点点就废掉了。然后关于卡斯内科的话，就是同样也是一位操作手，虽然说他这次小组赛没有打什么勘探，但是他的勘探员还是很有威慑力的。这个小游戏我有你没有，我们每个人竖起3根手指，然后我们有请奈奈先说一下他觉得他有我们没有的事情。
我有眼镜。
哦。
1個消えた。僕はちょっとメガネを普段使ってて、今はコンタクトなんですけど、メガネ使ってるのでセーフということで。
OK。
映画館でポップコーンを食べる。
Me too。
Oh my god。
我担任过指挥位。
Oh my god。
我家里目前有一只猫。
Oh my god。
Me too。
Me too。
我也有一只。
No。
拜拜。
拜拜。
刚刚那个游戏没来尽兴，于是我们讨论过后决定再玩一轮。这次有请卡兹内科来先说。
OK。この COA 期間中にチャーハンを5回食べた。OK。
我有 MRC 小弟的亲签。
一本になった。
我有在之前打排位的时候睡着了。
寝たことあったら僕下げるんでしたっけ？じゃあ寝たことある。そのまま試合終わったってか。実家に犬を飼っている。
曾经有养过。我曾经在联赛上一个赛季玩超过20名求生者。
总共是不是家里的球员
？20？
一个赛季。
一个赛季。
Game over。
恭喜奈奈。如果你在后面比赛中遇到了佩佩，你就见到他，你跟他说一句“太种类”。
太种类。
种翁。
种翁。
太种类。
太种类。
对，太种类。
太种类。
我不太知道送给你什么祝福啊，我就教你一句，中粤语吧。好中意你哦。
好中意
你哦。
好中意你哦。
对。
好中意你をどういう意味ですか？
好中意你を
どういう意味ですかね？
好き。
好き。好き？
Yes。
好中意你を。
好
中意你を。日本語をちょっと考えてたんですけど、ちょっといい日本語が思いつかなくて、その僕と
お茶しない。
お茶しない。
Yeah。 僕と
お茶し
お茶しない。Yeah.
僕とお茶しない。
Yes, yes,
僕
yes.
とお茶しない耶，跟我一起喝茶吧。
嗯，
僕とお茶しない。
Yes, 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 yes.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 COA Talk， 我是 GR 小铁。
我是 FP 的秒牌。
我是 WG 回忆。
对于秒牌的话就是可爱吧，回忆的话就是稳重。
小铁的话就很酷啊，又酷又帅，因为小铁笑起来很好看，回忆就很可爱吧。
你不能套词啊。
小铁的话就是开朗爱笑，爱笑的男孩，然后鸟牌的话就是腼腆内向。小铁有很多的爱笑呲牙表情包。
因为平时见到秒牌的话，他是比较腼腆内向的那种性格嘛，然后就觉得他挺可爱的。那回忆的话，平时一般都比较稳重啊，没有什么情绪波动，所以我觉得他挺稳重的。那我说一个字吧，你说两个字。
可以。
吃。
杭州。
吃杭州。吃杭州美食。
杭州的吃的，你一个猜吧。酸。
鱼类。
西湖醋鱼啊。
那秒牌说一个字吧，我说两个字。
修。
什么？修。
破译。
修破译。你总不能是
这还不好猜？
这不是总不能破译密码机啊？
哎，你看，一下就猜了，你看没？都可以下一个。
我说一个字吧。说一个字咋说来？
这么难猜吗？这个。
看。
走路。
西湖。
头上冒星星。
头上冒。
但是有人透视。哦不对，哦不对，是那个什么低头族。低头族。啊对。
低头。
天赋。
治愈。绝处逢生。倒地。
没有头上冒星星，前面就错的，你就记得我说低头族就行了。
玩手机。
监管。
监管了，都已经缩小到监管了。
什么都不玩手机啊？封眼。
玩手机是你自己说的，我们没说。
哦，对不起。低头族。
低头族，然后还天赋，还监管，哇，这么好猜了。
底牌。
低头族是什么鬼啊？
低头走路。
天赋说的本能。
低头族走路，是吧？低头族，然后
我以为生活方面
天赋，
我以为去西湖的。
哦，那简单了，我说两个字吧。
这么难形容吗？
车。
什么？车。
起点。
月亮河公园。
啊？
那我说一个字吧。
那我说两个字吧。
啊。车。
又车来了。
这还不好说吗？
主要是不能说它里面上面的字。
你就说它在哪个位置就可以了呀。
说位置。
对啊。
终点。
4张。
终点。
什么？
有名字。
不是车啊。
车啊，终点啊。
你们这确实有车。
终点。
电车。
不是不是。
终点啊！终点。
终点。终点
这个终点
东西，附近的东西。风车。
要不我们再来一轮吧？那你说一个字吧，我说2个字。
圈。
山寨。
很明显了，圈。
圈。
真的。
想想什么东西有这样的圈的？
鱼女。
能做。
动。
什么？
动。
可以。能做动。
旋转木马。
就希望小铁越打越好啊，越来越顺，步步升啊。然后希望秒排的话，监管也把把四抓啊，然后再再开朗一点啊。OK。
希望GR剑指冠军。希望回忆梅博无3救。
祝你们好运吧。
自分たちのやってきたことだったり戦略をぶつけやすいと思ってて、それで戦いやすいかなと思います。
AXIZ之前是有交手经验的，根据他们的求生监管，我也会做相应的应对。
勝利はできる。ただ98点耐え切ったのはグオクだ。
先去观看一下对手的一些比赛，了解对手最近的训练成果，然后让自己保持一个很好的状态。
打狼队的话，因为这是我们前面已经交手过很多次了，就是我们人队就想着要拼尽全力打好1-1、2局。
比别人少打一场肯定是很好的，可以观察他们第一个 BO3会怎么打。
对阵GR，首先我们首先要争取不被4抓，严谨的风格是比较激进的，所以我们准备了非常多。
サプライズ、ダブルサプライズでダメージを付与していきたいが。
そうですね、1位になることの利点としては、まず試合が1日分少なくなるので、体力的にまず楽っていうのと。
我们这边人队的话需要扛压去不要丢分，我这边的话负责突破对面的人队。对战ZETA我们很有信心。
ではありません。サバイバー全員で稼ぎ切ってこのミャオパイのオペラ歌手を翻弄している読み合い一つとってもマオマオの素晴らしいプレーが見えています。
いや
ここも読み勝つ、ここも読み勝つ、見たか世界。
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 AXIZ 战队登台喊话。 欢迎阿斗、卡卡锅、Lim、酿、Tuna、卡卡卡、卡基利。下面有请 WBG 战队登台喊话。
IGL 要走就一起走吧。
欢迎过客、郝晚安、Alex、回忆、梦露。今天的第一场比赛由 AXIZ 对阵 WBG， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our second day of the playoffs. I'm ELAO, joined here with Kershiro Gaming. We will bring you the live commentary for today's matches, in which we saw the two teams for our first match take stage. After a very exciting set of matches yesterday, some of them being very close, some of them being a little bit more one-sided, the action today definitely will go up and be a lot more exciting today, and we'll have a lot closer matches as this bracket progresses. But Kuro, tell us how you feeling about our first match in front of us here.
It would be a surprise though. However, today for our matches, the first match will be WBG versus AXIZ as we saw it in the opening ceremony. There, WBG will come in as more or less of the underdogs of this game, while AXIZ, as we have seen as well with their newest hunter recruit, Kakiri has been a very strong hunter, especially on the side of the current meta nowadays as well, including his Joker that has shined within the round 2 of the very first day as well. So I would say for today, it's going to be a lot of, hard work for WBG if they really want to get the upper hand here on AXIZ.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to get the win yesterday against RC in a match that we expected to be pretty close, but WBG, yeah, they definitely improved from the group stage. They had some inconsistencies there. They were able to turn things around. Alex continues to play well, and the survivors of BG playing a little bit better here as well. So we're gonna have to see them do that today here against Kakiri, as you mentioned, against AWG, as AWG has been the strongest team from their group. So that's definitely something that we're gonna have to watch out for. We're gonna look at our prize pool today. Of course, the winner will be getting that is 4 million Chinese yuan, or overall rather, the champion at 1,700,000 spread out across each team. We have our brackets here for today: AXIZ versus Weibo. First, of course, Wolves versus ACT. Second, GR versus GG, an excellent match. Third, and ZETA Division versus TE as our final match of the day.
For the first match of the day, I'd say more or less, like as we're seeing towards the brackets moving on as well. Tomorrow will be semi-finals before. On Sunday, it will be the Grand Finals and, of course, the fight for third place. There is also still this event going on as well, where you can cheer your team on either TikTok or on Twitter, if I am not wrong. But aside from all that, though, with today's matches going on forward as well, we still cannot forget about LC, who was just a recent new recruit as well for WBG. And he has been performing pretty well on the stages, especially when it's his first time on such a professional scene like this.
Quite definitely. We saw a very good performance from him yesterday, considering that Juan, one of the main survivors of WBG, currently out for this playoffs. And he really did, LC really did step up and have some excellent kites. One of the key factors to the victory against RC yesterday. Of course, AXIZ versus Weibo will be our first matchup that we're going to be looking into here. Should be a very good one. Of course, AXIZ will be the favored team in this match. Weibo the underdog. Then we have Wolves and ACT, in which Wolves, with the way they've been playing, definitely one of the expected teams to go all the way to the championships here. And of course, myself and Crow will be commentating that match as well for you guys. But first, we're getting into our first one: AXIZ versus AWG. Versus AWG versus Weibo. WBG. We have our two rosters here for both these teams.
As we saw as well on the screen earlier, it seems like AXIZ will be the home team of this game, while WBG being the away team, meaning that WBG can ban and pick their factions first, and AXIZ will be able to at least pick the map. But as we see here from the stats page, it seems like AXIZ prefers Lakeside Village more compared to WBG, who likes Leo's Memories. Our average Hunter game scores overall is 3.45 on AXIZ, 3.69 on WBG. Average survivors per game score is 1.36 overall on AXIZ, 1.38 overall on WBG. And Hunter's characters use 7 on AXIZ, side. Meanwhile, WBG only had 5. Survivor character used, WBG Survivors has a little bit more, 23/20, and of course 4 wins over 3 wins from this side note as well. However, we can't forget that 4 win also includes yesterday's statistics as well, so we can't really be, tricked into thinking that WBG's stats is actually higher. It's simply because of the fact that AXIZ is 1 game down.
Yeah, it's definitely would be the case here. Getting into our first survivor here, this is AXIZ on the survivor side. We have Otto, containment time of only 44 seconds, but 55th, 9th, 55% escape rate, 9th currently for escaping here. Otto on Prisoner, and Explorer also seen some Enchantress and some other containment style characters throughout the majority of this event from this player. One of the stronger kiter players on AXIZ, including Nien, which we'll get to in a minute. But next player here, we have Takako, average containment time of 74 seconds with 1.18 rescues. The main rescuer player for AXIZ, and escape rate of only 27%, slightly lower for a rescuer player.
Yeah, but honestly speaking though, everyone from AXIZ is a very solid container, so usually by the time that they actually get down, it'll be at least 3 Cypher machines or even 3.5 Cyphers. However, there are still times where they do get down really fast, but it doesn't really matter too much as their Hunter can perform really up to a really high standard, especially when it comes to their round 1s and round 2s, Hello Blue, Goman, Opera and Ivies. Now we see Tuna here as well with average shields of 0.369 overall here though, which are preferred characters as Aeroplanist and Puppeteer. Very nice solo container from the side of AXIZ as well. That Aeroplanist from Japan side has been shown how, significant he is as well when it comes to Cypher rushing up against Hello Blue, Goldman, Opera and Ivy, and also a very solid container too.
Very good rescuer too. So many versatility options for that character. And our last player, Nien, typically one of the highlights of AXIZ statistics. Not quite representing that as of right now, but we have seen some very impressive gameplay from him throughout the majority of this event, and arguably one of the stronger survivor players from the entire Japan region, with Coordinator and Antiquary. Playing a lot of harassment characters. We've seen Forward, we've seen Antiquary, and we've seen Coordinator. We've also seen some kiters such as Acrobat. We've even seen some game-saving plays from him, kiting around a singular weak pallet out of Lakeside Village against an opera singer. So we should maybe see some good gameplay from him today, and we will be getting into our Weibo Gaming Hunter. I think everybody is familiar with this player.
Well, there's only 1 Hunter in Weibo, so I guess for Alex, he's going to have to work overtime here as much as he can. From yesterday's performance as well, we have yet to lose, and of course from the statistics point of view, 46% format elimination rate is currently 4th overall. Average deduction points is 11,440.5. Average knockdowns is 7.54, average eliminations is 3.23, average cherry shocks is 0.38, and I'm quite sure there was another statistics at 45% in which he was 4th overall. But still, Alex's performance yesterday has been outstanding, but now the question is, can he keep it up today?
We will have to see. Consistently been quite good, but against a good survivor lineup like AWG, it's going to be a bit of a God, I keep saying that. AXIZ. Why do I keep getting AWG stuck in my head? AXIZ versus WBG. So many G's and stuff. Or a AWG is a lot of WBGs. Anyways, that's why. Point is, we would expect, the survivor lineup to be a very difficult challenge here for Alex today. As AXIZ has a very good survivor lineup that's been pretty consistent throughout the majority of this event.
And of course from WBG Weiser here, his drafts yesterday were not bad overall. I do think as well, like from yesterday's game as well, we did do a lot of analytics and performances from the side of the enemy team. However, right around now, it's going to be game 1 in Maneuver Park that's been chosen by AXIZ this time. And WBG, it seems like they have banned Lakeside if I'm not wrong. So with this in mind, there's still a huge potential here for Kakiri to play either of the big 4, or maybe he can come up with a surprise pick of Clown that he has done so before as well. But for this game, it'll be Alex. It'll be, let's say, a little bit harder for him to kind of maneuver around the map, especially with the fact that it's a relatively big map. And even though, yes, Hello Blue and Goldman does have transitional abilities, I would say it costs quite a lot of your items to do so, so it might just not be worth it.
Now, Moonlight's a little bit interesting. This is typically a map we'd consider to be more of a round 3 option for AXIZ, in that, we talk about characters like Clown. We talk about round 3 hunters that AXIZ might prefer. And that's typically something they would like to have for a Moonlit map. So having Moonlit here in round 1 is a little bit interesting. It's not the typical Lakeside map, but Lakeside also could be a potential option as well. It's also playable for something like Clown, playable for the round 3 Hunters. So Moonlit to lead here. We would expect to see Alex lead with that Hullabaloo here as expected. So Moonlit, a pretty solid map for the Hullabaloo. Many great jump locations. You can playing around that 4-stop platform quite easily. A lot of survivors like to be able to loop that. Hullabaloo can simply jump over that after reaching 1,000 presents and can jump the entire bridge as well to close distance.
Yeah, but moving directly on towards ban pick phase, here we go. It's going to be Seer and the Mechanic here, first 2 bans. So from the Survivor side, I would find it pretty interesting to see how they would spawn and what they would choose. But it seems like it'll be coordinated here alongside with Aeroplane's first 2 picks.
And looks like the Officer will be the next ban here. So they may want to choose a Rescuer now. Looks like they're going to go Lawyer into the 3rd pick here. This is a very uncommon character. Now, I do believe Lawyer is a bit of an underrated character and quite strong. It's good for rotation, good for Cypher Rush, Veterans bonus, not being able to get Terror Shock. Lawyer has so many positive things going for him. Now, the only problem with Lawyer is that a couple problems. One, you lose out on a main Rescuer, so now Alex will just ban Gravekeeper here, and you're not going to have that as an option. They're going to have to either go Mercenary or they're going to have to go with no main Rescuer and use Airplanes and Coordinator as Rescuers, maybe Puppeteer as well. Looks like they're going to be Novelist. Lawyer's not considered to be too good against round 100, specifically Goatman. A double cage Lawyer has no counterplay, but as we know, Alex prefers Hullabaloo, and Veterans bonus against Hullabaloo is actually quite effective in that, with no attack recovery, that speed boost can be very good for transitioning.
It's also the fact that Lawyer does have that map as well, right? So we can at least see whenever Hullabaloo raises his hands to try to drop down those double surprises, at least we can maybe try and prevent those hits as much as we can. And so not only that too, he does get a 5% movement speed boost the more he runs around the map, especially with the fact that it's double stacks when you have that map open too. So with this, I would say this kind of forces Alex to chase after Nian as much as possible here, who's playing the Lawyer. So then everyone outside can at least decode safely, because you still can't just let a decoder there by himself, especially with the fact that he has containment, he has vaulting, he cannot get terror shocked, and he will have a 20% decoding boost right after he finishes one Cypher machine.
And so it's really interesting. Lawyer, for those of you watching and who wants to improve and get better at the game, Lawyer is actually a very good rank survivor for a few reasons, especially for solo queue. If you're a solo queue player, Lawyer is an excellent character for that, because you don't have good communication with your teammates in solo queue, etc., etc. But you're able to see where the Hunter is. You can see where the ciphers are, what ciphers need to be done, where people are, where everything is. And also on top of that, Lawyer is just a good cipher rush. One of your teammates dies quickly, you can still cipher rush with Lawyer. So if you're a solo queue player or someone who wants to improve in rank, I would definitely recommend playing Lawyer for a bit and seeing if that could improve your overall matches, instead of playing things like Little Girl and like Cheerleader or whatever it is that you guys like to play and somehow, or Mind's Eye or whatever that may be. Little Girl's a terrible rank survivor, just so you guys know. Would recommend Lawyer. Kuro, continue along. I just had to point that out. Just a little educational seminar for people watching who want to get better at rank.
But it's still okay to play whatever you want in rank as well. However, with this team cup as well, however, for this team cup as well, we also did see Novelist and Aeroplane here being paired up together. Novelist and Aeroplane is quite a nice one to see, as well as Aero also does get that 20% stun duration increase when there is a survivor nearby. So it does seem like it's not it's not too bad, especially when it comes to support as well with these two characters, and when it comes to, at least forcing something off the Hullabaloo as much as possible. But still, we can't forget, even if you want to pull distance, there's something that you can do against the Hullabaloo. More or less, it's all about those dodges. And we do have to see from AXIZ Survivor side as well how much they've prepped this Lawyer up against that Hullabaloo round 1, or maybe Alex will just go Goatman instead and go Excitement, get the Novelist down first, and we'll see what happens from that point onwards. But we're finally back towards our ban pick phase right now, and it seems like we're gonna go Goatman.
Interesting. This is not a character we see Alex prioritize in early rounds. Now, I guess the idea is that, okay, well, they really tried to counter the Hullabaloo as much as possible, so we're just going to go ahead and go Goatman here, chase that Lawyer. Very good chase option with the Lawyer, pretty good option to chase that Coordinator. The Novelist and the Airplanist will be a bit more challenging, but I'm almost certain we'll see an Excitement build here for both Coordinator and Novelist here from Alex. That would definitely be a lot more logical with this team composition.
Yeah, it's as you said as well, right? Like in a map like this, there's like Northbridge you can spawn at. There's a first and fourth stop, and then last but not least 2-story. No matter what happens here, you're gonna be either be close towards the novelist or the coordinator, right? So like realistically speaking, excitement here would be one of the better options. However, from this spawn location, it seems like we're going to go a little bit unconventional, allowing the coordinator here to spawn in between the circuits and the fourth stop, alongside with that aeroplanes being underneath third stop, lawyer at 2-story, alongside with dash novelist at god kite. If this is the case right now, first chase will be pretty interesting to see, but also at the same time, it's a nice spawn in which you force the lawyer to be chased first and you allow aeroplanes to rotate out safely as well. Cordy and novelist being the furthest away. It's to counter that excitement, really.
Yeah, it definitely is. This will be pretty good chase targets with that. I mean, typically we see Goatman bring something like Peepers or Abnormal, but when you have double stunner, we have coordinator and novelist. We've seen excitement brought for less. Single novelist is enough to bring excitement. For a lot of these Goatman players. As we know, Novelist is quite good against Goatman, just being, he's not even going to do it. He's going to bring Keeper. Wow, that is very unexpected. This allows for a very strong first chase Novelist and Coordinator, so interesting choice here from Alex. Maybe he really just wants to prioritize the lawyer, but here we go. This is the first half of the first round of the AXIZ Survivors versus the WBG Hunter. I'm Eleo, joined with Kershaw, bringing the live commentary for this Call of Abyss 8 playoff matchup.
Wish lawyer here already upstairs. We're in trouble with attention alongside with exhibitionist here. Yes, exhibitionist alongside with quenching effect, wanted order and berserker. But with that peepers drop, we do already see where lawyer is. We see him on towards the outer walls as well. But it seems like Alex himself, the peepers range didn't really extend out by that much. So that's going to be Atto here first chase as a novelist.
And you see why the lawyer is just very good for that early game rotation. Now, this lawyer does not want to give a free hit. He's going to have to force a cage. And then, but he does get the chip here. You want to force a cage and then use the book. So maybe Otto, unfortunately, not able to do that just yet. We're gonna see Alex probably go for another basic hit here potentially. It's gonna be mind giving this pallet 2 basic hits from Otto. This is really suboptimal as of right now. Now Alex has 120 resentment. We're gonna see the switch and does get the pallet stun, so he should be able to kite this cage. But Alex is just gonna have 2 to 3 cages back to back here, and Otto's gonna go down relatively quickly unless he can farm a book as soon as possible. There's the switch. He's able to avoid it without using flywheel, so pretty good start. We're gonna see the second cage here. He needs a flywheel. Is able to flywheel, but he's not gonna be able to kite out this second hit here. Still good Cypher progress. Believe it or not, that was actually quite a bit of time wasted here. And with no slow decoding, Cyphers will be intact. The question is now, how consistent are these next rescues?
I would say from Alex's side here, he's very smart with his playstyle as well. We did get 2 early chips here, but you can't really blame Atto on that. Atto wanted to get a cage to force out before we switch over and pallet some. However, Alex took that into consideration too and decided to walk over the pallet and force the chip hits on instead. In one sense, you could say maybe Atto could have tried and, play the pallet mind game. However, it's still pretty hard here, especially when you're playing up against a Goatman. Now though, it will be an after half rescue. Tuna is still trying to get in here as much as he can. We're going to be able to force rescue here, but Alex...
Why hit? Why hit there?
It could have made it, yeah, definitely could have made it half, but Atto would start the second rebound kite right now.
Yeah, he's going to even have a book here as well, since that's only a chip hit. There's no cage available. That is a crucial misplay from Alex. In fact, game-changing. We even see the switch into the pallet. He's able to kite the cage. Alex on the back foot, and actually the Survivors on track for a potential 4 endgame at this point. We are going to he's going to see the down here, but with that lawyer Cypher Rush, and you really see how good the lawyer Cypher Rush is here. Already 60% on that second Cypher machine. Now the problem is he's getting shared on the airplane as Cypher, so Coordinator is going to need to come in a little bit early here. But Survivors in an excellent position at this point.
Yeah, we could potentially abnormal here, or we can use excitement. It seems like for Alex right now, we're going to go for the full abnormal kick. Now then, 60% Cypher machine back to 6%. We're going to try to get aeroplanes down here. He will be able to make it straight towards the other side, but that's why we need the rescue on towards Novelist. As we do have a cage here already left to use. Can we get a hit on Novelist? We didn't. It's a Coordinator body block, and Novelist got towards the other side with that cage. So this will be a nice rebound kite. The Coordinator still having 1 gun remaining. It's still a lot of pressure here for Alex to play around.
wonder if we're going to see coordinator support here. Nautilus doesn't mind taking a chip at this point. The biggest issue that... Okay, well, we're going to see the down there, so coordinator is not. They're just going to play for a 3 survivor late game here and split up the ciphers. I guess the upside is that there's no teleport.
Bar time.
So, well, no, there's no teleport. That's the upside for survivors.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Alex is going to have limited control on a large map like Moonlit here. This is going to be pretty good. And also, Lawyer can get through ciphers quickly, although it's not going to be the Lawyer Dakota. He's going to go for the maybe transition for a rescue, maybe do 2-story cipher. I'm not really sure here.
I would say, what I would say is, preferably speaking, we all should heal, because if Lawyer gets found here and chased and then we change targets immediately, then you're going to have 3 survivors at half health as Lawyer immediately becomes the next chase. Now then, the question will be, who will become the next rescue? Cordy could potentially come in, but we still need to use that gun relatively safely as well, because it's still a Goldman that we're talking about. Brilliant hit there on the side of AXIZ, and of course this Lawyer will be forced out of this area here as soon as he can. Can't really let him decode though, because the moment you change targets, he's going to be able to finish off that cipher machine in 2-story.
Yeah, you see that full presence resentment building up so fast here for Alex. We're going to see that cage there onto the Lawyer, but he gets a pallet drop and another pallet drop here to avoid getting hit. The Lawyer doing an excellent job in this area, and he's even able to flywheel here. Can he kite in this pallet though? Does not get that. That's going to be the down there onto Nian. You see how good of a kiter Nian is, and I expect we'll see the cipher pop here and just go for the end game. Airplane is position towards the gate. Coordinator still has flare gun. They're just going to go straight for the end game, going for at least 1 survivor escape. At this point, it is impossible for Alex to get a 4 kill, as he does not have teleport. So he's going to have to choose 1 more target here and go for the 3 elimination.
But we have to get this target down as soon as possible. We do see where the blue sticker is as well, as we just saw Tuna right in front of us. However, he also does still have jetpacks to use as well, so we can at least continue for a little bit longer. That's 1 jetpack use, 2 jetpack use, as we're going to be forced within the same area. Now then, with the teleportation over towards other gate, we baited up, but that's still a beautiful flywheel used. But I mean, when there's detention, it doesn't really matter too much. We will at least guarantee a 1-man escape here from the side of Takako, and of course, brilliant 3-man elimination from the side of Alex. It's just unfortunate that no one had borrowed time.
Yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate there, but they are able to get the 1 survivor escape here, almost 2 there. They were looking to have even 4 survivors prepared for that endgame. The biggest problem was dying on that last cipher. If the survivor did not die on the last cipher machine, the ciphers would have, obviously there's no BT, but the ciphers would have been primed by the time they went for that pop. So it definitely was a bit of a unlucky situation getting shared on that last cipher machine. But overall, still not a bad result for AXIZ. They're able to get at least 1 out the gate, which is definitely the minimum in a spot like this. So pretty good start for them. And I do like the team composition they put out here. Going no rescuer, it's a little rare to see, but yeah, it definitely did work out. And the kiting was quite good from the AXIZ survivors, even with the early hits on the Nautilus.
But like with that, well, or can we move on towards the match statistics? Here we go. Atos solo containment of 104 seconds overall, and we do see the Lawyer here as well, like 200% decoding progress just by himself, and he contained for quite enough time for the cipher machine to be done to make it for that, you know, 3-man endgame, but Lawyer was down, so we consider it a 2-man endgame, and still being able to get that 1-man escape is good from the side of AXIZ. So here on AXIZ, we could potentially speaking moving on towards game 1 second half. Now we're going to be able to see WBG play, but WBG also has an aeroplanist main. We see LC playing yesterday with that aeroplanist, and alongside with the fact that they are pretty decent on this map as well.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how that goes here. But with a 1 survivor escape in the first round, that's essentially like getting a tie in old meta. So I think the survivors of both sides are kind of okay with this. That one Hunter obviously prefers a 4 kill. Survivors obviously prefer a tie. But a 1 elimination is still not too bad of a result. Now, imagine if these survivors did have borrowed time, it could have potentially been a different result. They could have gone for a rescue and had a 3 survivor endgame, even not dying on the last cipher machine. I think, I'm trying to think where the remaining ciphers were. It could have been that there was not a cipher machine that was in a good enough position to go for the for airplanes to start a new one, because he kind of started a cipher machine that was relatively close to where the Nautilus was kiting, and that sort of backfired a bit. But if he's able to start it somewhere else, it would have been a completely different story, and they would have had probably a pretty easy tie at that point, because by the time they go for the last rescue, cipher machines would be primed. Obviously no borrowed time. Alex could definitely spiral that into a tie, but he would definitely not be able to win without any sort of teleport.
Yeah, and like it's especially with the fact that like we did force out abnormal too for the very last Cypher Machine at COAⅧ, but it seems like with the Cypher Machine placements as well, it was like, you know, it was COAⅧ 2-story and then first stop. So all the last 3 Cypher Machines were on one side of the map, which is very unfortunate because Lawyer did rotate out as well from 2-story.
I guess he would have had teleport because he wouldn't have switched to abnormal, but either way, it still would have been very challenging. He wouldn't have been able to win. If you have 4 survivors without borrowed time, he's probably not getting more than a tie from that spot either way. So that's the point that I was trying to make. But yeah, with that being said, we see a 3-1 for this first round. A Goatman was not a pick we really expected from Alex. We expected him to play Hullabaloo. That's typically been his round 1 character because Goatman is not quite as proficient, but it looks like he has prepared it for these playoffs. Overall, this team composition is not particularly good against Goatman. It was heavily built for the Hullabaloo. You have the Veterans bonus Lawyer. You have Coordinator, which is just for wasting time against Hullabaloo. It's not quite as good against Goatman because at best you're cutting 1 cage with the flare gun, assuming you even hit the flare gun. And the Novelist obviously can be good against both, but for the most part, it's for Hullabaloo. So Alex plays the Hunter that's better against the Comm and still is not even able to get a 4 kill. Either way, this result is quite good for AXIZ, I would say.
Yeah, and they still do have like, you know, like Puppeteer that's saved up for round 3. They also still do have their like a psychologist, their gravekeeper, their first officer. So a lot of the rescuers are now maintained for round 3, right? Yeah. And then like there's also Puppeteer to counter the Opera or the Ivy, which is, you know, kind of devastating as well from the side of Alex here, especially moving on to our second half where you want to get a survivor down as soon as possible. I just don't think you're going to be able to do so anyways. But we'll move on towards WBG's player statistics here. The first one we're going to be able to see here is WBG Persica. Average deduction points of 7,657.08. Average containment time is 61.09. Average rescues is 0.69. Average decoding progress is 164%. Average heals is 0.31. Escape rate of 23%. And preferred characters of Seer and Novelist. We have seen Persica picking up Novelist more and more, but that also could be the case of she's not becoming the main, you know, container, so she's have to transition towards a harasser main.
I also just wanted to go back to an important point. Is they still have all their rescuers, as you mentioned. That's key. That's going to be key as these matches progress. Because a lot of survivors have to burn one of the rescuers early on. But yeah, getting into our next player, we have Guoko with a 67 seconds of average containment time, only 23% escape rate. Again, slightly lower, but we did see a very good performance from him yesterday. Able to get that dungeon escape with the Weeping Clown, and also a very strong antiquarian gameplay. So. Yeah, definitely one of the main factors for that WBG win yesterday.
Yeah, and then we have LC here, the newest addition towards this WBG lineup. His performance yesterday was brilliant, but it seems like from the side of WBG as well, they really like to save his aeroplanist for round 2s and round 3s, especially when they pick him last as well. But overall though, yesterday, very, very, very good performance. Today, the question will be, can we keep it up? Our average containment time is also 88.17 seconds. He's almost always first chase as well, or either second chase.
Yeah, definitely. And for our last survivor here, we have COAAY, sorry. We have COAAY as our last survivor. Average containment time 68 seconds. 1.62 rescues. That was pretty quick. One of the rescuer players, or is the rescue player here for Weibo Gaming. So we'll see how that goes today. And getting into our hunter for AXIZ, not AWG, AXIZ. Just making sure everybody was clear on that. We have Kakiri, which I think we'll see in a moment here.
I'll be surprised if it's Kakaka, but yes, it will be Kakiri here.
Yeah. And waiting for statistics.
With Kakiri though, his performance was still very good, wasn't it though? Because we see here, right, 5th overall. It's just 5th. Our average reduction points is 11,618. Our average knockdowns is 0.75. Average eliminations is 3.12. Average terror shocks is 0.88. Average time to knockdown is 58.88 seconds, and a format elimination rate of 38%. Preferred characters here also being Goldman and Opera Singer too. I would say for both Hunter side of WBG and AXIZ, very two similar preferred characters, but also at the same time, Kakiri isn't really a round 3 hunter. Round 3 hunter is when Kakaka actually comes out instead. So I would say for, at least for Kakiri here, we have a little bit less pressure. We can just focus on certain amounts of hunters to play, especially when it comes to round 1 and round 2s as well, and then leave the rest to Kakaka.
And yeah, we will see getting into our ban picks. We only have 38% for elimination rate, which is strong, but not quite as good as we've seen from some of the other hunters. Especially that Kakiri is the round 1 hunter. We typically want to see that 4 elimination rate a little bit higher. Very strong statistics overall with every factor except for the 4 elimination rate. It's a little bit lower than I think he would like to see. So, especially considering this is a spot where a 4 kill would be absolutely monumental, getting a round 1 victory for AXIZ. We're going to have to see maybe if he's able to step that up here today and get that 4 kill against this Weibo Survivor side. And I wanted to go back to a point that we're talking about with the novelist. I actually think that novelist is this is a little bit off topic, but it has to go back to the first round. Novelist, I think, is actually a very, very good character. I used to think novelist was actually like not really that good, but novelist is actually, I think, one of the best survivors in the game currently, at least in this current meta. The ability to essentially guarantee stuns. It's good against everything but Ivy, essentially, out of the 4 main hunters. You can bring max pallet stun, waste a lot of time. We'll see, and we see Novelist getting banned early on here. It's going to be Seer and Antiquarian, though, this time around. And I wonder if we'll see a similar team composition in turn here, or if Weibo is just going to go with the standard Rescuer character.
I feel like this is kind of a mixed opportunity here, especially with such a big map like this, but WBG could also be scared of the clown as well, so let's just hear now whether we're willing to choose out the mechanic here. From WBG's coach side as well, it's a little bit more of a surprise that we didn't actually ban mechanic here, as she's kind of a guaranteed tie character, but finally we're going to be able to see Persicast mechanic here, alongside with Ghoul Cuz forward.
Very interesting forward pick here. This is not a round 1 survivor. The reason why forward kind of fell off, he's just kind of weak against a lot of the early round hunters. Against something like Goatman, you can kind of just literally put up a cage and prevent the forward from stunning. Against Hullabaloo, forward's a pretty easy kill for a Hullabaloo, and he can even stop the forward from dashing by putting up the red zone areas in front of him so he can't dash and stun. So we're gonna see the Puppeteer being banned next. Yeah, this is really interesting. It's interesting that we don't see mechanic banned, and then it's interesting that we see forward get picked. So already a bit of a surprise here from both these sides. Also, Psychologist here is good against something like Hullabaloo and even Goatman, but it's not a character we typically see survivors want to global ban right away in the first round, as it's very valuable, especially in round 2.
But for a last ban here, probably Fire Investigator wouldn't be a bad ban. If Kakiri bans Fire Investigator here, it's 100% a clown. I don't think you're going to be playing up against a Goldman or Hullabaloo if you decide to ban out that Fire Investigator, but no, it'll be the Novelist here instead. Last pick then. Last pick can be Aeroplanist for LC. Yeah, last pick will be Aeroplanist for LC. We're going to have to recycle this Aeroplanist as much as we can, but at least from this side note too, Kakiri knows himself that he has quite a lot of options here. He can go Goldman, Hullabaloo, Opera, Ivy, which any of these really still works, but also we cannot forget about his signature clown that was played on Chinatown as well, especially with this team comp too. You can almost just chase after anyone if you decide to play that smiley face.
But it's an interesting choice to pick Psychologist third. Why pick Psychologist third there? Psych is probably not gonna get banned. You pick Aeroplanist. You could pick maybe Novelist third, Aeroplanist third, probably Novelist third, and then you don't global ban the Psychologist. The Hunter's gonna ban Aeroplanist at that point. They're probably not banning Psych. So then you pick Psych fourth. It doesn't really. In either way, even if you don't get Psych, you could still get the Aeroplanist Novelist. I guess the idea with Psychologist is that if forward gets injured at any point, Psych can global heal or whatever it's called, and heal up the forward so we can go for a save and continue to support. I guess that's the mindset. You play Harasser along with the Psychologist, but it felt unlikely that it would be banned. But I kind of get the idea of forward and Psychologist. I just don't get the idea of forward in general in round number 1. That's not a very common selection, but I'm very excited to see if it actually has an impact here as we get into our match. Also, Psychologist has good synergy with the mechanic. If any survivor takes an early damage, then the survivor can get healed by the Psychologist and mechanics. Main body decoding will still be pretty proficient.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well. I do think the Psycho was picked in exchange for that Puppeteer ban. Now then, it's going to be Kakiri here with the Goatman. However, the big question now being the area selection mode once this Goatman has been locked in as well. We can still potentially use our Delta body block from a Persicast point of view, but you don't necessarily need to chase after that mech first. You can still go after the Psycho, you can still go after the Aeroplanist. Forward might be a whole different scenario here, but at least from Forward's point of view, as long as we brought Flywheel here alongside with Titan, you can still harass up against a Goatman within that cage area too. So right now, this forward is chosen for the mechanic stall to decode for a while longer, and alongside with the fact that we want to stall for time for the Cypher Machine to be done. But from Kakiri's point of view here, Abnormal wouldn't be a bad trace used. For the from yesterday's games as well, we've seen not a lot of Goatmans do love bring peepers nowadays instead of Abnormal. We saw a blink on the Goatman as well yesterday, but for this one, I think Abnormal is kind of due.
Absolutely, especially because he does want to play for a 4-kill in this situation. Looks like we're going to see, same spawn from the survivors here of AXIZ as we saw in the first run from Weibo. Mechanic is going to go to that 2-story, gonna probably drop that bot, rotate out. We'll expect the Hunter to spawn between the Aeroplanist and the Mechanic at this point, although maybe he tries to gamble and think that the Mechanic spawns somewhere else, maybe goes for a middle right spawn, something like that, or a bottom left. We'll have to see in a moment here. The spawn is going to be very crucial, especially the team composition like this. Actually, he's going to spawn not a great spawn. It's spawning here. You don't have great access to Aeroplanist since he's across bridge. Mechanic will be your best chase, but you got to go to 2-story to find that mech. So yeah, I think pretty decent for the survivors overall. I'm interested to see though where the Mechanic's going to rotate. She doesn't really have anywhere to rotate. Forward's at God Kiting, and if you go the other way, the Goatman's just going to cut you off. So Mechanic is a bit trapped there in 2-story.
I do want to see whether or not we're going to drop down that doll first, especially when Forward can harass for you as well when you're down on the ground. I feel like that doll drop down early game might just be the better option. However, you can still body block up against the Goatman pretty darn nicely as well. But with this one, it'll be an Abnormal here with Trauma Attention on towards this Goatman. We're going to be able to see triple Titans here, quadruple Flywheels alongside with back here, knee-jerk reflex. No power time here on any of the survivors. This will be WBG versus AXIZ for our co-op playoffs.
All right, looks like Kakiri instantly missing a cage here to start the game. And that is a very suboptimal start for him right away. Looks like we're going to see does find that Mechanic first. Does he find the bot? Does find the bot. And you're going to see here why the Mechanic's stall is really annoying to deal with as a Goatman. You have to hit it twice with basic hits, or you have to use a cage to kill it. And if Kakiri wastes this much time just killing the bot, that is extremely bad value for him. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and leave here. And but the Mechanic actually vaults into the Goatman here. So he's already going to get a pretty good early chase. Let's see him put up that first cage. There's the cage to block in the mech, and already beautiful switches there to get that early hit. Mechanic is just simply trapped back here. She will most likely go down to this next cage.
But at least Forward is still nearby. That's going to be a brilliant flywheel here from the side of Mechanic, but there's only so much longer we can live here as we go straight back in towards 2-story. This is also near where our doll is as well, but at least the good news here is that we see where Forward is right now. We can maybe try force something off this Forward, but still, that doll has to rotate a little bit further out from this area as well, as Mech seems like she's kind of prioritizing on that heal too. So with this in mind, 2 Cypher Machines here, it's only almost done. We're going to be able to get that drop down at least with the cage. And from this point onwards, I felt like we didn't have to break the cage there, I'll be honest with you, because Goatman couldn't really make it through with that cage being nearby as well. So potentially speaking here, that would be quite a bit of a mistake here from the side of WBG, but at least Mech stall is right now out and ready to go, and we only abnormal a 40% Cypher Machine, so it isn't really that much.
Yeah, not exceptional value, but still only 2 full ciphers completed, so still not a bad position to be in. We're going to see the cage get dropped. The Aeroplanist is going to make the rescue, and we're going to hit into the Aeroplanist. We'll see if that ends up being okay. He should have enough time to down this survivor before Tide Turner's up, so I think it'll be perfectly fine here, unless the Forward tries to stun the cage. Nope, we're going to see the switch there. Mechanic does not have any sort of flywheel, so she will go down here on this hit.
but we are max presence here, however, so our resentment stacks will stack up really fast. For Gokok here, it's going to be still quite an issue here, but at least we can force a lot of cages here and allow Kakiri to not have any items to use later on towards the game as well, but we can't really stun rescue here just yet. We want to buy a little bit more time here for this stall to decode as well. Let's see here. The Cypher Machine is currently pretty spread out across the map right now, as we're going to be able to see the forward going in straight for the rescue. It could be a no damage rescue here, or we could potentially aim for a little bit more, but that will just be the instant here, as it doesn't really seem like it was a good idea. But now though, no resentment on our hands to use, but can kind of contain here for a little bit, but the question is, can we honestly speaking contain after Tide Turner is over, especially with the fact that we don't even have resentment ready just yet from the side of Kakiri.
Ooh. We're gonna see the switch there. Oh, but gets the hit through the pallet, was not able to get that pallet stun. I guess the idea with Ford is that you force the Goatman, you just waste time by forcing the Goatman to use cages. And look at his resentment, even with full presence, his resentment is never really well available because the Ford forces him to keep using that resentment over and over. He needs to be careful. Ford doesn't go for the stun here. Oh, but he switches to excitement. He switches to excitement to guarantee the chair here. And actually, Ford ends up having very good value in this match. He's able to kill the doll here as it's already one chip away. The Ford ends up having very good value. It forces the Goatman to waste a ton of resentment and even switch to a suboptimal trait. So this is pretty good. Yeah, and he even gets a syringe from a chest here. What if he's able to find where he's healing?
I think it should be okay for now. Even if Forward does go down, we do see LC as well getting a new Cypher Machine done. But it seems like for Kakiri right now, we're wanting to see which Cypher Machine is currently shaking. That Bridge Cypher Machine here at 73% is pretty scary as well. This can at least guarantee a one-man escape here from the side of the Luigi. We're going to be able to see LC here. First chase initially as the aeroplanes, but that's okay as well. This is a 15-meter radius type of cage, and we're currently on the very outer circles here of this. Oh, we saw him. He's going to be towards this side of the map. We've dropped down so many cages there, but that's not enough resentment here left to use. We did get a terror shock hit down though. That's unfortunate, but that's still okay. He was at half health anyway, so right now Ford coming in for a little bit more harass. We don't really have flywheel left on our hand. We do have flywheel on our hands to use, but we need to be very careful here. If we get hit, you can't really rescue, and you force Psychologist to use her own whistle.
Yeah, we're gonna see the cage onto the forward there. He is able to he's gonna be able to go for the chair. They will just go for the Cypher Pop, I think. Yep, we're gonna see the Cypher Pop as none of the survivors have for our time. Now the question is, can Kakiri pull a extra kill out of this? It's not as easy as it looks, considering that Ford has football, and he doesn't know where Psychologist is, and he doesn't have teleport. So we're gonna see Ford actually football away just to hide. Does have tinnitus though. Is able to find where the Ford is hiding. Does find where the Ford is hiding, and now the Psychologist is actually not near, not to the gate just yet. Doesn't even have time to share and double cage across the. If he double cages straight to that gate, he may be able to get there in time. We're gonna have to see here, but I don't know if that's something he's gonna do. There's one, there's two. He needs to hurry. There's the break. I think he's gonna.
He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough. It should be okay. It should be okay. It should be okay here. He needs just a little bit more resentment here to use. We're gonna be able to lock that area off.
Oh no!
If we get a hit,
he hits her back.
Can we crawl? We can
she
crawl.
has no sticker. Oh, she does have sticker.
We can crawl. We can crawl.
No, she doesn't get it.
That's a 4-man.
She doesn't get it. She did have sticker, but he gets the cage in time to get the 4 kill. How is that even possible? It looked like it was gonna be potentially a tie or a 1 elimination at best. But the fact that he was instantly able to find the Forward hiding and then get to the Psychologist half a second before she gets out the exit gate there. That's incredible. That timing is absolutely perfect. And somehow manages to get a 4 kill without even an endgame teleport.
Yeah, I would say probably from Ford's point of view, hiding wasn't really the best option here. When we were crawling, we couldn't use our rugby balls as well. So like in that scenario, it was more or less about we couldn't get our items out. That was I think the biggest issue, but it's not Goku's fault as well, because if you think about it right, you do have to hide up against the Goldman too. That was a really brilliant prediction made by Kakiri himself, and of course for endgame as well. The last Cypher Machine was at 10th. Because that last Cypher Machine was at 10th, we had to take a relatively long time to even make it towards the exit gate before we can start decoding it as well. So like with that in mind though, it could have definitely become a one-man escape, but Kakiri there being able to barely clutch it, making it into a 4-man elimination game, does show how good of a hunter he is.
You know what's crazy? The Psychologist actually used the flywheel, I think, to get to the gate quicker. Let's see. Yeah, she actually used flywheel to get to the gate quicker. So if she saved her flywheel, she would have actually made that escape. I think, because obviously you get to the gate maybe like a second quicker, but then if you have the flywheel, the gate still would have been open. You could flywheel the swing and still make it out. Let's see. I'm looking back at the replay here. I think she would have been able to make it because he puts up the cage, and then there's the switch, runs through, and then yeah, if Psychologist has flywheel, she can just flywheel past the swing and make it out the gate. But not having flywheel there was definitely an issue.
Yeah, it's not only that as well. It just feels like from Psycho's point of view there, we definitely could have gotten out, but Kakili did make it like towards Psychologist to hit her back as well. It was pretty close on that side, and we definitely could have gotten a tie, but being able to clutch that one win here, especially on game 1 as well, is huge, because like moving on towards game 2, we know that both hunters do play Opera Stinger, but like from both, at least from both team comp, if you think about it, right? Both team comp there has Puppeteer, both team comp still has Embalmer, both team comp still has their Rescuer mains. Like, getting a forward out in towards permabands alongside with a mech and a psychologist doesn't matter so much to WBG at all. They maintain their aeroplanes for a Cypher machine decoding speed boost, and not only that as well, they have a lot of character to use in round 3 as well. So like, as long as they can tie the next game, they could potentially speaking do a number on Kakaka for game 3 and potentially speaking pull back. But for this game, AXIZ will be able to get the win here, will be able to barely clutch it as well. And for the next one though, if Kakili once he can kind of take this home in 2, depending on what the map ban picks is for WBG.
Yeah, I wonder if he saw the forward hiding, but yeah, we're gonna look into our highlights for this first round.
あったうまいね。うますぎるうますぎる。やってなさないでいい。じゃあ50ないやろ。いやあるよあるけどさすがに。いや行かなくていい1で1取れただけ熱い。いやオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。过来了。
对吧？我
跳龙了。
要选吗？先锋。
没事。
And you see there, the difference between that match is simply getting that kill at the end, getting that pickup before the survivor crawls out. If that is not a 4 elimination, obviously we have a tied round, but the fact that he's able to pick up the survivor literally a second before she crawls out the gate, that's the difference in this, and it could be the difference in this entire match and the entire way this bracket even continues. That one round victory, it's a game of seconds. I mean, literally 1 second, less than a second off of crawling out the gate there, and just 1 second on that flywheel, 1 second on that gate from crawling out. That's the difference in this entire match.
But I do think as well with that game, we do see why mechanic is like a really high priority ban here from the side of hunters as well, especially for Goldman and Huddle Blue too. It's just the potential of being able to decode on chair to continue the Cypher Rush, even with abnormal, as we saw there as well, right? It's really hard for the hunters to actually try map control in that sense as well. Right. But when we are like in a scenario like that, it's okay. Now we know that forward and mechanic is banned for the second half. Well, game 2, and of course from the side of AXIZ as well, though, if we just recap on their survivor picks, it's not too bad as well. They didn't pick a single rescuer. It was COAⅧ, Novelist, and COAⅧ, Novelist, alongside with Lawyer there, who was, well, not Novelist, COAⅧ Aeroplanist, and Lawyer, who's moving in towards the permabands, so they still have a novice in which they can play up against the Opera as well. They have Puppeteer, they have Gravekeeper, First Officer, a lot of the rescuer mains that they still have, and I mean, like, especially moving on towards round 2, where it's WBG who has their map picks, it's more or less just a safety net for AXIZ here, especially with the fact that, like, look, we saw how well the Survivors has played, and of course with Kakili, they're being able to clutch that 4-man elimination, brings AXIZ towards a really good stage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Excitement would have been better value for Alex in that first round. We saw a few key pallet stuns with the Novelist, but yeah, it ended up not being the case there. Or even bringing Abnormal to start. If he started with Abnormal, that could have even been a different game. because he had to switch to abnormal, which means he didn't have any options like teleport later in the game, and the Peepers didn't end up having that significant of an effect throughout that match. So it was definitely an interesting choice, especially Peeper on Moonlit. Moonlit's not really considered one of the main Peeper maps. It's very open. Peepers usually aren't quite as effective on a map like this, but obviously Peepers with Goatman is good just to slow down vault and pallet interactions for downing survivors within the cage. But I feel like potentially an Excitement or Abnormal could have been a better option for Alex, and maybe that match could have gone a little bit different. But overall, yeah, that single survivor escape and the extra kill from Kakiri at the end there will be the difference in that first round, with AXIZ winning the first round here against Weibo. And this is a match we expect AXIZ to be favored in. Weibo is definitely the underdogs, but the fact that they're able to jump ahead early on here is very, very crucial. And as we know here, Kuro, when we get into the third round, that's when Weibo is typically not as favored, right? Because they're Alex is known for his he's got two very good first round hunters, but he doesn't really have that many high win potential hunters for round 3 compared to some of these other players. So typically that round 3 situation is going to be a bit of a hassle for them. So Weibo does not want to be losing or down at any point going into that third round, and the fact that they fell in round number 1 here already gives AXIZ a very large advantage.
But it's still okay though, because if we can return a trim elimination with a trim and escaping any one of the games, we will be able to at least get the upper hand here up against AXIZ as well. But like in this stage where it was a 4-man elimination for the hunter and then another 3-man elimination for the other hunter, there is really no overtime play here anymore, unless we're able to do the same thing once again for game 2 or game 3. Well, we saw there as well, right? It's going to be Chinatown there being chosen out for WBG, and it seems like we're going to allow Kakiri here to be the first hunter that comes out. Maybe this allows WBG survivors to have less of a pressure moving on forward, but with this it's a complete fresh start. Last game wasn't necessarily bad, but we definitely still do have to do better.
Absolutely. And for Weibo, yeah, the survivors here going first. We typically we're gonna have an interview here before we continue.
猜对了，跟我们练的是一样的。然后这次也希望能带着焕老师那份，然后就是希望能走得更远一点吧。焕老师已经燃成舍利子了，他的舍利子陪着我们。
Oh, very poetic, I would say. Well said from Persica, trying to, unfortunately Juan not able to play in the playoffs here for Weibo, considering he's one of the stronger survivor players. But we've seen LC be very effective so far in kind of taking over and continuing to carry that team. So the biggest problem, though, again, that Weibo face is the overall survivors, and that 4 elimination on the survivor side in the first round, definitely not where they need to be in this match.
But it's still okay though. Like, yes, last game wasn't too bad from both sides as well. Both sides did really good. However, game 2s and game 3s are still a little bit more survivor favorite, especially as we've seen yesterday as well, right? 2 tie turns is enough to actually get a tie game from the opera singer, and not only that, to even up against an Ivy or any other characters in mind. As long as it's a big enough map, it's okay. So like with this map being chosen by WBG, it suits Alex more because he plays opera singer. It also does suit Kakiri more because he has that Joker in Chinatown as well. So there would be a potential that Joker can still come out if you want to go for a surprise pick. So then we can potentially still lead Kakiri on towards round 3 to either play his opera or Ivy as well, instead of getting Kakuka out here. But like with these ban picks as well from WBG survivor side, we're gonna have to be very careful on who we choose, and you need to try full counter both that opera singer and alongside with Joker and maybe Ivy, depending on how this game goes.
Yeah, also those interviews are pre-recorded, guys. They did not randomly, someone said how do they have time for that interview. They did not randomly do the interview in between the round. Those were all pre-done, just so you guys know about that. But yeah, absolutely. We have to see a bit of a comeback from Weibo. They can't, like I said, if they tie this round, it's just not, I mean, obviously they can make that comeback, but it's not optimal for them. They do not want to be losing going into the third round is the weakest round for Weibo. They cannot afford to be losing going into round 3. So ideally they're able to take a win in this round, at least start to turn things around. Even if they only win this round 5-3, though, they'd still be behind, which is still not very ideal for them. So they're going to want to try to win. They're going to want to try to win this round in a way that puts them either tied or up on points. We're going to see Priestess and the Antiquarian banned first here. So You know, obviously Priestess is a Chinatown band, and this is something we'd expect from something like an opera singer, but also something that Clown would ban as well. So definitely does leave that open as an option.
I'm more surprised though. We left Seer out, so there's still potential for Seer to come out, but no, it'll be that Prisoner alongside with the Novelist here once again. Now, this Novelist will be going towards permaban Seer at the moment we move on towards round 3, but Prisoner isn't such a bad pick as well, especially when it comes to that 2-story area, when you want to counter, you know, like Opera, when you want to try maybe counter the Clown. 2-story area would be the best choice here for Prisoners to go, and you can't really try rotate in because it is still pretty far away in a sense, where Opera and Joker can catch up towards you really fast, and of course there's also that Ivy as well, who can leech on towards you immediately. But with this next ban, it'll be Firing Investigator.
Yeah, this already doesn't look like he's gonna be able to play Clown here. Prisoner Shock cancels the Clown infinite dash. Novelist can just switch the Clown out of the dash. So now Clown did have a buff somewhat recently where if he gets his dash canceled, the cooldown, I think it's only what, like 6 seconds in comparison to the normal amount. It's a shorter cooldown route, so that's good. Now Knight is not a good character against Clown, but I will say that the other two are already pretty strong, so I already don't think that that's going to be an option for Kakir here. But they're building a pretty good comp for Opera, so Ivy would be quite good against this comp. But I guess they're really just this is really built for Opera, and I guess even Clown, if that's something they were considering.
But with the last one here, I'd say we can get rid of this here. Yeah, we don't really want to rotate that here as much as possible, but in this case then, we are still missing one good decent rescue. You could potentially say Knight is good, but preferably speaking, we would like a COAⅧ to be played out here as well. Or maybe they will just go for that Aeroplane once again and make him into a rescue right here. Does seem like that's LC's comfort pick. And WBG is prioritizing on LC's comfort pick more and more and more. But nope, it'll be the Patient here instead. We don't see Patient much against Opera Singer, and that's mainly due to the fact that you do have a stationary animation before you're able to use your items.
We don't see Patient much in any of the first 2 rounds, so definitely an interesting choice. Patient also can get his hook canceled by the Ivy Ghost, so from the scare. So this comp is really bad against Ivy. This is not good against Ivy at all. So the idea here is they're just trying to counter Opera, and even against Clown, it's not exceptional. Knight is weak to Clown. Patient is weak to Clown. Prisoner and Novelist are fine, but even so, it's not that good. So this comp is not exceptionally good against Clown. It's quite good against Opera. The idea is it's good against Opera. Knight is pretty good against Opera. Prisoner, Novelist are good against Opera. Patient, not so much. So the Patient pick is a bit puzzling, but this comp is also just, if Ivy comes out here, they're gonna have a pretty tough time against an Ivy with this team composition, I would say. So anyways, we're gonna see what Kakiri opts to go with here. Quite a few options, as we mentioned. We got Ivy, we got Opera, we got Clown as potential picks here. With the Prisoner, we know Prisoner is a good character against the Prisoner's a good character against Opera Singer, because if you stun the Opera with the dash while she's in the shadow area, it doesn't start a cooldown. But if you stun it while she's in the middle of a dash, we're actually going to see Soul Weaver here from Kakiri. So a very uncommon round 2 pick here. And Soul Weaver, obviously, as we know, very good character for Chinatown. Soul Weaver, we would consider to be around an A tier level character, but on Chinatown, she's actually even stronger, probably around A+ tier on this map. So many excellent locations for web placements. Still not as good as something like Ivy or Opera, so that's why it's an interesting choice. But as we know, Soul Weaver just on Chinatown, very, very strong. Looking to this team composition, Soul Weaver has good chase into Prisoner. If you stun the Soul Weaver, she'll just speed up and hit you anyway. Prisoner's not particularly good against Soul Weaver. Patient as well. You wait for him to hook, and then you just dash up and hit him. Novelist can be a bit of a problem. If you're kind of like zooming around, Novelist can switch you into a Paladin Palson. Novelist actually think is a pretty good character against Soul Weaver, but besides that, Soul Weaver is still a very good character for this map. So that's probably the idea here with this pick.
But with selection spawn we go, it's going to be Knight being spawning at middle, Patient towards Restaurant. Meanwhile, Prisoner here is spawning on the right hand side. It's going to be Novelist here as well by Lantern Gate. With this spawn location, at least Prisoner has enough time to rotate towards the hotel. However, we cannot forget that this is still a Soul Weaver who can gain stacks as well for herself, very similar to Goatman. And I feel like this Prisoner catch-up would be pretty fast as well. We're going to be forcing Prisoner to run towards the top right-hand side of this map, and Soul Weaver will be spawning at Lantern Gate.
Yeah, we're going to see where she opts to chase first here. And actually, the nice thing about Soul Weaver as well is you don't care if you get rotated early game. It's similar to Goatman. You build up, obviously not resentment, but you build up your threads. You build up the webs. So Soul Weaver will have a lot of webs to work with, even if the Survivor gets rotated. Survivors rotate the Hunter early on, so you still have a very fast chase, and you can down Survivors very quickly, similar to Goatman. So rotation is not quite as effective, but let's get into our personas here and see what we have here. It's going to be a traditional build from Soul Weaver, Trump Card Detention, and Blink for the Survivors. They have no BT on anyone, which actually for Soul Weaver is quite good, because Soul Weaver can stack webs late game, down a Survivor, teleport to the gate, get extra kills. You can cocoon so many ways. Soul Weaver can spiral off of no BT build. So this is the second round, first half. Elio joined here with Coach Urban, the live commentary for this match.
COAⅧ is going to go straight towards LC here. Okay, Patient first chase isn't such a bad idea, but we see Patient as well running straight in towards this Soul Weaver too, so that's not a very good start. We're going to be able to see Trauma Detention here alongside with Quenching Effect, Addiction, Wanted Order, and Berserker. As we get the Vault over as well though, but we didn't really win that mind game. We thought she would break that pallet, but no, she didn't, as we're going to be able to at least make it safely towards the next pallet window area.
Absolutely, we're going to see that pallet break. Already 80 threads to work with, so COAⅧ with some pretty good chase here in a moment. We're going to see the early hook from the Patient, but as we know, Soul Weaver can catch up pretty easily. But Patient LC doing a very good job of rotating to strong kiting areas. He can just drop this pallet here. And I wonder if Soul Weaver is you can take down the pallet. Does kind of have him trapped back here. There's the speed boost to get the hit. Does get the hit in time. And still with 60 webs to work with and a blink. That attack recovery is going to be very fast. Patient's going to have to use a hook to hook off of this platform here. And he does not. He stays upstairs here. COAⅧ can drop one more web. He can even just blink over this area right here. And there's the blink that will secure the down. It's still going to get the down. He's no flywheel. So he's going to be able to get the down. Still a pretty decent early game kite from the Hunt for the Survivor. Able to get the blink out and make the Hunter use a lot of webs here. Pretty good Cypher Rush as well. But the late game is going to be the key factor. No borrowed time against Soul Weaver. With Trump card available, that's going to be this early game is not quite as important. When we get to the late game, you guys will see how important that's going to be.
But we do need to get rid of webs here as well. We see the we see Novelist and Knight both coming in here. We want to try to perform a double rescue in this scenario here. That's gonna be a top prediction brilliantly done. We're gonna do it for a second one here as we managed to get the switch over there on time as well. That's no damage rescue, which is really good. But in our case scenario here, then we can rescue one more time. There's gonna be no chair cam potential here from the side of the Soul Weaver anymore. And Knight can come in with a chivalry empathy rescue, so that's still okay. Now though, the question is, can Knight no damage rescue, or will we have to exchange half of a health in order to maybe buy a little bit more decoding time?
Well, the problem here is that Soul Weaver now has perfect presence for a double web shot. So for those of you who don't know what a double web shot is, if you go for a web shot as Soul Weaver and you reach your full presence while hitting that web shot, you get your web shot back. There's no cooldown. You get it right back. So Soul Weaver, because as you see, there's a one chip damage away from full presence. So if she hits a web shot, she gets the web shot back right away, and she can use it a second time. She can actually stuff a rescue that way by getting 2 chip hits plus a basic. So that is going to be an option here for COAⅧ if they go for that rescue. We see the Novelist coming in for the save. There's the first web shot, but he missed. Oh no, he gets it. There's the double web to hit the Novelist and just downs the Patient right away. Cypher is pretty good here for the Survivors, but you know, now the Survivor will be dead on share at this point. And again, with no borrowed time, it's very easy for this Soul Weaver to potentially pull a win from this position.
But we still can't forget they can heal. However, the moment that they finish healing up, we need to make sure that whoever's being chased is at full health. Because right now, we still can't forget that it is everyone with borrowed time. Novelist is very close for comfort here. He wants to get a little bit more pages, so we're not really sure what he wants to do himself. But if he gets chased here, immediately that'll be really bad. It's 120 stacks of web threads here from the side of our Soul Weaver, so that wasn't really the best option he has. Novelist here becoming the immediate next chase. He will go down here instantly in exchange. But it seems like Night Cipher Machine is at least done. So I would say what we're potentially going for here is a bait, in which we want Kaki to go after Novelist first, in which we can maybe allow Knight to come in for a chivalrous rescue. But even if you do that, it's a detention Soul Weaver. So I'm not really sure how that will pan out.
Yeah, Cyphers are ready now, so we're going to see that Cypher Machine Prime. I was saying Kakiri could teleport away to that gate, but that's not what he's going to do. He's going to save that teleport for endgame here because there's no borrowed time. We're going to see the Knight is baiting here, does get the save with the chip. There's the hit, there's the Cypher pop with no BT here, but he can down this Novelist very, very quickly. Although Novelist does have a book. Can he hit the web shot here? Oh, Knight actually cancels the double cancel here. Can Novelist get this pallet stun?
Playing around, we got the flywheel to change over.
He's gonna... Wow, he misses that. He's staying alive here. There's the down. He does have enough time to share and teleport, so if Kakiri can get it... Kakiri really needs the 3. He wants to 3-kill this spot. Persica is on the exit gate there, has 1 shock to work with and a flywheel. Will he go for Persica? He's not gonna teleport right away. That's the correct decision, since obviously you don't want to... you don't want to leave the free rescue option open. He's going to camp this ship, but the dungeon is in the vicinity. He does have a trade swap. He could warp to that dungeon if he knows it's there. He doesn't have Tinnitus, so maybe he's going to consider warping here. There's the warp to the dungeon. Persica has flywheel and a shock. She needs to try to clutch this up. It's going to be very difficult. There's the double webs. The
flywheel brilliantly done by Persica. That's going to be another shock as well, but we don't have enough time as we got the instant hit down. Can the dungeon open on time? We do have Sigurd here left to use, but no, it's just not enough.
Yeah, and the reason why it didn't open in time is the Survivor was still on the rocket chair. They did not completely expire. They have to fly off into the sky before before the dungeon opens. And that's going to be a 3-kill for Kakiri here with a round 2 Soul Weaver. We talked about how this endgame is going to be very crucial. Nobody having borrowed time, nobody getting healed, nobody having speed boost. There's 2 Eli's for some reason. And with that being said, that's a 3-kill here for Kakiri, keeping Axwave in the lead. That endgame being very important there. And that Soul Weaver ending up being a good option for him.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well, like moving on, this just means that Kakiri can play in round 3. We don't necessarily have to sub in for Kaka anymore. We still, permabans right now is Goldman and Soul Weaver. So for round 3, he has Ivy, Opera, and Clown. He's even more that he can play as well. So like, no matter what happens here, right? If Alex is able to clutch a 4-man elimination, doesn't matter. Round 3, he's none of his mains anymore. He doesn't have the big 4. But instead for round 3, Kakiri has the big 4 instead. So like in this scenario here, that Soul Weaver being able to clutch a 3-man elimination was huge from the side of AXIZ.
Yeah, so that's really, really crucial. This keeps AXIZ in the lead. Again, we talk about how we need to see Weibo win this round. Weibo's really, they don't want to tie this round. Obviously, they can make a comeback in the 3rd round, but they want to be able. Okay, well, they want to be able to win the 2nd round here, put themselves back into the match. Even if they, even if Alex manages a 4-kill here with Opera Singer, that's going to be very difficult. Even if Alex manages a 4-kill here, it's still going to be challenging for them in the 3rd round because they're still only tied at that point. And again, Alex is not quite as favored in round 3. But either way, this is just an excellent position. Getting a 3-kill here means that Alex needs to try to play for a win. And with Opera Singer being Alex's round 2 character, they can hard countercomp Opera and play for a tie. As we know, Opera has become more of a tie-ish survivor, a tie-ish hunter rather than one of those high kill hunters.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that like when we move on as well from this point onwards, it's kind of now saying, okay, second half for Alex, we know that the Hunter got a 3-man elimination, and then Alex needs to return another 4-man elimination to be able just barely tie up the games as well. But like, look, even if we do tie it up here, as we said before too, it's more or less now just about how we can actually play this movie on forward. We could potentially speaking go for a very tight scenario, a team comp here from the side of AXIZ, right? We can play very safe with, you know, first officer as your main rescuer, and then puppeteer who can tank multiple hits. Maybe even aeroplanist here can be chosen alongside with coordinator just for an extra potential, you know, harass up against the opera singer, or just to buy a little bit more time for ourselves as well. But like with this, we also do know, right, everyone can bring borrowed time as well. Yes, it's a bit of a bigger map, but it's still very doable from the side of AXIZ to gain this tie.
Yeah, so with that being said, I was looking back at the replay. I was trying to figure out if they could do anything different there. It's just not having so many survivors, not having borrowed time. They were really trying to play for a tie, I guess. The mindset is like, okay, we're going to try to get a tie from this position. And they were probably expecting something like Opera Singer, I guess is the idea there. But, you know, with that Soul Weaver pick being a bit of a surprise there, I think we've seen, I believe we saw Kakuri play round 2 Soul Weaver on Lakeside earlier in this tournament. So it could be that they just didn't expect him to do that again. But Chinatown, even better map for Soul Weaver, so it definitely would be logical to consider. It was a bit of a surprise for us too, but it ended up being a very good decision there. And with that being said, yeah, that's going to be an even larger lead here for AXIZ, and for Weibo, it's going to be really tough for them to make this comeback.
And I do think as well from you know AXIZ coach side as well, right? We predicted correctly that they will not be bringing any borrowed time as well. I do think they're really scared too. I'm not too sure why WBG chose this map. This map definitely was given for AXIZ, and with that persona points from the survivor side, I would say it's more or less just to counter, you know, both the clown and the opera and the Ivy, since, you know, with these two different characters, you need two different persona webs. But no, it seems like AXIZ is going to be able to take the advantage of, you know, Chinatown, with them knowing as well, oh, they could potentially want to counter the clown from Kakiri's side too. So like, I would say from Weibo, they were playing this very, very, very safe. But look, even if the clown did come out, you could still potentially tie just by cypher rushing, especially with the fact that you had a prisoner in your match as well.
Definitely. Yeah, that prisoner ended up having very good cypher rush. Was a very key survivor there. But we're gonna look into our interview here from AXIZ.
やっぱりマップ券だったりがもらえて、自分たちのやってきたことだったり戦略をぶつけやすいと思ってて、すごいそれで戦いやすいかなって思います。
There you go.
Well, there we go. We were talking about round 3 strategies in that side note, right? But I just feel like for AXIZ here, they could definitely just close it out in 2. Especially with the fact that like they have so many good characters to use right now. There's here Priestess that has to go into permabans, and of course, you know, like we know Antiquarian is one of them that fully counters Opera Singer as well. And knowing the fact that Alex doesn't really have a good enough Ivy to get a 4-man elimination, no matter what happens here from the side of AXIZ, as long as they maybe try to counter that Opera Singer, it really is what matters the most.
It definitely is. That's what they expect. As we know, Alex is not known for playing Ivy. They kind of know that's not really going to be a great option for him. They're just going to try to hard counter comp the opera. Now, the one upside that what might happen here is if it's such a hard counter comp, Alex may switch off of opera and try to play Wax Artist or Breaking Wheel and go for a 4-kill that way. That could be the best. Let's say we get characters like Puppeteer and other counters. I can't remember the exact global bans off the top of my head, but let's say we get a extremely heavy opera counter comp, maybe something that's weaker to something like Breaking Wheel or Wax Artist. You can switch into that and go that route. But yeah, Alex, I mean, he has to not only get a 3-kill just to force an extra round, he should be aiming for a 4-kill in this spot. And as we know, Opera Singer is obviously is a high win potential hunter, but it's not the most consistent 4-kill hunter. If you want to take a more of a risk here, it might be better to go down a Breaking Wheel route and try to counter the comp that way, depending on what the team composition is, of course.
Yeah, and like it's as you said as well, right? Breaking Wheel is definitely an option. I've seen Alex do a lot of Wax Artists as well, but 9 here definitely isn't doable too. But the safer option will still be Opera Singer here at the end of the day. We have seen Alex going head-to-head up against so many Opera counter team comps, in which he does get an upper hand here when it comes to, you know, 3-man eliminating, 4-man eliminating. So like, I would do wonder whether this will be Alex's first tie or even first loss with his Opera Singer here too. But like, look, with this movie on forward, it is a lot of pressure. for our hunter from WBG side as well. It is now about, can we maybe return that 3-man immersion? Because if we don't, it's going to be game over just within 2 games.
Now Alex has been very strong in this event, right? But they're just so far behind at this point in terms of points. In terms of rounds, AXIZ is already ahead 1. In terms of points, they're down 5 now. So it's now 9 to 4 in favor of AXIZ. So yeah, we definitely expected Weibo to be kind of the underdogs in this match, but yeah, AXIZ really just outperforming a lot of expectations, both the Hunter side and even the Survivors getting that 1 escape in the first round, just playing very good as of right now. So the biggest problem with this round 2 situation as well, for a lot of Hunters, it would be definitely doable to make this comeback. The problem is that Alex doesn't really play Ivy. They know exactly what to expect. They know it's going to be either Opera or maybe Breaking Wheel / Wax Artist. They don't, I guess Alex technically has Soul Weaver as well, but I don't think he'll play that for a 4-kill. It's just, there's just so many, they know what's coming. They know what to counter. They know what they're going to be dealing with here. And that just gives a huge advantage to the Survivors.
Yeah, and for Alex here as well, he has to ban Priestess and Seer no matter what happens here. But like, if we move on towards the ban pick phase, here we go. This could become the final matchup. Our permanent bans here is Goldman, Cordy, Lawyer alongside with Aeroplanus. First 2 bans will be Anti-Current alongside with Seer. We decided not to get rid of Priestess since if we do play Opera Singer, she's not too much of an issue. However, it's going to be a tanky team comp here instead with the Wildling and Puppeteer here being chosen out.
Yeah, the Wildling and Puppeteer immediately going straight into those Opera counters. They know what's coming here. Opera Singer, as we know, is weak to the Puppeteer, and that Puppeteer literally has a guaranteed kite against Opera using those puppet abilities. Wildling, one of the best rescuers in the game for going against the Opera Singer, just because Opera can't really chase Wildling that effectively. He can waste a lot of time for free, can't get cut off from a distance. Wildling's just a great rescuer. We are going to have a very slow team comp, decoding team comp. That's going to be the biggest issue for AXIZ. I'm not sure. The Wildling and the Puppeteer I really like. I'm not sure about the Knight here. You already have 30% slow decoding with the Wildling. The Knight edition as well seems suboptimal, but that's just going to be the character of choice here. I would prefer something like the Prisoner was banned. Even Novelist. Now they don't have Novelist as an option, so they do lose out on quite a bit of good characters. We're actually going to see the Painter as the last pick. So Alex definitely could go Breaking Wheel. It's very good against Wildling, very good against Puppeteer. So he has that as an option. He has Wax Artist as an option. Wax Artist can hot wax the Wildling. He can kill the Puppeteer pretty effectively. So he's got a few options for other characters here. Does he still go with the Opera into the team comp, or does he mix it up, try to go with the Breaking Wheel? I think Breaking Wheel definitely would be a good risk here since you're so far behind.
But for Alex here, if we do play Opera Singer up against Team Comp, I do feel like that Novelist man with the Painter pick was kind of a nice counter pick towards that as well. Because no matter who you chase here, Painter can sit on chair for a really long time. You have a double rescue Team Comp here, in which yes, the Cypher Machine will be slow, but at least your chair time will also be slow as well. There is no pressure when it comes to after or before half rescue, and of course Puppeteer being able to tank so many hits as well up against an Opera Singer doesn't really matter too much as long as we can stall out until accelerated decoding. This does seem like it's more of a one-man escape Team Comp, especially when we bring 2 tight turners here as well, but still it's very, very, very tight guaranteeable, especially with the fact that AXIZ Survivors has been able to they have an outstanding performance even with a team comp like this. But let's maybe the only weak point here is if Knight isn't able to predict correctly, then yes, in that case scenario it would be very devastating for AXIZ.
All right, we're gonna get into our Hunter character selection here for Alex. Will he just go with the Opera Singer that AXIZ expects him to go to? Looks like it is going to be the Opera, but of course they are building a comp to try to counter that Opera as much as possible. Although I still, the Knight seems a little bit risky with the slow decoding, but Knight is a good rescuer and also can be effective against the Opera Singer. Opera does need to use her dashes essentially to catch up, and if she gets one of the predictions wrong, that can be a lot of free time wasted against the Opera. So we're going to get into our spawn selection here.
It will be Wally in middle, meanwhile Knight spawning by Restaurant, alongside with Painter here as 2-story hotel, with our Puppeteer spawning by Umbrella Gate. For Opera Singer, this might be a little bit hard, but I feel like Lantern Gate isn't such a bad idea. You can force the other 2 survivors to rotate, especially with the fact that there is no Cypher machines near that bottom side of the map. But no, Opera Singer is going to be spawning by bottom left here instead. I guess we want to start a chase as soon as possible, but this just allows Puppeteer to safely rotate into Hotel and allow Painter to safely escape through the sights of Opera Singer.
Absolutely. We're going to get into our persona picks here. Will Alex go with the standard blink, or will he try to go something a bit more aggressive? Maybe something like excitement for the Painter, maybe something like abnormal, since he does need to go for high kills here. The problem is so many of these characters are hard to chase, so you'd think you'd want to get blink. That's what he is going to go with here. We're going to see that blink build. We're going to see 2 borrowed times from the Knight and the Wildling and the other 2 without. This is the second half of the second round of the AXIZ Survivors versus the WG. Hunter Alex searching for at least a 3 kill to extend this match. I'm Eli Ojoidi with Grocer bringing the live commentary for this match.
It seems like Tuna here first chase is pretty good for AXIZ as well. He did bring knee-jerk reflex here, so at least now we know that, hey, look, we still have 2 Titans to use on Puppeteer and Wildling's hands, and this will be a trump card potential alongside with Max Power breaking Panic here on the side of Alekas. And a brilliant prediction there from our Knight. We did a double ability prediction because we thought that the first one really would have landed, but that's still okay too. That's a lot of distance pulled out as we begin our containment.
Yeah, he's able to get to these strong pallets as well. Alex is forced to break this pallet here, in which the Knight can use that to transition away. Already has another helmet to work with here. Double miss, though, and that's the downside of playing Knight. And we even see the first hit right away here, so already a good start here for Alex. And again, that's why, Knight doesn't seem to have the best value in a lot of these situations. We're going to see Knight with broken windows. He's going to do a double swing cancel, actually, and gets them both right. So nice little prediction from Toon. Unfortunately, though, he's used every single item already, so this is going to be a bit of a tough kite here.
Ooh, no hit over the window though. We're going to be able to Shadow Dance back here on time. No Terror Shock right over that pallet, so we bought so much time with that too. And of course with the knee-jerk new reflex here being ready, we won't be able to force out the blink, but if we can force out the blink, that'll be good as well. But from the side of Tuna, a lot of pressure here. We want to play around this one single pallet, but can we? No, we didn't even get a hit right over pallet there. That's one last pallet.
Oh,
beautiful pallet stun by that Knight.
That
yeah,
kite.
it's 100-second containment.
That is crucial, that stun there. Alex is forced to use blink, and he misses the blink!
Whoa!
He misses the blink, but the window does break, so he is able to secure the down, but that's still a very long early game kite here from the Knight. It was looking to be not very good, as the Knight took an early hit after getting a double prediction wrong on his helmet. But then Alex, he gets the blink out, avoids the blink, was able to extend the kite for quite some time. This is an excellent first, over 2.8 ciphers worth of kiting against this Opera Singer. And with that taking effect here, that is a great start for AXIZ. They only need to get 2 out the gate here, and they will be winning this series.
Not only that as well, we have 2 Titaners here, so that's going to be 40%, well, 40 seconds extra decoding time here for us, and Tuna can go straight in towards the corner. Yes, it could be a max presence Opera Singer, but it doesn't matter, especially when you only need a tie game here to finish the game as well. For Alex there, it's so unfortunate for him, but Tuna was flexing on towards him as well with those predictions and pallet stuns. Now though, we do see the Puppeteer here spawning, well, not spawning, but locating himself towards the windows of restaurant. Last Cypher machine there just started decoding, so I mean it's okay. Painter can potentially speaking go over to help the Wildling, but missing that shadow leap costed us so much time.
Yeah, and there is even borrowed time, so if somehow this Knight were to stay alive long enough, they could have a 4 survivor endgame, but it seems unlikely. We're going to see the Puppet use that first ability to stop the hit there. Cypher machine is being done, I think it's by the Wildling, so it's only 26%. It is going to be a farm onto the Knight here, but the biggest problem is, one, Alex doesn't have trade available yet, still 35-second cooldown, and the survivor doing the last Cypher machine is the Wildling, so if he gets TP'd on, he can just use that boar, and he will be fine, and that's why Wildling is just such a good survivor against this Opera Singer. They've already started a second Cypher machine at this point, so they're looking pretty well positioned to have a 3 survivor endgame. I guess the problem is 2 of these survivors don't have BT, but they do have endgame. They do have some late game cutting potential here. Puppeteer has the Still has some puppets to work with. Painter has will have 2 paintings once he sees the hunter's face, and Wildling has the board. Even Alex missing a dash, slowing the game down even more here. They're doing 3 different ciphers, so they're gonna have all these ciphers ready pretty soon.
We do still need to get someone near towards the exit gate, and having Wiley near the exit gate is one of the best part of it all, but we can't get out the board here just yet, as of course it's going to be Puppeteer here spawning upstairs here at Pharmacy. Taco still being nearby. It's okay for one to be pitched because he does have borrow time, but I guess for the one that has to come to rescue later, that might be the issue at hand. So that's going to be a good pallet drop down there, no hit right over the pallet, and that's way more time bought than we expected from the side of this Wildling. He will go down here finally, but that doesn't matter, especially when you have a painter that's very close towards the exit gate and the puppeteer who can tank almost 3 to 4 hits endgame.
Yeah, Cyber Machine is already primed here. Wildling has BT, as we know, and will have that boar as well. So we're going to see the puppeteer come in for the rescue. Ideally, I guess the problem is puppeteer is not going to have full health, so he's not going to be able to absorb a detention hit. But we're going to see the who's he going to go for? He's going to choose Puppeteer. This is correct, since Puppeteer does not have BT. They're going to have to go for the Cypher Pop and just get the Puppeteer down right away. Now, Alex can't teleport right away. This is Puppeteer's first chair. Wildling can stay near middle with the boar, and he can pressure that rescue as Painter opens the gate. So this is still not a bad position for AXIZ, but unfortunately, it was the Puppeteer with no borrowed time that got chased late game. So Alex needs to be very... He's also going to cancel Tinnitus, so Alex doesn't know if anybody's nearby as of right now.
Yeah.
So
Up the gate.
Yeah, Egan just opened the gate. Alex can't teleport because Wildling will just make a backdoor save, and Wildling can just run out on the board.
Oh no, that's going to be teleport over here as Painter is going to be able to make it out on time, but we're trying to get a little bit more paintings here for ourselves to use. But yes, one will be stuck outside there as we're going to be able to get a Shadow Dance back. But right now though, Taco getting on towards that board time. Alex does realize this as well, as there's only 1 gate open. They're not going to go for the rescue here just yet. Alex, do we find Tinnitus? We don't just yet. And of course, it's going to be that Wildling hiding away. We see the Wildling. We did barely see the Wildling, but we need a really good, decent pushback here from the one to be able to get out. Can we do it, Alex?
No, he got hit off the board.
And we should be able to get out if that's the case. Alex clutching a 3-man elimination. But if we move on towards round 3, it's the points. The points are still a big issue for WBG.
I mean, it's still a big issue, but Wildling could have just pushed and gone out the gate. After he missed the first swing, he could just push the opera singer towards the gate. He hits him off the board, and he probably could have ran out. That was...
I feel like he thinks it was too far, because
it doesn't even matter.
You'll get hit.
It doesn't even matter. Wildling can literally just stay near the dungeon, and if the opposite goes for him, he gets on his boar. He got on the board too early, so he could have just waited out Yeah, I mean, I unfortunately, I think Wildling made a massive game-changing mistake there. He should not have rushed the gate. He could have stayed near the dungeon. Was all in that back area. He could have just stayed in that back area. He could have pressured the rescue. He could have just literally stayed near dungeon. If you stay near dungeon, if the opera singer tries to pressure the gate, then you can make the backdoor rescue on the puppeteer. You can go for the dungeon if Alex doesn't go for dungeon. If he leaves the gate, then you can go out the gate that way. He got on the board way too early. He could have just waited out detention, then got on the board and rotated out the exit gate. He had so many options there, but yeah, unfortunately did not choose the right one there. And Alex managed to get a 3 kill. That seemed to be a very secure tie for AXIZ.
But it doesn't really matter to AXIZ that much. Even if they made this mistake, they did choose this team comp knowing that it'll be a slow decoding comp. They did choose this team comp in order to get that 1-man escape. However, from this side note as well, moving on towards game 3 here, as we've just said, you need a 4-man elimination, and then you also need a 3-man, you need a 3-man elimination bare minimum from the side of Alex here, or even a 4-man if possible. But the survivors here are going to have quite a tough time moving on forward too, because remember, it is 6-3. So a 3-man elimination and a 3-man escape should be, it wouldn't be enough to actually bring the game back. So we have to win. For WBG here, we have to win no matter what, and we have to win by points as well.
Yeah, you see 94 seconds containment time from the Knight, and that's after getting farmed twice off the rocket share. So yeah, definitely a very good kiting overall. That first kite about 90 seconds, very impressive. Yeah, we expected to be enough for a tie there, but yeah, Alex manages to take advantage of that end game and get the 3 kills. So we do force an extra round. Still, not a good position for Weibo. It's going to be hard for them to make this comeback in the 3rd round, but it does keep them in the match, at least for now.
But it will still be pretty hard though, because we can't forget that Kahiri did not use Opera nor Ivy for game 2, so he will be able to get that for game 3. They will get a map ban choice as well for game 3 as well, so they have just advantage over themselves
You
now.
just
So
pick
I
Arms
would say
Factory, and you can't play Clown, or you can't play. You pick Arms Factory. Wax is bad. Breaking Wheel is bad. Alex can't really 4-kill, so. But we're.
Oh, you got.3本溜まったよ。オッケーオッケーオッケー。うまいね。さあいいよ、上がったよ。オッケー。あとね、真ん中3割なんだよな。はいはいはい。気持ちいいよ。ナイスよ。なんでやったわ。天才やん。
All right, so we see pretty positive reactions there from the survivors of AXIZ. Unfortunately, they were only able to get the one survivor escape in that spot. Ideally, could have been a little bit better for them. But yeah, Widow Survivors, we'll just see them pick a. There's no. We'll just see them pick a map like Arms Factory, Red Shirt, something that's bad for Breaking Wheel, and or you could even go Sacred here. It's bad for Wheel. It's bad for Wax Artist. There's so many ways in which AXIZ can just pick a map that Alex doesn't really have much to work with on. So because Alex is gonna have to probably play for a win. We'll probably have to see him go for because it's a 6-3 game. So he's likely gonna have to try to play for a 4-kill. If he only gets a 3 elimination, then we would need to see well, I guess there is some opportunities here. 3 elimination means the survivors could 3 escape, but he's probably gonna have to try to play an aggressive hunter here, and that would be his Wax Artist, that would be his Breaking Wheel. AXIZ can pick a map that's not good for either of those hunters.
But it's still pretty hard though, because like all the advantage point is given towards AXIZ. WBG gets to choose the faction that comes out. However, AXIZ has the map pick. AXIZ still has really good characters to use later on. Like they still have yet to use Puppeteer. They still have yet to use Embalmer as well. They could have definitely went for Embalmer in that game as well, right? To even try aim for the tie. So if we just think about it, it's just stacks and stacks of advantage point for AXIZ. And WBG here, they're not really on the driver's seat this time. They're gonna have to really fight for this win. Alex has to form eliminate, and if the survivors can tie, that'll be brilliant. But I just feel it's kind of impossible, when it comes to 3-man escaping up against an opera singer, 3-man escaping up against Ivy. It seems like tie is more doable, especially in a round 3 scenario. So then that just means it's going to be more pressure on towards the side of WBG's Hunter in order to get that win, or else it'll just be a walk in the park here for AXIZ when since they've gotten such a great game 1 and then a very decent game 2 as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. So, well, now basically the win condition for so everybody's aware. Currently, we have to see Weibo win this last round. They have to win by 3 points or more, and that would force an overtime round. Basically, because it's a 6-3 lead for AXIZ, and it's a 1-round lead for them for AXIZ as well.
Yeah.
They have to win the round by 6-3 or more. So basically, we have to see either Alex 4-kill and the survivors get a 1 escape. Or we have to see Alex get a 3-kill and the survivors 3 escape to win. There's a lot of different combinations of possibilities here, but it's difficult. Essentially, Alex is going to want to he needs to get a 3-kill, right? Because if he gets a tie, then they would need a 4-survivor escape. Yeah, so anything less than that. So Alex basically needs to get 3-kill or better here in this spot.
I think, preferably speaking, if we can get a formal elimination, that would be the best case scenario. However, I don't think AXIZ Survivor is going to allow that as well. So there is a potential that WBG will allow their Hunter to come out first for less pressure for him. So it's going to be, a little bit not easier, but less pressure to get a formal elimination. However, like from realistically speaking, moving on towards game 3. Borrow time is definitely very doable on any of the survivors at all, right? We don't need to run suicide builds anymore. We don't need to run no BTs anymore. So you won't have a scenario of endgame where you're going to be forced to open the cipher machine, pop open the last cipher because you don't have that borrow time. I think
because AXIZ has map selection, I think Weibo's going to want to play Hunter first here. And the reason why is because they'll know what they have to go for. Let's say Alex only gets a tie. They know they have to 4 escape.
Yeah.
They have to play for a 4 escape. Let's say Alex only gets a 1 kill. They know they have to play for a 4 escape. So let's say Alex gets a 3 kill, they know they only have to play for a 3 escape. So, or Alex gets a 4 kill, they know they only have to play for a tie on the survivor side. So they definitely, or even a 1 escape for in that matter. So they definitely know, the survivors know how they have to go into the match, how much they have to push for. So definitely they're gonna want to let Alex play Hunter first here. I definitely actually think that Sacred is a good map here. The reason why is that if survivors of AXIZ only get a tie, they basically just win, because then they just need to get a 1 survivor. The Hunter needs to get 1 kill. They can just play something like Anne. Even on Sacred, that's pretty easy to get 1 kill. So you could go Sacred, which is a very weak map for Hunters. It's bad for Wax Artist. It's bad for Breaking Wheel. They can literally, getting a tie on Sacred is quite easy because of how strong it is for survivors, especially in round 3. They could just go something like that. Or if they wanted to play a little bit more safe, because something like Arms Factory here, bad map for Wax, bad map for Breaking Wheel, and you just play it that way and keep Alex from getting a win. Although it does open up Bonbon and Anne, very good maps for both of them. Although they are tie hunters, Arms Factory is the 2 best maps for both of those hunters, typically speaking.
Yeah. So, but like, we need to think about this, right? We can't allow the survivors to 3-man escape. They definitely will run comps as well in that scenario too. And as you said as well, right, Sacred Hospital is a really good map for that. Right. But I would say from this point onward, it's kind of all about maybe getting that Cypher machines done a little bit faster from the side of WBG2. We did see, okay, it wasn't too bad. Honestly speaking, it wasn't too bad. However, endgame, mid to endgame, that was kind of where the issues did rise up for WBG as well. We saw AXIZ there too with their endgame with the Wildling. The dungeon was near restaurant, however, it just seems like he may have not known that the dungeon was there, especially with the fact that Puppeteer was around 10 seconds until he actually will be eliminated, and with the fact that restaurant being a dungeon, there's so many tables to play around with in that area too. You could force the hunter to hit yourself towards the table and then maybe crawl in towards the dungeon. So I just feel like right now from both sides, endgame kind of was the biggest issue of it all, especially when it comes to game 2. However, moving on towards game 3, there's way too many things you want to try and counter. They could still potentially let Kakiri come out first once again and maybe finish this game. As long as they get a 3-man elimination or 4-man elimination, they could just close this game out within the first half.
Even then, you could have just stayed behind the building and just waited to see which side the Opera Singer came from, then get on the board and just go the opposite direction. So I mean, obviously, Opera Singer could flip out. You stay behind, hide behind the building. Alex might not be able to find you there, and you just kind of wait for detention to run out, then take the board a gate. But yeah, either way, we're going to see the Red Church as the map selection for AXIZ is. Oh, interesting. They banned Lakeside, and they did not choose Arms. I feel like Arms would have been the best map for them here. But Red Church is still fine. Not a very good wheel map, and definitely not a good Wax Artist map. So I guess they're still able to get a pretty good map for playing around Alex's Win Hunters here.
But I would say Red Church is one of those maps where you could provide a lot of support to. It's easy access for support, but alongside with the fact that you can play quite a lot of different characters, especially when it comes to distance pulling too. With this map, we could potentially still force that Anne to come out immediately. Wax Artist has been played on this map before, but also at the same time, we did see as well from Alex's games yesterday, when he decided to chase that postman first, he didn't really get a really good first chase, and he was forced to change targets instead. But this time, I would say AXIZ definitely have learned from RC with that game too, and they will not be giving that opportunity towards Alex if he decides to play that Wax Artist.
Right, so yeah, it's not going to be as easy. Obviously, yesterday Alex only needed to get a tie. Now he has to get a win, so it's a lot more challenging to play Wax Artist here. It would be a hunter that he's obviously going to consider because he has to go for a win. Wax Artist does have a lot of win potential. It's not very good for this map, and
yeah,
Breaking Wheel as well. A lot of good windows. You have the church windows, which Breaking Wheel can't really play around. You have the God Palette window near Backgate. You have the 2 windows at Backgate. You have the broken windows at Top Broken. So there's a lot of very good windows that Breaking Wheel does struggle with as well. But he's got to take a risk with some sort of hunter here. I don't think Anne or Bonbon will be enough in this spot.
But he could potentially go Wax Artist again. But even if that's the case, he has Soul Weaver. We could potentially maybe see Sculptor coming out as he has played it before. He has been putting some practice in with Sculptor, to be honest. I've seen him play quite a bit. But from the side of AXIZ, look, as long as we just run very tanky teams, no matter who you actually play here, no matter what hunter you decide to play out, doesn't really matter. Guaranteed tie comps here in a map like this is literally just You could potentially bring a prospect if you want to for harass potential, but more or less, you have Puppeteer, you have Psychologist, you have Barmaid, you have Mercenary, you have Gravekeeper, you have all the rescuer minions in the world you have right now, and you also still have your Seer and Priestess that will have to go in towards the permanent bans for Alex here, especially in a map like this, where it is a little bit more favored towards survivors when you don't have your main 4 hunters anymore.
Definitely true. So yeah, we're gonna get into our ban pick here. I think if I'm Alex in this situation, you know, I sometimes we will see hunters play something like Anne here and say like, okay, well, it's a small map. Anne's good in small maps like this. I could potentially go for a 3-kill with a character like Anne here, but it just seems maybe a little bit too risky. Obviously, there's characters that can counter go things like Prospector. I think his best bet is going to be something of either Wax Artist, Wheel, or Sculptor in this spot, as they do have the highest win potential. We've seen him go no detention Sculptor with Insolence when needing to go for a win. We've seen things like we haven't really seen Breaking Bow recently, especially not in Red Church, but we've seen him go Wax Artist yesterday. We need to get a tie. So and that seems to be his preferred character, even on a map like Church. Now, the nice thing about Church is a small map, so it makes it easier to pressure ciphers as a hunter and play for more kills, but it's just not a particularly good map for us. We're going to see Seer and the Fire Investigator ban first here, looks like.
Okay, we're letting that Priestess come out. I mean, Priestess is such a great support in Church, so I do wonder if AXIZ has something prepared here when it comes to our Priestess first 2 picks. However, they can still go with what we've said before as well, the very conventional. Like, even Prospector here wouldn't be such a bad first pick as well if we want to maybe try to counter that Anne. Like, realistically speaking, right, even if the Wax Artist does come out, 1 pushback is more than enough for you to actually be away from it. We just have to be very careful of the Wax as well. But look, it's such a resourceful map as well. There's so much long walls, there's so much high walls, and the obstacles are pretty annoying to deal with when it comes to a Wax Artist too. So like with a map like this, it counters both Wax and Anne, as long as you have a good comp for Anne. It seems like from Survivor side, it'll be the Ivy and Hullabaloo bans.
Yep, looks like it's be Ivy and Hulla here. And of course, Alex no longer has Opera or Goatman, so it's going to be one of those round 3 hunters. And obviously, we know Alex doesn't really play Ivy that much, but they don't want to give it as an option, considering that it is a hunter that has a lot of 4-kill potential. So you're just going to make sure you take that off the table and not give that as an option here. So for the first 2 survivors of AXIZ, let's see what they choose to go with here. Fire Investigator being gone is quite good for Alex's character. It's good against Wheel. It's pretty good again. Oh, we see Weeping Clown actually here picked, and the Antiquarian as well.
Oh, I guess it makes sense as well. Weeping Clown counters Anne, especially when it comes to getting out of her paralysis range, and it also does counter Bonbon too. Alongside with Anti-Current, having that movement speed boost is a little bit easier to dodge to bombs and dodge Anne's cats as well. And then getting the Psychologist here out of the way, we could pick another good, decent container. Puppeteer still has, well, no, Puppeteer has been used, excuse me, it's going towards permabans, but we really want to try guarantee the tie. Even Prisoner here could work, especially on a map like this too. Assigning him in middle isn't such a bad idea, but there's still an option here for Prospector to be played. There is also still other options, such as the Novelist that has yet to be used by AXIZ.
Yeah, Novelist, again, just such a really good character. You know, being able to switch hunters into pallets, getting guaranteed pallets, and just such a strong survivor overall. For the last ban here, will we see a Rescuer ban? Nope, can actually ban the female dancer, so he's thinking that maybe they're going to go Weaving Clown as the main saver in this spot, but if that can be the case, they could go something like Gravekeeper here. That would be a pretty good character against Wax, against Wheel, against Anne. They're going to go Gravekeeper as their final option. Definitely like that from AXIZ.
But like with the female dancer ban, it seems like Alex wants to play Bonbon here. I can't really see anyone else that wants to ban a female dancer on a map like this. You could potentially say Soulweaver, but she doesn't really need it. Especially when she can just break the box early game as well. Unless it's not being deployed, then I guess it will come off as a little bit of an issue later on in towards the game. But from Survivor side, it'll be Takako on that Gravekeeper, Atto on the Novelist, with Nyan here as Anti-Current and Tuna playing that Weeping Clown. It's a relatively slow decoding comp with 2 15% decoding debuffs, alongside with Novelist here having a 5% decoding debuff when you are over 50% of your Cypher machine too. So like, preferably speaking here, the only good character to decode is Anti-Current. However, if she is first chase, it just feels kind of slow when it comes to this team comp as well. So Anne wouldn't be a bad choice.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad choice, but again, it's not really a hunter that has a lot of win potential. Anne's relatively weak to Novelist. Novelist can just switch to Anne when she goes for the cats. Gravekeeper is a very good rescuer. So it's not too good. It's gonna be Wax Artist, it looks like, from Alex here. Again, not a great map for Wax Artist, but overall against team comp, it's not too bad. Wax Artist can still shoot the Weeping Clown while he's dashing away. Against Antiquarian has to play the Wax Artist matchup very, very precisely. You have to stun the Wax Artist to reach 100%. So you essentially have to stun yourself into the Wax Freeze while disarming the Wax Artist. That's basically your line in that case. And then the Novelist obviously is when Novelist stuns you can build up wax from that pallet stun. So Wax Artist isn't too bad against this composition. It's just it is a difficult map for this character.
Yeah, and like we see Antiquarian here spawning by the graveyard area as well. It's just longer wall for us to play around, while Alex here as the Wax Artist spawning by the Shack Gate. This kind of makes it really hard then in this case starting to actually chase after Antiquarian and allows her to gain easy access for those disarms as well whenever she needs to do so. We're probably going to be spinning for the most of early game just to pull distances away, but we still cannot forget this team comp still does counter Wax Artist pretty heavily, as Eli has said too. We can force wax on towards yourself, and look, the distance pulling, the Gravekeeper being to the shovel, you can't really get any wax on towards these two rescuers at all. So from like old coach's side, honestly, AXIZ, very nice counter wax comp. It's very, 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 very good, very ideal as well. But with this, we're going to be seeing excitement here with Trauma Attention on the side of Alex, which one tight turner here alongside with 2 Ninja Reflex when Flywheel on the Survivor side. This will be Game 3, first half of AXIZ versus WBG. The professional commentary is brought to you by Ilayo and Kuroshiro.
Like Alex is going to go towards Graveyard first here, which is the location of the Antiquarian. So first chase into Nian here, and he does have obviously that excitement for this anti-chase. Antiquarian does have broken windows here, and actually 2 of these survivors have broken windows, so they are definitely preparing for that Wax Artist potentially being brought here. You see the fast pallet breaking speed, getting rid of those pallets early here. Nian only up to 16%. Again, so many places to break line of sight on this map. He's able to get to this pallet as well. We're going to see him camp the pallet. He gets the drop, but not too much wax being put onto the anti here. There's the drop again. She's kind of trapped in this back area. He's going to need to go for a double stun right here. Will we see her go for it? Good discipline. Does she get the stun? No. Well, yeah, but she wants to force out the excitement for that first hit, and she wasn't able to do it. So interesting choice. Nian didn't go for that stun there. Ends up being a mistake in his case. Able to continue this kite along, but now he needs to be wary of that excitement. Again, survivors only need to get a tie, so as long as a lot of time is wasted early on here, that's perfectly fine. It's just we're going to see the Mind Game at the pallet. Dropped it maybe a bit early here. In the end, with no more pallets to work with, should be going down pretty quickly.
I do wonder if Nian kind of predicted. We did manage to get one good disarm here though, but that's honestly speaking probably enough. We're going to be able to get that excitement out finally with Nian not having any items left on her hands to use. But just look at the containment time here. By the time we get this Antiquarian dead on towards the shirt, it'll be a 100-second containment, and the Cypher Machines are already done from the side of Survivors too. We're around like 2.8 Cypher Machines done, almost up to 3. We do see Tuna nearby as well as the Weeping Clown, whose Cypher Machine will be locked here instantly, but
really
it just got popped.
Yeah, that could be a big difference maker too. Being able to delay that Cypher being popped by about 10 seconds or so, that could have been really crucial, as this game, of course, is it's a game of seconds, but that was pretty important there. We even see the Gravekeeper popping a Cypher Machine here. 3 Cyphers done. They may not go for a rescue at all, which would be perfectly fine. Alex even misses the backgate wax bomb there, so it looks like we're going to see an after-half rescue. They just want to avoid giving presents, although this Gravekeeper is going to feed some presents here, unfortunately. Alex will be 1 hit away from full presents. By the time he downs Nian, he will be at full. So I don't know if this rescue ends up being worth it. It may be better to just feed Tinnitus. I don't think I would have gone for the save, but it looks like we're going to see the rescue does commence here, and just trying to waste time for the survivors to finish these Cypher Machines here.
Our Cypher Machines are still pretty fast. We're going to try lock Gravekeeper Cypher Machine here at Graveyard, as Antiquarian will go straight towards the corner. However, from the side of AXIZ, if they get a tie game here, that simply just means that next game WBG survivors have to 4-man escape. So for our hunter, we can play Opera, or we can play Ivy for a guarantee 1 elimination, or if you want to play very safe, even Ann will work as well. Right now though, last 3 Cypher machines, 83%, 60% alongside with 22%. Even if we do want to teleport, you would like to teleport towards a nicer Cypher machine, but seeing that all 3 Cypher machines are here currently decoding, Gravekeeper would be the better option when it comes to this chase, especially when he is half health.
Yeah, we're gonna see that last Cypher machine already at 63% though. So Grave is gonna get knocked out of that shovel, so Alex will be able to get this down here on the Grave pretty soon. But they already have the survivors ready for rescue. Everybody has borrowed time, of course, in a round 3 situation. BT is very crucial. We're gonna see the Gravekeeper. He's gonna get knocked down before the Cypher is primed. But the Novelist can come in for the save with BT. Gravekeeper has BT. The biggest problem is there's no pallets in Graveyard, I was going to say. So you can go for an instant down with the hot wax. But he's actually going to chair at reception so he can try to wax off that Cypher machine. Does Gravekeeper actually manage to struggle? This is a very long chair. It looks like no, he's not able to do so. Alex needs to wax bomb that Cypher immediately here. Is he able to get it through the trees? He is not. They're going to get the pop off in time and go straight for the end game. Alex does not have trait to work with. He needs to down the survivor as quickly as possible. But this Novelist does have a book to work with here.
We see Weeping Clown pulling Ouch Dash, Rocket Dash as well, just to get towards the other side, as we get a good stun here from Novelist. It wasn't such a long stun compared to before, but we do know that there's a window there that's currently being locked. So, oh no, it's just got dissipated on time as well. The exit gate are currently being open. We do see a dungeon here on the other side of this map right now. Okay, Atto, how much can we actually get off this? We don't really have flywheel on our hands to use, but if we can get a lot of pages, that's really all what matters here. We dropped down the pallet there a little bit early, but that's just for a little bit more pallet mind game, but no flywheel on our hands to use. Atto is still trying to play around this pallet right now, but it seems like we're going to be able to get that good 100 stack, and it will still be a tie game here, and that's kind of what AXIZ wanted initially too, but it's unfortunate that we couldn't get a 3-man escape, because if that's the case, we could have closed out the game.
Yeah, well, not exact. I mean, if they get a 3 survivor escape, then the survivors would need to get a 4 escape to force an overtime round. Now, even if they get a 4 escape, they win, but they have to get a 4 escape. So the difference between a tie and a 3 escape here is not too crucial. Either way, Weibo has to 4 escape no matter what. So it's not too relevant. I think the biggest, I mean, it could be in the long run if they did manage to get a 4 escape, but it's not too important. Basically, all we need to see happen here, AXIZ just needs to get 1 kill and they will be the victors here. If they get 1 kill, obviously Weibo does win the last round, but they would still be down at points and AXIZ would be the victors. So it's really tough for them. Just getting that tie is the key there.
And like from AXIZ Survivor side as well, we have seen how well they played in this matchup too. We did go for an after half rescue, but that's also just because of the fact that we want to play this very safe. Don't really want to give, max presence as well to allow, wax artists have more map pressure and to allow wax artists to get a survivor done ASAP too. But from Alex's point of view, their cherry near reception was just so we can maybe try buy enough time for our teleport to be out. But as we see here as well, right, Nian solo containment of 89 seconds. He contained for such a long time himself near just that one single area of graveyard and maybe a little bit closely towards the shack gate, but just being able to do so much here for the team. It was a slow decoding team comp, we still cannot forget. It was a Gravekeeper and a Weeping Clown, and being able to finish almost 3 Cypher machines by the time you go down is huge there on the side of AXIZ.
Yeah, definitely. That was very crucial, and so basically for everyone, so everyone understands the win conditions now. If we see a 4 survivor escape, Weibo wins. If we see anything besides that, then AXIZ wins. That's basically the win conditions here. So they have to get a 4 survivor escape to win here. And so for the side of for AXIZ, you can still just play something like Ann. It's a very good Ann map. Get a 1 kill. Ann is one of the best 1 kill hunters in the game, as we know. It's very hard to body block. It's very hard to play around that. So realistically, I think that we'll probably see that come into play. Just gonna see it and get picked here and go for that 1 kill.
Yeah, but it's WG has to counter so many other more hunters now as well. Like we still have Opera Ivy, we still have Ann, we still have the Joker that potentially speaking could be played, but probably not anymore. But we now do know, right? Novelist is in permaban, so that's one less harasser main that we have to worry about. There is also there's now maybe, let's say, Puppeteer that can still be used. There's maybe now certain Bomber that can be used. But like even with those two characters here, for else to be speaking about, it probably just wouldn't be enough. For WBG Survivor side here, we're gonna maybe have to run a double or even triple harasser. We're gonna have to force everyone to play harasser in order to barely even get towards that 4-man endgame and aim for a 4-man escape. 3-man escape is just not enough. Kakiri himself, he knows he can play this as safely as he wants. He can save Blink for endgame. He can buy as much time as he needs to as well. And look, realistically speaking, if you get someone with Blink down endgame, and yes, there may be harassers nearby, but as long as you can just stick near the chair and potentially speaking, force a stun, get someone down, that's all what it matters as well. You could even run Hermit here just to slow every team down and, you know, guarantee a really good endgame for yourself and prevent the gates from being opened too fast, or even speaking just more sheer damage, more locks on towards the survivors. And look, you don't necessarily need excitement on Hermit as well if you know you can stun the survivors anyways.
It is true, although I feel like Hermit's just a little bit too risky. It's not a good Hermit map.
Yeah.
And, Hermit is a character that can get 4-escaped essentially, in that you can share damage late game, and that helps the survivor kite to dungeon. So it's not a good character for securing a kill, a specific kill. So that's the downside to playing Hermit. So definitely but there's plenty of hunters that can easily get 1 kill. We could see Anne, we could see Bloody Queen, we could see something like Bon. There's so many characters that are very good. You just blink detention and secure the down that way for your 1 elimination. And so yeah, that's all we have to see in this spot is just 1 kill. And that's why we were talking about the second round. It was very important for Alex to get the 4 kill and for Weibo to win that second round, because in this third round it's just so much harder for Alex. So he doesn't have a lot of great hunters to get more than a tie, and we've seen that throughout the majority of this event from him in that third round. We see that today. We see him managing to get a tie. Still good, but just not going to be enough at this point unless the survivors somehow get that 4 survivor escape here against AXIZ. And are we going to see Kakiri again playing Hunter? I mean, he still has Opera Singer. Oh, we totally forgot. Opera Singer and Ivy are even still available. So there's just so many options here. They can only Soul Weaver's globally banned, and they have to ban Goatman and Soul Weaver are globally banned. They have to ban Hullabaloo. So then they can ban Opera, Ivy, and the other one's still available if they want to go that route. Or you could just play another hunter that's like Anne that's good for 1 kill. It's just so many good options here for AXIZ.
A little bit unfortunate though. I kind of did want to see Kakaka's Bonbon. We saw him play Bonbon last time in Arms Factory as well, which was able to guarantee his Bonbon bombs were so accurate to the point that it just seems like survivors could not contain at all. But that, I guess, is going to be a missed opportunity until the next time we see him out here. But for WBG survivors, it's a lot of pressure. 4-man escape is what we need. We need a very, very, very good team comp here. We preferably would like harassers. We would like the Fire Investigator to be chosen out immediately if he is not banned as well, for a little bit more of a support mid to end game. And not only that too, Anti-Courier, preferably speaking, given to Hui. We can even run no rescuers here just to guarantee a faster decoding comp to reach towards endgame a little bit faster compared to before.
All right, so we're gonna see what options that Weibo has for survivors. Still have characters like in Balmer, although that might be in an early on ban. And Balmer, as we know, is a character that we sometimes see played for a 4-escape. You can set up a dungeon on the exit gate, a coffin on the exit gate, coffin the survivor to the gate to get that 4-escape. So that might be an option here. We might see characters with recharging abilities. We talk about this a lot. Good characters for 4-escapes are characters that have recharging abilities, like something like Prospector, or Priestess, or something like that. We also characters with that can item swap, use items and pick up items later. Maybe a mercenary elbow pad can be very good. So characters like Painter in that manner can be good as well. So yeah, those are all options that Weibo's going to need to go for. You see, yeah, definitely the fans nervous for Weibo. They have to get a 4-escape. Does not seem likely at all here for them, unfortunately.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's very, very, very less likely. Well, they've done it before in their own IVL leagues as well, but this is the COAG group stages. It's going to be a whole different scenario here, especially with the fact that I don't think Kakiri here will allow you to even get any upper hands in towards this game too. This is a map specifically chosen for AXIZ Wave survivors as well. So even for WBG wanting to gain an upper hand, wanting to gain an advantage, doesn't seem like it'll be really that good, as we're able to see. Well, that's a nice edit there from the casters from CN side with that. What Dream Wish was that from again? That's the Told Me Dream Wish, but another version of it.
No,
but
it's the it's the one that got that's like not like
available.
What is it?
Not available
in China. No, it's available for us, but it's not available in China region, I believe.
Oh.
Because I know it's available
it's probably
in AU. Yeah, it's I don't know the name. Picture Woman. There we go. I think that's what it's called.
And there we go. There you go. For all of
Wait, how did I know the name of the skin? Wait, is that right? Is it actually Picture Woman? If I got it, okay, how did I know that? Come on, guys. What are we doing? What is happening? This is not supposed to happen. Very, very
But once
rare.
again, for everyone who's
knowing
gaming, make sure that your posture is correct. You don't really want to bend your back 90 degrees when you're playing your games as well, but we'll be moving on straight towards the ban pick here. It will be Goatman and the Spider here being permabanned, as we see Seer and Priestess here being banned from the side of Kakiri.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Embalmer being available, so they can go that route if they wanna go with that character here. We're gonna see the Opera Singer and the Hollow Blue, which means that the Ivy is still available for Kakiri here, or if he just wants to go something else that's good for 1 kills, that's perfectly fine as well. So from the survivors of WBG, what characters are they gonna go for in this situation? Are we gonna see something like probably see First Officer here? Will we see the Prospector or Embalmer? I would think that's a character they want to pick up early.
Yeah. We need harassers. I feel like we need harassers here first. You still do have, well, let's say Florian will not be a bad option, but it seems like we're going to pick up the Prospector here alongside with the First Officer. Very fast decoding speed from both characters. Once you get that rescue alongside with the Pocket Watch, use a 7% extra decoding speed. So at least from the side of WBG, they want to at least still guarantee a rescue here to counter the Ivy in case it comes out. And of course, Kakiri knows himself as well. That has to be the Florian gone, because if you leave a Florian out there and when we want to play Ivy, you can't really leech if the guy is inside the ball.
Yeah. For this next character here, obviously Embalmer is still on the table. We still have character options like Painter could be good. The Priestess is banned, so that's not going to be an option. What are we going to see next from Weibo? Again, they have to go for a 4 survivor escape, so you need characters that can item. So Coordinator is pretty good. Coordinator can use the flare gun and then pick up an item later, so definitely not a bad option. But this does open up excitement from Kakiri if he wants to go down that route here. He will ban another sort of containing character, I would imagine, at this point, because obviously the Rescuer is already off the table. It's going to be the Embalmer, of course, still has not been chosen, so we're going to get rid of that option.
We don't have any decoders left to use anymore. For the last pick here, there's still Acrobat. That's a really good solo container to use. You can lock Hunter's items as well. But do we maybe want to try go Aeroplanist here in exchange for no, we're going to go a triple Rescuer comp here from the side of WBG. Wow. Seems like no. Okay, we're kind of still wandering around what we should be chosen. But Conflict still does have his item, his Aeroplanist, but no, it'll be the Antiquarian here, potentially speaking, given to Guoka. Then if that's the case, I do wonder who's going to be given the Prospector.
Dang, I was actually hoping for a Triple Rescue Explorer, but I guess we're not gonna see that. It's very old meta, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And with the Ivy being available, that doesn't work. But yeah, no triple or even Triple Rescue or something. No Triple Rescue here, unfortunately. We're gonna see the Antiquarian as the last pick. Antiquarian is unfortunately, it's a character that can use up her item, get an item later, but Ivy is still available, so Ivy could go chase Anti. We could still see Anne would still be okay here. Obviously, you just need to get a 1 kill. We could see Bloody Queen. I don't know if Kakiri has that as an option, but Bloody Queen is actually quite good against this team comp. And they can't really afford to bring Heavy Flywheel, because if they do that, then we get Anne to counter this comp. If we go Heavy Flywheel to counter BQ and Ivy, then Anne would be good. So I actually think just picking Anne is best, because Anne is a good 1 kill hunter. They're probably going to have to bring Heavy Flywheel in preparation of something like Ivy, in preparation of something like maybe even Bloody Queen or one of those other hunters. So realistically, Anne just makes the most sense here, I think.
Yeah, the best thing for Kakiri here is you can also
Excitement
bring
and,
excitement on that An as well, right? Because
Yeah.
like, look, there's 3 harassers here. It's our first time seeing Priska on the Sandy Korean as well. It's our first time seeing Guoka on the Prospector too, alongside with Config here with that coordinator. We have to leave Hui on the rescue no matter what, because no one on this team can rescue aside from himself, as we've seen before. But Kakiri will be able to lock in that Ivy. And now with this Ivy, we could still bring Blink on this Ivy, or even we can play excitement on the Ivy as well. It just depends on what's best for us. But Anti-Current here probably has to be first chase no matter what, or even Prospector isn't a bad option too. But then we need to think about the pushback that a Prospector can do to cancel his own stuns.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, Antiquarian would be fine. Coordinator would be fine. I think Prospector's probably a harder target to go for, but either way, yeah, and here definitely does work. Or sorry, Ivy here definitely does work, as it is of course still available. Getting into response, getting a force skip against Ivy, that's going to be very difficult for these survivors, especially on a small map, which is beneficial for Ivy. We're going to see Prospector spawning middle, Antiquarian at reception, Coordinator at back gate, and Officer at middle program. We're going to see any sort of interesting personas here. Sometimes we see interesting personas get used when needing to go for a force escape, but looks like it's going to be the Ivy spawning at top broken here into that Officer and that Antiquarian. Again, just needs to get 1 kill, so he could just see excitement tunnel down one of these survivors, secure the kill that way. And I don't really remember the last time we saw force escape against an Ivy, so that's gonna be really tough here for Weibo.
Ivy can also save up her blink for endgame as well. So like in this scenario here, the question is, how much items can we really save for endgame to kind of try prevent that? And do we have flywheel or not? So maybe try flywheel that blink too. We know that a lot of Ivies get countered by flywheel, especially in kite maps like this. But with this one, it's going to be instant attention alongside with blink here on the side of Ivy. We're going to be able to see a double Titan here alongside of which double, well, 1 ninja reflex and 2 flywheels from the side of survivors. This will be the final matchup between WBG versus AXIZ here for co-op playoffs, day 2, match 1. The professional commentators will be brought to you by Ilayo and Kuroshiro.
Alright, so we have to see the force escape against Ivy. As we know in Identity 5, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible, so we definitely could see that force escape here, but it's going to be very difficult. We're going to see the Ghost being brought towards this Antiquarian here. He's going to go for an early scare, and I think will commit to this Anti that he already has the 40% on her here. Trying to trap her in this area as well. There's the Ghost all the way up to 59, so not exactly a good number here, but if he's able to get just even 1 more percentage there, that could be good. Trying to bind game around this pallet, hiding the red light. This person gonna know, does not look at the Ivy as well, but misses the stun and gets it canceled, although it does reset down to 0 at least, so that is going to be the one beneficial thing here for her. But blink online already in 10 seconds, so just not really a good start here for Weibo.
The question is, can we maybe get some support from our nearby survivors? For Priska here, we're going to be able to get the vault over. However, it's the first officer that's in front of us, so that's an unfortunate part. Middle was given to Prospector, if I'm not wrong, so if Prospector can probably come here for a little bit of support, that will be nice. We try to bait out the flywheel there with that hit towards the air, and Priska is able to pull a little bit more distance out, as our Cypher Machine is actually closing down really fast here too, just trying to buy a little bit more time for ourselves here, and maybe if we can disarm as well, that would be one of the better options too. But Blink can just secure this down initially.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a very flip over, but right now we're going to try to wait for a little bit more time. Kakiri is playing this very safe as we're rearing towards 100 seconds in towards that game. That's a flywheel use instantly, but we need to disarm during this scenario, and that's probably good enough until that 100 stack comes true.
Yeah, but can she live through this here? Still able to make it to this pallet. The blink. Oh, misses that last one, though. That's going to be pretty. But there's the blink. Misses the swing, though, and gets the pallet stun. The kite actually continues. Like we said, nothing is impossible. This is already a 3 Cypher kite onto this Antiquarian. She can't be ghosted just yet. The ghost still is on cooldown. And she's able to kite to Graveyard. Misses the main body as well. They're 5 seconds on this. They're already onto the last 2 Cyphers. Blink has been expended. Kakiri needs to get this down. Misses! He misses! Can Antiquarian live through this? He walks through the pallet. Charge attack.
Oh, we do! Can we get the pallet stun?
Does not get the pallet stun. If that pallet stun registered, they might have actually they would have been in an excellent position. Still a good spot, though. I mean, this kite is way beyond 3 ciphers. I mean, yeah, this is, we're going to see Prospector come in for the support. We might see a double rescue. No, it's just going to be Prospector being the first saver here, it looks like, actually.
It does make sense as well when Prospector does not have any borrowed time to use, but we teleported straight towards the Ron Ostracon. That's a little bit unfortunate. That's lead straight on towards Anti-Korean here too, as we drop down our Phantom towards the side of the map. That's going to be a brilliant stun as we make our way towards in, but that will be a nice body block here too, as Persica will now continue for our second rebound kite, but Polka can still be nearby as well as our Prospector to harass, and we need to do a really good, decent harass here, especially after how long our Anti-Korean there has contained.
Yeah, this is almost like I felt like Anne would have just been safer, because Anne is pretty much guaranteed 1 kill. Force-caping in Anne is probably the hardest thing to do in the entire game. So I almost feel like that would have been a lot safer. You really just like, okay, I'm going to play Ivy. And obviously, Ivy is so hard to force-cape. The last cipher is already 75%. And this Prospector is just harassing. The Ghost isn't even near the cipher. Antiquarian still has a whole other chair to work with. Officer has tied for endgame. Coordinator has flare gun. This force-cape is easily possible at this rate.
Especially with the fact that Cody's looking for an item here. We might want to get, we got a needle here for Cody, so maybe a gun can be given towards Anti-Current. The Cypher Machine is currently prime. We can pop over here instantly. We don't need to wait anymore. Can we pop? Wait, are we going to pop? No, we're not going to pop just yet. Coca being nearby here as the Prospector. He's going to be the one in danger as he does not have borrowed time. But we do have 2 magnets here left to use though, as we're getting rid of that one last Ostracon near the reception. We're going to be able to teleport over, but that's towards the Ron Ostracon. And now, looking for more items here from the side of our Anti and from the side of our Coordinator. Cody becoming the next chase here is not such a bad idea, but this Phantom is placed around this area just so there's no way that this Prospector can come in and decode.
Yeah, they definitely can force escape this position. It's not just like, okay, we're having a Force Survivor endgame. They're going to have a Force Survivor endgame with a Coordinator flare gun available for rescue and an Officer Tide Turner still available for rescue. So they literally have the perfect endgame setup here. We're going to see Coordinator even go through a chest here. Antiquarian's even going to have an elbow pad for endgame. They're not popping the Cypher early. This is correct to not pop the Cypher early. This way you can position all of your characters with endgame items. Antiquarian's going to have the elbow pad. Prospector's going to have maximum magnets here. Officer's going to have 2 watches. Coordinator's even going to be juggling an illusion. There's just, everyone's going to have a great, setup for endgame at this point, and they're just going to keep search. They're just going to search all the chests here on this map, make sure they all have useful items at this point.
We have to make sure that all survivors have to be at least very close towards Exit Gate 2, right? We can't forget that First Officer still has his Tide Turn to use as well for that end game play. Even if you do get the blink down, as long as we can get a Cypher Machine done, that's really all what it matters. But it's still a very hard thing to do, especially up against an Ivy as well. We're able to control one side of the map each, so like in this case scenario, if we can maybe, let's say, try and wait until the tension is over, that's kind of where we can aim for that 4-man escape. For the survivors right now, we're trying to replenish as much items here as possible. Prospector with 3 magnets, First Officer still 2 pocket watches, and then Anti-Current still opening more and more chests. But there's no one near the first top. Hey, that's a pallet, so maybe can we pop here? We can't. We want to wait for a little bit longer. But if this is the case, that just means we're going to have less and less resources for pallets and windows for pallets to use as the game goes on. But it's still okay for now. I think by this point we've opened all the chests in the map, right? So WBG really hungry for this win.
Antiquarian's on the last one, I think, so yeah, we're almost there. But yeah, Coordinator's got flare gun, Anti's got elbow pad, First Officer's got watch, and Prospector has maximum magnets. I think this is everything they want. They're also setting up, they're even dropping some items throughout the map. I think Coordinator had an illusion, which I think she's dropped somewhere on the map that someone could pick up later on. Maybe after she uses her flare gun, she can go grab that, or after Antiquarian uses elbow pad, she can go grab that. They're just dropping, they're searching all the chests, all the items they're getting. They're just going to place them at spots around the map that they can use, that they can pick up to help them kite with. So they're just going to have everything completely set up here. They're just making sure all the chests are completely searched before going for the end game, staying very disciplined here.
That's a revelation on towards the Anti-Current though, but we won't be willing to put any leech on towards her just yet, because the only scary thing about this is the moment the leech goes down, you can't really reach on towards the Anti-Current anymore, excuse me. But now the other big issue is we've so much stacks on our hands to use. This might just be very difficult to play around as well. We're going to be able to get that 100 stack here instantly. Can we maybe force it? Yes, we did, and we can pop open here instantly now that endgame will commence.
Yeah, they're going to make sure they get everybody at 0% on the scares there. They're going to make sure everybody has items. They're going to make sure items are dropped throughout the map in which they can use. The AXIZ is already 80%. Teleport onto Persica, but Persica is not able to flywheel. And the basement's here. That is the worst possible scenario for Weibo here. Persica needed to not go to basement. They had everything set up perfectly, but I think Persica running to basement might be the big game costing mistake here. Let's see. I mean, obviously we still have Tide Turner.
We can still get out. We can still get out. We can still get out because we. Oh wait a second!
He
What
just
happened
dies.
with that Baka watch? Oh no! He used it too early. He used it too early. That was an elevation area. That's not good at all. Right?
Coordinator has flare gun. She can shoot him free potentially. Needs to be careful, but they have to come for the save.
Yeah, we still have Blink as well. Hold on, Prospector fly with a little bit early. We're going to be able to get hit onto his coordinator here, but that just means to rescue onto his Persica here. Can we maybe try to get an elbow pad out? But even if we do right here, we need to get a really decent stun here. But no, that's going to be Revelation. That's going to be the Ostracon. That's going to be so much stuns here as Prospector. We do have fly left to use anymore, but that's going to be an instant stun there down. That's still okay though. There's 23 survivors, 4 survivors down in the basement.
Yeah, you can share all these survivors in basement here. You don't have to go for Antiquarian. I mean, obviously Antiquarian's dead on chair, so you want to kill Antiquarian, but you can just share all of these survivors in basement, and what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? So
yeah.
We're going to see, there's the share here. Prospector already at 85%. He's going to try to go in, but nope, he's going to get knocked down. He'll just get shared as well. Antiquarian isn't making this save, I don't think, unless she runs down right when we go for the chair here, which, nope, she's just going to go ahead and leave here. And this is actually going to be a 4 survivor elimination, but...
my lord.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4 kill for Kakiri, but that officer missing the watch, the Antiquarian getting basement...
Yeah.
They set it up perfectly, and then unfortunately they just weren't able to get it, and that's going to be the win here for AXIZ, it looks like.
I mean, that was still brilliant jump from WBG side, like really good early game, really good mid game. However, the end game here, I feel like first officer prematurely used that watch because we were within range, but it was just that elevation area there that kind of costed us quite a lot. The Ivy was still downstairs when we used our pocket watch there too, so maybe we could have waited just for a tiny bit longer in that sense as well. But then in another way, you could probably say that 5 seconds isn't enough to get towards the basement as well, so the Cordy's gun there, or even the Prospector's harass was definitely necessary in that game too. Basement, however, at the end of the day, is kind of hard to come by, and that was really, really, really unlucky from the side of WBG as well when it comes to wanting that 4-man escape.
Yeah, the problem is basement. If Persica just needs to not get basement, if you don't get basement, Offstar is a guaranteed rescue with the pocket watch. Coordinator is flare gun. You have Tide Turner. You have elbow pad. Elbow pad plus Tide Turner makes the exit gate. You just cannot get basement there. If you don't get basement there, it's actually a 4 escape. That's what it's basically probably a 4 escape, because what happens in that situation is you rescue a Tide Turner and you could just elbow pad out the exit gate and you make it there in time. But the basement was the big problem. Maybe Persica forgot basement was in church. If she doesn't run to basement there, then everything's fine. But I think that was the problem. Kakiri, he noticed, he's like, okay, a survivor's running to basement. I'm gonna go straight for that survivor, kill them in basement. And that secures the victory from there.
Yeah. That was really unfortunate. I just feel like our rotation point there towards mid to end game, like, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst as well, because we do know that we need to be at least near the exit gate that Prospector was opening to. But like, the only unfortunate part was the basement was nearby. She probably could have gotten out, but Kakili there played very, very, very beautifully as well. Having that leech on towards the Antiquarian, knowing where she's running at all times, simply just means that we can lock her down at a very, very, very crucial part of the map, and to force her to gain a lot of stacks too. Because like, we saw Persica trying to run towards the exit gate, thinking that the Ivy was actually behind us, but no, Ivy was actually in front of us instead. And in that case scenario here, even with borrow time, even with flywheel, we weren't able to actually get out on time outside of that Otricon zone, and that free 100 stack really did hurt.
We see the final containment time here, 228 seconds from that Antiquarian, but yeah, unfortunately, just not going to be enough there. The final score 17-9 because of that 4 kill in the last round. AXIZ will be the winners here. They will be advancing to the next round of this tournament. And they will be playing against the winner of Wolves and ACT, which we will have up next. I believe Wolves and ACT will be playing against the winner of that. Yeah, so in the bracket. So that'll be our next match after this. And make sure you guys do your pop quiz, which I need to check. In this match, Hunter was hit by how many pallets? Oh, that's a hard one. I don't know. We're going to go to our highlights, though, and we will be back.
はい、うまいよ。もう去年跳ねる。偉い偉い、それでいい。偉い偉い。
偉いよ。
死ぬ。いいよ、いいよ。多分でっかち。あ、壊さる？どうする？じゃあもう、マジでマジで。现在去了，加油加油！在哪溜？现在？
是。
OK，在哪？主人在哪？
是这样吗？
你找一个持刀冲大门的，你先别。
冲大门，我去地窖帮忙，好像不太够。
All right, so we saw our highlights for that match in which AXIZ now is going to be moving on to the, after a long drawn-out match here, AXIZ being the winners and moving on to the next stage of this competition to go against the winner of Wolves versus ACT, which we'll have up next. Looking into our match here, Crow, any thoughts for our MVP for this game?
I think it could for MVP this time probably game one towards Kakiri's Goldman will be the best effective, because after that Goldman from elimination, that was kind of where the pivot point of the snowball from AXIZ actually came in. So I would say giving this to Kakiri isn't such a bad thing as well. But like Knight as well in game 2, that containment from Knight up against Opera Singer was also brilliantly done as well. So like realistically speaking, those two would be the highest contenders when it comes to MVP. So we'll just kind of have to see it later on as well, I guess. But like actually we've moved on directly towards semi-finals. So tomorrow we'll be playing up against either the winner of ACT or Wolves. But that matchup will be later on after this one.
Yep, and with Kakiri getting 3.67 average eliminations this match, with the 3 elimination, and technically the last round did result in a 4 kill. That will add to his 4 kill percentage, so nice little stat booster there. And yeah, definitely probably will be the MVP for the survivors. We might see, I mean, there's a possibility that Nian, I guess, could get MVP with the kiting that he got, but I think with the 2 4 kills and 1 3 kill, technically that would be MVP worthy there for Kakiri. But yeah, in the last round, I mean, Weibo survivors did play really well. They set themselves up for the 4 escape and just did fall a bit short. That basement was not ideal.
Yeah, but what I would say is that's Fursaka's first time playing anti-Korean as well, because usually the harassers are given towards either Goka or Hui in the team of WBG. So for her first time playing an anti-Korean, getting 228-second containment up against an Ivy as well is absolutely insane, especially with the fact that Ivy counters anti-Korean on that side note too, being able to get that crucial disarm, that crucial pallet stun twice also, and to be able to prolong the kite for such a long time too. That was kind of the pivot point of where we were able to kind of rebound from the bad early game, let's say. Well, there was a kind of a bad early game initially from the very first hit, but after the first hit, we were able to get the blink out, we were able to fly, we were able to force just so much more off this hunter, to the point that I did feel like Kakiri just started panicking mid to end game, since he was kind of lost during the Cypher control as well.
Yeah, definitely. He lost out on, well, obviously the first kite was already very long. That was a lot longer than we typically see an Ivy kite go. He was able to he missed the blink and they got the pallet stun, and even if that pallet stun registered in graveyard, it could have been even better. Yeah, that ended up not actually mattering because they had Force Survivor endgame, a perfect Force Survivor endgame anyways, but it was still it was just that one basement, unfortunately, that cost them. And we will see the MVP in a moment here. Keep in mind, AXIZ will be the winner for this match, and we will see them go ahead and play against Wolves versus ACT next. And after that, make sure you guys stick with us. Of course, this is only the first match of the day. We still have Wolves versus ACT, GG versus GR will be the third match. That'll be a very good one for sure. And then we have Zeta Division versus TE, and Zeta is looking very strong right now as well. So any predictions for Wolves versus ACT?
I just say may the best team come out on top. Let's just say it this way: as long as they give us very spectacular games, that's what matters to us the most as well. But like with this game too, a 4-man was needed from the side of WBG, so we probably kind of panicked mid to end game as well. Rotation points, if we think about it as well, right? It was the red carpet gate currently being opened. They did have a tie turn to use as well, so no matter what happened there, from the side of anti-Current, you have to either rotate out towards where Ivy was initially standing or go straight in towards Church. So for Persika herself, she was locked in towards that one area herself, not having anywhere to go, and with Ivy having leech on towards the anti-current means that we get full view. It's literally like a lawyer with a map, but from the hunter perspective as well. Still cannot forget that there was a blink on the side of Ivy to use for endgame 2. We had to either A, fly with that Ostracon, or B, try to rush it with an elbow pad. But still, at the end of the day, you can't use your items that early because you can still get a cancel on the elbow pad if the revelation comes true with Kakiri's Phantom. Right, so like from Kakiri's point of view, he has all the skills capable. He definitely does have all the skills capable, and that one-man elimination was definitely very possible as well from his point of view. But this MVP will be given towards Kakiri. That game 1 was the pivot point of where we started the, getting a lot of advantage on towards WBG.
Yeah, we see the elimination scores at 3.67 there, with an 11,400 deduction. So definitely securing that MVP with winning every single round, 2 4 kills and a 3 kill here. The last round, I don't know if that's considered a win necessarily, but it's what secures the win for AXIZ, and that's exactly what he was able to get there. Yeah, with that being said, Kakiri will be the MVP for AXIZ as they are the victors in a 2-0 round victory over Weibo Gaming here. Again, they were the team that I think everyone had as favored in this match, but definitely was an interesting matchup and came down to the wire there at the end.
Definitely. And of course, like from his point of view as well, like it's 4 best deductions already. And like average elimination is 3.67. This guy has yet to lose as well. So he's going to be a very nice contender for the winner of the next matchup as well for tomorrow's semi-finals. But I would say there are certain stuff that we can probably work on as well. Look, his pocket pick characters are still very good too, such as the spider that we've seen, alongside with the fact that there is also that clown as well that could be played. So from Kakiri, we could potentially still save up a lot of our pocket picks, maybe for semi-finals or even for the day of finals, depending on actually who wins tomorrow and who their opponent will be tomorrow too.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 AXIZ 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了 Tsuna 和 Kakako 来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。一人ずつまずご挨拶をお願いします。
はい。AXIZ の高子です。
AXIZ のツナです。
欢迎两位来到赛后采访环节。刚刚的比赛打得真的是太惊险刺激了，不到最后一刻根本都不知道结局会往哪个方向走。那首先一个问题要问到我们的Tsuna选手，我们刚刚看到这么紧张刺激的比赛，现在心情怎么样？可以和大家分享一下吗？
では先ほど本当にハラハラとした試合を経たと思うんですが、まずこの試合を経た今の心境はいかがですか、Tsuna選手。
いっぱい練習してきて、それを出せて、勝ててよかったです。
说他们在自己也做了非常多的努力以及训练，那么今天也是把实力发挥出来了，所以能获得这场胜利非常的开心。
确实，我们看到每一波打的真的都非常的完美了。那我们首先呢，第一个问题想要问到这边，因为刚刚那个紧张刺激的比赛，其实真的有非常多小点也让大家很惊喜啊。比如说我们月亮河公园的第一把Kakiri选手那个门口捞人啊，也是想问一下我们的Takako選手这边，看到我们监管者这边门口捞人，当时心里会是什么样的感觉呢？
高子選手、本日の1戦目のKakiri選手の、足内の羊はゲート前で心理学者を仕留めたと思うのですが、それを楽屋で見ていかがでしたか？
そうですね。1戦目の足内は正直3釣り1逃げされちゃうかなと思ったんですけど、最後に4釣り持ってった時はもうみんなこんなになってましたね。もうみんなガッツポーズでね、みんなで抱き合ってすごい楽しい楽屋でした。
因为其实他们觉得说不定可能会被跑一个，所以其实还是蛮紧张。但是最后看到他顺利拿到了4抓，在备战间都非常的开心的抱在一起，特别的高兴。
确实啊，我们的监管选手不仅给观众惊喜，也给队友了惊喜啊，真的打得非常漂亮。包括我们后面那一局的地窖捞人也是非常惊险刺激。那么接下来也想问到月亮河公园里面还有一波，因为我记得当时Tsuna是选择了我们的飞行家，当时其实跛脚羊放了好几个龙，就是不想让他卡板救，那最后还是卡板救下来。想问一下那一波局内的交流或者当时思路会是什么样的呢？
同じく先ほどの試合でTsuna選手のエンジニアの救助シーンでは、ハンター選手の方ではその 4割できないようにいろいろ仕掛けてきたと思うのですが、それでも無事救助できたと思うので、それはどういうふうに考えてできたんですか？
そのそこの椅子は開けてるので、ちょっと自分的にはまっすぐ行くより回り込んだ方がいいかなと思って行ったんですけど、自分の感覚が甘くて本当にギリギリになってしまったので、次からは本当に絶対しないし、もっといい救助をします。はい。
因为这次椅子的位置其实是比较开阔的，所以他自己觉得比起直接去，其实绕远过去会比较好。但是他当时的距离其实没有掌握好，所以就是这个比较非常的极限。那他其实也在反省，说之后其实会去改正这一点，做得更好。
我们这么短的时间内，选手已经开始复盘了，真的是太强了。那我们接下来还是有一个问题要给到我们粗纳选手，因为我们在唐人街这张地图上看到非常秀的这个骑士啊，2波猜的都太准了，就是这个心思你別猜啊，就是这样子猜准。想问一下当时的思路是什么样的呢？可以打出这么秀的骑士。
続いてまた粗納選手、第2試合の騎士のチェイスが本当に素晴らしかったと思います。でも2回とも予見が当たって、でそのチェイス中ではどういうふうに考えて、チェイスしましたか？
本当に、オペラ歌手は、その動きが速いハンターなので、ルートをミスらないようにして、かつそこにちゃんと効果的な予見を入れれるように自分の中でルート作ってチェイスしました。
首先，因为歌剧是真的移速非常快的一个监管，所以他们牵制的路径是非常的重要的。所以他其实在一开始也有去规划，包括在什么时间点可以最有效的去发挥更大的这个预见的这个怎么说效果。对，所以他自己也是边去思考这个路径，边使用这个技能，最后做了这样的牵制。
就是在这么短的时间内可以做出这么秀的博弈，真的是太厉害了。那么接下来我们在红教堂这张地图上，其实可以看到，当时开门战的时候，蜡像是在追小说家，但其实当时他的这个传送是好的，他有一定的概率会直接传到门那里。想问一下，求生这边有没有做一个2手准备呢？就为了这个传送的话。
続いて高校選手、第3試合の赤の境界でのサバイバの試合、大量人形で通電後ではハンターの瞬間移動が溜まっている状態だと思うので、いつでも瞬間する可能性があると思うんですね。でそれに対して何か対策とか考えていましたか？
瞬間移動後ですよね。瞬間移動後は墓守のスコップが2個目のスコップがちょっと残ってたので、それを使って耐えたんですけど、暗号機進着的に、まだ余裕はあったので、スコップを温存して、ちょっとだけ耐えて、銅は通電後の通電潰しがあるので、それで取っといてもよかったなって今考えれば思うんですけど、でも結果的に通電事故が起きずにしっかり通電できて、それはよかったなって思います。
就是他说在那个。因为他是守墓人嘛，所以他在为了保证一个比较好的就是通电之后的一个情况，所以他用他的铲子去拖延了一些时间。那其实他现在觉得，其实如果把铲子留到开门站，或许会有一个更好的一个牵制吧。但是结果还是比较好的，自己也比较高兴。
对，结果真的，我们那个平局啊，也是给到了监管者无限的可能发挥的空间。那最后啊，一定要讲的这一把就是地下室啊，最后一把监管在地下室发生了太多事情。想问一下求生，在这么 ICU 的一个环节，大家备战间会是什么样的呢？
では高子選手、最後の限り戦の選手の試合で、皆さんが本当に地下室でいろいろあったと思うんですが、それを皆さん楽屋で見てどういうリアクションをしていましたか？
そうですね、1戦目の4戦の時はみんなこうわーってなってたんですけど、最後はもうみんな疲れもあったし、みんななんかほみたいななんか安心したような気持ちでもすごいみんなかきりさんを信じてすごいねみんな信じてたからいい結果持ってこれてかきりさん本当に最高です。ありがとうございます。
就是其实第1局打到4抓的时候，大家都非常的激动。到了第3局的时候，大家体力其实也消耗的差不多了。其实更多的就是一个 太好了，这样放心的一个状态。但是他们也是相信 COAⅧ 一定会拿下这场比赛，所以大家也都非常的相信他。
确实，我们刚刚鏖战3局也是辛苦了。那么我们接下来呢，就是我们AXIZ战队其实一直以来都拿的是保送剧本，先是保送进了我们的小组赛，接下来又保送进了我们的8强。那临門一脚，明天就是我们的半决赛了。有没有什么想要对未来的比赛展望一下的呢？
では続いて綱選手、AXIZ は今回、シードでグループ戦に進出、そして、グループ戦からもリードでシードで、ベスト8に入れたと思うのですが、では明日の試合はもう準決勝に入っていくので、その試合に向けて何か目標とか意気込みとかありますか？
どこが来ても強いのは当たり前なんですけど、絶対勝ちます。
无论哪一个队伍来都是非常非常强劲的对手，但是我们也会努力拿下胜利的。
非常感谢，也是期待大家未来更加精彩的表现。那非常感谢2位来到赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 AXIZ 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れたな。没道理啊，方向明明是对的。
ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。 来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请成都狼队登台喊话。
邓彩虹，这里只能带1个人，不是你就是我。
欢迎小明、小果冻、487、宠爱、小蝶、夜雨。下面有请 ACT 战队登台喊话。
王一轩回家。
欢迎蛋蛋、心燕、狗狗、易森、博弈、11、真真9。今天的第2场比赛由成都狼队对阵 ACT。
Okay, everybody, welcome back to our second match of the day, in which we saw AXIZ win their first match of the day, but now it's going to be Wolves versus ACT. This is going to be a very exciting matchup for sure. Everybody's looking forward to how Wolves will play in this playoffs, considering that on the Hunter side with Shanghai, he's had a very strong performance, getting a 4 elimination in almost every game, and the Wolves survivors have been very strong today. ACT with a pretty close matchup yesterday, but was able to become the victors, and now their match, their schedule gets increasingly more challenging to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also from we see the rivalry as well on the opening ceremony for our second game as well. Both teams are pretty ambitious, pretty passionate as well for today's games. We're going to be able to see Wolves as the home team and ACT as our away team. From the Wolves roster, it'll be XMX Jelly, 487, Tong I, D-King, and Yevi here, who I think transitioned from Hunter to Survivor and then back to Hunter again. We probably won't be seeing him as much since he's a substitute. And then from ACT's roster here, it will be Egg, Sai, Go Sen, Boyi, 11, and Zheng Zhenjiu, who is our new recruit towards the Hunter side too. We've seen quite a lot of interviews from ACT as well, telling us about their regrets during their group stages. So for today, I would say their biggest challenge up against Wolves would be probably the determining factor of whether or not they can win.
Yeah, and you see the Hunter's average game score. Well, you can't get more than 4, so I'm not really sure what is happening there, but the average is definitely quite high. I think it's probably supposed to be 3.56 maybe or something, but either way, yeah, the Hunter average game score for Wolves has been very impressive with Chang'e. That's what we've been talking about before. He's been very, very strong. Yes. Unfortunately, you cannot get more than 4 kills. I guess if you kill the mechanic bot, then you can get 5 kills, but I don't think that counts, unfortunately. Anyways, getting into our survivors here, it's going to be ACT on the survivor side first here, it looks like.
Yep. Okay, it will be sent here with Puppeteer and Novelist as our preferred characters. Use 8,448.83 overall, 6 average reduction points, 84.63 average containment type, being 5th overall, and of course 0.5 average rescues, 133.75 average decoding progress, 0 average heals, and 33% escape rate. Sen has been performing very well over in the recent few days, and of course we have seen him with really good containments early game as well. Being 5th overall does kind of show what good of a stage ACT is currently in. All our survivors and our hunters are at top condition.
Getting to our next survivor here for ACT, we have 11 with average containment time of 72.6 seconds. Pretty good, pretty solid overall, being a rescue player at 1.08 average rescues per game, and a pretty high escape rate at 50%, so definitely solid there from ACT 11, but that escape rate's going to be very crucial today, as Shanghai is yet to allow survivors to escape in the first 2 rounds, or especially in round 1. He's gotten a 4 kill every single round 1 of the entire event, so ACT definitely with a lot of pressure on them. We have XY next, 50 seconds of containment time, currently 5th in decoding at 108% with a 42% percent escape rate here.
Fifth overall though, average decoding progress. We have seen quite a lot of explorers here being played as well, and they do wonders up against Goatman and Hullabaloo too. So we can kind of see where and why the average decoding progress is just so high. But last but not least, this will be Gogo from the side of ACT. Average deduction points of 6,624.67, average containment time of 56.92, average rescues of 0.33, average decoding progress of 127.58%, and a 50% escape rate here. Overall, a supporter / mini harasser of this team, but mainly a little bit more, tuned in on the soft support, such as Florian, such as Seer there, as we saw, which their preferred character picks too. So like with ACT right now from yesterday's, performance, they have gotten quite a lot of practice in.
Yeah, we have the 104 Wolves Chongai here with average knockdowns of first in every category except for average knockdown and terror shocks. Currently at 3.78 average eliminations. That is the highest currently in the event. A 4 elimination rate of 78%. Also the highest average knockdowns at 8.44, which is also the highest, and second to knockdown with only 52 seconds. So it's definitely been the most impressive hunter in this event so far. The question is, how is his condition going into the playoffs? The difference between group stage and playoffs is quite significant here. And if he wants to, continue along at that rate, he's going to have to put in a lot of practice in between now and this playoff event here before going against ACT.
Yeah, and we see as well here, right, this is all Wolves supporter here with all the player names here being shined out right in front of our faces. But also, once again, right, we can't forget that from Tongwai's point of view here, his IVL run wasn't really the best, so it's really nice to see him being able to pick up himself here once again, and having such high stats here with his average eliminations, average time to knockdown, terror shocks, and a 4-man elimination. I don't think he actually has lost just yet. He has been maybe around the last days up against GG getting 3-man eliminations instead of 4-man eliminations, but look, being able to consistently 4-man eliminate, being able to consistently 3-man eliminate, and not even to lose brings Wolves towards a really good state, especially when their Survivor team comp is also really strong too.
Looks like it's going to be Moonlit River Park as the first map here chosen for Wolves, as they do as map selection here in the first round. Moonlit is a common map that we see not as much in round 1, but we actually typically see Eversleeping as a more commonly picked round 1. But throughout the majority of this playoffs, I don't even know if we've seen it yet, or it's at least been very uncommon. But Moonlit is going to be the first round choice here. We saw this in the previous round in AXIZ, in the AXIZ matchup here. So now Moonlit here being picked first for Wolves. Getting into our band pick here, we typically see Chongai lead with that Goatman. So we'll see the mechanic and the officer band first.
I don't really know about Officer here being banned, but it does seem like they want to get at least rid of one other extra rescuer. But Seer and Anti-Current here, first 2 picks. Countering Goatman makes sense when you pick up the Seer. Hullabaloo might be a whole different scenario since how fast he is, and of course Anti-Current for herself. Anti-Current is used to counter Hullabaloo as well. Well, the Embalmer is going to be brought out here in towards the band as Craigcure gets up. So it seems like for Tongwai here, he really wants to tie, not even allowing that Embalmer to come out during the first game. Because like, we could still bring Abnormal, right? If you play Hullabaloo or even the Goatman, you can still catch up towards the Embalmer really fast. But with that Florian last ban, potentially speaking here, Acrobat might not be a bad pick, or even Puppeteer is still viable here as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look to see what our last survivor will be. Puppeteer still on the table. Seems like a pretty good option here. Could go Explorer. We've seen that be good for decoding, although the Explorer-Seer combination isn't exactly ideal, as that sometimes the Seer Owl can give away the location of the Explorer if the Owl flies around the Seer's head. Oh, we're actually going to see Prisoner in round 1. This is not a common round 1 character. Prisoner is typically known to not be considerably good against Hullabaloo and Goatman. We usually see Prisoner used as a opera singer or even Ivy character for round 2, but round 1 is not very, very rare to see Prisoner being chosen in a situation like this.
I would say probably this Prisoner is for, like, it's a big map as well, right? So I guess Prisoner, in a sense, is just used to connect the Cypher machine to push it out. He may not be able to decode initially, early game, since he will get chased by that Hunter, but at least your other survivors can push the Cypher machines if it's either A, too far away, or B, if your rescuer has to come in to rescue immediately and you don't really want to run back towards that Cypher machine you were initially decoding at, so you kind of just want to save a little bit more time and just start your, like, 4th or 5th Cypher machine.
Absolutely, and I would imagine we'll see the Goatman from Shanghai here. Obviously, Hullabaloo, I think, would be an excellent pick. In fact, Hullabaloo would have a pretty good chase into Seer, Anti, and Prisoner. But either way, Goatman can simply just go after that Prisoner, could go after that Seer pretty easily. So definitely, Goatman would still be viable in this spot. Personally, I would play Hullabaloo just because that Prisoner is a very easy target. Seer's a pretty easy target too, but we know he does favor that Goatman in the first round, and a lot of these hunters have been favoring Goatman early on, especially here on Moonlit. Yeah. It's very open, not a lot of great places to avoid kiting out the cage. You kind of get trapped in the open in the cage. It'd be very hard to kite it out, but it looks like he will be going with that Goatman here.
Goatman isn't a bad choice as well. Like, we could go Blink very similar to what kind of ACT's Hunter did yesterday, but I would say Peeper is probably one of the safer options, especially with the fact that you want to try and locate this prisoner first. If he doesn't drop down immediately from upstairs or even run outside from downstairs, you won't necessarily be able to actually use that window speed boost as effectively as you wanted to. So from the side of ACT, if we actually allow prisoners to spawn by 2-story, this might be really bad for them, but we could potentially do what our match 1 game 1 between AWG, why am I doing this as well? Between AXIZ and WBG. Yeah. We could do, with the 2-story Gawkai's third stop, and then in between 4th stop and 10th spawn.
You know why it is? It's because WBG sounds like AWG, but then AXIZ, so it's like AXIZ and then WBG, so it's like WBG, like AWG. It's like super close when you put them together. It's like almost the same thing. Anyways, we're gonna get into our spawns. He looks like Prisoner will be in 2-story here. It's gonna be Gravekeeper at first stop, actually, and Seer at bridge. I typically see the Rescuer go bridge, since that's typically considered a weak kiting area, but it's actually gonna be Seer at bridge. So if Chang'e actually spawns closer to bridge, this would be an excellent spawn, but no, he's actually just gonna spawn into the Antiquarian Prisoner. I imagine he'll go straight for that Prisoner chase right away here.
I would love to know what we decide to go for after this as well, because realistically speaking, right, we might say Seer doesn't really counter Goatman as much, but even with that 1 basic hit, that's 4 extra second ball within that 10-second cage time here, so we could potentially force someone to use quite a lot more cages than we expected to, but at least we know early game for the initial chase, we won't be able to use any cages, because we need to stack up our resentment first, and then afterwards as well, because of the Seer Owl being nearby and being able for use, we can maybe force a little bit more off this Goatman than we actually think we could. But once again, this will be Wolves versus ACT here, as we're going to be able to see a double tie turning from the Survivor side, alongside which triple flywheel, double knee-jerk reflex, and white running trumpet detention, alongside with blink this time. No abnormal here, it seems. This will be ACT versus Wolves for our playoffs, day 2, match 2, game 1, first half. The professional commentaries will be brought to you by Ilayo and Kuroshiro.
Looks like he is going straight for that Prisoner as we predicted, trying to hide in basement. Could this actually work out here? Now, this is a huge risk, because if he did have peepers, he could simply just put a peeper right here and it would reveal the location. But does he consider checking the basement? Not yet. He's pulling an Omni Laze right now. No, he's gonna check though. That's unfortunately the Omni Laze strat does not work out.
Hold on. We see.
No, he's he's gonna get that first hit. That's gonna be a pretty early hit onto the Prisoner, unfortunately.
A bit bad of an early game, especially when you think about it. Right now, we want to try to take that knee-jerk reflex out, and the Owl isn't. Well, the Owl is ready, thank goodness me. However, we have still cages left on our hands to use. So I'm not willing to use the second one just yet to lock over, but we're going to be able to get a drop-down hit instantly, and that's Prisoner. Good night to you. That's your Goatman right there, as 11 is nearby as well as the Gravekeeper, as we might be able to actually force a rescue here even.
Yeah, you can't Owl that because it's a drop-down hit as well, so that's just, a really great start here. Wasn't even able to use the shock ability. Now, imagine if he had Abnormal. That could be super good right now to Abnormal that Grave Cypher. But, yeah, still holding on to that blink here. We're going to see that Gravekeeper come in for the rescue. You'd think he'd want to hit the shovel or maybe try to force him out a little early here to go for an early save, but he's really prioritizing the injury onto the Gravekeeper here. And Grave finally getting out a shovel, and there's the hit and the rescue onto the Prisoner. Owl still available, but with Tide Turner in play, they may not want to use it. because they may not get great value from it until the Tide Turner is kited out here. Gets the pallet stun, so now the Owl will be more effective here. So I definitely think they're going to want to go for observation here. There's the Owl observing, and there's the Owl given. That's going to allow him to kite out this cage here, and still has a shock to work with, but Flywheel and shock available does give an opportunity to potentially get this up, but the blink with the cage will secure the down, and the blink ends up having a pretty good effect here.
I mean, I guess that blink is good. Is being put to a good use. We do see 11 as well being kind of choked in towards this one single area here, as we now want to rotate towards first stop. Yes, Anti-Current may be on her way into rescue right now. However, Gravekeeper on the other hand will be forced to use that shovel immediately, as that is going to be one extra shovel there you used. So there's currently 2 shovels as around 50% usage rate. 50% remaining as well, but Anti-Current here coming for the rescue. Only 2 Cypher machines done. We need to be able to secure a really good rescue and a really good harass afterwards with this one as well, but that's going to be a 4-second disarm, as we're going to be able to get that no damage rescue.
Yeah, just get that save off here. Prisoner does have a shock and a flywheel, so there's the shock, there's the flywheel. And actually this is a hard place to down this Prisoner at, as he does have this pallet to work with. May have to use a second cage here. Prisoner takes the vault, there's the next cage. Does have the speed boost there, but I think Prisoner will go down. No, he gets the vault off in time. The kite continues, going for the cage break here. Go still living through this, kites out the entire cage, and he might be able to make this pallet before the next cage comes back. He is able to make it to the pallet before the cage is available. So this kite is actually ending up being quite good here. And even the Antiquarian trying to body block here, trying to go for the harassment here. This is why Antiquarian's such a good character against Goatman, such a good supporter. And Antiquarian's going to help him kite out this next cage, and even Flywheel's to swing here.
Flywheel. Yeah, and for Prisoner here as well, going to be able to make it straight towards the other side. We cannot get towards that pallet anymore, but look at the Cypher Machine from Anti-Current's hands. It's already at 94%, and Gravekeeper, last Cypher Machine, at 70% here too. We're still max health from the side of Anti, and still 2 more disarms left on our sides to use. We're going to try to trade this one near the Gravekeeper to at least try to guarantee the tie. But from the Survivor's point of view here, such a brilliant rebound kite from the side of Prisoner, and such beautiful support from our Anti.
Yeah, considering how fast that early game down was, they really created a good position for themselves here. Anti's gonna have to take this hit, was not able to get a stun there. There was 2 cages up, so it wasn't like that she was able to kite that out. So might as well take that hit, get those 2 cages out of the way. Chang's gonna have 1 more cage to work with here, but he's gonna go for the Cypher Machine instead, although Gravekeeper does have 2 shovels to work with, so he should be relatively safe here.
But Gravekeeper does have borrowed time. We might need ZETA to rescue later on then if we actually get Gravekeeper down here. But let's just see whether R.Y can actually get a formal elimination in exchange for that. We force the Gravekeeper back towards the same area. The cage should be able to be broken here, but 1 lot pallet here to play around, and an instant terror shock hit down. However, once again, we're so far away from the map, we might just pop open a Cypher Machine here for the 1-man escape.
Yeah, I don't know if going for the rescue here is going to be worth it. Well, especially Antiquarian not having BT. They'll definitely just go for the Cypher pop here and play for that 1 escape. We're going to see the Seer go for the exit gate here. Antiquarian's going to hide out here feeding Tinnitus. They're making sure they're getting 1 out here. If they go for it, if the Hunter goes for a teleport, then we can simply see Antiquarian make the rescue. The only way Chang'e can win this is if he can cage onto the Anti and kill her right now, then teleport to the gate, he could win. But Anti's just going to go into basement. And what that does essentially is it makes it so he can't cage on her immediately. He's going to teleport, he's going to trap her in, then TP. Interesting choice here. There's the hit through the pallet. And since Anti's actually stuck in the cage, he actually has enough time to chair and maybe go back here before the Anti makes it there. Let's see if he can get enough cages up in time.
The cage probably isn't enough to make it straight towards the other direction, but for now, let's see how much distance can we actually directly pull. We're kind of far away here underneath second stop, as Antiquarian is going to be able to make it towards the rescue, but by the time we actually catch up here towards either the Anti or the Gravekeeper, we will have our cage ready to use. We don't even need to use a cage here because of our detention as well, but for Antiquarian here, we're going to be able to get a beautiful flip over as Gravekeeper is going to be trying to open the exit gate. Now then, we're going to be able to get a brilliant flywheel from the side of Psy, and yes, there is no items left on our hands to use, but this will still at least guarantee a 1-man escape here, thankfully. That's going to be an instant hit down, as we don't really have any more cages left to use. There is one ready right now, but Gravekeeper will be able to get out on time, as we don't have enough energy left to use.
Yeah, he's going to be able to just shovel out the gate here. Antiquarian will get shared. So it is a 1 survivor escape, which is definitely a good result here for ACT. Considering that Chang'e, that was the first time he has not gotten a 4-kill in round 1, so definitely he is not happy with that result. ACT totally fine with that there, getting that 1 escape in a situation where, again, he has yet to allow a single escape in round 1, and it finally happens here in the playoffs.
I do think as well, like that prisoner playstyle was absolutely brilliant. We played brilliantly around the anti-Korean too, especially with the fact that Anti was able to, you know, she was able to decode, but then like when prisoner needed, she rotated safely towards anti-Korean in order to provide a little bit more of an extra support and containment time. And of course, in exchange for that, as we saw before too, it's just bought so much time, so much of the cipher machines were done. Prisoner did make a crucial mistake down in basement when he tried to hide, but that doesn't really matter as much if you're able to rebound Kai so beautifully with a 97-second containment time here from the match stats too.
You're actually quite surprised. Prisoner's not really a character we expect to be effective against Goatman, and you kind of see why. I mean, he was able to get the Prisoner down pretty quickly, but then he was still able to rebound Kite quite well, and that was largely due to the Antiquarian support. That Antiquarian support was definitely quite significant in this match, so you really see why Antiquarian's considered a very strong character against the Goatman, not only for kiting herself, but also just for the ability to support. And we saw that in that case. He was able to help the Prisoner kite out one of those cages, and that was definitely a difference maker to get them back in the match after the early down.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Tawai knew that there was someone into story, so he placed down a cage first before we teleport over to look for the Seer. However, also at the same time, we could potentially say that from Seer's point of view there, I would say in one sense, yes, the pallet mind game is really hard to play, especially with the Seer with quite a lot of debuffs on the hands to use and with a cage on him as well, but he still did have that flywheel too, in which I feel like he could have maybe rotated a little bit further away from that pallet in order to maybe play around the double pallet and one window that was just right behind him too. So like from that sense as well, Seer, in one case you can say endgame, it's very scary. It is definitely very scary up against the Goldman, but also there is still potential improvements here because that still would have ended up as a 4-man elimination if it wasn't for that anti-current endgame kite.
I'd just like to remind everybody, if you are doing the pop quiz in-game, you should be locked into watching the match. So you shouldn't need to be asking everybody what the answer is if you were actually locked into the match. So make sure you guys are locked in. Now, I understand the questions like, oh, did the match last 355 seconds or 356 seconds or 358 seconds? Okay, that's understandable. But when the question is, in this match, the Hunter's last teleport was to where? Kuro, where was the last place he teleported to? Was it the exit gate, the rocket share, or the cipher machine? What was it, Kuro? Kuro.
I'm being farted. Could you repeat?
Where did he teleport? Where was the last teleport he went to? Where was it?
Towards the exit gate.
Okay, so we know. Okay. So if you guys were locked into the match, you guys are locked into the match.
I was put on high pressure there. But anyways, XMX, average rescues 1.78, first overall, an escape rate of 67% here, by the way. He's first on those 2 points as well, and average destruction points of 8,189.11. XMX, as we've seen before as well, right? Very good, decent rescuer. Very good rescuer, honestly. He was in GG last year, who did make it towards finals, and of course, he now migrated to Wolves.
Yeah, we have Jelly here with the average containment time of 62 seconds overall, and 7th in escape rate at 56. Pretty solid here. It's coding 174. 1.22 rescues, which is a bit high considering he's typically more of a kiting player, but this time around we have seen him play some rescue characters that also can rescue, such as Aeroplanist.
Yeah, and then next is 487, one of the most popular ITV players here currently in the world. We do see here as well 84.1 second average containment time of 6th overall, and we do see as well 487 is currently kind of moving a little bit closely towards becoming a main container, but he still does love his prospector and his harasser, such as a novelist here as well. So like it does seem like he still wants to pick up those harasser comps, as D-King here is kind of their main, container of Wolves.
Wait. Eli, you said that a healer was a good survivor for Hermit. It is. What do you mean? That's literally, healing characters are one of the main counters to Hermit in the entire game. That's literally. Isn't that right, Kuro? Like, am I wrong? Like, did I miss something?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
if you can tank extra hits, it's always good. It's always good.
Anyways, getting back to our players here, and that's gonna be the Wolves lineup here. They are going to be looking for that tie here to win the first round. Wolves survivors have been quite good throughout this event, so definitely that 3 elimination is still perfectly fine. I think Wolves can potentially get this tie here. They've been so strong in this event, and it's been so hard for Hunters to get wins against them, even in these early rounds. So definitely gonna watch out for that in this spot here.
Yeah, I like it's what we're seeing with WBG's first game as well. Jelly has a mechanic, 47 has dash forward as well. So like if Zunzunjo does not play well here, I do feel like in one sense we probably will be able to actually make it towards the tie game, similar to what WBG did. But for AXIZ on the Zunzunjo, it's a Goldman and an Ivy as a preferred character picks with a 42% 4-man elimination rate as well. I think this was updated especially from yesterday's matchup too, where they did do brilliantly, finishing up a game 2-0 up against AXIZ. But now the question being, can they do the same up against Wolves? The recent new recruit D-King is such a great container. He can play Perfumer as well. He can play so much great little containments, which allows 487 to become fine the main harass now, and Jelly becoming the big brain of this team, being able to, you know, happy feet, smoothly dodge the sidelines, move past Bala, play the mechanic, and of course XMX, very stable rescue. XMX does get a co-op buff as well whenever he kind of moves on towards the big stages too. It just seems like a more suitable environment for him compared to his own performances during the IVL playoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is we saw the 3 elimination in the first round, so we have to see at least a 3 kill in return here. You see Zunzunjo with a lot of looks to be a bit stressed out here in this match. Again, the fact that survivors were obviously getting a 1 escape against Shanghai in the first round, very good, but
yes,
it's just he's playing against one of the best survivor teams as of right now in this event, so it's just definitely a lot of stress and a lot of pressure here. Wolves looking to be very locked in, very confident as of right now, and you know, if they're able to continue at the rate they've been playing, they should be on track to get the victory here. But we should see them try to push for that tie here.
But I would say as well, like from Zunzunjo's point of view, for our ACT's Hunter, look, I feel like it's going to be the same as always now. We're going to see Hullabaloo less and less and less and less, and Goldman more and more and more and more, since he's such a nice hunter when it comes to teleporting around the map, and also with the fact that it's just, you know, it's a little bit less hard to counter a Goldman than compared to a Hullabaloo. At least for Hullabaloo, you can maybe still pull distance early game, but for Goldman, you're always going to be confined into that one single area as well. So like from Wolves' point of view, they could go for a full Goldman counter. We could still run Novelist here initially and maybe bait out that excitement as well early game, force the pallet drop down instantly on towards the Goldman and pull distances away. That's only if he drops down, you know, that cage too. But most of the times we will wait for that 40-second cooldown before we do anything else. So I'd say as long as we can at least decently contain for the first half, the support later on can definitely come in really good, especially when it's 47's harass.
Right, definitely. No, Justero, I do not hate you. Don't worry. I don't. No, the only thing I did, I was only schooling the chat.
Allegations.
I was only. Oh, Crow, quick! What IDV characters are those? I have no idea. Is that a prisoner? That's a prisoner, right?
Oh, prisoner. Yeah, that's prisoner. Prisoners.
I remember that one because I was playing Hunter, and the prisoner used that skin in my match, and he got terror shocked at the start of the game. So that's why I was playing Gamekeeper, and I put a peeper down. You know, when you put a peeper down, you vault slower.
Yeah.
So the prisoner thought it was a good idea to vault in front of the Gamekeeper, so I just terror shocked him with the hook and killed him in like 10 seconds.
Damn.
So that's why I remember that skin. The other ones I have no idea, but anyways. Yeah.
But ban picks we go first, right? It will be Seer and Embalmer here immediately banned, so we don't want to guarantee tie. Alongside with First Officer here and Pobichair being chosen out just for a more of a stable container. Now this will be banned there from the side of this Hunter. From the Survivor side, then we could still potentially run a good decent container, or maybe a Knight instead. Knight is pretty good up against a Goatman as well. So I guess if Zunzunjo wants, he can still go for that Hullabaloo.
Okay, I need to address one thing. Somebody in chat just said I said that Barmaid isn't a good pick against Hermit. I swear on my life, I've never said that. Barmaid is one of the strongest characters in the game for going against Hermit. So if anybody, I don't know why anyone would think that I would say that. Obviously, that's not true at all. I don't even know where that came from. Somebody did. Anyways, I just want to address those allegations, okay, guys. I can assure you that I never would have said that Barmaid is bad against Hermit. I promise you that. Anyways, Crow, did I say that? I don't recall ever saying that. Did it?
No comment. No comment.
Somebody said that I said Barmaid is bad against Hermit. I don't think I would ever say that for any reason. That makes no sense at all. Doesn't sound like something I would say. But anyways, back to our match, ladies and gentlemen. We have a team composition that's very oriented for going against Goatman. We see Knight again in round 1, which is a character that we've seen some teams try to use to play against Goatman. Because you can simply use that helmet. Once they put up the cage, you can use the helmet to prevent the Goatman from swinging on the first chase. But we haven't actually seen Knight be as effective in round 1, at least not yet. And it's going to be the Goatman. So they played a hard Goatman counter comp here. Going to be the Goatman pick here, just like they expected. So Wolves definitely are preparing for this for sure here. Now they did choose Officer over Grave in this case, though.
I guess it's for Cypher Rush, but like in that case scenario, then I would say it would be pretty hard. It would be pretty hard to actually get the rescue here, especially when you can lock the chair and then force Officer to break the cage at a little bit of a slower rate. However, for this final occasion, it'll be first Officer and Norbridge, the hooligan, the puppeteer just right underneath that coaster at 4-stop. Meanwhile, there's 2-story given to Knight, and of course, first stop given towards that aeroplanist, as the Goatman will be spawning very close towards this puppeteer. His rotation point is going to have to go straight in towards Circus, because you can't really run towards the backside of 4-stop because there's no pallet or window left to use, so you're going to be able to get a free hit towards Goatman, and that's not really what you want to do.
Definitely the case here. We're going to see where he opts to go first. For that. She's probably not going to go for that officer, though. We're going to see the coaches shake hands here. And keep in mind here, Wolf Survivors searching for a tie to win this first round, whereas ACT Hunter is looking for at least a 3-kill to get a tie, and unfortunately the victory. We're going to see the blink yet again. This is starting to become a common theme. Blink on Goatman in round number 1 here. This is the first round, second half, Wolf Survivors versus ACT Hunter. Relay joined here with Kershaw, the live commentary for this match.
This first chase is going to be given towards XMX. Okay, he did also ask for a first chase here during our first group days as well. But right now, not being able to find that Knight is going to be... no, that's not nice. That first officer might be a little bit tougher here of our call. But that would be an instant hit here from the side of Zunzunjo. And that's honestly speaking brilliantly done. We still do have our pocket watches to use. But no, it doesn't really matter. Especially with the fact that he does not even have... Ooh, he didn't even get the pocket watch landed down. We can maybe use another cage here just to get that first officer down instantly. Can we maybe try to drop down a cage right in between the pallet? That's what we have to do right now, but no, we're going to try wait for that pocket watch to expire first, and that's what we're brilliant done. We got the hit then on towards that rescuer, and that's good night to you, as Zunzunjo is able to secure that one-man elimination within 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fast down here onto the officer, and with the Cypher progress being very limited, this is an excellent start for this Goatman. The fact that he's able to get the rescuer down, he even got the watch out, he canceled that first hit. That's a very good start here. And I do remember when double windows were at Birdcage and Hospital. I am that old. Anyways, we're gonna see the first rescue come in from, I think that's gonna be the Knight here, 487 transitioning for that save. Does have Tide Turner to work with here. And Flywheel as well. We're gonna have to see some sort of rebound kite. Now keep in mind, a rebound kite is a possibility here. Does he get the save? Okay, he does get the save there. Rebound kite is a possibility here. He's just going to hit that shield to remove it. Obviously, won't deal any damage because it's just a chip, but the pocket watch still in effect. So if he's able to kite out waste some time here, but you see 120 resentment. So he's just going to get out of range of that watch, and then he's going to go ahead and use the cage here.
Yep, and it's not only that as well, we can just redo another cage instantly, but now at least we landed it. But the blink hit down though will at least guarantee the instant down, so there's no rebound kite potential here left on the side of XMX to use anymore. We did finish 2 Cypher machines, however, though, and now the survivors know, yes, this is a blink, however, it's just not enough. We've one more Titan left on our hands to use, but at least I'd say the good news is Publisher has borrowed time, so there's still potential that he could become the secondary rescue later on once Officer has been returned back to the domainer.
Yeah, and TE actually stands for Trace Esports, so just gonna point that out. Someone who commented that. Anyways, we're gonna see a second rescue potentially being done here. This is gonna be by the aeroplanist. Does block off the aeroplanist though with that cage though, and he's gonna prevent. I think he might be able to prevent this rescue. We see Jelly trying to go for the break here. Was not able to get the cage break off in time. Can he get the cage switch in time? There's the switchback. No, he does not get the hit in time. That rescue is crucial for Wolves here. That is potentially game saving.
Once again, the trees, it's always the trees that kind of helps the survivors out here, but we don't really see anyone nearby this area right now. That's going to be Aeroplane is safely rotating out of this area as we see here, right, even with such a bad early game, look at the Cypher machines. It's going to be 4 Cypher machines done as Aeroplaners will be meeting Knight here at the North Bridge. And during this time as well, we could fully force the Cypher machine to be opened and then start healing later on. We did change as well with Trump card towards Teleport, and right now, wanted order given towards Knight. We know where Knight is, so this might just be really risky then in the case of Wolves. 1 full Cypher machine, still very hard to hear to honestly speaking play around, but it's okay. What's Puppeteer doing? Running straight towards the God Kite, and we're going to start containment here immediately.
Yeah, now as we know, the Knight can use... Oh, he tries to cancel 1 with the jump back, but unfortunately he had 2 swing cancels there. That's why Knight is pretty good here. Already down to our last Cypher here, Crow, so they're actually doing pretty good.
Yeah.
At this point, although he does find the weak survivor who's already been injured.
But it's not only that too, like 487, they're very brilliantly done by him. He used the 2 cages to get towards the other side of that river as well, so forcing Zinjo to not be able to chase after him anymore. This simply means that Aeroplane has 2 jetpacks left on our hands to use. We did not find where this Aeroplane was, but it's okay. We just need to see where his location is at right now, just so maybe we can get something extra off him, but it's okay. Knight's still nearby. We can't probably get an attack predict here, maybe can we, but it's okay. There's still enough jetpacks still left on our hands to use. We're going to be quite far away here in that regards, as well as that's going to be an instant hit down on the side of our Aeroplanist. Knight being nearby, 65% Cypher machine, he's going to be the one that has to come into rescue, but right after this rescue, I don't think it's enough time to make it towards the other side of the map, towards Gokite Dakota, and there's Basement nearby.
Yeah, so close to being able to kite that out, but that hit just connecting at the end there on that cage. They may go for the Cypher pop instead of going for the rescue, but it looks like Knight is coming in for the save, so they're really pushing for this. None of these survivors have BT, so a huge risk being run from Wolves here. We're going to see that rescue there. Still 1 helmet to work with, though, so we will see the helmet. Cancels the swing again here. He's just going to go ahead and wait it out, and he actually swings into it, which means they can pop now, and he misses that first hit, but I think Knight's going to go down. He still has a flywheel to work with, though, but he flywheels into nothing and gets knocked down. Teleport is still available here for the Goatman, so this game is far from over at this point.
But it's okay, because 1 survivor at the exit gate. We all have our items to use endgame as well, so at least we can still play around this Goemon for a tiny bit longer. Hiding, on the other hand, is not a bad option, but we can't forget what happened in game 1 of our match 1 today. Hiding immediately and getting found was a bad idea, but in this case scenario here, Jelly, we still have jetpacks left on our hands to use. There's 1 pallet here left to play around, but the good news is the other exit gate is already at 74%, so this will guarantee at least a 1-man escape here from the side of Wolves, and that's all what they needed.
Yeah, he was not able to get the jetpack there. We're going to see Puppeteer take the escape. That's going to be a 1 survivor escape. So we're going to have a tied round 1 here. It was looking pretty good for the Hunter side. As soon as they were able to get the officer down very quickly, we were thinking, okay, well, this is definitely on track for a 4 elimination, but still able to get the 1 escape. That's how good these Wolf survivors are. They're able to keep the Cypher Rush intact, especially considering the really fast down and the slow decoding. And they're able to keep it alive up until the end. Bit of a surprise that we saw the Basement rescue. We expected them to go for the Cypher pop instead of the save there, but they really wanted to go for that tie, take that risk. Ended up not working out, still getting the 1 escape though, and yeah, tied round number 1. Pretty good for ACT. We expected Wolves to be very dominant in this match, and it looks to be pretty even thus far.
Yeah, but I just feel like, in that game as well, we saw First Officer going down within 40-50 seconds too, but like, we can't forget he gets to sit on chair for 72 seconds, and there was also 2 tight turns there for ourselves to use as well, so like, that's that even with a 50-second down, like, if you just add on the times, so 72 seconds and another 40 seconds extra, you get like a good 2.5 minutes there of free decoding time, which is how we finished off 4 Cypher machines, right? Even with such a fast early down on towards that First Officer. As we do see here too, it's a 50-second containment, but that's also within tight turn time as well, we cannot forget.
And also, anybody who asked about the answer to the pop quiz in chat, do not answer. It's their job to lock in and figure it out themselves. Looking at our statistics here, we have the only 50 seconds from the officer, but yeah, unfortunately that's not ideal for a rescue character. You want to be able to extend that longer, and that's typically why we see characters like Gravekeeper being used more often in the first round, since Gravekeeper can kind of just shovel, and Goatman can't really kill Gravekeeper, or I mean he can, but it's really challenging. So I definitely think that could have been a better option. The upside to Officer is that you can break the cage, and in Shovel you can't break the cage. But yeah, ended up just going for the Officer and ended up being a good chase target for him.
It's not only that as well. it's more or less just that was such a fast down as well. We kind of didn't really expect it from officer's point of view there. I thought it was initially a knight who was first chase, so I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance. But Zunjo, they're very respecting the officer's range as well, and also with the fact that we're able to get the cage directly at the edge where officer almost landed or is going towards to being able to land that hit immediately, forcing the first pocket watch to be rendered useless as well. Like, that was a brilliant prediction and a bold prediction made by the hunter of ACT. And because of that too, it's a little bit unfortunate, once again, not a format nomination. However, it was good enough. But we'll be moving on towards the highlights here before we move on towards game 2.
Or nope. Okay, I guess not just yet. But no, guys, sharing is not caring. It is about learning for yourself. Never mind. Now we're gonna look at our highlights. Well, that's not us. Okay, that's us. Anyways, now we're back, guys. Yeah, guys. So, guys, what we're trying to do here, okay, is I'm attempting to. It's basically like this, guys. Okay, think about it this way, right? When you are on an exam and you look up the answers on your phone, right? Instead of actually, when you're doing an online exam, you look up the answers on your phone instead of actually studying and preparing yourself. How is that going to benefit you in the long run? See, if you locked in for these matches and you learned about what was happening in the match, you took in this information and turned this watching COAⅧ into an educational experience, then you would not only know the answers to the pop quiz because you were locked into the match, you also would learn a lot from this, which you could then incorporate into your rank matches and become better players and reach high tiers, and then everybody's happy. Oh my god, guys, I did it. I just thought of like the most amazing thing ever. Isn't that crazy? That's actually crazy. Okay, girl, let's talk about the match.
I'm definitely not the opposite of that, but anyways, aside from all that though, we move on to our second half after game 1. The first 2 matches, it was a stream elimination from both Hunter side and of course from Survivor side as well. We did use quite a lot of the big characters, well, the main characters used to counter both Goldmine and, well, just mainly the Goldmine because there's no Hula Blue there, but still, we saw Blink Goldmine more and more now, which is something, fundamentally speaking, not seeing a lot, because previously it was abnormal, but this time it's more about the Blink. I do think it's also because of Moonlit River Park as well, being a really big map, and not being able to use that, you know, abnormal, because you need to force yourself to get the cages out first, and then, you know, just not have any items for later on. But moving on towards the second half though, this time it's going to be ACT who gets the map picks, and they also do have a larger survivor pool compared to Wolves, especially with the fact that they played, you know, Prisoner and Antiquarian.
Yeah, definitely. So with that being said, definitely a pretty good start for ACT. This was Wolves who chose the map here, so the fact that ACT was able to tie on their map choice is pretty good. I think that it was a little bit unfortunate that Junjun wasn't able to get a 4 kill, especially considering how fast the officer was down. You want to be able to spiral that game into a win, for sure, but he wasn't able to get that off in time, unfortunately, and they were able to get to the end game, they were able to get 1 escape. That's how good the Wolf survivors are. Even after a bad start, they're able to turn things around. So that's definitely something that we need to think about. If he's able to start off with a strong early game like that, Wolves are still good enough to stay in the game and make sure they get some escapes. So that just puts a lot more pressure on the ACT survivors, especially against Chang'ai, who's been so good about throughout this event. Although ACT survivors did break the 4-kill streak, Chang'ai's got a 4-kill every single first round the entire event up until today, in which ACT was able to get 1 out the gate there. So definitely a good result for them.
Yeah, and especially with the fact that, like, now moving on towards game 2, it's still 50-50 from both sides, but ACT has, honestly speaking, delivered more than we've expected as well, especially from their Hunter side too, alongside with the Survivors. So in our case, now moving on to our second half, we do know that probably it's going to be Opera for Chang'ai, and then the Ivy for Zunjo, because his preferred character pick was Ivy, as we've seen in the match stats there too. But we just have to see who's going to come out first and what the map pick will be before before we move on towards the ban pick phase and all and that. But still, look, right now from both teams, it seems like they're on both even playing ground, and no one's really getting the upper hand here just yet.
Yeah. Also, I did not. Now people are just making. Definitely did not say Nightmare was meta. Now things are just getting made up at this point. But anyways, yeah. So let's get a little back on track here, guys. We're gonna. Did not say Mind's Eye is the best survivor. We're gonna get back to being on track here for this match. No, she's terrible.
She did get buffed. No, she did get buffed. She did. I'm sorry, she did get buffed. She did get buffed. You can't do that to me.
I will still kill every Mind's Eye in under 20 seconds every Hunter match I play. I promise.
Eliminate Mind's Eye. Eliminate.
Down the Mind's Eye.
We said elimination.
Well, down the Mind's Eye. I will not get kited by a Mind's Eye ever. If I get kited by a Mind's Eye, you guys can clip it and post it anywhere you want. And admit that and prove that I was wrong, but that will never happen because I'm never getting kited by a Mind's Eye. Anyways, the point is, we are not going to be seeing Mind's Eye in this match, hopefully, and we are going to get into our second round here, in which we are currently tied between ACT and Wolves in a match that we expected Wolves to have a very quick victory against. ACT is really putting up a fight. ACT didn't look to be too good in the group stage. They had a tough match against RD, the non-professional team, in which they actually lost. But now they're on track to be in a tied situation with Wolves here. Currently, it's going to be Arms Factory. It's going to be our round 2 map here.
I'm surprised that Wolves actually banned out Sacred Hearts Hospital as well. It just feels like it's a very nice map for Wolves too, because they do love to play the Mind's Eye on that map. So that might just be your Nightmare Eli on that sense. But okay, Arms Factory though, it's a relatively small map. We have seen, from yesterday's game with ACT, I feel like for ACT, they chose this map because they tied up against Opera Singer, Itzy Bailu's Opera Singer yesterday on this map, and they did do really well too. So they kind of want to get the same momentum back. They do really want to get the same momentum back. So I can see why ACTs decides to choose this map instead. And of course, we can't forget about the double terror shock on towards the Doctor and the Knight yesterday too from Zhengzhenjiu's Ivy.
Absolutely. This round 2 is going to be very intense. Chunghai's probably going to go into that opera. The survivors kind of know what to expect when it's going to be when Chunghai's playing Hunter here, and that's why it's still impressive that he's able to play so well. But here it's hard to say. We'll probably see potential Ivy here, but both are options. We'll see a quick interview though here before we continue.
已经作为这次夺冠大热门了，就是挑战他们的话压力很大的，就是打好自己的就行了。在小组赛的时候是有一点紧张的。打到后面，现在到了淘汰赛会，就是心态会放松一点。
Right, so he says this does feel a bit more relaxed. Although he did seem a bit nervous in that first round, going into that first Hunter match, but ended up pulling it together and having a pretty good round 1 Hunter performance. So definitely is prepared for this Wolves match.
Yeah, I do feel as well it's kind of more or less about getting, used to environment too from his point of view, since he's just recently joined as well. So I would say like it's something that he's going to have to slowly get accustomed to. Compared to, when we saw Tong'ai with Crazy as well, their Wolves' coach and Wolves' Hunter, they were a little bit more giddy as well during, these ban pick phases too, which, does show quite a lot, especially when it comes to experience and expertise. However, moving on directly towards second half, we do know that the Goldman is going to be permanent banned alongside with a Hullabaloo being in towards the ban phases too. So we're just going to have to see, right, whether or not we're willing to go Ivy, or will we just go for a full Ivy. Sorry, excuse me. Whether or not we're going to go for a full team comp that counters Ivy, or maybe we can try play Opera as well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say Nell is actually so right. That's actually so like. I'm not hypocritical, but like Nell's actually so right. Like whenever rank goes bad and we get randoms and they die really quickly, I genuinely start playing Mind's Eye just so I'll get first chase, so the randoms won't get chased. Like it's actually like kind of true. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do that. I get really pissed off about the rank match and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna start playing Mind's Eye so I get first chase. But anyways, Kuro, what do we got? Characters? What do we got? Entomologist. That's the only one I know.
Yes, and then that is I think Feather of Birds or Birds of Cages. Perfumer's Eskin, that was the most recent one that was released as well. It's very nice as well, honestly, from the camera run as well from the main stage. we're able to see quite a lot of cosplay here that we don't usually see around, you know, during the day-to-day phases. But as we can see here as well, these are a very big badge here for Wolves. Definitely Wolves supporter here. It kind of, you know, making it very obvious. But now then, on towards the band pick phase here we go. It's going to be Goman here towards the permanent alongside with First Officer, Puppeteer, and Knight. And Zunjo will be getting rid of that Seer alongside with Mercenary first 2 picks. Color Blue will be permaband.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see the Embalmer here actually pick second. And shout out to Nell. Eli definitely kites along with Mindsight. Thank you, Nell. I appreciate that. That is, look how nice, guys, look how nice Nell is. That's crazy. Wow. Positivity and happiness and sunshine and rainbows, guys. This is what we need for our COA tournament here. We're gonna have Antiquarian as our next pick here for Wolves, it looks like. They're definitely well, actually, interesting enough, we would expect to see potentially an Ivy here, but Antiquarian's typically more of an opera singer pick. Looks like Barmaid will be the last band, so that is an Ivy band, and we're finally gonna see that Psychologist, which is definitely good for the Ivy matchup.
I guess we're going to go for a 50-50 here. So the Opera Singer to counter the... No, sorry, what? The Antiquarian to counter the Opera Singer. And then we have both, you know, the Embalmer and Psychologist to counter the Ivy as well. For our Wildling, it's kind of, you know, he does counter both too, especially when it comes to stopping the Stuff Rescue as well. So, like, overall, not too bad of a team comp here. We're kind of, you know, covering all bases. And from Dunanjo's point of view, if he really wants to win, he's going to have to fight for this. From the side of Wolves as well, they really like to fight as well. So it wouldn't be a surprise to me if Jelly just decides to run halfway across the map to look at the survivor's face, drop in the coffin on the other side of the map, and then start embalming. Yes, the Cypher machine might be a little bit slow, but we can at least extend it all the way until accelerated decoding time. Absolutely.
Let's see what Hunter opts to go with here in this spot. Looking like a pretty good... Well, actually, it's tough. I would not play Opera into this. Antiquarian, obviously, Wildling, very good rescue against Opera. Antiquarian, very good. It's going to be Ivy, yeah. Opera's just too tough here. Psychologist can take 3 hits against the Opera. You got Embalmer for the tie. You got Anti, a good kiter against Opera. Wildling, good rescuer against Opera. Whereas for Ivy, a little bit better chase targets. Psychologist is not ideal, but Antiquarian and Embalmer definitely good here. So the Ivy, I think, is the most logical choice.
With our spawn locations, it's gonna be... Oh, we're gonna assign Wildling to Wildling to Factory, excuse me. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Ivy spawning by top left, so that's near where the big rock is. Psychologist near towards the entrance of Shock, Antiquarian near middle, and of course Embalmer near the entrance of Junkyard Ruins. If this is the case, then I'd say more or less we want the Psychologist to rotate towards Wildling. Then if we spawn there, maybe just provide some sort of harassment. But with this spawn location, I think that's kind of what Wolves wanted to.
Definitely the case here. We're going to see the two coaches go ahead and shake hands here again. We have a tied match right now between Wolves and ACT. Will we see one of these two teams pull ahead here in the second round? We're going to see pretty standard build from the Ivy here and pretty standard for everybody else. It looks like it's going to be the first half of the second round of the Wolves Survivors versus the ACT Hunter. I'm Miguel joining the coach, bringing the live commentary for this match.
We're going straight towards, it seems like, middle for Antiquarian here, perhaps? No, we're going to drop down to Phantom towards middle here, just so we can gain a little bit more of a map control. Meanwhile, our main body is kind of rotating around, but it seems like Deacon here with 64 stacks already, but that's at least the good news. It's only 64 stacks without any Phantom on towards us, and of course, Instant Detention alongside with Max Hunt, Berserker, and Constraint.
Alright, it looks like he's going to put the Ghost, switching between this Ghost pretty fast here, pressuring middle here, trying to slow down this decoding progress. Currently going after deking the Antiquarian all the way up to 64% already here. I'm going to leave the Ghost in this factory area, bringing it after this Survivor. Cannot put the Ghost on him just yet. He's going to have to manually walk after him if he wants to get this hit. Deacon going to use this cane for the speed boost here. Will we see the Ghost scare? There's the scared, missing it though. That's a pretty big miss here, unfortunately, for this Ivy, and we're going to see make it all the way to this pallet. Will we see... oh, Blink is still cold. He's going to want to blink before he reaches 100%. That way you can get a scare on him right afterwards.
Seems like we want to try to put the Phantom near Psychologist to maybe stop her from decoding, but right now Zhenzhen did not really see anti-current going straight towards the other side as we pulled so much distance away right now. So Psycho will have to be locked here first before we actually throw down our Phantom once again to get that lock. But we can't forget, right, anti-current still has Flywheel left on our hands too, so we would like to get this Revelation down as soon as we can. But can we reenact what Persica did right now? We did, and that's going to be a brilliant Flywheel used as Zhenzhen's early game is absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, we're going to see the Blink and the main body to get a 90%, though. That's a pretty big turnaround, although the Ghost is not nearby, unfortunately, and it's still on cooldown. Antiquarian also is going to get a Coffin as the Embalmer was able to catch sight of the Anti's face here, so definitely a pretty good setup for Wolves at this point. Antiquarian's going to try to go for a stun. No, actually just going to get scared here. I was going to say, Antiquarian could try to double back and stun before he got hit, but it looks like no, we're gonna see the teleport to the Coffin, not even waiting for the chair. Interesting choice. We typically would see the chair so we'd have more time wasted, but they're actually not going to go for that. So I'm not sure if that was intentional from Wolves, but I guess they would prefer the insta Coffin rather than the chair time.
I do think in one sense it kind of does make sense, because we can at least buy some time and maybe try Cypher Lock, since we can kind of slowly chair anti-current down and then prepare for mid to end game with a lot of Ostracons. But in our case scenario here, I just feel like it's a little bit bad for Anti, especially with the fact that, you know, she definitely could have maybe tried to get a relock on, but we're going to be able to get a brilliant 15-second disarmament. And this is what we're talking about, especially from the side of Anti too. We could probably get a really nice Revelation. It's currently 20 stacks, 62 stacks, just about enough on time. But look, we need to get a good Revelation, but you don't have Phantom on yourselves anymore, and it's still within disarm time. But that is a brilliant hit down from Zhenzhen. But just look at the ciphers.
How long that stun was too. He was disarmed for a really long time. That's how good that triple stun is from the Antiquarian. Last two ciphers are already on their way to being primed. This is the second chair here from the Survivor. Wilding gonna try to keep him from. Maybe he's gonna push him away. That should keep him from getting the chair off here. He's gonna be able to struggle free, actually.
Okay, Wilding can do one more push here for anti-current. There's definitely a potential here. Wilding only 68 stacks. We're going to be able to get the teleport over, but that's going to be a double stun lock there. That's no problem. No, we missed the anti-current and a brilliant flywheel from DK there. Oh no, that's so crucial here. We got to hit on towards the board maybe, but that vault over, no terror shock on that Ivy. Now, Wilding coming in for the body block. Yes, anti-current has only 54 stacks, so it doesn't matter if the Revelation here comes out or not. Last night, reaching current at 63%. Embalmer, we're currently decoding this as fast as we can. We finally got that stun lock there, but it doesn't matter if Wilding's nearby to body block. Can we get a body block? Wilding did not get it, but it doesn't matter when you have a tight turner for endgame. It doesn't matter when the X-Cypher reaching is currently at 80%. And guess what? We have already the Psychologist there near the factory gate, exit gate, and even if you want the chair back here, it does not matter. Cypher Machine is going to be primed right now. Wilding can rescue and just pop that Cypher by himself.
Not only is he going to be primed, we also have borrowed time from all these survivors with the he struggles free anyway. It doesn't even matter. They could just go for the pop now. Wilding doesn't want to do that though. He's at 100%. They need to be able to wait this out. So during this time, they should prioritize taking down the tombstones. They don't want to leave these here. So Wilding's going to go ahead and take that. He's going to take that. He's just going to go for the Cypher pop and go for the end game. Able to get on that board there. There's the blink, but he misses the blink. He misses the blink onto the Wildling and the scare means Wildling stays alive. We have a 4-survivor endgame. Everybody's at full health. We have no trait to work with. Wolves on path to not only 3 escape this game, maybe even more. The gate's gonna be opened in time. The Psychologist is able to make it out. D-King's gonna try to... Oh, Dungeon's not in the vicinity. If he's able to find D-King, he can go for the 1 kill, but Wolves is gonna try to play for 4 at this point.
I feel like it doesn't. No, we can't really teleport back over there right now. It doesn't matter here. They're going to try to play for the long end game here. This is what Wolves want. You're giving Wolves what they want right now. There's going to be 4 hungry packs of Wolves currently circling this Ivy. We now have 77 seconds left on detention time. D-King is still running. We still have movement speed from borrowed time as well. So even if we leech on here, it doesn't matter. You don't have corruption transfers. There's a tie turner on this one in 2. As long as D-King can make it towards the dungeon on the other side. We don't have flywheel for another 7 seconds or so. We want to see whether or not we can maybe try buy a little bit more time out for this one. But that's going to be a brilliant hit down. But this anti-current only second chair. We probably won't rescue here anymore. There's still a Wildling on that tie turner. Will we be willing to go for it? No, we will not. That's a 3-man escape from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, no need to take the 4 escape there. That 3 escape definitely going to be enough here for Wolves in the second round. They were definitely on track to maybe try to go for 4 there, but the Antiquarian didn't die close enough to gate. You can see it talking about it a little bit. Maybe, if we done this differently, maybe we could have 4 escaped this. But either way, still getting a 3 escape in this round is definitely what they're looking for in this spot. Very dominant performance overall, giving no opportunity for even a tie here. from this Ivy, and Ivy seemed to be a pretty good pick for this team composition as well. It just was definitely not enough here. Wolves getting a 3 escape, and with that being said, they already are going to have a very large lead going into the second round. This is why Wolves is definitely one of the teams on track to win this event.
Yeah, I just feel like from Anti-Current's side of view as well, it's really unfortunate there was like 2 seconds left, or even, well, there's 7 seconds left in total before Flywheel was ready when Ivy teleported on towards her. But it's not only that as well, from Ivy's point of view, it definitely would have been really bad, especially when, you know, like we're on the other side of the map. We have a 5% movement speed boost from borrowed time as well, so you can't really get that, you know, 100 stack easily on towards that Anti-Current. And there was just such a huge potential there with, you know, Titan as well on the side of Wilding, alongside with only around 60 seconds left of detention.
169 seconds from that Antiquarian. Antiquarian considered to be is a character that can effectively kite Ivy, but it's definitely not easy. And the fact that he was able to contain for that long, just very, very impressive. Being able to struggle free multiple times. The Wildling support, which is not something we really see. Wildling harassing to help the struggle free ended up being really crucial. We actually thought the insta coffin might have been a mistake, but it ended up working out fine. They still had enough ciphers. That's how good the cipher rush was. That's how good the support was, and how good the kiting was from the Antiquarian. That triple stun. That's one of the ways Antiquarian's able to kite against a Ivy. You triple stun, you double or triple stun, and then also look at the Ivy, stay in the tombstone, putting yourself up to 100%. And what that does is it makes it so the Ivy stun will wear off, and you can kite away before she gets armed again and is able to hit you.
And I just feel like with that harass as well from, you know, Wildling, in one sense, Ivy definitely could have had Revelation, right? The Wildling's pushback when she was in mid-animation. But I feel like for Joe, he kind of prematurely used as well before there was even any animation lock. Yes, the animation is faster than before. However, it is still very, very, very counterable, especially from Ivy's point of view as well. We threw Ostracons in that area, and Bomber also did a great job in dropping down the pallet, forcing Ivy to take the long way in order to actually chair that Anti-Current. And being able to struggle out twice is where the line kind of draws for Wolves. And that's kind of the biggest differentiation between Wolves Survivor team and any other Survivor team that's in the IVL League.
Yeah, definitely. What's the answer to the pop quiz? Guys, come on. What? The question was literally how many survivors brought Tide Turner that game? Crow, how many survivors had One survivor had Tide Turner, guys. Come on. That was an easy one. Guys.
It's okay. I mean, Eli's in his Asian mom era. It's okay.
I'm in my you guys gotta learn about ADV, guys. Gotta lock in, guys. Gotta lock in. Okay, let me think. Do I know the traits for that game were, let's see if I know off the top of my head. Let's see how locked in I was. I'm gonna quiz myself. I'm gonna make it fair for all you guys. I'm gonna quiz myself. Okay, in Bomber I had no BT, he had Suicide build with Flywheel and Broken Windows. The Antiquarian had Flywheel and BT. The Wildling had Tide Turner and BT. And the Psychologist had okay, I don't know what the Psychologist had. I think she had
knee-jerk reflex. To be honest with you, we didn't really see her being chased that much.
We never saw her get chased. I think she had Flywheel.
Yeah, we never saw it. Yeah, that's okay.
I gotta look back. I'm gonna look back at the match. Now I gotta figure this out. I'm gonna say Flywheel, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let's look back to it.
But yes,
it was Flywheel. It was Flywheel.
Oh, Flywheel.
It was Flywheel. Oh my god. Yay. I got it. See, guys, locked in. Knowledge.
But let's see. This is Weeping Clown Skin from the audience side, and then I think we should be having a banner here. But we kind of just realized. No, we didn't just realize. But anyways, aside from all that, who is this, Eli? Who is this? That looks like Joseph to me, but it could be someone else.
You're acting like I know anything about Identity 5 skins. Like, come on, I can name like 5. I can name.
It's okay. It's okay. We slowly build up on this, Eli. We slowly build up.
And what was the other? Picture Woman? That's about it. Oh, Necromancer, Netherwalker, and Necromancer. That one's for Feaster. I know that. That's it. I don't know anything, guys. Come on now, man.
It's fine. We see a post one here though, and that is I can't really see the text. To see who they're actually supporting, but But yeah. Anyways, aside from the cosplay wise, we do move on directly towards the game as we're going to double check match stats and of course technical side from both teams as well. Once again, to recap, last game was a 3-man escape from Wolves, beautiful double struggle from 47 as well, his own solo containment, and of course that 18-second disarm during the Ivy window vaulting was definitely one of the most crucial part of it all. I probably would say as well, during that window vault, could you have revelations? I think you could, because you can revelation during balloon pickup, but maybe that's just something that I'm not too informative on.
Yep. Yeah, I'll admit, guys, I do not lock in when it comes to identified skins. So you guys got me there. I'll admit, you guys got me there. I will admit when I'm inept at something, I'm very inept when it comes to knowing identified skins. So.
Oh, well, I mean, speaking of skins, someone just got an A skin and an S skin from the audience. And look, that is Nayet. That is Nayet. Recent new S skin as well. It's not the Chinese New Year one, it's the other one from the Nymphs.
How do you know all this?
Aside from all that, Knight and Novelist first 2 bands, alongside with Hullabaloo being permabanned.
Yeah, we're gonna see Knight, interesting ban here, but we see Knight being a character that's used commonly against the opera singer. So that's gonna be the first ban here for Chang'e. Let's see what the survivors opt to go with. It's gonna be Puppeteer and the Explorer. So Explorer quite good on Artist Factory. It's a small map, means that you can get to his pages quickly, and a lot of excellent hiding locations for Explorer here as well.
Yes, but the last time I've actually seen Tawai going up against Explorer, well, not for a quad playoffs, but in this map was actually when he went up against GG. He played Knight in exchange for Dash as well, and that Explorer was not able to hide, unfortunately, because it's a Knight. We're going to be able to see the Wildling there being banned. And last pick here, we could go for a rescue, because he will ban another rescue if we don't do it. Yeah, first officer has been chosen out because Gravekeeper is in permabanned.
All right, and with that Wildling being off the table here, Officer, of course, very good rescuer against the Opera Singer as well. He can rescue twice, even while injured with that pocket watch, and Opera's hitbox being quite small, has a very difficult time chasing after the first officer. So Coordinator going to be the last band here. Very good band here for Chang'e. Coordinator known to be one of the stronger kiters against the Opera Singer. Oh, Patient. Yeah, not really a character we see being utilized against Opera as much, but looks like ACT is going to prioritize it here. And not exactly one of the best Patient maps, but there are some pretty good hook locations through the factory windows and things.
I just feel like one of the biggest issues with me and Patient, well, not my issue, but one of the issues with Patient being played is Ivy can kind of cancel your hook during your mid animation, right? Yes, he has gotten buff for season 37, but this is still pre-buff, so we need to keep that in mind. So like if Tawai chases after Patient here and he wants to use the hook, you could just use your Phantom that has been leached on towards a Patient and to cancel it as well. This also works the same for Toy Merchants, which is why we don't see those two characters used as much. But we're going to be giving Dash Explorer towards Go side, having the Puppeteer, Sen having the Patient, and of course 11 Wish the first officer.
Yeah, so let's see which character he opts to go with here. It's going to be most likely that Opera Singer here, but as we know, that seems to be his preferred second round character here.
Yeah.
I do know that that Patient skin is an S tier, I think. Yes, I have no idea what the name is, but I'm pretty sure it's an S tier because it looks fancy. Only because it looks pretty fancy. But we're going to most likely see the Opera Singer here from Chang'e in the second round. Again, the Patient's a little bit of an interesting choice. I would have expected them to prioritize something a little bit different. Obviously, Antiquarian and Seer being gone, you can't go down that route. But did have characters like, we've seen Dancer be a common character for an Arms Factory map. We've seen Embalmer be a pretty good character choice here, although I guess Embalmer and Explorer together, maybe it's a little overkill, so they want more kiting. Between Aeroplanist is a seen Psychologist. Acrobat is a character that's very good against the Opera, so the Patient is definitely interesting, but we're going to see if it works out for them.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what, from this point of view, right, I think the coach is telling Soin that if he gets a 4-man elimination here, he'll let him play Clown round 2. Round 3, sorry.
Is that what he said?
No, I'm quite sure that's what he's going to say here. Because we're really, right, if we get a 4-man elimination, it's 8-1. So we could just get Tawai to come out first and play Clown. And even if he does that, it doesn't matter. As long as they get a tie or a 1-man escape, they can still move on. But look, Ares Lecture Mode, here we go. It's going to be Patient here spawning by Shaq, first officer in middle. The Explorer here by junkyard rooms, excuse me. Meanwhile, that will be our puppeteer spawning inside factory. For Opera Singer here, it's going to be spawning by big gauge, the factory gauge. So in that case, Explorer will be the safest character here, and he will be able to at least, you know, maybe he could try hide early game, but I just feel like Patient will be the initial first chase.
Yeah, definitely should be ideal here to go for that Patient. You could go for Factory Puppeteer, but that seems very unlikely as it's a very strong kiting area, and Puppeteer is a very good character for kiting against that Opera Singer. Guaranteed, he has a guaranteed kite just using this ability. Opera Singer is a single hit hunter, has no real counterplay to that. Yeah, we're gonna get into our match here. Again, we saw Wolves get a 3 survivor escape, so these survivors looking to try to get 3 in return here. This is the second half of the second round of the ACT survivors versus the Wolves Hunter. I'm Elio, joined here with Kersher, bringing the live commentary for this match.
The wolf versus the 4 rabbits here, as we do see slight immediate first chase here as our immediate first chase. That's a very nice body block there with that little Lewis mini flywheel. But even so, first sight registering within 70 seconds is not really that much of a good look, especially with the fact that we can get that Shadow Dance, well, not even Shadow Dance, Shadow Strike ready within just the next hit. For now though, we still do have the remnants nearby. We're going to break the pallets here first, as it does seem like we actually did not bring any sort of fast pallet breaking. So with this, it's already the second little Lewis, and we might just be able to get him down here as he only has Tide Turner.
Yeah, this is already a pretty fast double chip being done here from the Puppeteer, so he's gonna have to use another one pretty soon, but actually takes a risky vault here. It does pay off to buy a little bit more time, although he does not have BT. He's just gonna go ahead and take that hit, it looks like, and transition back towards this next area. We'll have the blink online in about 5 seconds. He wants to try to force out the blink if possible, but it's just going to be so difficult. He's kind of trapped in this back area and gets knocked down, not even able to get the blink out in the spot. So already a very good start for the Opera Singer.
Now then, first officer will be forced out of his Cypher machine near middle, as we do see here as well. It seems like we want to try a little bit further away instead of going towards the middle. I guess that pallet is one of the pallets we're kind of worried about too. We now know where first officer is. First rescue will commence here a little bit earlier as expected. Explorer on his own Cypher machine as well, 50% extra page, 50% extra treasure. And now the question is, how much can we actually get off this? First officer might also get a double down because of how fast he used his pocket watch, but we're just going to have to see how we play around.
All right, we're going to see the hit onto the first officer here. And does get a very clean rescue there. Let's see if he's able to kite until this Tide Turner runs out. Probably not. He'll probably go for that blink beforehand. Chaga getting a little bit stuck there. We're going to see the switch onto the Puppeteer, and he's going to get knocked down, though, before he's able to get that vault off here. And already up to full presence, Puppeteer's going to get knocked down here on share for the second time. And Explorer doesn't even have a page right now, so the Cyphers are just so far behind for ACT.
And it's not only that too, we see here, right, a Tide Turner also on the Explorer's hands. This simply means that he's going to be such an easy chase if we actually do find him. Sen here as the patient on his way in currently to rescue, but preferably speaking, I think setting here probably would be the better option. You don't want Survivor half health, but maybe Wolves, can this Wolf sniff? He's going to be able to sniff out the patient. We didn't really body block there on time, but that's okay. That's going to be a Shadow Dance back here on time. The Barrier Rabbit is currently on the road. We did get a pallet on that Wolf, and now the chase will begin here once again. This might be a full rescue or even a double down. Let's see here, patient will manage to get a rescue here, but we're not going to be able to get out on time. No, we did, barely clutching that escape as Puppeteer. Yes, we're going to be able to use that little Lewis, and that's going to be enough time for Tide Turner to be brought out.
Yeah, he's not going to get the vault off in there. Just going to get hit and knocked down on that vault there. So that's going to be the last time on share for the Puppeteer, and Cyphers are just, again, not very far. Explorer's now going to go get a page here, but still a lot of Cypher progress to go. Trade still available, double injuries on the board. Shanghai definitely looking like he could get a 4 kill from this position here. Trying to find his next chase target. Looks like he maybe is going to go for that first officer, trying to hide out in that that area. I don't think he's going to be able to find him though back here. It looks like still trying to find where he's located, but not able to see just yet. Does miss a dash there. Going to go ahead and flip back. Still trying to find this first officer, doing an excellent job just wasting time hiding back in this area, allowing for more decoding time. Does he finally find the officer here. Officer using the watch a bit early. I think he didn't even see him, but he ends up using the watch and he's able to bait that out. That's pretty strong. You might see him teleport away here. Still gonna commit to this officer.
I think we're saving. I think we're saving because we're worried that Explorer might have the page ready, so we're gonna go for a first officer here who has no items left. Oh right, yeah, that's gonna be really bad. Because I guess with this, right, it just simply means that even if Explorer comes into rescue, it's a guaranteed double down.
Yeah, that's why he wanted to commit to this officer, because he knew he could potentially share him in the basement. He's able to down him near the factory area, which he is able to do. Now, Cypher machines are almost ready here. The question is, will he continue to camp this, or will he teleport away? Explorer does have Tide, so we can see Explorer come in with a Tide Turner rescue here, creating a pretty good endgame for the survivors, actually, unless he goes to the Cypher. He's just, I guess he's thinking that there's no...
But Blink, he can Blink drop down here for no attack recovery. We do see as well Explorer now who's currently moved up. So for Tonight, if we can get the Blink attack, no attack recovery, that's a win game.
The problem
because
is...
it'll be a double down.
Well, no, it's not gonna be a double down. If he gets no attack, if he stuffs the rescue and they pop the Cypher with BT, then that'll be Tide Turner rescue in the end game. So it'll still be fine because he does have BT here. Are we gonna see the drop down here from Chong-ai? Still just waiting this out. He's really being very patient here. It's just gonna be a mind game. Finally goes for the drop down. Does get the drop down hit. Now if you get a blink, no, he goes for it, but doesn't get it. They're gonna get the rescue with Tide Turner and BT here.
Oh no, if we got the double drop down. No, we got that drop down here. No, it's going to be a whole different issue. It's okay. His patience already at the exit gate. If go run straight towards the exit gate here, it's fine. But it seems like right now we want to stop as much of this gate progress as possible. If we get this down here, it'll be a 4-man elimination. Then we've one hook left on our hands to use, but that hook's not going to be able to bring us so far away. There's 2 pallets here, drop down, thank God. But doesn't matter much. We can just drop remnants in by Chong-ai deciding to break the other 2. 62% exit gate, and now with no items left on our hands to use, this is a 4-man elimination somehow. No, we got a very brilliant ballet, but that ballet is not going to be enough, as it's not Ada who we're currently dancing with, it's the opera singer, and she just will full out refuse the invitation to dance, as we're going to be able to see that 3-man down.
Well, yeah, definitely not over just yet. Both these survivors still have self-heal, and they've also split up and died in separate areas, so he's gonna have to be able to go find these survivors here. Now he does find the location of the Explorer, so he's able to go for the share under the Explorer. The question is, how does First Officer play this? Does he try to rush the gate here? Does he try to... No, he's actually within Tinnitus range, so Chong-ai knows that he's nearby and actually can't share Explorer. He's forced to stay here because Explorer can just self-heal to get the rescue. So this actually is going to allow the First Officer to go to the other exit gate. So good job from the officer to feed Tinnitus, keeping the Hunter here. And with all that being in effect here, this will be a 1 survivor escape because he cannot leave this chair until the patient expires, since Explorer will guarantee to struggle free.
Yeah, I'd say that the only thing is, right, dungeon is a shack, so no matter how much we call here, we're just gonna wait around here for a little bit longer. We could maybe well, I don't think we should teleport, because you could bait with the Shadow Dance, right, to force Explorer together, but it doesn't really matter here. We can just pick up Gogo and then put him towards the corner. Oh, we're actually teleporting, so hold on a second, we're gonna be on self-healer on time. It's fine. Oh, I got so scared.
No, he can just go back here. We're gonna see the down onto the Explorer here. And that will be the 3 survivor elimination. They do manage to get 1 out the gate there. It looks like Chong-ai maybe would have been able to 4-kill. If he just went to the last Cypher, he probably would have just 4-killed. He could have just gone to the Cypher, shared on the Cypher. He could have gone to the Cypher, abnormaled it, and they wouldn't have had a last Cypher. There were so many ways in which Chong-ai could have won that game, but instead I guess he thought that there was no BT on the Explorer and he would be able to stuff the rescue with no BT. That was probably his mindset. He's thinking, okay, there's no BT. I have Blink, I have drop down hit. I can maybe stuff this rescue. And I can win that way. That's how I'm going to win the game. But Explorer did have BT, and he was able to make the rescue. And with Tide Turner, they were able to get the 1 survivor escape there. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a unfortunate mistake there. If he went to that Cypher, I think he definitely could have 4-killed.
Yeah, but look, 3 kill isn't too bad, but this might just be the deciding decision of whether or not we're going to be able to see a clown being played from Chong-ai or not. So, 6-2 though, it's not bad, because compared to game 1, whereas overall a tie game, we're going to be able to return a 6-2 on game 2. It's very similar to yesterday's game between RC versus WBG as well, as we see from the match stats here. We couldn't really contain for that, unfortunately. Side went down in 82 seconds, yes, but our hits were too fast, and it was a Tide Turner puppeteer, unfortunately, so there's only so much we could have done.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a pretty ended up being a pretty fast down. Even the puppeteer was pretty well positioned early game, and he was still not able to. Kite as long as I think that they would have liked in the early game. He wasn't able to get the blink out. That was pretty game changing for sure. So, the fact that we did see the puppeteer go down that quickly. They were still able to make it to the end game, but again, I just think that's really because Chonghai didn't go to the Cypher. He was really just gambling that Explorer didn't have BT, and his mindset was like, okay, well, I'll just up the rescue and prevent the save. But that Cypher was so close to the chair. He could have just gone to the Cypher and gotten the down that way, but unfortunately, that was not the case. But either way, still a 3 elimination, and Wolf still does manage to win this round here. And ACT, yeah, again, in a pretty tough position. They're going to have to try to make a comeback here in the last round. They need a 6-2 comeback if they want to stay in this match.
Yeah, I feel like from endgame to I's point of view, right, it was not something I expected, because he performed a double drop-down hit. Well, a triple drop-down hit. There's 2 successful ones, 1 miss, unfortunately, from the blink because of Explorer's speed boost, but we'll move on towards the highlights first, before we move on towards game 3 as...
换了，小明在哪里亮吗？OK，nice，同时点，原地点读取，点 ，nice， 下来了，走，在宁远，nice， 敌，会说吗？不行了，不能打，团了鱼，团不动汤，死了，哎，扛了，打了 ，OK，nice， 扛到野猪，走吧，扛到，哎，扛到，你能下去看一下起猪啊？走了，点，扛到。 想好了，吃个伞，那给。这是第2个保证的，我。闪过！哎！
Okay, and welcome back, guys. We saw the second round there between ACT and Wolves, in which Wolves does win that round 6-2. We saw them get a 3 survivor escape against the Ivy, and we also saw the oh, Kuro's back. Okay, we saw the
oh, I'm gone again.
Oh well, we saw the 3 kill from Chonghai. Not able to get the 4 kill. He's actually going quite well in that match, but unfortunately fell a little bit short on getting the 4 kill. And with all that being said, we see a 6-2 for that round, which means that Wolves currently is winning going to the second round, or going to the last round. We saw a tie for the first round, and Wolves win for the second round, currently up 4. So now ACT needs to win the last round by 6-2 or higher if they want to be just to force an overtime round or make a comeback here.
Yeah, and especially with this in mind as well, right? We are going to be able to see Wolves picking out the map, but instead it's going to be ACT choosing out their faction. More or less in our case scenario here, Wolves do have more or less the upper hand, and I will be visible shortly as well. But moving on towards game 3, we can potentially say right now Wolves are at a really comfortable position. Meanwhile, ACT, there's quite a lot of work that we actually have to put in order to bring this back.
Yeah, we were a bit surprised that actually ACT was able to tie the first round. We've seen that Chonghai has gotten a 4 kill every single round, won the entire tournament up until this one. But ACT Survivors played a good game. Even after a bad start, they were able to play a good game and get a 1 escape from it. And then similar to Wolves as well, they had a very bad start, and they were still able to get a 1 escape out of that position as well. So looks like a lot of these teams are figuring out the Goatman matchup pretty effectively. So, but after that tied round 1, the Survivors of Wolves played an excellent game against the Ivy. Complete control of that match, getting a very easy 3 escape, and then Chonghai getting a very convincing 3 kill, almost a 4 kill in the second round. So Wolves definitely looking to be in a great position to win this match against ACT. But it is still we're still unsure how this match will end. We still have the 3rd round to go.
Yeah, and like when we move on towards the 3rd round too, I feel like in like with the overall, it's going to be more about what we can kind of leverage off these plays. From the side of Wolves, they've done brilliant, you know, Survivor solo containments. They've done brilliant Survivor team fight as well. Compared to ACT, on the other hand, we're more focused on solo containments. There's not really that much fights going on in ACT. Like the only fight we've seen was up them against MRC, which was a spectacular one, but it was all just more or less soft support when it comes to, you know, just blocking routes with Fire Investigator, maybe even like, you know, mini kind of slowdowns from their survivors, such as the Alpha Corbat giving mud balls, but there hasn't been like really any noticeable, you know, pushbacks, hasn't been any noticeable stuns. Compared to Wolves, it just seems like ACT is not really suited for a team fight potential, especially after what we've seen second game.
You also know that Genjo does have a Dream Witch for a third round spot here, but I think that's something that the Wolves team will absolutely be expecting. Very easy to pick a counter comp for that, and that's sort of why we don't see Dream Witch being as strong anymore, because it's so easy to play counter comps against Dream Witch, and so that definitely is something that we'll expect Wolves to go with here, especially considering that this Hunter does need to play for a win. Essentially, what we need to see happen, the easiest route for we're gonna see Lakeside here chosen for Wolves. The easiest route for ACG to come back is their Hunter get a 3 kill and the survivors get a 3 escape, or their Hunter get a 4 kill and the survivors get at least a 1 escape or a tie. That's their best path to victory here. So we need to see a win on the Hunter side for ACT here. So we are going to see ACT, of course. Oh wait, actually playing Survivor first here, which is very interesting. Actually.
Okay, I think if Joker doesn't come out here, I think that's diabolical. I think
it's a good
Joker
map too
should be
for Clown.
Yeah, it's not a bad. I think Joker should be chosen up here. I think next game Survivor can definitely get at least a 1-man escape. I think this Joker can at least get a tie game too. I'm also not too sure what the skin is, unless that's either Psycho or Perfumer. It's one of the bridal skins, but I'm not just too sure which. And of course, we see a small meme / PMG here of Wolf Survivors, with Why is your god, of course.
Yeah. Do we know any characters here, bro? Anything?
I think that's Embalmer. That's Embalmer's recent nature skin from, I think, 2 seasons ago, or maybe that was last season. And this is Anne, which her
oh, I know that.
For sure, this was, yeah.
I play
Not
Anne,
sure what the
so I
name
should
is.
know that. Yes, I remember that one. That I have no idea. What do we got?
No, this is I think Postman. Postman's offline skin alongside which that also looks like a Postman. So there's 2 Postman skins there, as we saw Wolves banner also popping up here too. So a lot of support for Wolves, and a lot of variation of skins that we don't know, because some of them are actually limited for CN. So that's something that we wish will come released in global in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see, but we will see maybe at some point. But yeah, so yeah, the AI summary is so funny. It said that it says Kuro, a game character, appears unresponsive. It says viewers are reacting with laughter and amusement to a visual bug where Kuro, a game character, is unresponsive. So
My camera doesn't like me. My camera doesn't like me.
Kuro, a playable playable character in the hit game Identity 5. Yeah, definitely make sure you guys play the new character Kuro during the new update. Yeah.
I don't know, but I'll be in your games. I'll be behind you in your games. However, ban picks. ACT. We have yet to see their anti-current as well. We've also yet to see any really harass potential coming from them too. But like moving on towards game 3, where we're in quite a bit of a nicer map in a sense when it comes to team fight, but it's also relatively big as well, where we can do solo containments. We could potentially pull something a little bit more different off. Like forward can be played by ACT's Rescuers, 11 can play forward too. There's just multiple different characters that you can use, but it seems like the ban picks will start now, as Wolves is currently 1 win up and we're in Lakeside Village.
Looks like we're going to see Novelist and Mercenary banned first, so not really clown bans. Novelist would be a clown ban, but Mercenary not so much. Typically Clown doesn't care about Mercenary. In fact, Mercenary is actually pretty easy for Clown to deal with. It's very easy to get infinite dash hit. We're going to see a Mechanic and the forward here from ACT. They're really going to be pushing for at least a 3 escape. They need to do at least 3 escape here to allow their hunter to only have to go for a 3 kill. So they're going to be going for at least 3. They're going to go for 3 or 4 survivors out here in this spot. The mechanic and the forward here. 2 characters that aren't, I mean, not good against clowns, so maybe it's still an option. Will we see the priestess ban? Oh, airplane is, so not, maybe not going that route.
I'm surprised we're not willing to go priestess, but I guess at the same time, well, priestess probably wouldn't be bad. I would even say psychologist here as well for the side of to maybe support forward a little bit, but flying investigator is also not a bad option too, especially when it comes with the fact that your airbags are visible globally. So like, as long as we can get that drop down, you can just see it from kind of anywhere, and you can rotate to it however you want to do so too. It's also easy as well, even if you are in a VC team, not too much of a worry, as Prisoner J will be banned. We don't want a double decoding count from the side of Songhai. In one sense as well, we could say, hey, last pick could potentially be Acrobat, who hasn't been chosen, because Acrobat is very strong at small boat too.
Could be Acrobat, could be Entomologist. No, it's gonna be Psychologist. Okay, never mind. We're see Psychologist as the last pick here. As we know, Psychologist has good synergy with harassment characters. If the harassing character ever gets hit, then they can just get healed by the Psychologist and continue to harass or go for a rescue. And also forward can go for 2 rescues with the Psychologist heal, so definitely a good option to have there. I mean, I will say Clown's actually playable here. I don't know if we're actually going to see that. I hope so. But against this team comp, we also know that Wax Artist is an option, although Wax here is can get Cypherushed by that mechanic, so that's something to keep in mind here. And Wax Artist would still be pretty good against this comp too, I would say. You get good chase in the mechanic Psychologist. Although forward actually can be a bit of a hassle sometimes for a Wax Artist.
I do feel like as well, probably best case scenario here for Songhai is to run, preferably speaking, probably Night Watch wouldn't be a bad choice, especially when it comes to, you know, countering forward in a sense, and, you know, just getting rid of the airbags from, and the speed boost, and, you know, mech having slow vaulting as well. Chasing after Psycho isn't too bad. But like from Songhai's Hunter pool, we do know he is a Knight, we do know he's a Breaking Wheel, we do know he has, you know, haven't actually seen him play Geisha. Bombard not so much as well. Joker could be a potential here, but I would say that Fire Investigator is something that we still do have to worry about, yes, but if mech doesn't drop that dial down, could still use it as a body block potential.
All right, getting into our character selection here. Are we going to see something unexpected? No, it's going to be Wax Artist. As we expected, that's kind of the first hunter we were thinking about there. It's going to be the Wax Artist from Songhai's typical round 3 hunter. Every one of these hunters has a typical round 3 hunter. We have, for Songhai, it's you go Goatman, you go Opera, then you go Wax in round 3. For Zhou, we see either Goatman or Hullabaloo in round 1. We see that Ivy, as we saw in round 2. We'll probably see Dream Witch in that 3rd round. But yeah, it's going to be that Wax Artist that seems to be his favorable round 3 character. Not too bad here. The biggest issue is that the forward harassment can be a bit of a problem unless you bring the fast balloon pickup, which can be fine to deal with the forward. And you also have pretty good chases into Mechanic and Psychologists, and even Fire Investigators, not exceptionally good, although in some areas it can be strong for creating enough distance to get the wax off.
With this game then, if we can get a 3-round elimination, we basically secured the guaranteed win. We don't even need to move on to our second half. However, area response selection mode we go, it's going to be Fire Investigator spawning as small boat. Meanwhile, you have the Psychologist here as Shack forward in middle, and of course the Mechanic here at 2-story. Next Cypher Machine definitely will be locked, regardless if we spawn cornfields or just in between all survivors. But once again, pretty spread out across this map now, and first chase still potential Psycho. Being chased just means mech can decode, but at least mech Cypher Machine is locked. We have to see whether or not there's 2 Cypher Machines at Big Boat, or is it just the 1.
All right, we're gonna see Wax Artist spawning in between. Which chase does he go for first here? As a Wax Artist player, it's hard to say. The Shack is a pretty decent looping area, but Psychologist is a pretty good chase here. Fire Investigator can be very annoying to deal with. So if I'm playing Wax Artist here, I might, well, it depends on what trade I'm building. Okay, we have Blink here, so maybe just go for that Psychologist. But this is going to be the first half of the 3rd round of ACT Survivors versus the Wolves Hunter. I'm Elio, joined here with Kurt Sherby in the live commentary for this match.
Okay, time to find our long-lost sister. Could this be the one in Shaka? Psycho is already hiding towards the back. We've brought Trump card attention alongside with Max Pallet Breaking and Berserker. Psycho will now begin the rotation, but we're going to have to, in exchange for a knee-jerk reflex, just so we can try cut as much corners as possible to prevent those whack stats from Tuai.
He's going to get that speed boost here. We do not have fast balloon. He's just going to be playing the pallet breaking and berserker build here. Gonna be able to get back to this pallet, but he's gonna take a lot of whacks in the process, all the way up to 100%. So he is able to get that first hit onto the psychologist, and she's not really in a good area. I mean, this window's just not that good. He can just block it off again. She's gonna be forced to transition to a new spot here, and he's gonna really get a lot of whacks in the process as well here.
But Psycho coming back for the stun. We did get a stun there beautifully just on time as well, so I did not see that Psychologist coming back. But now then, we're going to try to use the bush here to block as much walks as possible, but it does not matter in that sense, as Blink will now be ready as we register our first hit. We're going to try to get knee-jerk reflex out straight towards where that Fire Investigator is, but Fire Investigator, is there any nearby airbags for support? We have to at least drop one down for Psycho.
Yeah, we're going to see the Wax Bomb here waxing the Cypher, it looks like. We're going to see the Fire Investigator trying to go for the support here. There's the airbag, and he gets through it, though. And he's actually going to take the... Oh, I was going to say he could have blinked the Psychologist, but he's actually just going to take the hit onto the Fire Investigator instead. And then now he'll just go for the blink onto the Psychologist up here. He could just Wax Bomb the... Oh, Psychologist doing a really good job of delaying this blink, actually. But finally getting blinked down there.
I feel like for tonight, getting the 2 hits wasn't such a bad idea, especially now Max main body decodes at a 30% debuff rate, and then we're gonna have to be, you know, full controlling the adult in exchange for also off the Cypher Machine already. We've no Titan into this game except for Fire Investigator, so this is still really good news, as we're gonna be able to lock over the Cypher Machine. Preferably speaking, Fire Investigator needs to drop down an airbag nearby. He doesn't necessarily have to come support, he just needs to drop one down for Psycho to maybe rotate around a bit. But for forward here, we're gonna pull a ball in here immediately, but that will just be a 90 stack walks as we get the hit. No flywheel, unfortunately, did not come true as we got the stun. No, we got the hot wax out on time, and that's forward fully rendered useless.
Yeah, he turned that hot wax on right before the forward goes for the stun. That's a very good play from the Wax Artist. So that's something that Wax Artist players will do, is if you have the forward at past 75%, then you can just turn on your hot wax, and any stun you get will it will inflict 25 wax to that survivor that stunned you. So the forward takes the 25 there, and that secures that he gets knocked down. So now a double down. Things are looking so good for ACT, and that one play has now turned into Wolves Hunter's favor here, and he might even be able to get a 4 kill. The hot wax is available. There's the hot wax onto the kick. She needs the flywheel to get the save here. Does not flywheel. And there's the stuffed rescue, and all of a sudden this has gone from what looked to be maybe even a 3 escape with how well things were going to what's probably going to be now a 4 kill. We have 3 survivors down here, 1 survivor injured, and there's 4 Cypher Machines remaining. Dungeon hasn't even opened up yet, and that means Wolves will be the victor as long as he secures this down here on this Fire Investigator.
Oh, that's going to be an airbag there to buy some time for ourselves, but it's not going to be able to do much. We want to try to play mind games here, but it's just going to be an instant hit down. Tongai, 4-man elimination, 3 minutes and 29 seconds. This might be the fastest game in co-op playoffs, or even just in co-op H overall.
4 Cypher Machines remaining here, getting the 4 kill here. That means Wolves will be winning this match. It's impossible for ACD to come back, so this is now guaranteed. Wolves is the victors here. They will be moving on to the next stage of this competition. With 4 Cyphers remaining is incredible. Wow, seriously.
Yeah, well, I don't even think we'll be moving on to a second half then, because like with points wise, it's not enough to, it's not even enough to bring it back. I also don't think there will be a highlights reel, because it was just 1 half as well. So with that, a brilliant 4-man elimination there done by Tongai. It's the safest option. You know what? It is the safest option. We've seen so much of the CN Hunters bring out that Wax Artist, and it's always been doing wonders for them as well. It's either going to be a guaranteed tie, 3-man or 4-man, but I'd say more or less on a big map like this, it's understandable too, and it's a team comp that Wax can fully counter.
Yeah, Wax Artist was quite good against this team comp. We saw the not only is Mechanic a good chase, Mechanic ended up not getting chased, but Psychologist doesn't really have any kite potential against a Wax. She has nothing to avoid the Wax that easily, so you can just build up Wax quickly, get the first 2 hits, blink for the last hit, which is what we saw. The Fire Investigator support would have been good, but unfortunately he was able to walk right past it, get the free hit onto the Fire Investigator, and then he was able to down the psychologist. It looked to be a pretty good first kite with pretty good side rush coming from the mechanic, but once he was able to double down the forward and get the share, then stuff the rescue. You see why full presence wax is so good and why the camping is so good. He was able to stuff that rescue. The mechanic was not able to flywheel and make the save, and that secured it for him.
Yeah, and it's not only that too. I just feel like ACT Survivor side, game 1 they did absolutely brilliantly, but I just feel like game 2 and game 3 is kind of where we kind of lost our touch a little bit.
Yeah.
But it does show quite a lot, right? In game 2s and game 3s, it's game 2 maybe not so much because you're playing Opera Ivy, but game 3s you do still need some support. But like because of the fact that it was a Waxers as well, support really just isn't possible. And it's a map pick chosen by Wolves too, so I would say this is something more or less is what they've expected as well. But you know what? Thankfully to the mech, even with a 2 survivor being injured, we had 4 Cypher machines 50% plus by the time the cycle actually went down. So there were still potential in which we could have Cypher rushed, but it really is just no tide turner, flywheel on the forward, hot wax getting it down, 4 hits before cycle goes down as well, and by the time forward rescues, you're already max presence.
They had good, yeah, that's the thing, they had good Cypher rush. If forward makes that rescue without getting double downed, and even hits it, maybe hits a stun without the hot wax. The thing is, he tried to flywheel a swing and still got hit. If he's able to get that save off, maybe if he went a little bit differently, I guess is one way to say it. We would have seen a great position for them. Forward could stun, allow psychologists to make some distance. There was no warp or anything like that, and it would have been a better position. They had all those 4 Cypher machines with more than 60% progress at that point, and that's how good that mechanic Cypher rush was. They had the Cypher rush intact. It was just the biggest problem was, like, you see a lot of decoding from the survivors. The biggest problem was just that they just were, the rescues were stuffed. The forward got down on share. We saw the stuffed rescue on the mechanic. Prime rescue was already injured, couldn't rescue. We see the final score 15-6, guaranteed win here secured for Wolves. Yeah, excellent.
So by that point there was really no comeback from here, because even if Dungeon got a formal elimination, it doesn't really matter too much. However, I would still say though, from the side of ACT, very good improvements overall compared to before. They were last before, in IBL, but before we move on towards that though, there will be a highlights right before we move on.
Okay, hey, we're back. Quick transition there. We're back to our talk about the match here. So, Kuro, I think we probably have a good idea about who the MVP. Well, actually, it could be D-King as well with that Survivor game. So, but what I don't know. Thoughts on MVP here?
Probably. I'd say D-King from Survivor side is the more likely one. Potentially speaking, you can even give it to XMX after his bad first game, but him being able to harass his winning second game, with a struggle freeze, that could also be a potential best deduction being given. But I think we are going to expect Tawai getting this one. I mean, he got a 3-1 elimination and another 3-1 elimination, and the last one, but not least 4-1 elimination, just to close off the game.
Yeah, definitely a very good performance from him. If he does get MVP, it would be well deserved. But yeah, I mean, even so, D-King with that 3 survivor escape, getting that 169 seconds of containment time, really fundamentally sound kiting, doing everything right that you're supposed to do against an Ivy as a antiquarian. Because again, kiting against Ivy as anti, it's definitely not easy. She can cancel your swings sometimes. She can cancel. She can prevent you from vaulting. There's so many ways where Antiquarian struggles against Ivy, but if you're able to hit the stuns, while disarming the Ivy while getting to 100%, that's how you're able to kite it out, and he did that perfectly in that last round.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, it's also the fact that our rotations, not being able to gain any more stacks, the flywheel used early game as well by the Antiquarian after, you get those release for the second time, and it's just more or less more containment. The Embomber being able to embalm and her being able to rotate away, not staying near the Embomber. It just shows, right, how Wolves is able to solo contain, not even disrupt their survivors, but even if there's no disruption, they still can provide somewhat of a good support as the game progresses. We did see as well the Ivy was, map control the early game, leeching on Anti first, and then going towards boiling in middle, and then I think it was Embalmer or Psychologist that was nearby. But even with so much Ostracons being deployed down, they still got a Cypher machine down on time, and once again, it seems like, yeah, the MVP will be given towards COAⅧ here for his game 3, it seems.
The funny thing is him getting an average elimination of 3.33, that actually lowers his current statistics because his stats before was even higher. But that's how good of this performance we saw here. 2-3 eliminations and the 4 elimination with the Wax Artist here. Kind of interesting. We saw 3. He was not able to get a 4 kill with any of the first 2 round hunters, but with the 3rd round hunter is where he actually got the 4 kill against a mechanic with 4 cybers remaining. So that's how good his performance was. We'll get into our interview
Hello，
here
大
though.
家好，欢迎来到赛后采访
for
环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜成都狼队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了小蝶和爱酱来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都狼队的崇安。
大家好，我是成都狼队的小蝶。
欢迎2位来到赛后采访现场的 reaction 给的真的很足啊！那我们刚刚打下来真的是太秀了。我们首先第一个问题来问到爱酱，我们月亮河这一把，哎呀，这个地下室真是啊，像回家一样，就怎么能够这么精准的就判断到那个囚徒就在地下呢？
因为一开始看到脚印了嘛，然后想多排一下，如果没排到的话就锁地下室嘛。
我们看到不仅排人这一波地下室拿捏的非常精准，我们接下来还有一波啊！我们最后在出门的时候，因为开门战的时候嘛，感觉像是在自家会客厅一样啊，鬼屋打得像客厅一样，对不对？那门口那个门有点响了，我去门口看一下，你在这等着别动，一个笼子就把人罩在这个鬼屋，那一波的思路会是什么样的呢？
就是想让他救慢一点，然后传送下去，就是看看能不能把先知秒掉，然后再回去守尸嘛。
对，我们这个思路非常清晰，轻车熟路的就拿下了。那么接下来的这一把，我们要问一下我们的小蝶啊，169秒的古董商，现场的观众朋友们，这个小蝶秀不秀？真的打得太秀了。那我们其实有2波摇下来，非常关键。那我们先来问一下第一波的时候，其实小明有过来帮你来拱一下吗？想问一下那一波是怎么召唤来的呢？
因为就是当时在6轨嘛，还没有确定死到哪里，然后但是我们已经提前告知了，就是遗产机在哪边，然后就是我倒地了过后，果冻也是很大声的召唤小明过来，然后快到的时候我就说小明靠你了。
也是带叫过来了。那么我们第2波的时候更加惊险刺激了。先来问一下小蝶，有没有想到那一波摇下来了？
没有想到。完全没有想到，
对吧？就感觉摇着好像要下来了。那一波的时候，真的是一步之遥，配合小明，后面也是把闪现让监管交出来了嘛，就以至于开门战的时候，监管是没有技能，但是求生充满了力气和手段。那么接下来来到爱酱这边，这一波地下室又是非常关键的一个点。那我们当时其实挂上地下室那个人之后，耳鸣已经响了，那冒险家多半来了。那一波的时候有什么样的思路可以和大家分享一下吗？
那我随性打吧。
然后在门口好像是看到了蹲在那里，对吧？冒险家的脚啊，那一波看到冒险家的脚之后又是怎么想的呢？
不急嘛，然后就是我想用我那个闪现，看看能不能打他那个救不下来。
对，我们看到最后那个地下室又是落地刀，又是震慑，打的真的是太漂亮了。那么最后啊，我们有古井村这一把，想问一下爱酱，上场之前心里给自己编了一个什么样的剧本呢？
就是一开始想让队友保平嘛，然后让队友这边压力小一点，然后后面就是打到后面就是看起来就是已经是多抓局了，然后就应该没队友什么事情
啊，顺其自然嘛，打着他就来了。那也是想问一下爱酱，今天博弈真的拉满了，想问一下博弈之间全是你赢，有什么样的感受？
还好吧。
还好，居然只还好，好淡定。那么接下来呢，有请我们尊贵的4强战队选手给尊贵的4强战队的粉丝讲2句吧。
谢谢大家对我们的支持啊！就是我们接下来也会尽力的打好每一场比赛，不会辜负大家的希望。
就是感谢各位粉丝的支持嘛，然后也不远万里过来看比赛，然后后面的比赛就是尽力打好每一场，然后就不留遗憾嘛。
谢谢2位。谢谢现场的观众朋友们，也谢谢一直支持大家的粉丝们。那非常感谢来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜成都狼队拿下本场比赛的胜利。接下来让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
僕も疲れた了。没道理啊，方向明明是对的。
ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
哪怕你到我到时候你才回头啊！我看完了。
他们在干什么？
别看了，快点帮忙啊！1、2、3。
奥の方、いやこれ永遠に向こうに戻されるんじゃないか。
再继续进行牵制了，点位太差了。
哇！怎么就没有人提醒一下这里有块大石头呢？
道端に落ちてる石なんて誰も見ないよね。
啊，疲れた。もう一回やるのはめんどくさいよ。啊，包在我身上。我来帮你。我也这样。哎，这是什么东西？哎，哦。早く開けてみよう。
瞬間移動切らずとも救助狩りができていきそうだ。
断了，这音乐怎么断了
？Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到深渊 Talk。
我是 ITZY 的白鹿，
我是 T 的杨洋。
AXIZ の高子です。塔卡口的救人比较稳健，基本上没有出过什么失误。洋洋的六轨也很厉害，我基本上都有看比赛，感觉就是比较厉害。
白鹿的话，鹿神的话，那就不用多说了。我从预选赛就开始一直粉他嘛，然后就一直看他那个精彩操作，就非常的厉害，就控场思路非常清晰。然后追击的话，基本上就是可能有时候会紧张，但是基本上都是拉满的追击。然后塔拉口的话，我记得印象比较深刻的是牵制跟救人也是非常的好的，就是。
バイル選手は、オペラアイビー、アシナイフラバル、芸者女王などさまざまなキャラを高い連動で使えて、僕は救助職なのでとても救助行くのがとても怖かったです。ヤンヤン選手はさまざまな知識職を、すごい上手に使えて、特にT 戦のレオモのカキリさんの試合の時とかは心理っていう難しい救助のキャラでもすごい4割難しい、救助を伸ばして4割救助をしていたり、セカンドチェイスでとても長くチェイスしていて T のサバイバー1、2ゲ取れたと思います。はいはいはい。え？
你来抓我就是
哦，哎。
選手を当てる？
让我想一想，
どうしよう、やばい。
关于第五人格，关于第五人格。
第五人格のキャラクター。肩。
4个字。
它是日语的吗？4个字。
有点难啊。
サバイバー？4。
好像也没有字这个说法。
どうしよう。なんだ？
打电话。
解読？暗号機？
扣。
ああ、28の。お、イエス？イエス？お、難しい。
すごい。
すごい。すごい。
すごい。
4。
要比4了，4个字了，日语要比
我想了，
なんだなんだなんだえなんだゲート開門違うイエス違う差不多
very time 非常久。
分かった幽閉だ幽閉
Yes 你来扮演信徒。
どうしたらいいな魔女酷，
你可以这样。
梦之女巫。
nice。
当たった？すごい。なんで当てれるの？すごい難しい。啊。
你来扮演求生者，我来当监管者。
啊！恐惧震慑吗？
对。
どうしよう難しい。どうしよう。どうしよう。どうしよう。どうしよう。なんOK。はい。啊，然后先记住，然后对，OK，啊对，
绝处逢生，
もう今ドローあ言っちゃったやばい
倒地自愈，
我是他队友，
宝瓶别救，别救宝瓶
，OK。
刚刚我们也是玩了一个精彩的小游戏啊，现在我们来问一下大家心情如何吧。
啊，我是比较开心，因为感觉大家都是比较好的人。
我也是，我感觉还是比较好玩的，就是可能环节太少了一点，以后可以再多来几个就好了。
問題がとても難しかったのに、バイルー選手とヤンヤン選手の演技がとても上手で、当てるのが、とても簡単でした。特にヤンヤン選手のゲート開門のポチポチのすごい分かりやすかった。バイル選手はすごいなんか一生懸命演技しようっていうのが伝わってきてとても可愛かったです。
虽然说就是跟塔拉口嘛，就是有着语言上的差异，但是我觉得在对待第五人格这个上面，还是说大家都是忠实的老玩家。塔拉口猜的也是非常快啊，还是非常有手法的。然后白鹿呢就是秒猜，这个人非常的厉害，就是太猛了，跟他比赛一样猛。
我感觉他们演得非常的生动，就是那个恐惧震慑，一看就是一个人 A 了一刀，一个人倒地上，就是太明显了，演得太生动了。我觉得他们演技都非常好，特别厉害。
OK， 那今天我们深渊 Talk 就结束了，然后大家拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
大家好，欢迎大家来到 COA Talk。
大家好，我是成都昂热的宠爱。
大家好，我是成都记忆的西安乌梦。
大家好，我是AXIZ。はい、2人とも1年ぶりに出会って、試合もしたんですけど、相変わらず強くてかっこよくて、それでいて試合以外もとてもフレンドリーで話しかけたりしてくれて、やっぱ2人とも改めて尊敬する選手だなと思いました。
我这边的话心情也是非常的开心，因为还是就是能见到大家，对，非常开心。好像这么说不行，他怎么说这么多啊？你要说什么？
你想说啥说啥，你说还行都行。
我的心情也是非常的开心，因为又时隔1年，又跟AXIZ在在 COA 上又切磋了一下，对，
我的心情的话就是还可以，然后就是也看到，去年1年，然后他们两个队伍互相 切磋呀，然后再到今年我们就是跟 RC 还有 GG 去切磋。交流互动的话，就是第一天就是看抽签的时候，然后 CT 他就是送了我2个手办，然后跟 RC 打完之后就是也送给他们一些礼物嘛。然后 GG 这边的话就是老朋友嘛，反正互动也挺多的。
我这边的话，我们给 RC 送了我们这边的俱乐部的周边，还有零食，然后 RC 也给我们送了一件队服。然后狼队的话，可惜没给他送豆角。对啊。
で交換するときにソバ選手が新安ハオって言ったんですけど、それを聞き間違えて新安選手が新年ハオって言ってなんか変な状況になってたのが面白かったです。
哎呀！
差不多了，我感觉已经差不多了。要不要再把轮子画出来？没轮子，
有吧？
真没轮子，
真没吗？
真没轮子。
はい、足苗が檻を出してその瞬間に電車にひかれて向こう側でこの電車にひかれてる様子ですかね。
中立生物。
電車？
靠你发挥了，
靠我发挥。上面有点抽象啊，
我又不会，
我能不能重新画一个？我给它添加了一点细节。
ハンターがボンボンでサバイバーを見つけられてない。
这么抽象都能看得出来，还得是我加了这个帽子。
我是什么？我是什么？
哇！
我直接给它添上灵性的意义啊！
不要再画你那个刀了，我服了。
OK， 这个是我画的。
啊
？2个字。
这是鱼女吗？为什么它会这样子？
看到这边有问号，说明什么？
找不到人。
对呀、
这个是什么？
やっぱ手のところに特徴があります。
佣兵啊，怎么能画出3个变身啊
？3个互换变2个互换啊！被追了，那不是3个互换变2个互换吗？然后屠夫，人呢？你们还看我一眼？
你应该知道我画的是谁吧？
说吧，你这是在为难我胖虎。
这是什么？
没懂，我来给你讲解一下，等会儿。
OK。
王牌讲解员给你讲解一下。这个我要是猜的没错，我再给他补一下啊。我觉得第一个人是笑的，大哥应该是笑的，然后二哥应该是寡言，应该是不笑，然后还有悲观的3弟，对，应该是这样的。好，应该是破轮，我觉得。不是。什么？这个不是破轮，这个不是破輪，
是破轮，
是破轮。
对啊，那不是啊，
那就是破轮变身。
对。
关于什么的？
僕が書いたよりも長谷選手が書いた方を。
哦，明白了。移形。
2回目だったかな、ボンボンの絵がやっぱ途中で、ちょっと間違えたんですけど、ね、ボンボンっていうのは気づけたんで、そこはうまさが出てるかなと。
我选的是 CT， 因为我觉得他的狂欢之翼画的非常好，然后宠爱的话很抽象。
跟 CT 说的一样嘛，就是芳芳这边马哥就是画的细节就是
很好吗？
我就加了个帽子嘛。那今天我们的 COA Talk 就结束啦，拜拜，
拜拜。
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 COA Talk 环节，我是 AXIZ 狗狗。
ZETAディビジョンの和猫です。
我是 ABYSSY 的奈奈。
ゴーゴーは、そのチーム内でも結構そのチェイスがうまいって評判になってて、その伸ばすべきところでちゃんと伸ばしたりとか、やっぱその基礎がなっている強い選手だなっていう意見です。
谢谢。
これも、ちょっとチームメンバーのハメスさんとかが結構よくその話してて、あの人はそのマジでその粘着本当にうまいっていう風に言ってて、僕も同じ意見なんですけど、同じその粘着色としてのなんか嬉しいというか、もうその尊敬ですよね、やっぱり。はい、すごい。
我感觉比较意外吧，对阵狗狗他们的话，就是先对阵 ACT 嘛，就其实狗狗是我们也特别难处理那个火灾嘛，所以感觉狗狗就是特别灵活多变的一名选手。ZETA 的话，就是感觉卡兹尼科的勘探员嘛，感觉相当于他的招牌，就特别难处理。像我们对着一直会很害怕的勘探员，就像尤其像最后一把加赛嘛，我们就直接性的给他搬掉，就是看一下不想让他发挥的感觉，因为特别害怕他发挥。
谢谢。
谢谢。
对于奈奈的话，他是 MRC 的一个操作手嘛，然后他在牵制上也是，做得很好的。像是跟我们打的那个 BO1 小车家，即使在博减压带了金身的情况下，仍然也是牵制了3个满龙，然后第4个龙差一点点就废掉了。然后关于 Kasneko 的话，就是同样也是一位操作手，虽然说他这次小组赛没有打什么勘探，但是他的勘探员还是很有威慑力的。这个小游戏我有你没有，我们每个人竖起3根手指，然后我们有请奈奈先说一下他觉得他有我们没有的事情。
我有眼镜。
一個消えた。僕はちょっとメガネを普段使ってて、今コンタクトなんですけど、メガネ使ってるのでセーフということで。
OK。
映画館でポップコーンを食べる。
Me too。
Oh my god。
我担任过指挥位。
Oh my god。
我家里目前有一只猫。
Oh my god。
Me too。
Me too。
我也有一只。
No。
拜拜。
拜拜。
刚刚的游戏没来尽兴，于是我们讨论过后决定再玩一轮。这次有请 Kasneko 来先说。
OK。この COA 期間中にチャーハンを5回食べた。OK。
我有 MRC 小弟的亲签。
一本になった。
我有在之前打排位的时候睡着了。
寝たことあったら僕下げるんでしたっけ？じゃあ寝たことある。そのまま試合終わったってか。実家に犬を飼っている。
曾经有养过。我曾经在联赛上一个赛季玩超过20名求生者。
总共是不是家里的球员
？20？
一个赛季。
一个赛季。
Game over。
恭喜奈奈。如果你在后面比赛中遇到了佩佩，你就见到他，你跟他说一句“太种类”。
太种类。
种翁。
种翁。
太种类。
太种类。
对，太种类。
太种类。
我不太知道送给你什么祝福啊，我就教你一句，粤语吧。好中意你哦。
好
中意
你
我。
好中意你我。
对。
好中意你我。どういう意味ですか？
好中意你我。
どういう意味ですかね？
好き。
好き。好き。
Yes。
好中意你我。
好
中意你我。Yeah。日本語をちょっと考えてたんですけど、ちょっといい日本語が思いつかなくて、僕とお茶しない。
お茶しない。
Yeah。僕とお茶しない。Yeah。
僕とお茶しない。
Yes yes yes。
僕とお茶しない。跟我一起喝茶吧。僕とお茶しない。
Yes yes yes。
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 COA Talk， 我是 GR 小铁，
我是 FT 的秒牌，
我是 WG 回忆。
对于秒牌的话就是可爱吧，回忆的话就是稳重。
小铁的话就很酷啊，又酷又帅，因为小铁笑起来很好看，回忆就很可爱吧。
你不能套词啊。
小铁的话就是开朗爱笑，爱笑的男孩，然后秒牌的话就是腼腆内向。小铁有很多的爱笑呲牙表情包。
因为平时见到秒牌的话，他是比较腼腆内向的那种性格嘛，然后就觉得他挺可爱的。那回忆的话，平时一般都比较稳重嘛，没有什么情绪波动，所以我觉得他挺稳重的。那我说一个字吧，你说两个字。
可以。
吃。
杭州。
吃杭州。吃杭州美食。
杭州的吃的，你一个猜吧。酸。
鱼类。
西湖醋鱼啊。
那秒牌说一个字吧，我说两个字。
修。
什么？修。
破译。
修破译。这不能是？
这还不好猜。
这不能破译密码机啊！
哎，你看一下就猜了，你看没？都可以下一个。
我说一个字吧。说一个字咋说来？
这么难猜吗？这个。
看。
走路。
西湖。
头上冒星星。
头上冒星
星。但是又能透视。哦不对，是那个什么低头族。啊对。
低头。
天赋。
治愈。绝处逢生。倒地。
没有头上冒星星，前面就错的，你就记得我说低头族就行了。
玩手机。
监管。
监管了，都已经缩小到监管了。
什么都不玩手机啊？风眼。
玩手机是你自己说的，我们没说。
哦，对不起。低头族，
然后还天赋，还监管，哇，这么好猜了。
底牌。
低头族是什么鬼啊？
低头走路。
天赋说的本人。
低头族走路，是吧？低头族，然后
我以为生活方面的。
天赋，
我以为去西湖的。
哦，那简单了。我说两个字了。
这么难形容吗？
车。
什么？车。
起点。
月亮河公园。
啊？
那我说一个字吧。
那我说两个字吧。
啊。车。
又车来了。
这还不好说吗？
主要是不能说它里面上面的字。
你说它哪个位置就可以了呀？
说位置。
对啊。
终点。
4张。
终点。
什么？
有名字。
不是车啊。
车啊，终点啊。
你们这确实有车。
终点。
电车。
不是。
终点啊。终点。
终点。
东西。附近的东西。
风车。
要不我们再来一轮吧？那你说一个字吧，我说2个字。
圈。
3站。
很明显了，圈。
真的。
想想什么东西有这样的圈的？
鱼女。
能坐。
动。
什么？
动。
可以。能坐动。
旋转木马。
就希望小铁越打越好啊，越来越顺，步步升啊。然后希望秒排的话，监管也把把四抓啊，然后再开朗一点啊。OK。
希望 GR 剑指冠军。希望回忆每一波无伤救。
祝你们好运吧。
就这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。
走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れた啦。
没道理啊，方向明明是对的。
ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
うますぎる。哪怕那我到时候不回头啊！快完了。
他们在干什么？
别看了，快点帮忙啊！1、2、3。
奥の方、いやこれ永遠に向こうに戻されるんじゃないか。
再继续进行牵制了，点位太差了。
怎么就没有人提醒一下这里有块大石头呢？
道端に落ちてる石なんて誰も見ないよね。
啊，疲れた。もう一回やるのはめんどくさいよ。
啊，包在我身上。
我来帮你。
我压力。
哎，这是什么东西？早く開けてみよう。
瞬間移動切らずとも救助狩りができてきそうだ。
断了，这影院怎么断了
？Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家来到深渊 Talk。
我是 ITZY 的白鹿，
我是 T1的杨洋。
AXIZ の高子です。塔卡口的救人比较稳健，基本上没有出过什么失误。洋洋的六轨也很厉害，我基本上都有看比赛，感觉就是比较厉害。
白鹿的话，鹿神的话，那就不用多说了。我从预选赛就开始一直粉他嘛，然后就一直看他那个精彩操作，就非常的厉害，就是控场思路非常清晰。然后追击的话，基本上就是可能有时候会紧张，但是基本上都是拉满的追击。然后塔拉口的话，我记得印象比较深刻的是， 牵制跟救人也是非常的好的，
バイル選手は、オペラアイビー、足内フラバル、芸者女王などさまざまなキャラを高い連動で使えて、僕は救助職なのでとても救助行くのがとても怖かったです。ヤンヤン選手はさまざまな知識職を、すごい上手に使えて、特に、T 戦のレオモのカキリさんの試合の時とかは心理っていう難しい救助のキャラでもすごい4割難しい、救助を伸ばして4割救助をしていたり、セカンドチェイスでとても長くチェイスしていて T なサバイバー1、2ゲ取れたと思います。はいはいはい。え？
你来抓我，就是
哦，哎，
選手を当てる？
让我想一想，
どうしよう、やばい。
关于第五人格，关于第五人格，
第五人格のキャラクター。肩。
4个字，
它是日语的吗？4个字，
有点难啊。
サバイバー？4。
好像也没有字这个说法。
どうしよう。なんだ？
打电话。
解読？暗号機？
扣。
28のイエス？イエス？お、難しい。
すごい。
すごい。4。
不要比4了，4个字了，日语应该没
我想。
なんだ？なんだ？ゲート開門。違う。イエス？違う。
差不多。
Very time，非常久。
わかった。幽閉だ。
Yes。你来扮演信徒。
どうしたらいいな？マジ？
你可以这样。
梦之女巫。
Nice。
当たった？すごい。なんで当てれるの？すごい。難しい。
你来扮演求生者，我来当监管者。
恐惧震慑吗？
对。
どうしよう。難しい。どうしよう。どうしよう。
OK。
はい。
然後天井。然後
そうで、OK。
对。绝处逢生。
もう今。ドロー。あ、言っちゃった。やばい。
倒地自愈。
我是他队友。
保平别救，别救保平。
OK。
刚刚我们也是玩了一个精彩的小游戏啊，现在我们来问一下大家心情如何吧。
我是比较开心，因为感觉大家都是比较好的人。
我也是，我感觉还是比较好玩的，就是可能环节太少了一点，以后可以再多来几个就好了。
問題がとても難しかったのに、バイルー選手とヤンヤン選手の演技がとても上手で、当てるのが、とても簡単でした。特にヤンヤン選手のゲート開門のポチポチのすごい分かりやすかった。バイルー選手はすごいなんか一生懸命演技しようっていうのが伝わってきて、とても可愛かったです。
虽然说就是跟塔拉口嘛，就是有着语言上的差异，但是我觉得在对待第五人格这个上面，还是说大家都是忠实的老玩家。塔拉口猜的也是非常快啊，还是非常有手法的。然后白鹿呢就是秒猜，这个人非常的厉害，就是太猛了，跟他比赛一样猛。
我感觉他们演得非常的生动，就是那个恐惧震慑，一看就是一个人 A 了一刀，一个人倒地上。就是太明显了，演得太生动了，我觉得他们演技都非常非常好，特别厉害。
OK， 那今天我们深渊 Talk 就结束了，然后大家拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
大家好，欢迎大家来到 COA Talk。
大家好，我是成都266的宠爱。
大家好，我是成都记忆的西安乌梦。
大家好，我是AXIZ。はい、2人とも1年ぶりに出会って、試合もしたんですけど、相変わらず強くてかっこよくて、それでいて試合以外もとてもフレンドリーで話しかけたりしてくれて、やっぱ2人とも改めて尊敬する選手だなと思いました。
我这边的话心情也是非常的开心，因为还是就是能见到大家，对，非常开心。好像这么说不行，他怎么说这么多啊？你要说什么？
你想说啥说啥呀，你说还行都行。
我的心情也是我的心情也是非常的开心，因为又时隔1年，又跟 AXIZ 在 在 COA 上又切磋了一下，对，
我的心情的话就是还可以，然后就是也看到，去年1年，然后他们两个队伍互相切磋呀，然后再到今年我们就是跟 RC 还有 GG 去切磋。交流互动的话，就是第一天就是看抽签的时候，然后 CT 他就是送了我2个手办，然后跟 RC 打完之后就是也送给他们一些礼物嘛，然后 GG 这边的话就是老朋友嘛，反正互动也挺多的。
我这边的话，我们给 RC 送了我们这边的俱乐部的周边，还有零食，然后 RC 也给我们送了一件队服。然后狼队的话，可惜没给他送豆角。对啊。
で交換する時にソバ選手が新安ハオって言ったんですけど、それを聞き間違えて新安選手が新年ハオって言ってなんか変な状況になってたのが面白かったです。
哎呀。
差不多了，我感觉已经差不多了。要不要再把轮子画出来？没轮子，
有吧？
真没轮子，
真没吗？
真没轮子。
はい、足苗が檻を出してその瞬間に電車にひかれて向こう側でこの電車にひかれてる様子ですかね。
中立生物。
電車？
看你发挥了，
看我发挥。上面有点抽象啊，
我又不会，
我能不能重新画一个？我给它添加了一点细节。
ハンターがボンボンでサバイバーを見つけられてない。
这么抽象都能看得出来，还得是我加了这个帽子。
我是什么？我是什么？
哇！
我直接给它添上灵性的意义啊！
不要再画你那个刀了，我服了。
OK， 这个是我画的。
啊？
2个字。
这是鱼女吗？为什么它会这样子？
看到这边有问号，说明什么？
找不到人。
对呀、啊。
这个是什么？
やっぱ手のところに特徴があります。
佣兵啊，怎么能画成3个变身啊
？3个互换变2个互换啊！被追了的不是3个互换变2个互换吗？然后屠夫，人呢？怎么还看我一眼？
你应该知道我画的是谁吧？
苏吧，你这是在为难我胖虎。
这是什么？
没懂，我来给你讲解一下，等会儿。
OK。
王牌讲解员给你讲解一下。这个我要是猜的没错，我再给他补一下啊。我觉得第一个人是笑的，大哥应该是笑的，然后二哥应该是寡言，应该是不笑，然后还有悲观的3弟，对，应该是这样的。好，应该是破轮，我觉得。不是。什么？这个不是破轮，这个不是破轮，
是破轮，
是破轮。
对啊，但不是啊，
那就是破轮变身。
对。
关于什么的？
僕が書いたよりも長谷選手が書いた方を。
哦，明白了。移形。
2回目だったかな、ボンボンの絵がやっぱ途中で、ちょっと間違えたんですけど、ボンボンっていうのは気づけたんで、そこはうまさが出てるかなと。
我选的是 CT， 因为我觉得他的狂欢之翼画的非常好，然后宠爱的话很抽象。
跟 CT 说的一样嘛，就是芳芳这边马哥就是画的细节就是很好嘛。
不就加了个帽子嘛。那今天我们的 COA Talk 就结束啦，拜拜，
拜拜。Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 COA Talk 环节，我是 AXIZ 狗狗。
ZETAディビジョンの和猫です。
我是 MRC 的奈奈。
ゴーゴーは、そのチーム内でも結構そのチェイスがうまいって評判になってて、その伸ばすべきところでちゃんと伸ばしたりとか、こうやっぱその基礎がなっている強い選手だなっていう意見です。
あ、谢谢。
これも、ちょっとチームメンバーのハメスさんとかが結構よくその話してて、あの人はそのマジでその粘着本当にうまいっていう風に言ってて、僕も同じ意見なんですけど、同じその粘着色としてのなんか嬉しいというか、その尊敬ですよね、やっぱり。はい、すごい。
我感觉比较意外吧。对阵狗狗他们的话，就是先对阵 ACT 嘛，就其实狗狗是我们也特别难处理那个火灾嘛，所以感觉狗狗就是特别灵活多变的一名选手。ZETA的话，就是感觉。
到第5人格深渊的呼唤吧总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 GR 战队登台喊话。
把鸡鸡灯牌都打开，不然明天没机会了。
有请 GR 小月明、吴昕、阿策、卡梦、年年、小铁、年景。下面有请成都GG战队登台喊话。
什么小景？今天只有一个黄，那就是我马黄。
欢迎 GG、兔子、18、心安无梦、皮皮虾、枯草、桃行。这一场对战的2支队伍是 GR 和成都 GG， 紧张刺激的比赛一触即发，让我们期待这一场精彩纷呈的较量。接下来，让我们把画面交给。
Ladies and gentlemen, big fight feel in the COA arena. One side you have GG, the other side GR, and on the mic you have Nello Mello and Podge Spice keeping you guys company for day number 2. Nello, how are you feeling?
I'm super excited. I want to start off my statement by saying I identify as an I. So I'm an I, but it will not stop our energy today because it's going to be GR versus GG, and you can hear the cheers going on from the audience hearing it. So I feel like it's going to be a super intense match, and honestly, I'm really excited to commentate this game with you.
Yeah, I really feel like this is a potential to be the grand finals of Call of the Abyss because both teams being very strong in the group stage. It was GR to have the undefeated streak, but GG, you know what, we know them. They're previous COA champions. They're a team that have stuck together. So I think the fans know that this is a very pivotal moment in this tournament because one will be sent home. So it's high stakes here now.
Yeah, I mean, sent home, but at least they'll be in the top 8 right now, right? So the placings are definitely better. But honestly, this is just going to be a battle of glory, a battle of the, just getting more shares of the tournament prize as well. But ultimately, yes, you're right. It's high stakes. One team's going to go home, and I think they just want to prove themselves. Starting off with Glory, that's Meow5, Heart, AC, AK, Nie, Iron, and Jin for the side of Glory.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it is Team GG, Violet, 18, Xiaoma, Pipixia, Kuchao, and TX, a team that has seen the bright lights of Call of the Abyss. They've also have seen the bright lights of IVL, acknowledging the tribal chief, Xiaoma, the one.
Yeah. He's got to be a wrestling fan for sure, but the one true hunter for GG, right?
Yes.
But right now, Glory versus GG, you can see the stats. One prefers the Red Church, that's Glory. The other prefers Chinatown. So depending on which map that they're going to get first, I think they're going to adjust their strategies just to suit it. Because Podge, we've seen this happen before. We might not necessarily see a meta hunter in BO1, so it all plays into the strategy of who gets the map first.
So yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up because it can't, just save the meta hunter for BO2, but you're really gambling it all in that round 1. We're gonna see how that's gonna play out, and we're excited to see what you guys think because let your voices be heard in chat for GG or GR. We're gonna introduce first GR's AK, one of the pillars of the team. He was formerly FPXEQ, he went to GR, and he's been one of the main shot callers of the team. So super excited to see his novelist, his antiquarian, his seer, basically kiting characters from this guy.
Yeah, super excited to see what he'll be bringing into the table. it is the battle of former champions after all. They shouldn't be pulling any stops at all. And next up is AC. As you can see, he has the 6th highest average heals in the tournament.
Hell yeah.
And the funny thing is, the interesting thing is, he spots the female dancer and prisoner. So I would say all of his stats looks pretty balanced.
Right.
And if you're looking for support characters, you're looking for decoding / kiting characters, you name it, AC will fill that role for the team.
I'm excited to see that. I'm also excited to see Iron and AK. Look at the stats here. 2nd average heals, 5th when it comes to escape rates, average deductions at 4th place, and containment time at 86.16 seconds on average. Iron's known for his puppeteer, his clown, his barmaid, airplane, his seer, psychologist, antiquarian. Anything that can contain, Iron can bring it out.
Yeah, that's a lot of yellow stats right there. That's a golden stat, by the way.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that definitely shows due to his very stable and exceptional play. Let's hope that he'll be able to bring it in this game against GG. And up next, that's going to be hard. Also, a lot of goated stats here as well. 60% escape rate. So this guy, you gotta be wondering, right, where he's at all the time. If you see the dungeon, you can bet that he's definitely gonna be there waiting to escape, solidifying the rescue, being the rescue character, solidifying a point for Team GR.
Yeah, I think with the trifecta, the holy triumvirate, if you would, of AC, AK, and Iron, just leave it up to Hart to be able to make the rescues happen, because they go for like those really crazy plays. And when you talk about hunters being saved for the later games, what GR does is they do that with the survivors. They go for unconventional survivors at the start just to save it for the end. And they should, because they're going up against the tribal chief, the one above all here, the one OTC here, Xiao Ma, ladies and gentlemen. He's been very consistent in the group stage. He's really good in round 1, and his disciple also in the later rounds is really one to fear.
Exactly. And all the right reasons, right, for him to be feared, because he's been showing exceptional results, excellent performances. You can even see the teammates cheering for him coming out. Like what? If you notice the mic session in the beginning is like there's only Xiao Ma right here, Ma Wang. So celebrating him as the king. So the king of GG, the hunter, he's the one that's gonna try and make trying to continue that dominant performance in game number 1.
And considering their match yesterday, you and Chocho covered it. They actually had a really quick one against MRC, the former IVL champs, right?
Yeah,
so they got to be carrying that confidence coming into this one.
Exactly, confidence, calmness, the split-second decision. I think a lot of these are going to be the factors that decides who is going to move on, who's going to come up on top, and who's going to go home. So very, very pivotal moment here. For both these teams. But one thing's for sure, Moonlit River Park is going to be eliminated, and Red Church is going to be the target, and that's GR's map.
Yep. So advantage, I mean, quote unquote advantage to GR. This is their preferred map, but we've seen GG perform very well in the Red Church, so we can't outlook that fact. So right now, folks, we got to lock in. And Nell, can I ask you to lock into chat and give us some shout outs? It seems like the chat is kind of blowing up since we started here. Who do you want to say hi to?
I want to say hi to so many people. I'm so sorry. I actually noticed a lot of people tagging us as well, tagging me as well. So
nice.
Shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here. We are just in game number 3 right now. Still a long way to go. If you guys have been here since the beginning, you guys are legends. Hopefully you can stay and enjoy this game with us until the very end. I see Maneke SP, GG Fangirl, Chiara, Kaofang, Salty Sugi. Been seeing Salty Sugi a lot nowadays. Reverie. I want to scroll up, but it's just so many messages up there. But yeah, just shout outs to you guys. Oh, there you go. Happy Eyes. Hi, best friend, bestie. New Waffles as well. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here and making the chat so interesting. Posh, did you catch the Eli and Kuro session just now?
Oh yeah, I was. Do you guys? We have to take attendance. We'll take down notes. I know there's pop quizzes in the game, but I know that me and Nell were actually given test papers, right, from Eli and Kuro. So we will be sending that and mailing that to you because you have to be paying attention, like how many tide turners were brought in certain maps. Like what true or false? Is Mind's Eye the best survivor in the game, quoted by Eli? Yes or no?
You
guys will be
cannot
all right.
say, yeah. Just listen to his predictions.
Just listen to his don't worry. You guys will do well in his pop quizzes. But how are y'all predictions going? I hope it's going all right. Hopefully your golden apples are safe. Hopefully your pop quizzes are all right, because right now we're going to head towards the picks and bans. And like Nell mentioned, it's Red Church and it's GR's preferred map, but Xiaoma could quickly change that with a snap of a finger.
That's true. Like the one finger's already up in the air. Just add a thumb to that. That's Thanos snap right there.
Exactly. We're in the end game now, folks.
Exactly. But GR does have their own plans, right, in order to counter Xiaoma. I'm pretty sure that they've made necessary planning throughout the 1.5 weeks that they have leading to these playoffs. You can see that they start off strongly. Right, strongly with Puppeteer and Gravekeeper. Super strong characters to have, especially in this BO1 against Hullabaloo and Goatman.
Yeah, I think they know, they respect the tribal chief here, Xiaoma. They respect that he's so good with the meta hunters that they have to do these pickups of the Gravekeeper and the Puppeteer. They can't afford to like save it for round 2 because they want to at least get one survivor escaped at round number 1. So we are going to mix things up a little bit here, adding another thing for Xiaoma to worry about here, a mechanic.
This is a very bold move, right? Because they're expecting to kite very well against Xiaoma. Because the moment you get injuries left and right, mechanic's gonna have a really hard time decoding. So here they're putting it all into this one game where they're like, okay, we're gonna have all these characters, Puppeteer to be tanky, Gravekeeper with the shovel that's gonna negate the damage from Hullabaloo or Goatman, and now let's add a mechanic at it while we're at it, right? And the bot's gonna push the five first even further on. So Poch, this is a super aggressive move they're having here.
Yeah, I like the bold strategy. I think it's part of GG's survivor aura for them to do this. And they saved the Antiquarian pick for last. I like this. This is either going to go on AK or Iron. The Novelist ban on Xiaoma's side is kind of giving the energy that he's going to play Goatman. But, I mean, he easily can play Hullabaloo as well. So it seems like Iron is on the Antiquarian and AK. Usually donning the first kite is on that mechanic. But Nell, who do you think should be the first chase here among the 4?
Honestly, it's just really hard, right? It's just really hard. I think if Xiaoma can plan his route and with a proper route and proper chase, if he can catch out AK, get rid of the bot, build some presence, and then move on towards either Puppeteer or Antiquarian, right? That's the ideal game plan. That just chase after the mechanic first, get rid of the bot. That's the game plan. Get rid of the bot, and then go after. Build a presence, go after Puppeteer. Or even Gravekeeper. Like if you catch him off guard with a double surprise with a red mark, I think you'll be able to cancel off the shovel as well. So that's a lot of what ifs here, a lot of victory conditions here. And I think if Xiaoma can pull it off, if anyone can pull it off, I think Xiaoma can.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up. We've seen a lot of Gravekeeper shovels get canceled out in the group stage. That is the ideal route. And considering it's Red Church, it's not as big as Chinatown or as big as Lakeside Village, where you can get lost in the fray. So I think he's going to be able to find his most ideal target. Let's hope it will be that mechanic, depending on where he does spawn. But we've seen how AK is very proficient with that. And it seems like this is giving the match you covered before, GG going with the BO3 hunter in BO1. You save up the meta hunters late game. So interesting strategy here, Nell. So going back to your statement with an An, still the same route, or like does he have to change things up? Because An is very it's more of a tie, but he needs to go for 4K now.
Yeah, then he has to get rid of the mechanic all the more now, right? Because Cypher Rush is the problem. So what's happening here is Xiaoma is giving a lot of respect to GR's survivor's pick and respecting that they are playing on their best map, their preferred map, which is Red Church, right? So this is Xiaoma going in saying like, okay, maybe the meta hunters here would be better off in the next game. I'm just gonna go with Disciple here, and I think I can inflict enough damage with this. So the respect is, I'm just not gonna go with the meta here simply because the defense by GR is just so strong right now, looking so strong in this map.
Seems like we have over at Inception the Puppeteer, Antiquarian right above. Left is the Gravekeeper, and right side is the Mechanic. So she does have access towards the graveyard area, which where Xiaoma is going to be spawning. So it seems like they are locked in, folks. I'm excited because the Mechanic coming in also is a bit of a bold strategy, but also having the confidence to bring a round one and here in the preferred map of choice of GR says a lot for Xiaoma and what mental state he'll be coming into this match with. Man's confident.
He's confident for sure. And one thing that's standing in his way right now, Antiquarian is his only problem right here. Because anyone else, he can stun. Puppeteer in Lewis form, doesn't matter. I'll wait until you're off the puppet form, and then I'll go ahead and hit. And you can look at the traits as well. It's very concise. It's a 3/6 warp.
Yep.
And on the side of the survivors, there's 3 borrowed time. Antiquarian's the only one without borrowed time and carries a tide instead. So game number 1, guys, a surprising matchup between GR versus GG. I'm Nello, and commentating with me is Pouch Spice. We're commentators for today.
Xiaoma on the and, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some cat emojis here if you are for Xiaoma. GG Xiaoma. And it seems like AK's are going to be in the vicinity. His bot is out of sight, out of mind. So now Xiaoma seems like he wants to down this Mechanic. Note that AK usually takes this first kite, so it seems like he's happy enough to take it. Let's see if he can starve him of any presence, but that jump was just so perfect. Gets the hit, gets a bit of blockage as well, and AK forced to retreat here at the broken area, the broken wall area.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, just get AK down. That's a good strategy as well, because that's the decoder of the team, right? Everyone else is not really a decoder. They're still decoding, but one more leap and that's going to be it. AK trying to just die away from the ciphers. So pretty good job, although it was a pretty quick down.
It was. I think even the routing of it, right? He was just kind of caught off, and that jump really meant a lot. I mean, Xiaoma bring out Ann in this in this big stage. He's had so much highlights with this hunter. So AK now realizing maybe we just go for a cell strategy here just to starve him of presence. He does have first skill unlocked. So it seems like Heart has to be very careful trying to pop this Cypher, while we do see Iron already trying to position for the rescue.
Okay, has to make that rescue happen. Beautiful stuff, actually. He rescued before the cats actually came back, and without using a bamboo as well. So that's very good. Iron is going to be damage-free. So maybe he can come back for the rescue again, or maybe not. Maybe Heart will be coming in for the rescue here, because AK is sort of running towards where Heart is.
True, I guess. Heart, unfortunately, unable to pop that Cypher just yet. Needs to make haste and pop that Cypher just so he can go for that rescue, just to put themselves in a better position. But looking at the rocket chair position, cooldown is still 10 seconds for the cat. And Iron now has to be very careful not to overstay his welcome here at the church.
Yeah, you can see that Gravekeeper is already in the shovel mode, right? Trying to reach this location. Heart needs to buy a little bit more time.
Oh my god, another cat! Uh-oh. Gets the hit, rescue. The Tide Turner's going to carry. Iron's here for the support now.
Yeah, Iron's here for the support. Let's see if that's going to happen here. The disarm is going to be super important, but you know what's going to be happening here? The jump, the leap. Oh, AK is going to get hit, but what's going to happen? Oh my god, Gravekeeper was unable to body block with a shovel. So it looks like AK is going to go down, but Iron's here to try and put up a fight here, actually.
Yeah,
to stop it.
Gravekeeper also there to create that separation. Nice flywheel to flywheel away the cat. There's only one person that's decoding. It's AK. Heart is still in shovel form. Iron, wow, unable to get the hit just yet. Gravekeeper getting injured here. So now we're still, the Mechanic is still decoding now.
Yeah, he's still decoding, trying his best to decode with the bot. And this is why it's so dangerous, right? To leave the mechanic bot up here. Look at GR, the solid defense coming in. They're just waiting, trying to make sure Antiquarian can get that hit. Beautiful.
Oh my god, able to get the silence. No, not quite. Able to get it now. And the cat bite, able to get the hit onto Gravekeeper, but AK is out of sight, out of mind. There's a borrowed time here, Nell, for endgame.
He just wants AK. He's not even gonna try and chair the Gravekeeper. That's the deal. He's gonna try and block the entrance. It's gonna pop. AK is gonna run off. A 4-man endgame. But GR pressuring Xiaoma so much.
They are, yeah, this pick has definitely worked out in their favor. The Cypher Rush, AK, not playing the pallet mind games, just continuing to create that distance. Exigate is almost open. He drops down the pallet, but the cat bite's gonna stun him. Xiaoma still has warp to work with, but he needs to chair.
He needs to chair for sure, but 3 of the survivors are already at the front gate, and it looks like GR, the plan's working. You can see Iron smiling right there, looking left and right, smiling, saying, you know what, guys? It's not a tie we're looking for. We got a 3-man escape on this map.
What a statement GR has made. This is our map, and you decide not to play the Meta Hunters. We're gonna make sure that you're gonna feel, you're gonna feel that why the Meta Hunters are there for a reason. And it is so unfortunate that he wasn't able to, I mean, he got the down pretty early on AK, but that's what happens when you have a mechanic though. You have an extra body just to decode.
Exactly. The bot is so precious because the idea was supposed to be get rid of the bot, right? Get rid of the bot, maybe injure the mechanic and then go for someone else, right? But he actually went for the main body. And we all know that if you go for the main body, mechanic bot will be
more
at least decoding. Yeah, it's more precious. And in a lot of cases, the mechanic main would rather sacrifice themselves. Rather than the bot.
Because like you said, Nell, when injury starts stacking up, mechanic can't, she's all thumbs. She can't decode as fast as the bot. The bot, you could just leave it there, it's fine. Just leave the battery on, like just keep going back and forth. And look at that. Under 4 minutes, we already popped the Cypher. We've already popped all Cyphers. So it was just incredible Cypher management on GR's side. And I'd say the right amount of support and OB on Heart as well as Iron side. So great stuff. We didn't even see the Puppeteer.
We didn't even see the Puppeteer. He was enjoying himself. A lot of them were enjoying themselves, just decoding until the very end. Look, perfect 200, 100, 100, 100% decoding. But you know what? I have a conspiracy theory right
Let's
here.
hear it. Let's hear it. Okay.
Maybe Xiaoma knew this outcome. He was already anticipating this outcome. He knew that it was going to be a draw for sure. But maybe a 1 elimination or a 2-man elimination. I think he had a feeling that this was coming. And that's why he rather use and get this kind of result and save it for a later round in BO2. Because imagine if he actually went with a meta character and they still managed to get a draw. If that happened, then I think that would have been a blow to his morale, right?
True.
I feel like he's just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to give them the respect they deserve. Let's go with Anne. It might be a 1K. It might be a 2K. It's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that. But in BO2, I'm going to come online. That's the theory that I'm thinking. Maybe that's the game plan of what they're doing right here against GR's Iron defense. Because remember, they went all in with the Puppeteer. The Puppeteer, the Gravekeeper. It's like everything, mechanic, everything in there in game number 1. So next game, they don't have Puppeteer and Gravekeeper anymore.
True. I think that could have been the strategy coming in. Maybe the long-term reward is yet to come for Xiaoma. But what's scary here, Nell, is that Jin is coming in, and we know he pops off. Okay, just a few stats for you guys.
Okay.
MVPs. A pop quiz. I'm gonna put my Eli hat on, you guys. Who do you think got the most MVPs in Team GR? What do you think?
Okay. We will be tamer. We'll give you multiple choices.
Oh yeah, there you go. Is it A, AK, B, AC, or C, Jin? Put your answers in the chat right now. We're gonna call attendance. Don't worry.
Yeah. We're gonna read Carol's answer first because Carol's.
We'll read that in just a bit. It'll go back to I'll go back to that point because right now we got to give respect to Team GG. Because if a team could just hang with the best and hang with GR, it's definitely this team right here. And if their Hunter doesn't get the desired results they want, the survivors are here to come in. And we have TX with a 46% escape rate, average deduction, containment time is definitely in the numbers that you want. I think the strength that GG has also is they know when to over support, they know when to pull back, and they know when to sacrifice PP Xiao, because PP Xiao always wants to take the first kite.
Yeah, but can I just say GG survivors are looking great coming into this match as well, because PP Xiao, if yesterday I commentated with Chocho, we were shouting like this shrimp, PP Xiao, aka the shrimp, refuses to be drowned, right?
Trying to drown a shrimp?
Trying to drown a shrimp. Like, that's what was happening last night, right? Yesterday, Kucha was there. I think Kucha was having a really good time as well, because he was like, yeah, I didn't really need to do much, because the Hunter just went straight for PP Xiao 2 matches in a row, and it didn't really pay off, because they got 3-man escape. 3-man escape twice.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having like a target on your back, right? You just got to keep chasing it, and also helps out with 18, and he's the 10th overall with average decoding progress, 54% escape rate. Note that they do support PP Xiao 18, TX, and also Kuchao. But yeah, more often than not, we always see Kuchao in the highlights because he's getting first chase, and he's able to push for mid-game. Even though they know in a sacrifice, it's still all good. And here we have it, Nell, the man of the hour.
The man of the hour, the shrimp that refuses to be drowned, the one that's fighting. And you can see it for yourself, right? Even though, he's always the first chase, right? He's always the first chase. You can look at it yourself, 46% escape rate, being the person that always gets first chase. That's actually pretty impressive, because yesterday, he died twice. He was the only one who died twice in both games.
Yeah.
So this guy, I feel like Jin probably needs to not focus on PP Xiao.
Maybe that's one of the keys to victory. Listen, don't chase the target.
Don't chase the target.
That's what they want you to do. It's an illusion, guys.
Yeah. But I'm kind of curious now, right here, right? Because they already have a lead, Jin.
Jesus,
right?
Look at this.
Yeah,
look at the stats.
That's final boss stats.
I know. And good job, guys. I see a lot of you say C for champ with Jin. So congratulations. Carol, you didn't respond. What's wrong? But everyone else who did say letter C, you guys will get a prize courtesy of Eli. You have to DM him. He's going to give you a prize. I think it's like or whatever. But yeah, he didn't tell me to say this. This is a message from him. I'm kidding. No.
It's a public service announcement. No, you know what's the best present you can get from Eli?
What?
DM him and he'll say, good job.
Yeah,
well done. I think that's the best
Asian
present
parenting in him, right? Like,
yeah.
Kuro called it out, like the Asian mom and Eli's coming up.
I know, right? Asian moms, they don't believe in saying I'm proud of you. They just okay.
Yeah. Are you hungry?
Why is it? Yeah, it's like, why is it a B? Why is it not an A? Why is it not an A plus? You know, why are you not a doctor now?
Yeah, but behind the back, they're very sweet. I hope Eli's like that. But
I think they're proud.
Hopefully Eli will be proud of you, chat. Don't worry, you can ask us pop quiz questions. We'll share answers.
Here's a theory as well about Asian parenting, right? Because the reason why they don't want to say they're proud is because I think they have this superstition where if you say something out, you might jinx it. You know what I mean? Like our caster's curse, like, oh yeah, it's not gonna be this, and then it actually became that. So they're probably thinking, let's not say we're proud yet. So they won't stop working.
Yet. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but generational trauma.
Oh God, yeah. You know,
maybe just a hug would be nice, mom or dad. But yeah, don't worry.
It's okay.
I feel like the generations after understand like the concept of like being supportive. So I hope you guys are supportive to each other and supportive to your favorite teams, because right now GG in a bit of the back foot here, and Jin just needs to tie this out to win the round, and he has been MVP consecutively. He's the only MVP of GR because of round 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that he's already taking out those characters that has actually affected the last game for Xiaoma, right? Like, look, all the decoders, the mechanic, the explorer, and taking out first officer as well. GG is going to respond with the Gravekeeper because that's a very solid rescuer. Very good against Hullabaloo and Goatman, with a female dancer as well. So I'm speculating that Jin, he has two ways, right? They already have a 3-1 advantage in terms of points. Jin here, I'm thinking maybe he doesn't even need to go Meta Hunter here. What do you think? Like, hey, maybe I can just get rid of the decoders, go with a non-meta character, and hey, Shelma, you think we're back into equal footings in BO2? We'll get to use Meta Hunters in BO2.
If he does that, that's like big boss energy. Jin, this is his first Koa, so I don't know. I wouldn't knock him if he goes meta to start out with, because they can end this in BO2 if they have an amazing second round. I would love to see that happen. We have seen him on the An, and he can produce that result, but I don't know. I think it might be a little risky. That's just me, because like I think this is GG we're talking about. So rounding it out though, Nell, seems like they were able to lock in an Aeroplanist, an Embalmer just for safekeeping, being in part of the global bans now. But they did save the Aeroplanist for round number 2 and 3. Wow. So do you think this merits a non-meta hunter?
I think you can. Even an Ivy here would be okay, but maybe Jin can try his luck with a Disciple. I mean, this lineup is pretty good. They don't have a mechanic bot, so that's already pretty good. He could go that, or he could just go meta and just increase the lead even more. Like get a 6-2, get a 6-2, get a 7-2, right? That could definitely work. But whatever it is, I feel like putting Pipicia on Embalmer in this map, right?
Yeah. Also, there's no team fights going on. The only thing you have technically is the Aeroplanist boost, and also the Gravekeeper Shovel Away. That doesn't really necessarily stun the hunter.
And the slow box.
Yeah, slow boxes as well. He can go the Jin Baloo or the Jin Man here, and he's gonna go with the Jin Baloo.
Okay, so solidifying the difference.
Like, you thought I was gonna go off meta? Come on, these guys.
Yeah.
I'm taking these guys so seriously.
I know, and that's a good decision too, right? Because they definitely cannot afford to underestimate GG survivors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they cannot afford to do that. But with this lineup, they're going all in this game number 1. I think GG survivors, all they can do now is try and survive the onslaught. Maybe that's why they have the coffin in place. Like, oh, hey, that's gonna buy a little bit more time. Who knows?
I guess also they're saving like the Antiquarians, the grave, not really the Gravekeeper, but other meta survivors for round 2, just so that, all right, let's just try to, like you said, like survive the onslaught and just negate as much damage as possible with this Embalmer pick. So Embalmer spawning at the center. We got Reception on the Aeroplanist. Jin Baloo, considering it, he's gonna spawn at the graveyard above the Dancer, so he can either go Dancer or Embalmer to first kite.
Dancer for sure, right? Dancer or Embalmer. That would be a really good chase. Maybe not the Aeroplanist, because too much distance, and you might waste too much time trying to unlock your first presence just by chasing. But it's a Hullabaloo. He always has a double surprise to work with, so I guess it's just the accuracy that matters here. And we'll just have to wait and see whether GG survivors will be able to survive Jin Baloo right here, because surprise, surprise, it's a 3-9 peepers.
Wow.
3-9 peepers and 2. Actually, only 1 borrowed time. So it feels like GG survivors, they're just ready to get that one-man escape. So
let's see if they'll be able to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's Nelamello. I'm Poch Spice for your commentators for the second half of round number 1 of GG versus GR. Here we have it, Jin Baloo, folks, already making his way towards, I believe that is TX. TX being the Dancer. This is actually a really good snipe out now. Like you said, the Dancer still has to set up these boxes. If you're able to negate these, it's gonna be good. He's gonna set up like a trap here. Already getting 2 of the marks on this dancer. Just needs the red mark. Has the double surprise ready, just waiting for the right moment. But TX able to use the slow box to disadvantage.
Oh, nice. The pirouette coming in and another slow box.
Nice.
Jin has to work with it. It doesn't seem like he even cares. Maybe that's why he's just ready to just punch out whenever he needs it. The first damage is gonna connect. TX only has 1 more chance to survive. Another slow box. Jin, you gotta break this. You gotta break this, man. It's too slow.
Yeah, it's doubled up the slow now. So now TX actually being chased away here. No marks on him just yet. He's gonna have the insolence popped up already for him to close the distance. And now he's already marking down 1 black mark, able to get the switch. And Nell, just like that, a down dancer with no music boxes to work with.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the game plan was, because you kind of expect female dancers definitely going to be the first chase, right? So he does not have flywheel, so that's also a problem. And it's okay. At least he bought enough time, I feel. 3 ciphers almost done, but the rest is going to be happening here.
Trying to get a hit onto 18. Not sure if he's going to commit. Wow, he does. But this does leave TX to be able to try and rotate his way towards the slow boxes. But unfortunately, no. Female dancer gets that last effort. At least he was able to hit the aeroplanist. Looking at the board here, we do have a gravekeeper having a tied turner. So already rotating is the gravekeeper. But Cypher Progress not looking too intimidating just yet.
Yeah, not too intimidating. And that's thanks to Jin banning out the Explorer and Mechanic, right? So recognizing that Cypher Rush is his weakness, he's going to chair TX for the second time. A lot of resources being used here, Patch. No more music boxes like what you mentioned. Coffin's going to be down. But honestly, I agree with you. Ciphers are not really enough at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Jin's win condition here is a tie, and he could definitely play for that. But we're going to see Kuchao try and attempt the rescue, able to actually get it. So that's actually really good. He's going to get more injuries on the board here. Seems like he wants to get a double down situation because he knows there's no more music boxes. He can easily catch up to TX.
What a snipe. Double surprise on the white mark, getting it. But now TX, this is your last health. This is your last chance. After this, you're going to go back to the mana. The pirouette, buying more time. Another music box there to buy a little bit more time. Jin, what are you going to do? He's just going to try and deal 2 more marks. But because of the slow, he mistimed the swing. TX is still fighting. Look at the ciphers. They're actually running pretty good now. TX still surviving.
He is. And now Jin forced to break that music box. So they're still surviving. Note that there is no detention here. So his endgame is going to be really tough to deal with. 1 more mark and TX is going to fall. And he does. But now Cypher Progress is looking real good. GG survivors. 3 of them need to escape this map.
He's done enough. Honestly, he's done more than enough here. But here's the dangerous part, right? The last Cypher is at 69%. Both of them are injured. They don't have any more, how do you put this? They don't have a new Cypher being done at the moment. Yeah, 18's in the vicinity. Jin is just looking to snipe the next available character. 18.
Okay, he does have the red mark on him, but he wasn't silenced. No more to work with. He's going to switch the stages up. Just needs 1 black mark, probably a double surprise here. And in this time, Nell, they haven't worked on another Cypher. Note there is trump card for him to work with, and a Terra Shock lands on the aeroplanist.
I love what they're doing. I love what GG's doing. They're like, okay, let's just stop decoding. Let's just send someone to be the sacrificial lamb. And then when Jin is occupied, we'll go and decode. And Jin, recognizing what's going on.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Yeah. The counter after counter. The counter. The counter countering the counter.
The mind games are insane.
Wow.
And the Gravekeeper, unfortunately, he has a coffin though. But he's cheering him on top of the Cypher that they are working on. So he can resurrect in that spot, but they still have to work on another Cypher.
Yeah. The good thing is at least 18 won't be chair, right? So he's just going to stand up. He's already used up his exit path. Kucha's going to come up. So Pipishia probably needs to be the hero at this moment, right? Probably needs to be the hero at this moment and try and tiptoe his way to the graveyard. Through the graveyard to the red carpet. But Jin, I think Jin just knows, right? The last Cypher has progress. Kuchao, careful. No, has one more. He has one more. a shovel to work with.
Yeah, so that's fine. So now defenses are being bolstered up here at the reception area. He's already switched to teleport, so he can just kind of stall this out for his teleport to come back online. But this is where GG thrives. They know how to communicate. They know how to push for this end game. And now it seems like Jin overextending a little bit there just to scare off the Gravekeeper. What's good here, Nell, is that they're not healing up. It's only Pipisha that is full health that can accept this kite next.
They don't need to. They don't need to heal up. They have a elbow pad on Aeroplanist, a shovel on Gravekeeper. Now they're just gonna try and force that 3 Cypher pressure, right? 18 just gonna be that person to kite.
Oh my god, he got silenced. Oh my god, he got locked out. Yeah, so now 2 more marks and he's gonna fall. They just popped the last Cypher, so now he really has to work double time here to try and down 18 to get the win condition for GR.
Wow, 18 still running, breaking ankles left and right, but finally gonna go down. It's fine. Jin's gonna teleport very, very aggressively, but who is he gonna find? He's not gonna find anyone. 18 is gonna be in the vicinity. GG. What a game, pulling off a tie against Jin Baloo.
Yeah, that's incredible for them to be able to do that. Note that I think he could have teleported to that. Yeah, I'm not sure if he was he didn't think anyone would be there. 18 already used up his exit path. So, I mean, the way GG was able to do that, and this is against the Hullabaloo. They really leveled things up here for them to be able to get a tie game. So, and Jin usually getting the 4K in round 1. So, it's definitely going to be I think this is going to go the whole BO3, but it is GR leading in this match. They are winning round 1 though.
Yeah, so maybe he's sort of questioning his decision now, right? Like, hey, if I was gonna get a draw anyway, would it have been better using another character? But honestly, I felt like he made the right decision, right? Because if it was anything else, I felt like GG would have been able to counter it even more. And this is the scary part about GG survivors. We thought that GR survivors were super strong against Disciple, and Xiaoma was just like, what is with Xiaoma's 1K? But now, Jin Baloo, GG survivors countered Hullabaloo by getting a 2-man escape. And honestly, I feel like GG, their plan is, we can sort of see the plan going in here now. Like BO2, hey Jin, no more Hullabaloo for you, no more Goatman for you, but our Xiaoma, well, you gotta be careful. It's in our map this time.
Right. And I'm also thinking they actually have the same roster of hunters because Jin is also really good. I think he got MVP also in Sangria. And I don't know if he uses Ivy that much, but I'm pretty sure coming into round 2, he has to go with that, while the survivors of GR, like you mentioned, are going to have to pick their poison because they're going to let go of either the Goatman or the Hullabaloo to ban out. And GG does have map advantage. So could have been delayed gratification on GG's side for now.
Yeah, I mean, but we cannot take away the fact that GR still win, right? Still won in game number 1. So, but it's just that the score, thankfully, thanks to GG survivors getting 2 survivors out, it's been reduced to a 5-3. 5-3. It could have been worse, 6-3, 6-2, 7-2. But they stopped Jin Baloo, 4K. I think that's already impressive enough. So now the real battle starts in BO2. Because right now, GG, that was gear 1. I feel like that was just gear 1. And now Xiaoma's going to kick it into the next gear in game number 2. Because the reason I say this is because he has the big 4 available. He has the Goatman and Hullabaloo available. Right?
Yes, he does.
And GR does not have Puppeteer and Gravekeeper anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you could also say the same for, I guess, that they're coming into round number 2 with that advantage. But like you said, you can't take away the fact that GR won round 1. So they really have to make sure this plan works because the stars are aligning. They're able to get it. So hopefully they're able to do that because that's a big gamble. If you believe in the 1, let us know. Show your 1s in chat if you believe in Xiaoma. But GR, folks, people have... I don't know. People have kind of overlooked them. Maybe this is one of the occasions that we should also acknowledge that GR is a big threat as well coming into this. And I definitely want to see how Jin will try to bounce back from this because we're usually used to seeing him get his way. So now I'm interested to see how round 2 he's going to bounce back from a little bit of adversity, him getting a tie with the Meta Hunters.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, let's just enjoy the highlights and.
7、6、6、8、7、1，分上了，副驾驶是吧？我想的是怎么都不要扔放在内置了，我们兄目的和1号位之后，怎么？没市场门，就是场门，就是场门，会，就是场门，会撞倒，我这么6下，这样倒。
All right, we're back. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. I'm Nello Mello, that's Posh Spice. If you just tune in, this is Global Finals for Call of the Abyss 8 Playoffs Day number 2. We're currently at game number 2, GG versus GR. Poch, we were just talking about the game just now, right? Like, Jinabaloo. Well, GG survivors managed to get a draw against Jinabaloo in game number 1.
They were. So I'd say moral victory on GG's side. Victory nonetheless, but in Jin's side though, having the meta hunter getting a tie like that definitely is kind of blow to the ego, or maybe signs of things to come unless he has another gear, which like we mentioned with Xiaoma, he does have that gear. We've seen him use a non-conventional hunter in round 1, and then come round number 2, he's geared up for either the Hullabaloo or the Goatman. So I wonder how this one's going to shake out because GG do also have map advantage.
Yeah, GG has the map advantage. They still have the meta characters available. So I guess it's up to GR right now to sort of bolster up their defenses and try and not to give the points to GG. And just looking, I noticed we're looking at the chat as well. What was that? Honestly, that was aura farming. That's aura farming. Yeah, because we need the aura, right? Because top 1, top 2 was before us. Now we're trying to, we're trying to farm our way up from top 32.
Yeah. Again, we're just trying to keep things light because there are a lot of stakes ahead here, chat. Because one of these teams will be out of this tournament, and it's kind of crazy considering that we're not yet in. This is only day number 2. We have 2 more days of this, and we're gonna say goodbye to either GG or GR. So let us know who you're rooting for, who you guys are predicting. Saying what's up to Nea, Paradox, Pocket Rat, False, Sasabella, Salty Sugi. Because of Gion, I saw there's just a girl, then there's also just a boy. So shout out to just people.
Yeah, and can we just do something together, guys? If you guys are at home or wherever you guys are watching this, can we just, if you're supporting GG, let's just do this one time. You know, do it with us. We can see you.
I'm supporting GR though.
Okay, it's okay.
I'm a secret. I'm gonna betray. I'm gonna hit them with a steel chair at the back.
Oh my god.
I've been implanted. Oh, I have a favor. I have a favor with GR now. That's why.
Hey, is this the way to activate it?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. Maybe. But that's for sure, though. That's one thing for sure, right, Posh? Like, GG definitely needs to come back in game number 2. Otherwise, the plan in BO1 would be for naught.
Yeah. So the booking decision would be a little bit off there if they weren't able to do that. But yes, do the 1 emoji in the chat if you are supporting our boys here at GG. Especially Xiaoma. Crowns, I guess, because it's glory. Crowns. I know MRC, but MRC's gone.
GG Panda, GG Panda emoji, GG 1 finger emoji, GR crown emoji. That'll be great.
Yes. So it seems like we are going to Ever Sleeping Town and not Chinatown.
Let's go.
I like this. The survivors got a bit confident in their matchup against Jin, and they want to hold on to that confidence. And they asked, or maybe actually, no. Sorry, GR is the one that decided to put Jin next. So maybe they're putting a little bit of that weight on their survivor side coming to this next one.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, GG survivors, they're definitely ready, right? At least at least Jin has done the correct decision. He's like, yeah, let's not go for the shrimp first.
That's
Right?
true.
Yeah,
and we
he's
got a
like-
tie. And here's the shrimp himself
小
talking.
组里是以4-0的成绩晋级小组第一的嘛，包括是在这一次的那个4强的，就是我们可能会抽到的那个8强，因为他们直接晋级8强的，可能会遇到的对手里，其实当时我们一个是不想遇到他们，一个是又有点心意相通的感觉，可能会遇到他们，就感觉有一种那种，也有一种那种宿命感，就是那种最终还是遇上了。然后呢，说这么多的话，就是也是印证了我们真的觉得他们很厉害，很厉害，很厉害嘛。然后呢，但是不管他们有多厉害，我们在这种淘汰赛里面，我们没有失败的容错，也没有失败的理由，我们会就是全力以赴去应对我们的强敌的。
The respect. You can hear, right? The respect. Maybe that's why they came out with the strategy, right? In game number 1. Just let the hunters survive the onslaught and let the survivors try and get a point. Try and get more survivors out from Jinabalu. So it's safe to say they minimized the damage done to them in BO1. But right now in BO2, I think this is where for GG, if you guys are supporting GG, they have to make something happen here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, GR might just steal this under their belt with a 2-0.
Yeah, that's the gamble, right? It was a bold strategy for GR to bring out the mechanic. It's also a bold strategy for them to go with that just to try and save up and bolster themselves here in round number 2. Look at the crowd here, all in pink here for GR. This was the crowd that was cheering for GR, folks, and there's a bit of fan signs going on. So the ones in chat are for GG. GR, I guess the 2s. You're the
2s. Yeah, I see a lot of fingers. Yeah, a lot of fingers. Oh my God! Someone shared our fate. The bold.
The bold predictions. Oh no.
Oh no.
Reminding us.
That's the wig, guys. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Eli and I were wearing wigs.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Nah, Eli was the one saying that first, but
I knew it. Eli has a wig.
Eli has a wig, yeah. No way the hair looks so good, right?
Has to be a wig. I knew it.
Has to be a wig, for sure. Well, I mean, one thing's for sure. I'm glad that we did not take the bet to go bold in this matchup because GG versus GR, former champions clash.
One bet we can make now is the tram hits.
Time for it. It's time. It's time.
I'm gonna flip the script here. I'm gonna ask you, Nell. I know you like asking us, but
okay,
you get advantage. What are we seeing? How many tram hits are we seeing here?
Okay, what about this? Instead of saying tram hits, what about we try and anticipate who the tram will side with today? Will it be GG tram or GR tram? How about that? GG tram or GR tram? Do you think? Who will the tram?
Okay, so if we're gonna go
more?
with that, who is the tram gonna be with?
GG tram.
GG tram for you?
Yeah.
I feel
the
like
tram's gonna hit GR.
I feel like it's gonna hit both of them. The tram chooses no one.
That's an answer. That's an answer.
But yeah, because I was predicting 2 hits. That's why I want to see 2 hits.
Oh, okay.
One on
hits.
GG, one on
Okay,
GR.
We'll do both. We'll do both. Okay, 2 hits. I'll do
2
1
hits
hit.
on GR. That would be so bad.
That would be so bad. Exactly. But that's what GG needs, right? They gotta pray to the tram gods to add to their success criteria, success chances, right? Because you heard Pipicia said GR's a very strong team. They were dominant in the group stages, 4-0, undefeated. So
true.
A lot of respect coming in. GG right here. Oh, let's go!
The prisoner.
Prisoner. Let's go.
So this is gonna be real tough on Jin because they're gonna have a Cypher Rusher on board, and they're so good at slowing down the pace, but man, are they so good when it comes to Cypher Rushing. So
Cypher Rush.
He's gonna have to be very careful. A lot of people are picking Tramkun.
Tramkun. Okay.
Tramkun, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see if the tram favors one team or favors no one.
No one, and chaos ensues.
That's good. That's a really good one. But for now, we're predicting 1 and 2 tram hits respectively, right?
So Nell, would you say what happens if you get that one tram hit, but unfortunately hits GG? That's still you still predicted correctly. You got one tram hit,
correctly for
but
sure.
just the side.
Yeah. Two predictions, right? It's two predictions. So.
Oh, dude, if you get 2 predictions, godlike. Let's go.
Godlike. I'll buy a lucky number tomorrow.
Get a lotto ticket.
I know, right? But for now, this lineup is looking really good. There's everything to it. It's an all-rounded a team composition, right?
Yeah.
And having the first officer is also really good here. First officer, psychologist, antiquarian, just to be the annoyance. And I love that PP Shia's the one playing it, because last game, the shrimp has got no action. He wants action.
Yeah, he does. He was playing Embalmer. Of course, he's not gonna get any action. He's not. He's the one. He doesn't want to be chased. But now with this antiquarian, I'm pretty sure he's gonna fight fire with fire here and just try to go for those stuns. But I like that. You know what? I think after round 1. What?
Breaking wheel.
Breaking wheel. Oh, wait. Wax artist.
Okay, that scared me.
Yeah, it did. I was like, wow, going all out against an antiquarian, that would be so rough. But a wax artist here, he's shaking hands with his coach, which makes me think, Nell, GR seems like they're copying the answers to the round 1 of GG here, and they want to be able to, all right, you know what? You might get round 2, but let's make sure I save up like my Ivy, my opera singer in round 3. So maybe this round they're kind of like, all right, this is us kind of respecting, all right, you're going to go all out here. Let me just try to at least get a tie here. Wax artist. Interesting.
Sounds like
for the Ivy or the Sangria.
I mean, he's got a plan, right? Maybe the plan is just to slow down Cyphers. We've seen godlike pew-pews, right? Like just blocking Cyphers. Maybe that's the alternative to abnormal. Just don't decode.
That's true. Just block Cyphers as much as you can.
Exactly.
But I like the spawn of the prisoner here. He's going to try to just Cypher rush this center Cypher, so this Wax Artist won't have center control. But let's see where he's going to choose to spawn next to. Nell, first chase? You got any?
Prisoner for sure, 100%. You got to chase the prisoner first, right? Because prisoner is just... That's an obvious target, right? It couldn't be any more obvious. I mean, if it was a mind's eye, I think it would be super obvious.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Eli's mind eye. That's gonna be Eli's mind eye.
20 seconds, he says.
Yeah, and Jin's gonna challenge that record by saying 10 seconds. But it's the prisoner we're talking about after all. That's the juiciest target. Of course, psychologist would be an even better target for building more presence. But obviously, you cannot underestimate the extra time kiting from just having another extra hit. So
can I just say, people in chat with the emojis on the Wax Artist, I don't know why they don't like the Wax Artist.
Why? They don't. They really don't.
Hopefully you guys like Jin, because he's using the Wax Artist here. Trump card, detention, and warp. While we do see 3 borrowed times, a full kiting build on ATN's side with 1 tide turner. So ladies and gentlemen, this is round number 2, first half. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We are commentators for this matchup.
All right, Jin Artist is trying to make a line towards the middle route, maybe trying to spot out where the prisoner is. But PP Shia, everyone's actually already moving away from the middle area. 18 is going to transition into the grave area. Jin is probably like, yeah, that's too far. I can't walk that far. I need some rest. And apparently he's gonna walk towards, still choosing his target, but PP Shia is in the vicinity.
Yeah, this is the occasion where Chocho says, don't be choosy. You got to be able to chase at least one. But it seems like he's committing to PP Shah, who wants to actually get this chase going. So let's see if it'll pay off. He can go for the freeze before the stun. 100% no. Swing.
Beat him up. Oh, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Yeah. I was like, why? The shrimp's trying to fight back. let him fight back. But AbyssⅧ, 64%. That's very, very close. And that's the problem, right? When you get too much wax on your body, one swing, that's going to be 25%, right?
Yeah.
So AbyssⅧ probably... Oh, he's trying to go back for this arm. Jin's like, you know what? I know what's up.
Yeah, I think he played that very well. Just established distance, the pew-pews across. I mean, he was creating angles right now. He was just not being able to be in that range of that stick. And AbyssⅧ's down, unfortunately, but they do have one tide turner. So able to block it.
He blocked it. He blocked it. That's what I'm talking about. Just stop that cipher from working, right?
Who needs abnormal when we have wax?
Yeah, who needs
Look at
Clark?
that. He's blocking that too.
Yeah, you want to decode the cipher? No, thanks. and that's a really good aim, right? Like he shoots towards the antenna, and when he drops, that's the guide. But now he's just gonna drop a lump.
Oh, he's able to get a bomb. Oh my god. So really just hold it. Look at that. The prisoner's like, you know, forget this. I'm gonna go to another cipher.
I'm going back to my original cipher.
Yeah.
That's what
First officer. Giving that tinnitus at the top floor. Jin being very patient here, but spots out the first officer. So now gets that hit. Able to get the rescue, though.
Yeah, the idea behind the full blood rescue is they just don't want to give wax artists the full presence. Tram. Oh, it's okay. AbyssⅧ. 92% though. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be unfortunately the last chair for AbyssⅧ, but it's okay. At least Jin has not unlocked the hot wax, right? The full presence.
True.
Maybe that's the plan. But Poch, 3v1 at this point. It's so hard. And Psychologist is not even healing first officer.
True. And note that Wax Artist just wants to get that tie, right? So Kuchao might have to take this next chase. Gonna pop that pocket watch. Actually popped it really well at the right time, but he's still able to just spray and pray here and see if he's able to catch the first officer. Needs to hold on. Oh my gosh, actually great stuff on the first officer side. Not much wax left for Jin to work with.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, the wax is not enough. So, but the question, and not the question, but the fact remains is that Kuchao still has cooldown on the watch, right? So Jin, he can just trap Kuchao here and get him down because it's just one hit away.
Oh, wow. And there's that full presence, the hot wax. And Nell, Psychologist can come for the save, also the prisoner, but there's no tide turner, and he's got the hot wax trick to work with. And Psychologist's stress is not going to be fast enough to recover in time. So I have to be very careful to play this next rescue. It seems like TX is going to be forced for an early rescue.
Yeah, TX coming in, trying to go for that rescue. And honestly, thanks to the prisoner, right? The ciphers are actually pretty good. It's down to the last cipher. Now, the hot wax, that's going to happen. One more hit, it's going to miss. Okay.
Oh, wow, able to get it. Nice. So Psychologist was able to actually get that rescue, my bad. And TX now forced to actually move on away here, but the hot wax is building up. And now just able to get it down. Does have borrowed time on the board, though. So first officer can get this rescue going.
Yeah, everyone has borrowed time. The tram? The tram. Oh, no, it stopped. It stopped. Jin knows. He's like, yeah, the tram's too far. Kuchao's going to try and do that rescue instantly, thanks to the borrowed time. That's going to happen. And the watch, that's going to happen too. And now Jin trying to get that target, another target actually. Kuchao is actually not the best target to chase here.
So it actually looks like GG's up for a tie here. So Kuchao doing an amazing job. The rock of that pocket watch. We already have warp ready, and the exit gate's already opening. So now he just needs to down him early on here. But I don't think it's gonna be a tie game here now.
Oh, it's not gonna be a tie game. You think?
Oh, I don't know. It's gonna be a tie game.
It's gonna be a tie game. Yeah, Kuchao's gonna take the fall, right? Two of them they already opened the gate, and I think the idea here is just Jin's like, yeah, okay, I just have to secure this. They get a draw, it's fine. And even if GR survivors get a draw next game, it's fine because they still have the point advantage. They can go to BO3.
Playing it very conservatively, going for that blink just for the down. So playing it very safe, I'd say, is Jin's side. GG survivors though doing really well, like still maintaining that tie, not giving any more points, I would say, to the hunter side. So yeah, prisoner doing his work there towards the middle side, towards the mid game, being able to pop that cipher, those ciphers left and right.
Yeah, thankfully. But there was just this funny interaction in the middle of the game, right, where prisoner was like, hey, he blocked my first cipher. I went to the grave, and that cipher got blocked too, and he got frozen. Like,
He did like,
did
I'm
not
gonna go
recall.
back. It's fine.
I'm gonna go
All right.
back. Yeah, it's fine. But ultimately, I feel like, yeah, thankfully the prisoner was not pursued continuously.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like the ciphers are going to be really, really slow, right? And nothing much Pipicia could do in that situation, because now the shrimp is not drowned with water. It's
wax.
drowned with wax. So
with
it
ice
kills-
cream.
yeah, it kills the shrimp, right? So
It does.
that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
And so unfortunately, Pipicia was not able to contain long enough. But hey, at least long enough for them to get a draw, ultimately.
Yeah, I think they're still doing all right with how they did this. Unfortunately, I think they were only able to save the antiquarian come round 3. So everyone else is off the table. So at least Pipicia can go round 3 and get the action there. But the fact still remains now, if we have to say this, I don't know if it's going to be likely though, but if GR gets at least 3 survivors out, that's GG's. Not GG to win, but that's going to be the end of the game because they win that round.
Exactly.
It's still going to be tough. I feel like maybe right now they're just going conservative strategy of just tying things out till round 3.
But no way that's gonna happen, right? Because Xiaoma still has access to his meta characters.
Yeah, he has to bring it out now.
Yeah, he has to bring it out now. But yeah, I mean, it's all or nothing. I feel like Xiaoma, if he wants to, I have a prediction. I feel like Xiaoma's gonna try and at least aim for a 3 elimination or 4 elimination here, and ultimately turn the tables onto GR. The worst he can do is a draw.
Yeah.
Right? That would just bring him to game number 3. But here, ultimately, I feel like Xiaoma with the meta character, the worst he can do is honestly like what Jin Baloo, what happened to Jin Baloo. That's gonna be a draw. But yeah, no reason why he shouldn't bring it out now.
Yeah, he should definitely bring out whatever he has in store because they did choose this map. This is their map selection. So whether it be the Hullabaloo or the Goatman, just bring it out and get at least a 3-man elimination to tie things up. Best case is for him to get a 4K. So they'll be actually leading in terms of points and rounds.
Yeah, 4K.
No, tying rounds. Yeah, 4K.
Yeah. You know what? Like Xiaoma started with this, right? In game number 1.
Yeah.
And we joked about it yesterday. This 1 elimination. And that's what he thought, right? So now, 4 minus 1, that's 3. Who knows? Maybe that's what he wants. Oh my god, I don't know why. But just a quick shout outs to a few people that has tagged me and Poch in Instagram. Thank you so much. To Just a Girl.
Thank you.
To Marek Max as well. And of course to Pearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. If it's just the girl driving, it'll be the navigators.
Yeah, we can. Like just you can. I think we qualify for GPS voice.
Nice.
Yeah, like at the exit, take the turn to Jesus. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
if you'll be calm, I'll be like, turn right. No, pop the cipher.
Oh my god, that's gonna be the worst app. That's gonna be the worst app in App Store.
You'd be so stressed.
2 conflicting directions. That would be funny.
No, turn around, guys.
Turn around now. But guys, it's just a one-way road. That would be really hilarious. But shout out to Just a Girl, like hardcore 487 fan.
Yes. Wolves just qualified for tomorrow's games, so it's got to feel happy for that. Also, we do have our last match of the day. If you see behind, there's ZETA. So ZETA Division will be going up against TE. So I'm excited for that one as well. But right now, the pressure is definitely on Xiaoma's side because he definitely saved his meta hunters for this round, and he wants to cash in those big hunters now.
Yeah. Wow, this is where he needs to take a stand and actually make an impact here, right? Because this is all or nothing. If he gets anything less than a draw, that's going to be so devastating.
Yeah. I mean,
just going to take this 2-0.
Like you said, I think, or like it's safe to say the worst thing that could happen is a draw.
a draw,
if the metas are still available, which they are.
Realistically.
So, realistically, it's just a draw. Just a draw. I think that should be the new IGN. Just a draw. So just a draw. Just a draw is the worst case that can happen to Xiaoma here. He needs to go for at least more than that.
Yeah. Just a girl who gets lost on road but wants to get married to 487. Yeah, that's a pretty long username. You can consider that. Or just a girl who has a car but no GPS.
Has to rely on Koa commentators to navigate her way through the road.
I'm sorry. I feel like Eli O. Why? Why do you feel like Eli O? No, you don't feel like Eli O. He has poodle hair. You don't. I have poodle hair. You don't.
Just to go real quick, we'll ask you math questions, then you'll feel like Eli O.
Yeah. Okay, here's a math question for you.
What's the math question?
Real quick.
Okay, go. What? Me or just a girl?
Just a girl.
Okay,
right?
just a girl.
But you can join in. Join in. After just a girl, right? So just a girl, what's 500 minus 13?
Ooh.
What's 500 minus 13? Give us the answer in the chat, okay? While we go into the ban picks.
I think you could see your future with that. But anyway, it seems like we're going to ban out the Seer and Priestess. So taking out Iron Seer as well as AK Seer. Priestess usually going on A Seer Iron. But we do see them pick up the Aeroplanist and Fire Investigators. So still kind of going all out with their picks here with the Aeroplanist at the very least.
Yeah, just Aeroplanist. It's just an Aeroplanist and just a Fire Investigator. But honestly, I think that's just the best composition they can have here just for mobility. So honestly, this is just expected.
True.
You didn't notice what I did there, right?
I just noticed, yeah, because you just told me that we just needed a lot of these survivors. So Embalmer pick also really just a coffin with just a 2-man escape. That's actually the victory condition for GR. So I think they're just taking things out of the book of GG in round 1.
Yeah, take it out. Hopefully Xiaoma's one finger at the sky does not indicate one elimination anymore, because that's definitely gonna send GG back home. So
let's not.
Yeah, but here it's a pretty solid. Yeah, it's a pretty solid defense by GR. This lineup has the mobility required, has the tankiness required, and honestly, I'm just relieved to see Mercenary. I feel like Mercenary has been abandoned for quite a bit now.
A little neglected, right? He's not even banned out. He's just not chosen.
Just a little bit neglected.
Yeah. Respect for Mercenary mains out there. Anyway, seems like Hullabaloo might be inbound for Xiaoma because they did ban. They did ban out Goatman. So Xiaoma Baloo could be inbound here.
Xiaoma Baloo, Xiaom Baloo, Hullabaloo. Yeah, it's hard.
Hala Xiaoma.
Hala Shalabaloo. Habibi. Habibi Hullabaloo. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Habibi means. You know what Habibi means?
Isn't it like a term of endearment?
Endearment, yeah.
Yeah,
endearment.
It's like calling someone your sweetheart or something.
Yeah. Well, he better endear Hullabaloo right now because he needs to get that.
He needs
3K.
it. He needs it, guys. He needs to lock in here. Xiaoma. Again, the worst he can do is tie, but we're still gonna play a game 3. He needs to get a 3K just to tie things up with GR because GR won round number 1.
So let's go
with a Hullabaloo here.
Finally,
he can definitely do that, but GR has to. I mean, they have to know, or they have to be able to expect that the Hullabaloo will come out, and they have to plan accordingly with the routes that they're gonna take.
Come on, guys. Everyone in the chat. Now's the time. Now's the time to unite. One finger to the sky for GG. 2 fingers up for GR. Let's go. Let's do it right now. This might potentially be the last game. Might not, but it might be too, right? Because it's just a probabilities game.
This quick math. It's just the math in our head.
Just
right
the
now.
math, yeah.
And just the math.
Just the math. Just a math leading up to just a conclusion here. So
let's look at just the map here. So here we have it.
Yeah, just apples at stake. So
golden, just golden apples.
Just golden apples. It's just a location spawn here. So honestly, he can just go with anyone because it's just 4 targets running around.
Oh my goodness. So Seems like he will be going for across the T-shaped spawn here. Mercenary being the closest. Maybe he's going to go for Embalmer. That's next to the Mercenary or the Aeroplanist. But Hullabaloo honestly could chase anyone because he's got that. I hope he brings that Insolence, so he's going to have access to that Trapeze to start off the round well with.
True. Well, thankfully with Insolence, he'll be able to reach that much faster. One hit and that's going to unlock the skills anyway. So do or die, GR is in a position to win this game against Xiaoma. And Xiaoma, well, to say he needs to do a lot in this game.
Yeah, and with Abnormal, that would definitely do a lot here with the Insolence as well as the Trump card. But looking at the Survivor side, they have 2 flywheels, they have 2 Tide Turners as well, and 2 Borrowed Times. So they're just, I guess they're just trying to go for or just try to cover the ground as much as possible. So folks, that's Mellow. I'm Potch Spice. We're keeping you company here on the commentary desk for this matchup between GG and GR.
All right, so it's just Xiaoma playing just a Hullabaloo, trying to find the first target, and it's just Iron actually. But Iron, you gotta be careful chasing Iron because he's the Aeroplanist. A lot of distance can be put in between. So honestly, dodging that first double surprise.
Yeah, excellent prediction there onto Iron. So really buying time here, not allowing to get any hits other than that black mark here. So really making use of that pallet, forcing Xiaoma to break that pallet. We are going to rotate towards the exit gate side of this map. There is a pallet to work with, so he's going to drop it down, but it trades off though, so a hit does register. Aeroplanist on his one more hit, but he will use that jetpack to just create that distance.
Yeah, jetpack, create that distance because you know you do not want to be in the vicinity for that double surprise. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because Xiaoma has the first presence unlocked, and with Trapeze, he'll be able to keep up. Look at how fast he caught up.
Yup, red mark. Oh, he flywheeled and used the jetpack to move towards these pallets now. So Iron doing a great job so far. He's got to stay away from that red zone.
Wow, nice.
Oh my goodness. And he does fall. But Nell, yeah, great job from Iron, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of resources has been expanded though, right? But Heart is actually kind of early, right? Heart is actually kind of early here. Oh, the balloon.
Oh my god. Able to actually block it just for a little bit, but now he uses the Abnormal. So this does allow Iron to create a little bit of distance, but he's gonna run into him. AK has to be very careful.
Okay, it's fine. He has his eyes set on Iron. Iron just needs it. Oh wait, what was that double surprise? Just trying to okay, it's fine. The double hit, the double area coverage, that's gonna put Iron onto the chair for a second time. And yeah, that Abnormal, I felt so sorry for that Cypher in the middle.
Yeah, he tried to save it there, but now it's gonna be really tough. Heart is gonna try to decode. They do have another Tide Turner and the Fire Investigator, so I don't know if they're gonna commit to this. They're actually, seems like they won't actually go for this rescue situation. So Xiaoma doing a great job building up that presence and also building up his mid game here to actually try and stop them from pushing the center Cypher.
Yeah, and just to answer a question real quick in the chat, Hunters staring at the floor because of the Hunter's trait increases their speed a little bit, but it does give a little bit of impact, right? So hope that answers your question. Xiaoma right now, next target apparently that's gonna be AC.
Yep, AC dropping a balloon, but he does get 2 marks in. Trapeze just cutting the kiting route here. A white mark and the hit is going to register. AC has to move on away here from this area. Oh my god, 1 more black mark and he will be falling down here now.
Wow, what a beautiful avoidance, right? Just piloting through. I thought that was going to be a terror shock, but it's okay. Xiaoma's going to take his time a little bit. He knows he has a lot of time thanks to that normal in the beginning of the game. But right now, Potch, I don't know, man. AC is trying to die in the corner, but Cyphers are slow in this game, unfortunately.
They're definitely behind. Because of, I think that Abnormal did really play into favor of Xiaoma. And now it's going to be tough because they're going to need to pop 2 ciphers and go for a rescue just to hold on to the lead here. But now just going to switch immediately towards teleport just to stop that center cipher from popping. No, Heart has elbow pads to work with. He'll try to make his way towards this rescued area, but he's already made a rescue attempt, so no Tide Turner will be on the board for him.
Okay, beautiful. First damage onto the Masonry. Has to be really careful not to get hit. Oh no, it's going to be a double down situation, unfortunately. And now the 4th cipher has a lot of progress on it, but honestly, it's just AK in the very last minute. Heart's going to fall pretty soon. AC is just 1 black mark away from falling.
Wow, okay, he's still holding on here, but I mean, he's gonna have to buy so much time around this area and just the trapeze to just close that distance.
Wow.
And this is what Xiaoma was working on since round number 1, saving this hullabaloo for round 2 just for the dominance here. AK has to go for this rescue. Heart is gonna have to recover here. And actually able to time that well. AK covering some ground here for this rescue attempt to be a lot safer, but Xiaoma's already caught onto it, and AK has to make that rescue attempt happen.
Yeah, it's still a very hard game though, because there are still 2 ciphers behind. 1 cipher and 9%, right? But AC, the last leg of the race, Black Mark is going to put him down onto the ground. Let's see if you're able to escape. No, Xiaoma at full presence, and coupled with the double surprises, left and right overlapping damages coming in. That's going to be it. It's a 2 versus 2, and Xiaoma is in a really good position to get a 3 or 4 man elimination in this game.
Yeah, it's looking real good. Heart might have to be the one to decode. AK is the healthiest to take a kite here, and also has his coffin set up at the corner house. So he's going to get that hit early on. So this is not going to give him that much time to kite. Well, we do have that last cipher moving at 20%.
Let's see. 1 more black mark. Let's see if he's gonna be able to kite long enough, because one thing's for sure, Heart has no more exit path. So the Embalmer has to rescue himself. Oh wait, the teleport coming in. He knows if he downs the Masonry here with no exit path, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be a 4-man elimination here. Heart using that last elbow pad just to gain more distance. But honestly, Xiaoma with the trapeze, it's so easy to catch up in this kind of situation.
It's and right now we've already transitioned from one spot to another, and it's already Heart that has to be able to contain this. But at this point, Xiaoma just putting the finishing touches here on his 4-man elimination, because as you said, once Mercenary's down, no one's gonna pick him up. AK though does
put on Heart.
The Mercenary.
Smart.
So, Tram, no.
That's smart actually, because he knows that Heart has no coffin left. Sorry, has no exit path to work with anymore, right? So Xiaoma, what he has to do here, just down the Mercenary a 2nd time and then go after AK, and that's it. That's going to be a 4K. And Heart trying his best to go towards the pallet, try and set it down as soon as the bubble's gone. But honestly, what can happen here? Look,
wow,
instant.
Already getting the 2 marks on him, and just that red mark just going down here. AK, unfortunately, does not have a cipher that's ready. The dungeon is here, but the Mercenary is not going to expire anytime soon. So Xiaoma, 4-man elimination, a 5-point game, a sweep in favor of GG, if you would. Saving up that round 2 hullabaloo here really paid off here now.
Yeah, saving the hullabaloo, and not to mention the Abnormal as well, because it kind of messed up with their rhythm. You can see, right? One Abnormal actually messed up with them so much. In other situations, you will see that they are able to come back with the decoding, but here Xiaoma, perfect decision. AK trying to buy a little bit more time, but he knows that he's living on borrowed time. And with that down, that's it. Xiaoma, GG, coming back with the 4-man elimination. Xiaoma's plan worked after all, Poch, because now they're actually 1 win each, but with more points.
Yeah, in the lead. Yeah, they are definitely in the lead with that, negating any points going to GR's side. And Xiaoma's hullabaloo, eliminating the Gravekeeper, eliminating, I believe, the Antiquarian. It was in round 1. But yeah, there were a lot that were chosen. Puppeteer in round 1. So with that out of the way, and in round number 2, you get less of the best picks for the survivors. And they are in the lead, tied in rounds. But man, this is going to be a little tough, because GR can win it. but they can't afford a tie, because if they tie out round number 3, when it comes down to points, it is G that is leading.
That's true. A draw, that means GG is going to move forward. GR needs to do more than a draw. Unfortunately, thanks to that 4K, that 4 elimination was so crucial to GG in their comeback, right? Against GR, right? I mean, it's just 4K. Just another day in Xiaoma's hunting days,
True.
right?
True.
Yeah. But it
So-
changed so much. It changed so much of the dynamics of the tournament, like the dynamics of what's going to happen in BO3. Because right now, GR, they were supposed to be safe, but because of that 4 elimination, that 1 extra elimination, their backs against the fence now. A draw's not going to cut it, and I don't know. I feel like GR. What can GR bring here next? You know what I mean? Like the hunter pools you mentioned earlier on, the Xiaoma and Jin had pretty similar hunter pools. But if you look at it here, it almost feels like GG has the slight advantage when it comes to the survivor faction of GG.
Yeah, I think they were able to save up the Antiquarian. They saved a lot of good picks on GG's side. So I think the moral of the story here is delayed gratification paying off on the side of GG for now. Because coming in round number 3, I guess the only advantage that GR does have is they have map advantage.
Yeah.
So they can try to choose a map that would suit their survivors or their hunter. But if you don't have the best survivors or hunters, I'm pretty sure we're going to go back on an even keel because both ANs are out. But when it comes to survivors, though, this could be the battle of survivors come round 3.
Yeah, definitely. It has been the battle of survivors since BO1, right? Because looking at that 3-man escape by GR, and then all of a sudden in the second game, Xiaoma just returned with a 4-man elimination. So a lot of these actions, you can relive it in the highlights, so please enjoy.
板子往外走，已经板子往外走，已经板子往外走。我是无敌的。哎，对，已经板子往外走。单负单负。
哎，你这2队就这样。他跳。鱼跳，卡转盘。
Welcome back, folks, to GR versus GG round number 3. And GG coming into this next round with all the confidence because Xiaoma, the one, was able to get the 4-man elimination and show that he is him in this matchup. So I don't know what map we're going to see, but we're definitely in for a surprise here. We are going to say goodbye to one of these teams, unfortunately. So you guys got to lock in with us to figure out who's going to take it.
Exactly. You got to lock in. Otherwise, we have to lock in for you guys. And you'll have to look at PNG tubers moments after that. Okay, so... Can you see my lips open? Yeah. That's... okay, not suitable. Not suitable. I can't do it like how Kuro... When Kuro does it, it's like he's staring into your soul like this. So that's really hard to do. But yeah. But just continuing on the discussion of the GG's decision, the delayed gratification that you've mentioned earlier on, it definitely paid off because ultimately I feel like sometimes some people are obsessed about stats, obsessed about like, oh wait, I'm top 1, top 2, top 3, right? So it feels like their eyes are set on the bigger goal. Xiaoma's thinking, who cares if I get 1K here? The deal is I get to keep my Meta Hunter for BO2. And the deal is I get to move on. I get to get a higher share for I keep the hopes alive for my team, right? So I feel like it definitely paid off. So guys, it's never say never. Like the doubters, I think he turned the non-believers into believers finally with that 4 elimination.
I mean, I don't think we've ever doubted him, right? We caught them the 1, and we were able. And
now I was seeing some people say,
okay. I mean, because
okay.
right, he even did the same thing. Yeah, just reminding everyone also in the group stage, he was able to pull this one off too. So I think as the rounds go on, Xiaoma does get stronger, like we pointed out. So. Yeah, like you said, turning the doubters to believers. Like you can't take Xiaoma lightly, coming into round number 3 especially. However, GR is still in this race. We cannot. We still have to acknowledge the fact that they do also turn things up come round number 3. They did have an undefeated record, but this is the first time they're meeting GG in this type of format. So they're definitely being tested. I think this is the most we've seen Jin kind of play passively. So coming into this next one, I don't know what mindset he's going to come in with, but he's not going to have access to the S tier hunters, but he will possibly have access to the Ivy or the opera singer.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the amount of pressure coming in from GG as well, right? Because Jin is just so used to getting his way back in the group stages and just dominating until they meet a former champion. So it's basically like the lion. It's like Mufasa versus Simba or whatever. Like, you know, the lions versus the...
Mufasa and Simba are son and father. Oh my god.
Oh really? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Oh my god.
Wait. It's like... Okay. Here's another comparison. It's it's like Zeus versus Odin. Does that make sense? The Greek god versus the
Roman god?
Norse god.
The Norse god.
Right?
Okay.
So both are giants in their equal footing. So when they meet each other, Jin's like, you can't dominate.
So
100%.
we had math lessons from Eli, and now we're having mythology
history lessons.
from
Chocho's gonna come in with what?
I don't know. Science or biology or something. I don't know. What?
No, with her hair tips. Her hair tips, yeah.
But
how about Kuro though? Like, if he's gonna be a teacher in school, what do you think Kuro should be teaching?
English.
Yeah,
like grammar.
Then what would Eli be teaching?
Math, obviously. He's a math wizard.
Oh my god. Okay.
I like this. I like that you mentioned, because there are 2 titans of teams, right? But unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to one. And now that we think about it, I think GG had the road more traveled because they did have to go up against Wolves in the group stage. So I think they are a lot hungrier, while GR is kind of facing adversity now only in the group stage. Not in the group stage, but here and now. So they definitely have to tighten things up here in this matchup.
Yeah. It's one thing to go through group stages, right? But it's another thing going through the group stage the hard way. Like group of death, we have the group of death, we had the group of hope. And honestly, there's the easy way in, there's the not so easy way in, right? So ultimately they're here. And this is where the challenges starts to be so apparent, because the remaining 8 teams, these are the best of the best.
Yes.
And GG versus GR, both of them are former champions, but only one can prevail. And they've made it really clear from the beginning in their interview, like the team that makes the most mistakes, that's the one that's going home, right? But so far, it's really hard to see, Poch, because both survivors, you don't see those awkward newbie or mistakes that cost them the game. They were playing really solidly. It's just a matter of really, really small, minute details, right? But they played super solid, both teams.
Yeah, it's really like those minute interactions or unfortunate spawn locations of the basement, or where the dungeon does spawn, or timing. It's really down to like the 1s and 0s of this game. So that's what we gotta love about Call of the Abyss, because we want to find the best of the best in these type of circumstances. And one small slip up, one small mishap could cause you your tournament life, but the winner is definitely undeniable, especially each and every year. The competition keeps leveling up. Like FT just had their first playoffs match, right? I think they didn't make it that far last time. They were able to make their grand stage welcome there, and hopefully that builds them up even more. That also goes for RD, giving us an amazing match in the group stage. Same with RVL and other teams that are not from IVL or IJL.
Yeah, I was very impressed. I think we were all very impressed with Omni as well, right? I still remember the name. Fluff.
Let's go. The 60-second kite.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. It was against Chongai.
Yeah.
Right? Now that you think about it, guys, Chongai's been getting 4K throughout the entire group stage until now. He's been dominating. So honestly, Fluff being able to pull that off against Chongai.
Fluffy.
Fluffy, sorry, that's not the guy. But able to pull that off, I think, yeah, these guys are unsung heroes. And hopefully we'll see them in the next COA.
Yeah, and do support them in their IVTs, their IVCs, or whatever tournament that does happen in between the Call of the Abysses, because that's where they really grow, right? And Call of the Abyss is where they showcase their growth. And now we are going to head to Arms Factory, Nil, with Xiaoma hunting first.
Xiaoma hunting first. Well, there's no Goatman, there's no Hullabaloo, there's no Disciple, there's no Opera Singer. So I guess they're really forcing him to just play
Ivy, yeah, or just any close quarters type hunter. Man, let's go!
Let's go! The dog lovers out there.
Yeah. And Nell's getting his bingo list of survivors that he wanted to see. Got a prisoner last round. Now we got a postman and coordinator. Any other survivors you want to see?
A cowboy.
Ooh, Cowboy Kevin.
Cowboy,
BO7 maybe?
BO7. Maybe BO9. I don't know. When they ran out of people to
Cowboy Mind.
Cowboy Mind's Eye. You think, yeah, because Mind's Eye, like if Eli sees a Mind's Eye, that Mind's Eye is gonna be dead in 20 seconds, right? So with a cowboy, that's gonna be 20 times 6.
Boom.
120 seconds.
I wonder if like, let's say Iron or PP Sha, Mind's Eye, then Eli hunts, can he still down them in 20 seconds?
Oh, that's a very interesting question, right?
That's like the one ape versus 100 man type thing. What if we get Iron but on Mind's Eye, then Eli on Best Hunter? See how long he can survive. What do you think, chat?
Oh,
who takes that?
That's so hard.
Would it be Eli or will it be Iron on the Mind's Eye? Actually, if Eli's listening, do you think you could down an IVL or IJL like tier level survivor on a Mind's Eye?
Okay. If they play on equal ping, which is they're in the same region, they play on equal ping, I feel like Eli has a shot. Eli has a shot. Yeah, because it's a Mind's Eye without any support. I feel like because
a 1v1.
A 1v1. What can you rely on in a 1v1? A Mind's Eye, you can only rely on windows. You can only rely on pallets. So I feel like if Eli plays his best hunter against a Mind's Eye, I think he has a really good shot at it.
I think it'll also depend on the map and the spawn locations, right? But I guess you got to give that to Mind's Eye, right?
Yeah,
because it's the only thing they can work with. Because there is a rework, but I don't think that's going to help much. But anyway, Bon Nell, we saw this yesterday.
Yeah,
we do have a clown, a postman, a first officer, and a coordinator on GR side.
Ooh, this is scary though. Xiaoma's forcing them to not rescue. He's forcing them to just not rescue. Get one down, not rescue. We've seen this yesterday, right? Against MRC. It started off with one person. Continued with 2-person down.
Moth to a flame.
Yeah. Ending with a 3-man elimination. So I feel like maybe that's his strategy going in. But if the first kite is really strong, then Bon's pretty much gonna have a really hard time.
True, but this is Xiaoma we're talking about. He's really good at dropping those bombs and making, and especially in Arms Factory. This was I think this was the same map against
same
MRC.
map, and Xiaodi was barmaid. I think the only difference was Xiaodi was barmaid.
I forgot. Yeah, barmaid Xiaodi. Oh, that was unfortunate.
And the coordinator was there to shoot as well.
Yeah. But then the down happened. Okay, so no barmaid. You do have a postman, you have a weeping clown, you have a coordinator. It seems like he's going to spawn at the lower right corner here. Next to factory, actually.
Yeah, I mean, can just get rid of the coordinator first.
True.
If he's going to go after the coordinator first, maybe he's not going to bring excitement. Because the coordinator is definitely going to shoot him before excitement comes online. Right? Even a weeping clown. So a lot of access to mobility here as well. Thanks to an Uber ride on the Weeping Clown.
Uber share, yeah.
But mind you though, one remote bomb can just cancel off the the right share.
True, true. So hopefully that doesn't happen for GR survivors. But we see warp detention and trump card on Xiaoma's side. While on the survivor side, they do have 2 tide turners, all borrowed times, by the way. So they are considering the end game scenario to happen. So let's see what will happen once we head towards the Arms Factory. That's Just Nell. I'm Just Poch. You're Just Chat, and you're tuning in to this matchup.
Yeah, it's just game 3. All right, just Xiaoma being Bonbon, just trying to find the target, and just trying to spot a Tinnitus going to the middle, and he's just gonna find no one yet. He's trying to find where that footmark's coming in. Obviously, GR is just trying to gain distance away from our short king right here, but Xiaoma seems like he's gonna lock in into just AK.
Yeah. So AK, I would say, and you also said that probably the one chase he wants to take because he just needs to force out one flare gun. He is predicting that they don't know he has warp. So we're going to see AK out in the open, just shoot right away to make sure, avoiding the bombs here just so he can transition away. He doesn't have to worry about AK anymore. And now he's going to try to go for another target, which might be AC.
He wants the postman. I think he wants the postman because postman's the one that can decode here. Like he's the decoder, right? But AC trying to do that hiding game, but against Xiaoma, gotta be careful.
Wow.
Whoa! What a chip damage. But now AC, yeah, fortunately that doggo bite actually stopped him a little bit there. But now with the warp, he's gonna try and catch up to AC. One more chip damage and a hit is gonna do it.
Oh my god! Wow!
He just got his Nike shoes and he went down.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. But I mean, Xiaoma just so good at predicting where the survivors are going to be at and saving the bombs, not just spamming the bombs falling down. He's very particular and calculated with his offense, making sure that he gets the chip damage, and once he gets that hit, the attack recovery, it's fine because the down did happen. But now Hart trying to make the rescue happen, but he gets hit in the process now.
This is so dangerous, right? You guys have to remember, like a few seasons back, why Bonbon is so dangerous to rescue against. But fortunately, it's the first officer we're talking about. But the hit through the window.
Wow. Yeah, again, AC just trying to make a distance and pull that distance away. First officer actually one bomb away from one chip damage from falling down. So quite the did he lose him?
Does he not know where AC went?
Oh my god, no.
He knows. He knows.
Okay.
Maybe he's just checking. Yeah,
okay.
but
That'll be scary.
It is. But AC is far away, right? So I think it's safe to say they can just sell him here because no one else would be able to rescue like 100%, like a guaranteed 100% safe rescue, right? Hart's still in the vicinity though. Iron coming in with the rocket. What you gonna do, my friend?
Sidestepped it, but yeah, just rescues right away. Has to use the tide turner to carry, but look at that, the remote bomb just hitting the postman. Weeping Clown is actually unscathed, so that's all right. So at least they provide that extra seconds with that tide turner. But now ciphers aren't looking healthy. Xiaoma is looking real good towards the mid game here.
Not at all. It's gonna be 3v1 soon. First officer is just one chip damage away. Weeping Clown is has a one chip damage on him, so one bomb and a hit will end him. Coordinator's the only one that's actually healthy, but for now Xiaoma, he just needs to deal with this 3v1. Ciphers, it's not gonna be a threat at this moment yet, but Xiaoma doesn't know that, right?
True. I think it's more of just for the survivors, they need to try and heal up or try to gain some resources because the first officer does have that one pocket watch, but what's that pocket watch going to be if you get hit that one time? Xiaoma, a sniper at this point, getting that hit on the remote bomb. So Iron one regular hit or two bombs away from falling down. Still has some resources to work with. One cipher will pop, but Xiaoma just checking if anyone's here. So
and checking the cipher too.
Yeah,
so now he knows that the two ciphers here has some progress on it. They're probably starting a fourth cipher, completing the fourth cipher, right? So I think it's safe to say he's like, okay, I'm gonna seal this area off. And even if they get the 4 Cypher done, there's really only 1 Cypher remaining on the other side, which is at the factory.
Yeah, so now it seems like AK might have gotten the attention of Xiaoma. AK luckily does not have any damage on him just yet, and I jinxed it. The remote bomb able to get that chip damage, and Xiaoma just making sure injuries are stacking up on the board for him.
Yeah, now he's gonna head back to where the Cypher is, right? Because Bonbon is really afraid of Cypher Rush, and that's what GR's trying to do here. AK is trying to search for an item. It's important to get something important like
a wand,
a magic wand. Well, better than a syringe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could have healed himself up, but oh wow, able to get the down onto the Weeping Clown. So this rescue attempt by AK needs to go by flawlessly. I don't know how safe he'll be. The Cypher is about to be primed, by the way, so all of them have borrowed time, but against the Bonbon, this is going to be real tough. AK using the flywheel, but gets the hit. Attack recovery, though, is going to allow the rescue to happen, and they just pop it now.
Yeah, they just gotta pop it, but Bonbon has the attention. He has a trump card as well, so right now GR's in a very good position to get at least a draw, because if they just gotta split the attention of Xiaoma, right? So Xiaoma has not changed his traits yet. Oh, he's changed. Yeah, he just wants the big, but no,
the magic wand able to actually break a bit of ankles here. The exit gates are opening up, so it looks like it might actually be a tied game. Link was already used. AK is the sacrificial lamb, and just like that, GR getting a tie.
Yeah, and it's fine, right? Because GG can just tie this game, tie the next game, and they're gonna win.
Right.
So now it's like, okay, Jin, you gotta get a 3-man elimination, right? A 3-man elimination.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck, buddy. But honestly, I feel like it looked like a draw. It ended as a draw, right?
Actually, for me, it looked real strong in the mid game. I thought he was gonna get more, but the rescue that AK did kind of turn things around, and everyone popping. Xiaoma looked real dominant. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like the bombs he was able to land, super on point. That was crazy. So you gotta fear the Bonbon of Xiaoma.
Yeah. The reason why I say it looked like a draw was because towards the end, it seemed like he's bombing air at some point.
Oh.
He was bombing air at some point, unfortunately. And not to mention that the survivors managed to pop that 4 Cypher and split the attention of Xiaoma. So I felt like that was the crucial moment. Divide and conquer. Because it's just a Bonbon.
Just a Bonbon. Huh?
Yeah, just short legs. So how fast can you travel, right? Yeah. But 2-2 game, a tight game, which means ultimately, let me just repeat, GR will need a 3-man elimination.
Yeah.
Against GG survivors.
Yeah.
And they're gonna win. Whereas GG, they just need a tie, and they're gonna win.
Yeah. No overtime kings here, chat.
No overtimes. Any situation where it's gonna go overtime, I think.
Don't, because like if GR gets 3-1, they win in rounds. If they tie it out points wise, GG wins. So it's do or die for Jin at this point. So we're not wearing OT. Well, we don't know about Zeta and TE yet, but yeah, I think, as you mentioned, I think, Xiaoma wanted to get more than just a tie, but a tie nonetheless is still all good because they could just play towards this safe strategy. They were able to dominate in round 2. They could just coast with the 5-0 and just hold on to this lead until the end. It's Jin that has to make the tough decisions moving forward because he's the one that needs to act now.
Exactly. So let's just remember, right? In game number 1, Jin got a 2-man elimination against GG. In game number 2, Jin's got a tie again.
Yeah.
So really, GG just needs the tie. Because I think they figured out Jin. And without the access to the big 4 hunters, I feel like they are in a very strong position to tie this. Unless if Jin can sort of mind trick their strategy and then end up with something like a hermit.
Oh my god, hermit.
Like a hermit.
Something unexpected, right?
Unexpected, yeah.
I do think he'll have access to one of the top 4 because he did bring out Anne, right, in round 2. but I don't know. We haven't seen. I think
they're gonna ban it though. Yeah.
Which one?
I mean, they will ban his Goatman.
Yeah, I think Goatman, Hullabaloo out of the table, but I think they're gonna ban out Sangria, and he'll have access to Ivy. But Ivy, unfortunately, hasn't been getting that much. Hasn't been as consistent as Sangria. And on Jin's side, also, he's mostly known for his opera singer, unless Nell comes out. Whoa.
Yeah, Nia should come out, honestly. Try and come in, because Gigi has gotten Jin figured out, right? At this point, like, you get draws consecutively against Jin. It's safe to assure that that's not the result you want.
Yeah.
So maybe they could bring up Nie, take a gamble, like, hey, let's get a fresh hunter to come in. But feels like they're not gonna do it.
So I guess maybe because Nie is not warmed up enough. I think Jin, as a hunter player, also wants to like try and be like, no, I could do better than Itai. I can try to get the 3-pan elimination. So all the weight on GR, weight of the world is on Jin's shoulders right now. And they, like you said, GG could just play for that tie strategy that they've been doing since round number 1.
Exactly. And Jin needs to find that answer to counter the defense plans by GG. And just look at the amount of support coming in from the audience as well.
That's wild. Unfortunately, that girl's sign was upside down. I wanted to tell her.
Yeah, please turn it upside down.
Yeah, but hey, they still understand. But we got some GG supporters as well. And hopefully in chat, we'll see some GG supporters for you guys, because they're on the cusp, the precipice of moving on in this tournament and taking the road less traveled, or the road. They took the longer route to get to where they are.
They did. Yeah. It's just a route. It's just a tournament. So
just a tournament.
Yeah, just a tournament. Just a tournament that pays a lot of money.
Just the biggest Identity 5 tournament of the year.
Yeah, just the biggest event of the year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, I see Just a Girl as well in chat. I thought you were driving. And why are you professing your love to someone else, huh?
What's going on?
487 is watching. He's like, no, I don't want my girl to be saying I love you to someone else. So, just a girl who's, I don't know, just a girl. I don't know why. Maybe we should stop saying just a girl.
I don't know. She's professing her love in chat. We're just giving shout outs. So shout outs to you guys as well. If you guys want to give us any shout outs as well for any players, maybe they'll watch back the VODs. They'll hear us call their name, especially 487. But you predicted a no Hullabaloo, no Sangria, no wax artist, and no access to the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, that leaves Ivy. So if Jin can make GG think he's going for an Ivy,
go Hermit.
right. Or go Mad Eyes. I don't know.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Looking at the survivors, they spent their antiquarian, so I think they have access to Aeroplanist. They do have access to Puppeteer. Barmaid's out of the gate though, as well as Seer and Coordinator.
So Seer and Coordinator, Barmaid. I don't know. Is he trying to say that he wants to play Dream Witch?
That's what I was thinking. Psychologist is also banned out. So Hermit. I'm kidding. I don't know.
I don't know too.
I wish.
Yeah. I mean, there's just... I guess there's just a few characters which can allow Jin to get more kills. And...
Oh, wait. Eli's in chat. Eli, did you hear my question? I just wanted to ask. Do you think you can down a IVL,
IJL.
Yeah, IVL or IJL survivor if they use Mind's Eye in under 20 seconds.
Let us know.
Let us know. But sorry, no. I just saw Eli in the chat.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I think he can hear. But if he goes for Wax Artist, maybe that would be...
Boo. The chat's going to turn on him. Boo. Don't go Wax Artist against that.
Leno Wax, yeah. That's the
another hunter.
red angry face coming in.
I know. Everyone hates Wax Artists in chat.
I know. But Wax Artist here might not be that good because there's just a lot of high walls.
Yeah, and Wax Artist is globally banned, so chat can rest that Wax Artist is not coming out in this map.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna get to the match, but it seems like Acrobat is gonna be their last pick. So we have a Mercenary, they have a Fire Investigator, they got an Acrobat.
Professor too.
Professor too, yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe he can go with. I mean, these characters, right? You can go with Ivy, and I think they can't really counter you as well. Maybe they can't really counter you as well.
On paper, yeah.
On paper,
I think
yeah.
It's gonna be the
Acrobat's
teamwork
the-
of GG.
Yeah, Acrobat's gonna be the only one. I mean, that's Fire Investigator, but honestly, once you're done with the balloon, what other way can you use to kite further? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the only utility he brings are those 2 balloons. But if he cleans it up right away, we've seen it in the previous match, right? So I guess it depends on how Jin feels, because in the previous matchup, the Ivy kind of took a while to cook, and it was just the last dungeon or the last basement chair that did turn things around. So now it seems like Jin's smile kind of faded to seriousness. So we're seeing a very serious Jin here.
Serious Jin. And rightfully so.
Mhm.
Rightfully so, because if he fails to get a 3-man elimination or more, well, his team's going to be out. And that's very stressful. That's a very stressful situation to be in. And I mean, this is so hard, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we know that it's just a draw for GG, but
Also, how did I become president? I cannot in good faith take Dongshen's position, guys. That's not my. I cannot do that. But thank you for the vote of confidence, I guess.
yeah. I guess it started with Black Phoenix. Shout outs to Black Phoenix. By the way.
Hey, shout out.
This guy, man, he's been putting up IDV news like a professionals.
Yo,
at
support
the end of
IDV content creators, folks. Give him a follow.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Black Phoenix, shout out to you, my man. But yeah, coming back to this game itself, it's paused.
Oh, I thought you were gonna carry on with your. Yeah, it is paused.
It's paused. God, it's paused. I realized that it's paused, and
Again, we want to get the best possible. I would say conditions, even though this is an offline event or it's live or that's a LAN event. But yeah, still, I would say the pressure is definitely on Jin's side, because in this matchup, GG has them figured out, and coming into this, he needs to break the tie streak that GG survivors have kind of dominated him with.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, the survivors of GG has already locked in. So I guess they just gotta lock in.
Shout outs to Identity Vibes, predicting he's gonna pick Anne, and then the angry face.
Angry face again.
The emoji's so funny. But Anne also is, I mean, a viable one, but he's gonna have to get a 3K with that Anne. And
no way.
That's
hard.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard. In this map, right? We saw how even Shelma struggled with it, and that was in Red Church.
Yep.
This is Arms Factory. That's way more higher walls
obstructions.
Here.
Yep.
And this character as well, like Mikey, Fire Investigator. I think they can just avoid it. It might work against the Professor, and sort of counters Professor.
True. That is very true.
And Merc.
Yeah, just anything that pulls distance, right?
Yeah.
So I guess Ivy or Dream Witch would be the strongest one, but Jin could pull something out. Like we said, it's something unconventional to just get everyone surprised with his pick here. No Wax Artist, no Hullabaloo, no Goatman, or no Sangria on the table for him.
Yeah, a lot of hunters not available for Jin, right? But ultimately, I feel like Jin, he's got to unlock that Jin 2.0 here. And playing a character here, I'm just trying to think, is he going to play something technical or aggressive? Apparently it's going to be technical, so Ivy's going to be the choice.
Okay.
So, good choice here.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, like you said, if you want technical, and at least also it is their arms factory, so you're really going to feel the tombstones being put down, the Ostrakhan areas. But we've seen a lot of people deal with Ivies, and GG's playstyle to just be super, like move as one unit and have that hive mind. That could be the bane of this matchup. But looking at the spawn points here, giving access to the lower right side, the factory for Jin to work with. We do have the center dominated by the professor here, while mercenary right below. We have the fire investigator up top and the acrobat across.
Yeah, far away from danger. He's like, yeah, I really just want to be decoding. I really don't want to be the one getting chased first. But we know what the Ivy's game plan is, right? Basically, force the survivors to transition away. That will buy a bit of time before their first cipher gets decoded. And then try and leave Ostrakhan marks across the map. I think if he takes control of the middle map, it's easier for him to go anywhere he wants from there.
100%. So hopefully he'll be able to do that with an Insolence, Blink, and Detention build on Jin's side, while we do have the survivors sporting borrowed time on all across the boards here. No flywheels and window boost speed on TX, PPSha. Folks, this is our last match of GG versus GR. Make some noise in the chat. It's Nello, Mello, and Potch Spice, your commentators for round 3, second half.
All right, this is do or die for Jin right here, because GR, they got to get a 3-man elimination if they want to win this game against GG.
Yeah, they do. And it seems like PPSha, we're going into that strategy, going for PPSha to start out with 60% corruption on the fire investigator side. Insolence is going to help him build up more of that presence, but if you're going to chase PPSha on foot, you got to be careful here, because he can buy so much time for everyone. It seems like he's already rotated away from this this side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try and drown the shrimp with the shadow. He survived. I mean, the wax worked, but I'm not sure if the shadow's going to work. But PPSha still doing a pretty good job. Still has one ball to work with, just trying to propel himself further away in front. PPSha has access to a few pallets, although it's quite weak here. But it's fine. That's going to be the 100% bait. Oh, he misses the spray.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. So still all good. He was able to actually unlock his first skill. We've seen a lot of hunters get too greedy with that and not even land that hit. So getting that hit onto PPSha is still pretty good. But now Cypher progress is moving along quite well. PPSha still has access to one of that balloon. Able to get 62% corruption here now.
It's totally fine, right? Because as long as he does not, he wants to force Jin to use a blink here, right? But 18 here, careful. He has to be really careful. Maybe a red bomb to stop it. You do not want to give free presents, free hits to Ivy. True. Especially when it's Jin. Oh my god!
My goodness!
He missed. Godlike! The value coming in. He wasted it. Oh, but it's okay. The teleport coming in. Yeah, that's the safety net for Jin right there.
Yeah, true. But like you said, the blink hit did not hit. Acrobat is the one, I believe, being chased now. I'm not quite sure. PPSha, no, he found PPSha. So tried to go for some decoding, but now 2 ciphers already done. The 3rd cipher is well on their way. No one sat on a rocket chair just yet, and Jin needs to get more survivors down here, Nell.
Wow, that's so crazy, man. PPSha, no fear marks on him yet. It's fine. He's still decoding, and he knows that Ivy has no blink. So he can safely kite around this area. PPSha just needs to make sure that he does not give free presents. Okay, wait. The propel was a little bit off, I felt. It's okay. There's still a little bit of distance. PPSha just trying to put the pallet down, but this is going to allow Jin to get some damage, but the swing and the miss.
Yo, that's a couple of misses that we're seeing on Jin's side. So GG really put in the pressure onto Jin here. So Seems like Abyss:SHA continuing this chase for as long as he can. No scare, just 74% corruption. So still doing an amazing job. Tries to get another scare, but look at that. He's just not looking back now.
He's just not looking back. He's like, yeah, I will never, ever look back. and thanks to that, the shrimp refuses to die. He's like, yeah, I might have drowned in the wax, but I'm not going to drown in this shadow. Weak. Yeah, and thanks to that, look at the 2 ciphers remaining. This is the 5 cipher kite for the Shrimp Master.
It is. This is like Perseka and how he's able to do it. But now the down on to Abyss:SHA. This is where the pressure can mount up. But like you said, 2 ciphers left and 2 are about to pop. They just need to tie.
Exactly. I want to say that the shrimp is cooking, but obviously he's seafood. You know what I mean? But 99% already. It's fine. 18 is on. He's done his job, but right now on the last cipher is going to be pop. Oh, indication there.
Yeah.
I thought the pop would have happened way earlier.
Yeah, true. But now it seems like he's going to try and get some corruption stacks going on to some of these survivors. Leaving Abyss:SHA on the ground here might not be the best because he still has the exit path to work with. So Jin needs to get more survivors down here, Nell, and the detention can only last for so long. They just have to stall out detention and open the exit gate. Whoa.
Oh my god, the blink has been utilized. This is looking really bad because Jin has no more trades to catch up with.
Yeah.
And honestly, TX has no problem. He's already opened the gate and they just need one more survivor out and GG's gonna win it. Jin, he's gonna chair Acrobat here, but honestly, even Kuchao, right? He has 3 elbow pads to work with.
He does.
3, and he can take 1 hit.
He can. So it's looking like our winners, folks. GG.
Wait. He's gonna rescue. He's gonna rescue Tide.
He is.
He's gonna rescue Tide.
He's gonna put Tide Turner. This is gonna be real scary if he's able to stuff this rescue. Let's hope this doesn't bite them. But like you said, 3 elbow pads and Tide Turner could change things. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. What's going on? I hope it doesn't come back to bite him, Kuchao.
Well, they have someone to actually. They have Abyss:SHA to exit. Unless.
Oh, it's okay. It's already at 95%. If he changes, it's fine. Then I'll just go and rescue 18.
And then go for the exit. So they're just covering their grounds here. So GG still doing a great job here, just covering their grounds. And ending on a tie here against Jin, the 4K Hunter. 18's already at the exit gate, so it's going to be all good. 3-man escape here.
Detention's over, right? Detention's over. Yo, he's trying to go for the 4-man. Is he gonna try and go for the 4-man?
I think Kuchao just wants to exit. It's fine. Yeah. But yeah, detention's still there. So I think that's why they don't want to go for the 4-man.
He can go for it now. I mean, it's a draw. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a draw.
True. And detention just ran out. So GG capitalizing, making a huge statement. Able to actually get a bit of delay here, and the terror shock could save him, but no, unable to get the terror shock. Gets the hit.
He has a pad too. He has a pad to run out too, so it's fine. Oh my god, what a game. GG ending on the high note. Like, you know what? We just need a 2-man. We're gonna get a 4-man.
4-man eliminate escape, right? Just really capitalizing the fact that they are ready for this tournament. And Abyss:SHA, it's a foot race to the dungeon. If he's able to get it, that's going to be huge. But Jin's going to try to cut him off.
Oh, he missed! He missed! Oh, it's okay. The swing and the miss, but it's totally fine because GG got what they came for. In a 2-round wins against GR. They lost in game number 1, but in game number 2, the comeback came back. What a language, right? I need Kuro to correct the language, but they came back in game number 2 and now in game number 3. The statement showed by GG. Like 4 elimination, not enough. We want to get that 4 escape as well. But they ended with an 8-1 in game number 3.
Holy smokes. And not just relying on the Hunter side, right? They said Xiaoma is the one, but the survivor is also Abyss:SHA, the shrimp that doesn't want to get cooked, the one that keeps staying alive. It just shows that if you chase Abyss:SHA at the start, that's what they want, and they're able to get the victory. So congratulations to GG. I think them making a huge statement like that just shows all the other teams that they're going to face up against is like, yo, we're ready for this championship. If you guys want to face us, you got to be ready for both sides.
Exactly. So it looks like GG will be the better team tonight in the exchange between former champions, right? So congratulations to GG. They're going to move on forward, while GR unfortunately will be saying goodbye in this leg of the race, in this leg of the competition. But honestly, it was a very back and forth matchup.
Exchange.
Yeah, a really, really good back and forth. And none of them were letting off at any time. They were doing it. They were giving it their 100%. So congratulations to both teams, actually.
Yeah, giving us a show. Honestly, this looked like a sort of grand finals type of matchmaking, but they had to face this early on in day number 2 of the playoffs, and it was GG to call the victory here. And I'd say the back and forth started in round 1, where GR did get the victory, but it wasn't as convincing, right? When Xiaoma was able to get the 4-man elimination, we're like, ooh, the tide really did swing. And now the way that the survivors here in the match stats here, 3-1 up against an Ivy, Jin's Ivy as well, really solidified that statement and stamp of approval here that GG is one team you gotta be careful going up against.
Yeah, especially the Shrimp, right? Because that was 161 seconds containment time.
Right.
Proving that he can survive in any liquid but wax. Yeah.
Shadow's a liquid. Yeah, I guess.
Shadow's not liquid after all.
Yeah. The light, shadowy water. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just water with blacking. But
possibly. He could still swim through. I was looking at the lower left side of the screen. He was not looking back at all. I mean, we do that, but we don't know where we're running. Like when I do that.
We don't, right?
Just run straight.
Yeah. Just run straight without GPS. That's the difference. He had a GPS. He had a built-in GPS, so he knew where he was going. Right? Yeah. But ultimately, it was a very strong performance by GG. Not just by Xiaoma. Actually, I have to say, they gotta give the MVP to the survivors of GG because they were solid, strong.
Yeah.
Their defenses were solid. It was just a draw, treatment, escape. So I would say the MVP tonight was definitely the survivors. And on the Hunter side, Xiaoma, that 4 elimination in BO2, that was the game changer as well.
Definitely was. I agree. It's not easy, especially in this type of meta, to even get ties in round 1 and 2. But the fact that GG survivors were consistently able to do that up against Jin of all his Hunters, I mean, his stats were crazy good. So I'd say yes, the survivors. I think maybe recency bias is telling me to go PP Xia in his recent performance.
Okay.
But you got to give it up to also the rescuers and also the other kiters, Akuchao, the rescuer, and give it also to 18. But let's check out the highlights and talk about the MVP after this.
五上了，有点往可以好狗。第十，别受伤了，走。25秒走，25秒。进了，他进了。底牌。攻了！地下我暂时还没好。好，那这波追上你就好了。我攻了。OK， 扛不掉。先开你了，空了，我在空了。我来，修就行。如果修了85，可以直接走吧。那不对，单机无所谓。我们走一个嘛。我走。
And welcome back, folks. We have already solidified the winner of this match. It is going to be GG, but we got to wrap it up in a tiny little bow here and just present to you the MVP. Any MVPs in chat, let us know who you guys want to be your MVP. But Nell, overall, how'd you feel about this match? It was quite long.
It was quite long for a very good reason, because both teams were giving a lot of respect, testing the waters in BO1. But ultimately, GG came up on top because in BO2, they sort of figured out, okay, it paid off. I'm going to go super strong in game number 2. In my map selection, I'm going to capitalize the opening that I have. And that 4K really changed a lot. But the reason why Xiaoma was able to get that 4 elimination was because he was comfortable enough to do so, thanks to the survivors who were keeping it solid on their side.
Yeah.
Imagine if they got 4 elimination, then he would have been pressured to do more, to step out of his comfort zone. So they complement each other very well.
Yeah.
I think that was the reason why they had the upper hand tonight.
Yeah, I agree because I don't think the confidence would have been there if you don't have your fellow teammates kind of covering for you or even possibly agreeing to, all right, you go and round 1 because we know and we believe in you. Then round 2, you'll be able to get that 4-man elimination that you're known for. So that's I think GG is just a testament to how well-rounded the team is with a strong hunter that has survivors to back him up.
Yeah, I mean they stayed together for the longest time too, right?
Yeah.
The synergy is definitely there. And you can see like during the interviews when they come out, they're just super comfortable around each other, and that's a great thing to have. And I feel like with Kuchao, I was gonna say Pipicia because he did well, but honestly in game number 2, Kuchao was the one carrying, right? The rebound kite. Otherwise, that would have been a 3-man elimination by Jin. But congratulations, Kuchao.
Yeah, and also shout outs to Cloudy saying Nello Mello MVP. Let's go. We'll get the stats up in just a bit. But it was going to Kuchao. Congratulations to Kuchao getting this MVP. Yeah, against that wax artist, he was doing very well. So I'm happy that Kuchao is gonna get the MVP status because we have been talking a lot about PP Sha. But overall, it was a team effort on both the survivor side and the hunter side.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a back and forth between these two survivors, right? Kuchao, Pipicia, but ultimately they work together really well. And I think we're going to see the interviews now.
我是主持人小小，首先要恭喜成都 GG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了酷草草还有188来到采访，两位先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GG 的酷草。
大家好，我是 GG 的188。
哇，今天这一场打下来，真的是感觉让我提前看到了总决赛的感觉，实在是太精彩了。想要先来问一下两位，今天在赛前喊话的时候是咱们的兔子代表上场吗？你们知道他赛前要喊什么吗？
知道兔子喊啥，还帮他想了想建议，就是，兔子可能一开始也有点小害羞吧，但是兔子作文的牌面，虽然说他在后来付出很多，然后不管比赛结果怎么样，赛前气势一定不能输。
今天感觉兔子那个喊话完全把你们的气势喊出来，而且真的是非常非常反差的那种可爱。真的，你们成都 GG 是不是不养矮人？
对，来我们这的都会变成艺人。
会被你们的那种外放给感染到。那回归到今天的比赛，想要问一下，今天 BOE 这个使徒是战术吗？可以说吗？我们可以听吗？
那肯定是战术啊！经过我们和教练的深思熟虑选出来的使徒，因为一直听大伙说什么赛马的，我们也来。感觉来了。那想要问一下，咱们求胜者这一边，其实在后手上场的情况之下，面对喧嚣拿下了一个平局。188开门战之前有一波那个小走位啊，就是一个小短板，秀的头皮发麻。那波你是怎么操作的？因为那波他不是分身和转盘都一起教过了嘛，所以就看好它的颜色去进行卡位。
就感觉可能之前演练的也比较多次了。那样子的一个局面，大家开门战有一些什么样子的商量和安排，说最后完成了平局？因为监管者手里还有一个传送。
其实快开门战的时候，PP下灵光一现，就是因为他离大门比较近，然后知道监管者是有报幕的，他骗了一个5秒钟的报幕去大门，然后果然骗到监管者了。在监管者传大门的时候，心里就想着，我虾哥真帅。
哇，这个虾哥今天太有脑了，操作也到，思路也到，全部都到位了。那第二局的时候，再来问一下枯草吧。今天也是大副拿下了 MVP 嘛？那一局的其实2块表，感觉利用率非常非常大。你今天在牵制到蜡像师的时候，你有没有一些什么小技巧、小巧思在里面的？
打蜡像师就是玩多了，人表合一了。在那个
融入进去了。
按下大表的时候，就眼睛一闭，最高的境界就是我自己都不知道我在哪，那我应该是无敌了。
所以当时脑子里一片空白，就是我想去哪就去哪。
其实我也不知道自己想去哪，就是突然就想走就走。
好，太好了。那想要问一下，下一局的时候，现在欧盟也是完成了一个很帅的4抓嘛？大家是怎么迎接西飞回攻的？
马宝肯定是回来抱一个呀。
抱一个，抱了吗？跟谁抱了？
都抱了。
就是马宝一回来，双手一摊，马宝抱宝。
懂了，君子动手不动口，给到马皇最高的这个待遇。那打到第3局嘛，因为其实从前面那2局的 BP 来看，第3局两边都有割据爱围。对于求胜者来说，咱们那一局会想要怎么样去保平呢？是吧？
就是想去选一些因为波3嘛，它只是有割据爱围其中一个，我们就选一些针对性的牵制阵容来进行保平，就是靠自己来牵制。
那我记得就是在虾哥牵制的时候，188也是帮忙扛了一个闪现嘛。那一波你们有些什么样子的沟通？你是怎么操作的？
就想让鲁哥多牵制一会儿嘛，然后让他找我帮他看闪现。我只是个下苦力的，结果
不管怎么样，我们只需要给到PP虾足够的牵制空间，对吧？
是的，就是帮他把技能吃出来嘛，让他自己更舒适的牵制。
帮他扫除一切障碍。那问一下枯草，这打到最后的时候，感觉你的这个想法真的很多，就真的很想要去争那个4跑吗？
也没说争4跑吧，就是在保住平局的情况下，看能不能打个3跑，因为我知道场势肯定是能保平的。然后如果说监管能，可能想太专注于收益的话，我去刷个文明应该是能4跑的。
就感觉有那种不抛弃、不放弃的精神在里边。那今天精彩的比赛之外，上一次采访皮皮虾的时候，我们虾哥也是发表了一些感人肺腑的发言，真的是有给大家感动到。2位今天来到这里，我们也是成功的进入了4强嘛，有没有一些感慨想要跟大家分享一下的？谁先来？
老八先来。
老八先来，好。
就是过了这么久了嘛，然后又站在了这里，我觉得。就是有关于成都GG的比赛之后的每一场，我希望我也想要，就是每一次结束之后，这个场馆的灯它是红色的。
哇，这已经不是成都GG第一次在电竞中心这个台子上面，也不是你们第一次在这里面夺冠了。那我相信你们这一次也是会带着这股冲劲继续冲下去的。来吧，队长，有没有什么想说的？不要让这个气势掉下去，188已经抬得很高了。
对，想说的其实很多，但是今天就是简单说一下。其实最难的是第1场跟第2场，其实到了第3场 BO5了，大家更有信心了，然后站在舞台上，大家经验也足，就是我们对自己有信心，希望大家也能相信我们。
你们相信他们吗？关关难过关关过，也请你们继续赢下去，也是明天的比赛继续加油。再一次恭喜成都GG获得了本场比赛的胜利，感谢2位来到赛后采访。接下来马上要进行的是今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
就是这儿了。出发前我们做个标记。走这边。
究竟还要走多久啊？
我跟我疲れたな。
没道理啊，方向明明是对的。ここまでか。
誘発させてここは逃げるような形。
哪怕你到我到时候你回头啊！
给歪了。
第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 ZETA 战队登台喊话。
Whoa! I need.
欢迎 ZETA、Shinami、Hametsu、Nicoladi、Doris、Peter、Kazneko、Alphato。下面有请 TE 战队登台喊话。
素心文化强得可怕。
欢迎 TE、桃梨、宜花、佩佩、杨洋、猫猫、苏打。这一场对战的2支队伍是 ZETA 和 TE， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待这一场精彩纷呈的对决。接下来，让我们把画面交给解说席。
And what I need to you guys in chat as well. Shinami with that energy, the love, the hearts, the hearts.
Yeah, I know, right? When he was in front of the mic, I thought he was gonna shout.
I thought he was gonna throw up. I was like, what's he? He was like, I was like, oh no, is he trying to remember what he's gonna say? But man, the guy's got pipes. And yeah, imagine that. Oh, I'm getting blurry. The love got me a little too there.
It's okay.
Imagine going to war and then you go, I love you. And maybe he's letting the defenses down. TE's like, oh, we're not gonna kill Shinami, right? We're not gonna eliminate Shinami.
No,
he said, I
not.
love you.
Yeah, exactly. And we need a little bit more love here, especially in Identity 5. But honestly, I think you and I were both taken aback. We were kind of surprised when we saw that they were ready to take the trophy.
They went straight for it. Like, is this a prediction or a spoiler? ZETA division, folks. Shinami, Hametsu, Miko Melody, Dolisu, Peter, Kazuneko, and Alfar. Alfar was the one. Like, he saw Kazuneko blaming Alfar. You're the one that walked straight towards the trophy, man.
Yeah, TE responding. Li Bao, Yihua, Pepe, Yang, Mao Mao, and Suda.
Yep.
Well, didn't respond with the Wo Ai Ni, but a very deep and profound proverb, probably saying, I'm gonna send you back home. but thanks for the love.
Thanks for the love. Here's a ticket back home. We're gonna take that trophy because we know customs is gonna charge you too much. So we don't want you to pay for that going back home. But now we're looking at the preferred maps. Chinatown for TE, Lakeside Village for ZETA division. Pretty much same numbers here if we round them up. So this is gonna be an evenly fought battle here.
Exactly. But Eli will tell you differently. That's not the same number because 0.78
Oh, I'm so sorry, Eli. Guys, don't rat me out to Eli. He's gonna give me an F in math for not for rounding up my decimals. My bad.
He's gonna suggest you take up Kumon, but
with the face like the logo of Kumon.
I know.
It's just I asked about that. Apparently, it's the thinking face. I think it's someone. Yeah. Oh, what's up? I don't know what it is, chat. But what I do know here is Yihua, one of the pillars. I keep saying that, but one of the rescuers, one of the main survivors here of Team TE. And I know we talk about Pepe a lot, but we got to give also credit to their survivors here now. So that was Yihua.
That was Yihua, and there's Identity Vibes in chat. And Carol.
Hey.
Let's go, Carol. We're gonna ask you a question later on. No worries. We will never forget. Yeah.
What was Yihua's stat in average decoding with the exact decimal point?
Exactly. But now we're gonna let you see what Mao Mao has. So please pay attention to the average decoding progress. That was 92.8.
What is it? What is it?
Fill in the blank.
Fill in the blank, Caro. Pencils down. But let's talk about Li Bao here. Third place in average decoding progress. Escape rate at 43%. Containment time almost at 60%. And why not? Because he is known for his acrobat and his mechanic. Again, when it comes to the survivors team that is with Pepe, they definitely can cover their ground if Pepe needs them to.
Yeah, and this is the guy who I consider to be one of the top handsome dudes playing IDV, right? Yeah, this guy he's like a Boys Before Flowers candidate.
Wow. I hope chat gets that. I think that brought me back.
But next up, it's Yang Yang. That's who we're talking about. That's going to be the female dancer and puppeteer. Again, all of their characters are very meta-based. Something to counter the hunters. So Yang Yang, this guy, super tall. I wonder if he plays basketball, is the question.
I mean, why is he not playing basketball if he isn't? Chat, remind me again. I know me and Chocho asked this question. What does TE stand for again? I think it's the name of their team. I get it. Let me know, because we want to come up with emojis here. Because ZETA has their own emoji. And speaking of ZETA, we got Peter Baloo, Peter Goat is going to be... Oh, look at that. Look at the stats. There's no terror shocks, but second place average deduction points, as well as eliminations, and average elimination at 3.5, second place. That's scary numbers there now.
Scary numbers, but it kind of reminds me of Jin's stats, right? It's pretty much maxed out except for the terror shock. So this is a reference to how scary Peter is. But honestly, until the game starts, it can go anyone's way. But for now, Peter Goat, Peter Baloo, Peter Quill,
Peter Parker,
Peter Parker, Peter Pandem, whoever that is. Yeah, I mean, he has a hurdle that he has to overcome. So the question is, will he adopt Shelma's strategy? Like, hey, this is the map that that the opponent is going to pick first. Like TE, they're going to pick the map first. Okay, fine. Let's go with non-meta characters first.
Thank you, Just the Girl. It's not Trey Esports or T Esports. People are saying the...
are you sure?
The elite.
Are you sure? Just a girl.
Because if not, we're taking out your verified status here.
Exactly. You have to change your name to Just a Girl.
Tracy Esports? Wow.
Tracy. Okay, that's definitely not true. But yeah, if you're proven wrong,
it's Terror Shock Esports.
Terror Shock, yeah, Terror Shock. I know. Tsunami Esports. Oh, that sounds better.
Hey,
Tundra Esports.
Tundra, Tsunami. Ooh, we're kind of cooking here with some esports names now.
Exactly. But Just a Girl, you got to change your name to Just a Girl Who Can't Read GPS. If you're wrong.
If you're wrong, calling you out, Just a Girl.
Tracy Esports. What?
Just a Girl's Googling like crazy now. Like, what does T stand for? Oh my God, I can't change my name. Sorry, 7S to acknowledge me first.
Chat acknowledges. Nelly, not the Asian vision on tall people. Honestly, I don't know what tall is. I only know how tall people are in terms of apples, so does that count?
Possibly. But yeah, people are saying Pitamala. You know what? When it comes to names also, like there's 487, there's Pipisha, Kazuneko. Peter I'm going to use my real name, Peter. And now that name is, I mean, even Alf, right? And they were teammates at one point because he was in ZETA. They just used their regular names. That's how you know they're the real ones. They use the real name.
Yeah, the real ones, right? Imagine if one day we turned up and our name is different. What would your name be if it's different?
My name?
Yeah. If you turn up and the name is not Posh Spice, what would your name be?
Spicy Potch at Instagram. I'm kidding.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know. I always use Potch Spice in all my
Let's
IGNs.
think about it later. Let's think about it. Like, what would we be if we're not Potch Spice and Hello Mellow, right?
Chat, we're open to suggestions here as we head towards the picks and bans. It seems like Arms Factory is where we're going, and Seer, Puppeteer, Gravekeeper are globally banned for the next round. So really bolstering up the survivors here to go up against Peter.
Yeah. Peter's a scary round one hunter, depending on what they're going to be seeing here. I think he's going to pick accordingly. But yeah, Nemo, who is married to the Lisu, I'm holding your hands right now. Don't go insane. I know this is a very this is a very critical moment for ZETA versus TE. But honestly, I think as long as the band drafts, the band picks go successfully, they play characters they're comfortable with, and they minimize their mistakes, close to a flawless performance. I think we'll be able to see a very, very good game, regardless of the outcome.
People are saying it's actually Tracy Sports, and Nell, it turns out I don't know if I'm included in this, but we're being uninvited to the wedding of Just a Girl in 487. Darn.
Well,
We already got you a gift, but
I know. Well, it's a good thing.
Oh well.
Well, it's a good thing it's about to be an unwedding. Oh my god. She's gonna hate me more.
Anyway.
I know, I'm so sorry. No,
but thank you for letting us know it's Tracy Sports. We're going to call them TE for now. But Tracy Sports have already locked in their survivors here. But Peter, oh, sorry, you got something?
Spicy Pocky. What is that?
That's a flavor of Pocky I want to try out. I don't know if I'll survive.
Joe Spice.
And Nello Jello. Nice on identity vibes.
Yeah. I feel like I should change the first part of my name. Like,
to what?
To Angry Nello.
Angry Nello, really?
Yeah. And then when I'm happy, Happy Nello. And then every single time the emotions show.
That's a lot. You have a whole spectrum of emotions, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. But one thing's for sure, Peter's gonna lock in with the Hullabaloo. So going all out in game number 1 against this lineup, I would expect a very aggressive abnormal build here, just to slow down decoding even more.
Yeah.
And then chase after the Puppeteer or the Gravekeeper first. Or simply taking out the Seer would be good too. Just get rid of the all support.
I think that's actually a good strategy. Peter's actually known for his Hullabaloo. So let's see. We also thought Jin would be able to have an easy round 1, but that in this game anything could definitely happen. So we've already seen the Vow and also the hands being shaked by the coaches. But we do see Peeper's Insolence and Detention, Trump card, so no detention on Peter here, but we do see just one flywheel on Yang Yang. He's the only dedicated kiter while everyone's going to try to rescue the heck out of him.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be invited to Melly and Nyep's wedding as well.
So
that's Nalo and Poch at your service commentating this first game between ZETA and TE.
Peter Baloo in chat already. Give him some hearts here because he is hunting with the Hullabaloo. Not wasting any time rotating away from the factory and sandbags where Yang Yang is. We did say he was going to go after the Seer, and we are not telling lies because the Seer is already using that window boost here. Peepers are going to spot him out. Already putting down a double surprise to give him that red mark. So great stuff. Owl is already online, but let's see how long Yang Yang can hold on to this.
Yeah, just missing the spot a little bit there. It's okay. That will allow Yang Yang to rotate kite a little bit longer. And we know he knows that it's Peepers, so doesn't have to be really worried. The beautiful owl coming in, negating that first damage, but already the first mark, the white mark, onto Yang Yang.
Yeah, doing a great job so far. No damage just yet. 2 more marks left, but we've already got that insolent sound, meaning he does have access to the trapeze. Flywheels just to add a little bit more distance, but unfortunately eating that hit. Double surprise, getting double the action here. 1 black mark will down Yang Yang, but nice avoidance so far.
What a play. Yang Yang, he went down. No more owl, but that was a very respectable, close to 3 cipher kite right there. And Peter not bringing abnormal, well, at least TE, they'll be happily completing that first 2 ciphers. And coming in for the first rescue, that's Yihua.
Yeah, Yihua not wasting any time, going to shovel form just to make sure that he'll be able to cover some ground here without getting silenced or hit out of the shovel form. But the red stage here unable to land his mark, able to actually get the rescue, and now just one hit away. He's gonna switch stages here, but Yihua, unfortunately, wow, going for the double down here. Oh my god, Nell, able to get the Gravekeeper down.
Yeah, that's kind of expected out of Hullabaloo, right? You gotta find that opening in order to maximize your win rate, your success rate, right? So now Yang, he needs to do the almost impossible, which is to kite a little bit longer while getting the owl. So
yeah,
unfortunately, he's gonna go down a second time. And with Yihua down, hey, at least that's buying Peter Baloo a little bit more time.
Yeah, the peepers definitely did help, because usually we do see that we have insolence. We have abnormal to be brought here. So him being able to actually stop the ciphers by double downing is actually really good. Forcing Malm to go for an early rescue here. Psychologist is going to eat that hit. Can get the rescue though, but Tide Turner is going to carry towards the late game here.
Ooh, nice. Trying to down Mao actually. What a play. Peter actually getting very, very precise hits and catching up to Yang in a split second. That's huge. Yang right now trying to buy a little bit more time, but unfortunately one more black spot, and that's going to bring Yang down. The question is, does he have the flywheel? Wow. Nice, negating it. Can he get the owl in time? Can he get the owl in time?
He has one. He has one. He's using it already. So now Nell, Yang really just providing enough leverage here for him to actually carry towards the end game here. Last mark, he's going to be falling down. So last cipher is being worked on. Borrowed time only on the Puppeteer Gravekeeper. Unfortunately, no Puppeteer on borrowed time on Malm's side.
Yeah, now he's going to teleport straight away to the last cipher. This is where things are going to be super tight because they don't have a 6th cipher. So this is the point where 2 injured survivors, 1 healthy survivor, that's Li Bao, they have to open up a 6th cipher, which is happening right now. While Peter needs to do his best to dwindle the resources of the survivors as much as possible, while pinpointing where the 2 ciphers are that it's being decoded.
Yeah, it seems like he's found one already. The psychologist moving away from that cipher.
Yeah.
He didn't bring detention. Note that he already injured and already used up the exit path of Malm and Yihua. So I have to be very careful playing this end game here. So it seems like psychologist does eat that white mark. Puppeteer does have that black mark on him. Seems like he will be committing to chase the psychologist.
Psychologist is a good target. Like he probably knows that you've already rescued with Tide. You definitely don't have borrow time, right? So that's a good choice at the moment. But while all of this is happening, the ciphers are slowly reaching that late game. Peter, he's just gonna leave psychologist down. Is this? I think he can afford it. He knows there's no more time, right? So he can just stop it. Pop, just pop.
There you go. So Gravekeeper still using that shovel here. So excellent stuff. Good call by Peter, actually trying to force the cipher to pop. Allowing them to actually decide. Li Bao now forced to either go for the exit or try to pick up Malm, but Malm's still going to stay on the ground here. So Gravekeeper possibly going to rotate his way towards that exit gate. Trump card hasn't been used just yet. Teleport. Oh, wait. Teleport. Yeah. Teleport's online.
He can. He just needs to down one more person. Li Bao's not the perfect target, right? Because he can just tank so many hits. With a perfect Lewis, he can get 4 hits in, right? Yeah, so the question is he able to do it? Because right now he's just 1 hit away. The red mark's gonna get that damage onto him. He's out of the puppet form. But psychologist has no exit path. This is where things get interesting. Is TE gonna come and try and heal, or are they just gonna leave the gate?
It's gonna be a little tough for them to decide on here because Malm has just been crawling on the floor. I'm not sure what the position is, but the Puppeteer has fallen down. Gravekeeper seems like he's not at the... He's actually rotating towards the map here. So I wonder if, they will try to risk the save on Malm here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of... It's worth a shot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But ultimately, they remember that Peter still has teleport. So, okay, it's fine. Let's just go out. But here's the thing though, Malm's still on the ground.
Yeah.
So Yihua, you're leaving pretty early. What's the plan? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the plan? You already left. You still have 2 shovels remaining.
That's true. Did he?
Right?
Yeah, he did.
He had 2 shovels. So I was like, so what's the plan? I mean,
I might as well use them, right? Yeah.
or try and force a rescue. And try to force a self-heal onto Mao Mao. And then take one hit and shovel away. But then it's such a great risk, right? Peter can capitalize. Yeah, just get the one man out. It's totally fine. It's a hullabaloo after all. So there we have it. Peter with a 3-man elimination against TE in this first half.
I'd say them getting a 1-man escape is just like getting a tie. We've said this before with how well the hunters are in this new meta. So for them to get that respect, that's still all good. I think also maybe because the other exit gate wasn't open, so it'd be kind of risky to go for that heal. Even though we did see Mao crawling his way towards the center of the map.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe it's the Peter aura that they don't want to, they have to respect it. Like, oh, we can't approach this. The aura is too strong.
Yeah. I think they had a game plan and I think they really wanted to try. But because of the aura that you mentioned, that probably caused a little bit of indecisiveness. But ultimately, the Gravekeeper exiting the gate, I think that was the perfect decision. At the very end, they made a decision. Fine, just get the 1-man escape. Don't risk it because Peter, even without detention, he can still catch up to you. And Mama was in the middle of the map, right? So it's very hard to catch up. But I would honestly, it's hard to say. I would honestly say go and risk it. At least try and rescue. At least try and rescue because he's teleported all the way to the other side. You can try and rescue, but
no detention also, right?
Yeah, no detention. But it's okay, 1 escape. And he has shovels. I think that's the most important point. He has shovels, right? And it gives a little bit speed boost, and he has full health.
Yeah.
Right? He has full health.
Yeah, now that you break it down, full health, 2 shovels, even shovel early just to try to create that distance. If he hits you out of the shovel, move a little bit, eat 1 hit, then shovel back to the ground so that you'll be able to at least save yourself. But just have that attempt. So hopefully now that this doesn't haunt them coming back into this because that was a 3-1. That's still a win on the Hunter's side. And you have to admit also the Seer did an amazing job, able to get an owl towards the end as well. Just a little unfortunate, but getting 1 survivor out is still better than getting no survivor out. So hopefully they'll be able to bounce back and be a little more decisive come round number 2. But now we're gonna switch things up and see Pepe try and one-up Peter here in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since Peter has already used the meta character, right? I think it's fair to anticipate that Pepe's just gonna go all out from the beginning. Right? He can just go all out from the beginning because obviously the stage has been set. That's one of the scenario that might happen. Go all out with the meta characters and let's see let's see what the outcome's gonna be like, whether he's able to perform better.
Yeah.
Or the second scenario, which I can picture, is wait, this is your map. Fine, let's just give this map to you. I'll play a draw character like Disciple or something. You know
you're gonna get chat doing that emoji, the red faced emoji.
The red face. That's the wax artist. So like,
but they also did with Disciple. I don't know what chat was thinking about, but that's like
bait out all the strong characters, make them use the characters that's used to counter Hullabaloo and Goatman. And if he can, play another character. That's the second scenario I imagine. Like, oh, no more Gravekeeper, no more Puppeteer. So next round's gonna be easier for Pepe.
Yeah, I'd say that's also a good gamble. We've also seen it play very well on GG's side. I think the stars just really need to align when it comes to that. So yeah, let us know your thoughts in chat. Sorry, were you looking at chat right now? They're asking about like a quiz or something.
I think so, yeah. But something caught my attention. Rohan saying, Gravekeeper really said, you're on your own.
Peace out, guys. I'm not gonna risk this. These shovels are pretty good. Like, you know that meme where that guy just then disappears.
Yeah. That's the reason why my escape rate is high. Is what he's saying, right?
I'm holding on to that title, guys. We're not gonna COA title? Nah, no thanks.
No thanks.
Most escaped, first place in escape rate. That's the Gatekeeper.
How's the meme again? And then like, yeah, you know.
Heck yeah.
Right. Heck yeah.
See, look at the emojis in chat.
Help. The angry ghost coming out to haunt the COA chat. Help.
I know.
Then help.
I guess they don't want Disciple either. Okay, chat, let us know what warrants this this emoji because we only noticed when Wax Artist came out and people were like spamming that emoji.
Yeah,
we don't want the angry ghost haunting chat.
Yeah, we do not want the angry ghost for sure, but it's funny when you see it because this expression is really funny.
I know.
But we do have a question for you now, right? Poch and I, we have a question for you now. Coming into this band picks, right? ZETA survivors are going to come out. So the question is Lewis ready?
Lewis ready for? Sorry,
is
what?
Lewis ready? Okay, answer it. No, I mean the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is Lewis ready? And I think they will get the joke. Yeah.
But before anything else, let's introduce the Woaini man himself. The guy with the magical voice, Shinami, folks, the rescuer of this team. I'm not sure if that's a song or that's a original Shinami mention, but shout out to Shinami, keeping things light here. The tournament lives are on the line. We have Dolisu here, 7th place, average containment time.
Yeah, that's a lot of containment time. So definitely one of the kiters to watch out for, especially with the fire investigator and the seer and just a girl who's really angry.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the chat's angry, right? Because just a girl doesn't want to invite us to her wedding. That's why. That's why. Luis is ready. Let's go. Luis está pronto. That's good. Luis is not ready. No, I think Luis is ready. Hametu is ready, and he plays Luis. And
exactly.
The knight as well. Yeah.
Exactly. Second escape rate. Just trust that he's gonna say you're on your own, chat. I'm exiting this game.
I'm out of here.
I'm ready to leave this game.
Yeah. Forget about rescuing. Go for this.
Surrender.
Forget about saving. Go for the tie. That could be one of it. Yeah. Yeah. And Rennie needing a strong Dublin as well. Well, I guess we got to see a barmate very soon. But for now, that's Kazuneko. And he also has 64% escape rate.
He's gonna escape alongside with his buddy over there. Yeah, peace out, Kazuneko says. He also first place in average decoding progress, so do not interrupt this man when he's decoding. So he also got a really good kite when he was painter, so I wonder if he's gonna bring that out in this matchup. A lot of support here on the ZETA crowd, but TE though, with Pepe coming into the mix, could play spoiler to ZETA.
Pepe's gonna make them pay. You know what I mean? He's gonna make them pay with the goat man. Yeah. Okay.
Goat pay.
Try and guess when I say. Try and guess this accent. Pepe's gonna make them pay with the goat man.
Ooh,
Sounds
an
familiar?
accent.
Sounds familiar.
For someone I know? Sounds like
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. I think we can. It's okay. The witch doctor sounds like that.
The witch doctor?
Ooh, hear me, man. No, the shadow shaman. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My mind floats away.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't get that, but okay.
Yeah, okay. That's the shaman speaking. The shaman voice.
Okay. Sorry,
Right?
I didn't connect the two.
Oh, it's okay. My bad. But one thing's for sure, you put ZETA Division together, they are an unstoppable force. Coming into this game, they're up against TE. TE, Pepe has a lot to think about, right? Because are you going to go meta? Are you going to go non-meta? Are you going to risk it all in this first game? Or are you going to keep it in your arsenal like what Xiaoma did and try and come back against ZETA in game number 2?
If we go with non-meta in Arms Factory, what kind of hunters do you think are possibly going to make it? Nayad? Have you seen a Nayad in the group stage? Because when I was commentating, I don't think I've seen a Nayad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's a surprise factor, right?
Oh, shh, don't say it out loud, chat. Don't say it out loud.
Yeah, don't. Nemo, I'll hold your hand. No, don't say it out. Yeah. Why am I saying that? But yeah, Lewis is definitely ready for this game if he needs to. But Nayad might be a surprise pick, especially if Pepe wants to play a non-meta character. Of course, an opera singer will be okay here as well. But honestly, I think you want to avoid the big 4 characters, especially if you want to play non-meta in the first half. Simply so you could end up with more characters in BO2 and BO3.
And I think for the side of ZETA, cute. I swear, I think it's more of like for you to attend these things, you also have to have like these fan signs and these amazing iPads for everyone to see. The fan cheers on ZETA. You have the people presenting ZETA win. That's amazing, actually. They're actually an away crowd, yet they still have that support here. So shout out to the people that are in this arena that are supporting ZETA.
Yeah, one day we'll be there.
Oh yeah. We'll be cosplaying, chat. You're gonna see us.
Yeah.
We'll be wearing these
like these
here.
guys. Yeah.
How come they're not commentating? What the heck? The commentary is silent right now because we're in the
I know, right? I'll be the white Wu Chang. Potch will be the black Wu Chang.
Guard Wu Chang. Yeah.
Black guard, white guard.
Let's keep ringing the bell.
Yeah. Honestly, Chantel made an amazing one. Shout out to Chantel, wherever you are, Chantel.
Yeah.
Made an amazing poster with our faces on the black and white guard.
That's true. That's really funny. I mean, I also remember the Breaking Wheel one. And that poster of, I think I was a clown, or were you a clown? And then someone was on a rocket chair. I forgot who made that.
Yeah, the good old times, right? That time we had an iPad ready, and we showed the memes and the Identity 5 arts by our friends, and the community as well. So that's great, actually. Probably do that for COAⅧ.
I mean, if you guys, we still have 2 more days. If you guys want to send us some memes, you know our IGs, just hit us up there and we'll show it here. So we can have that
there.
So we can give that offline. We can bring that offline experience online. So if you guys have any artworks or anything you guys want to show, just tag us and then we'll try to show it here with our phones.
Exactly. We'll show it in our Wu Chang cosplay.
Whoa.
That's gonna happen in 2026. Aichi Nagoya. If we're going there, no guarantees, but I feel like we're gonna try and work something out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just to have fun with everyone there.
Yeah,
hopefully.
heck yeah, dude. That's gonna be super fun.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm working towards that. Hopefully I'll be able to find something nice. Honestly, before this, I was thinking about the hermit costume.
Wow. Yeah, nice. I think you pull it off.
But you gotta be super slender for that. So
yeah,
working towards that.
I'm gonna try to learn how to walk on stilts. So
the night watch.
Yeah, but just so I could. That's commitment right there.
Yeah,
I'd rather learn how to walk on stilts than diet to be skinny like the hermit.
Ooh, that's true.
Right.
Hermit's just too slender, honestly.
He is.
But speaking of what we're seeing in front of the screen, the survivors, we're gonna see a perfumer actually in game number 1. So I'm not sure about this.
That was a good Kuro impression.
I know, right? I'm not really sure what I think about this. I mean,
I love you, Kuro. Shout out to you.
Yeah, Kuro's our man. For reals. But yeah, I'm gonna try and talk like him for a little bit. But we haven't really seen a lot of perfumer in the round stages.
Oh, here, Kuro. Tell me about your. What do you think about perfumer in this lineup?
Okay, I don't really agree with having a perfumer here, considering the success rate is really low. And I mean, the perfumer is very unconventional, and I would definitely love to see how ZETA is able to pull this off. And if anyone can pull it off, it's definitely ZETA Division. But that's just me. What about you, Posh?
I thought you were Kuro. I mean, you just have to talk. I can't keep up with his words per minute. That's why he's an amazing play-by-play, like pa 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 pa. So he really catches all the action here.
Right.
Yeah, perfumer. I mean, with the Japan division, the IJL teams, they like going perfumer, enchantress. They like coming up with these very technical or high risk, high reward type of survivors. Because perfumer, if you get a hit and there's no perfume, that's GG's. If you get locked out like the Hullabaloo here, it's gonna be pretty tough. So we have to just trust in Dolisu's perfumes that the one taps are gonna be on point.
It's a really risky risky pick here, right? Because like what you said, Pepe can cancel it off with the red mark, and it's gonna be hard. And Very unconventional. Thank you.
Very
yeah, very, very unconventional. But you know, ZETA being ZETA, we've seen this pick happening from time to time, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing how Vera Lisu is going to be able to pull this off. But hey, Eli, what do you think?
I know I was gonna do like
Oh God, you convinced me with the first word.
No, people actually think I sound like Eli. Like people are like, hey, it sounds like Eli, and then I
try and say I'm gonna destroy Mind's Eye in 20 seconds. Okay.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna destroy Mind's Eye in 20 seconds. No cap.
Oh,
bruh.
That's, yeah, close your eyes. That's Eli.
But let's not close our eyes here, as the map selection is going to be in front of us. We have the coordinator towards the factory area. We have the antiquarian at the middle. You see the puppeteer right next to the hullabaloo, and perfumer away from the hullabaloo. Probably saving the perfumes for the next date she's going to have. I don't know.
For the next day, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you whip out the Gucci perfume when you're going on an expensive date, right? So,
Heck yeah.
Probably doesn't want to date a clown.
Oh, that's real, chat. Don't date a clown unless, like, you just want someone to make you laugh. That's fine. But
exactly.
But
date a golden clown.
Yes.
Date a golden clown. he's bling bling. That's top tier. Right?
Date a clown that'll take care of you. But we're going to look at the persona traits here. It seems like it's going to be excitement, insolence, trump card, while the survivors, real quick, are going to bring a lot of stuff. We're going to look into the action here. That's Nellamel and Posh Spice. We're your commentators for this matchup.
All right, Pepe coming in, trying to find the first target, moving towards the middle part. You can see Kazuneko trying to transition away, Dalisu running away, everyone's just running away from Pepe. Pepe is such a force, aura farming, trying to find that first target, but Kazuneko will be the first chase, dropping the pallet, that first mark onto Kazuneko right there.
Oh, but I don't know if this is the correct play, because I think the optimal chase would be someone else, but it seems like Kazuneko here, he is going to use the window here. He's going to have to use that speed boost, but there is a pallet for him to drop down. Doesn't seem like he's going to use it. Kazuneko continuing on. I can't keep doing this now, but I was Potchface and Nellamelo. But you keep going like his girl.
Oh, it's okay, Kazuneko trying to disarm. No, that's not going to happen. But now the mark, the first damage onto Kazuneko. Pepe is on the footlock, but the pallet slam by... Oh my God, by Kazuneko onto Pepe. Pepe is stunned for life. That scar, that emotional damage happening. Kazuneko trying to make it count. One more black mark. The flywheel did not connect, and Pepe is gonna bring Kazuneko down. What a play by Pepe right there.
An excellent exchange of back and forth there, but it is Pepe that ended up on top. And also, it seems like Hametu is going to get interrupted in the process, so might have to force a an early rescue attempt. Does have Tide Turner to carry him, but now it seems like Pepe is going to try to get some damage on the board, but that is the puppeteer, so he can't eat those hits. So this allows Kazuneko to be able, oh my God, actually walked in towards that double surprise. Another mark lands now.
My goodness, Pepe, right there, but beautifully done by Kazuneko. That one thrust happening, but the excitement, he's gonna show his cards. Like Pepe's like, hey, you think I don't have excitement? I'm just waiting for the right moment to put you down right there. But that's gonna be Kazuneko on the chair for the second time. But 3 ciphers have been decoded though. Posh.
Yeah, Dolisu and Shinami going for a double rescue here, and it is Dolisu with the Tide Turner here, eats that black mark. Let's see if he's gonna, he's not gonna go for the return here, but it is gonna be a rescue without Tide Turner. We do see Kazuneko does have a bit of this stick, but he gets silenced, and also the coordinator gun able to allow Kazuneko to transition away from this part of the map, but Kazuneko unfortunately has no more bamboo flute to work with.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he has to be happy to be able to shoot his shot, right? And not risk getting the excitement up. But now Kazuneko, last leg, he has to do this, but no.
Yeah, that was actually quite unfortunate, but it was kind of a checkmate scenario there for Kazuneko, so at least he's got his teammates, the Tide Turners, for him to be able to transition towards the other side of the map. Last 2 ciphers not looking too healthy here, Nell, so Pepe's still well on his way to at least tie out this game.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen this situation before just now. That happened with Peter. So let's see if Pepe, as long as he's not tunnel vision onto just downing the survivors and making sure that the ciphers are pressured at the same time, I feel like he will have a little bit more chance coming into this. But the difference is, well, he does have a different trait to work with, right? So right now, I think getting that second down is very crucial here. If ZETA can keep that second kite super effective, that would be really good. Oh, the perfume pen! Lisu, are you gonna come back? No, he's not gonna come back.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah, he had a mark on him, so I don't know if he was able to. Well, he was waiting there. So unfortunately, Dolisu's the one to take this end game kite. He's gonna put his perfume down here. He's gonna wait, but this is gonna allow him to go back to the window. But the double surprise, able to actually go through.
What a play! Vera Lisu making that play when no one believed in the perfumer. Dolisu proved everyone wrong, and the pallet. What a play, Dolisu! And the cipher is almost prime punch.
Oh my god. They're just gonna pop it now. Vera Lisu doesn't have borrowed time. He doesn't need borrowed time, but he's gonna be on his last legs here because he has no more perfume to work with. He's gonna try to buy as much time in this corner as possible before the rotation can happen, and that is gonna be down on the perfumer. Exit gate is opening up. We do note that the trump card is ready. So will he go for the teleport?
I think he can, but that will open up an opportunity for Hametu to come for the rescue because he's in the middle. He'll be able to make that rescue towards where Dolisu is, and hopefully they'll be able to open up gate. This is setting up the scenario for a very strong tie match here. So Pepe needs to down Shinami as fast as possible here.
Yeah, yo, but Shinami couldn't get the elbow pad to work. Why me though? Oh no, and there's no love in this game for now. Able to actually get the second white mark here. Goes for the trapeze, and coordinator is injured, but the rescue did happen. They're gonna open up the back exit now.
Oh, actually, wait, what are they doing? Okay, they're opening up the exit gate now, and I feel like Hametu is just going to stay here in the middle again.
Yeah.
Just so that he can come and pressure Hunter. Wait, what's going on?
Not quite.
Oh no, he's running. Oh, he's running. Okay, he wants to draw. He can get it. He knows there's no teleport. That's okay. Sorry, that I overlooked that. Teleport's on cooldown.
That's all good. I mean, I think also they could have played it like that, but for them to just get the tie game up against Pepe's Hullabaloo, incredible stuff. I never doubt the Vera Lisu. My goodness.
Yeah, the idea was there, right? Because the idea was I put that perfume down. And then I force you to wait there for me.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan. I force you to wait there for me. Like, you know what? I told you dinner was going to be at 7 p.m.
Put on the perfume.
You better wait there.
You better wait there.
If I don't see you there, well, I'm off. I'm going home. So when you come there, I'm going to come back, right? So that's the plan with Vera. Like, that was brilliant, actually, because Hullabaloo is really scary for the ability to stay close to you, stick to you. You know,
the
like
clinginess,
the clinginess coming in, right? Like, you want to keep hugging that person and hit. But with Vera, Dolisu's forcing Pepe to make that choice. Are you gonna wait for me here, or are you gonna see me back home? You know, so.
And did it pay off for Vera Lisu?
I mean, girl power. I think Vera Lisu definitely worked. Yeah, the king submitted, and that ended with a draw. But honestly, I think Kazuneko played that really well as well. He bought a lot of time, and Dolisu's second kite, because I mentioned second kite needs to be really strong. And he kited so long. In that one kite, he got 69 seconds.
Yeah.
And that was against a full presence. Hullabaloo.
Nice. Dolisu with a nice containment time there with 69 seconds. Incredible stuff. And he actually got the hit early on, right? So the fact that he was able to kite that long, even without perfume or injured while perfume, playing the waiting game, guys. You got to wait for your Vera. If you have a Vera out there, a special someone, got to wait for them. If dinner is at 7, they're a little bit fashionably late. Maybe they're just putting on some perfume. It'll definitely be worth it.
Yeah, better be there by 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you say 7, you gotta be there at 6:30. But if you're going out with them and they say 7, you gotta wait until 8.
Wow.
Just
be
for
there
them
at
to pick their
6:30.
pick their clothes, stuff like that.
When there's a hangout, would you say that you go there right on time, or you're there a little earlier?
I'll always be on time.
on time at the very least.
I'll always try and be on time. But that's the difference between the male and the female counterparts, right? Because for me, I think we have a lot of time to get ready. We could just get a quick shower and, like boys being boys, right? But girls, they give a lot of attention. Like they pay a lot of attention to preparing themselves going out. I mean, it can go either way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can go either way.
It can go either way, I think, because I have some male friends that take forever.
Really?
To choose. Yeah, dude. It's not just for female. I think it's a thing. I don't know. I think it's a stereotype, but I think it goes either way. But we will check out the highlights first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned. We'll see round number 2 after this.
双倒，我26已经拿了一弹，我马上失去1秒了。OK，一弹。
反射置いてないよね、多分ね。
反射置いてないよ。ごめん、
打つわ。打つわ、これで打つ。
オッケー、ショーなくなった。南で。
から出す。これね、流れで上げていいから。
無慈悲。これ食え。
What's going on? I wasn't able to turn my chair. I'm so sorry. But look at the aura on Nell. Look at the It's like, oh no. Welcome back, chat. We are in the middle of a very believe.
I believe in pot spice.
Oh wow.
President.
Thank you. What? Dongshen, no, I don't want to impeach Dongshen. He's an amazing president.
He is. Yeah. Shout out to Dongshen, big boss, Mr.
Big
President.
boss. I'm here as the officer in charge for now because he's unfortunately his team wasn't able to make it, right? So so there is that, folks. So we just witnessed an incredible match of TE versus ZETA, and ZETA getting the win mainly on Peter's side because the survivor is able to tie it out. So now coming into round number 2, TE's they're kind of in the same position as GG, but they didn't do the strategy of saving the meta hunters for this round.
Yeah, I think he just went all out, right? It's just aggression versus aggression, meta versus meta, and it's just unfortunate for Pepe because I think ZETA was just very well prepared for that scenario.
Yeah,
and with that Vera, I feel like we didn't expect that. And Pepe definitely, I feel like Pepe also probably didn't expect Vera to function that well in that situation.
Yeah,
I think that bought a lot of time.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting to wait that long or like this type of... I mean, you'd barely see Vera being picked up in IVL. So that's what you got to love about these different divisions kind of clashing because they really put you on your toes with these type of strategies. And the Japan division have been known for like really pushing the envelope with pushing Enchantress to the forefront, having also, I would say, Explorer plays and also Vera plays. So I'm excited to see how they're going to navigate their way through round number 2 in this matchup.
Well, one thing's for sure, they got to navigate it in favor of TE because if ZETA gets this game again in the first half, that's going to be super, super stressful for TE to come back from it. So if the choice was up to ZETA, I feel like they want to go against Pepe first.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, true. I feel like send out the survivors first because they're already feeling it.
Feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Yes,
exactly.
SpongeBob reference. So yeah, chat. Let us know how your apples are doing. If you guys have been here since the beginning, kudos to you guys. Thank you so much. If you guys have been here since the group stages, wow, more power to you guys.
Exactly.
We try our best to give shout outs to each and every one of you. But if you guys have been here since day one, you're the real ones.
Exactly. Come on, we can do it now, guys. Number 1 for you guys.
For Shauma.
Yeah, for sure. one escape.
One's in the one escape.
One escape. One escape.
One kill.
Yeah. And Juge BK, can I have a shout out? Of course, BK.
You get a shout out. Yeah,
Juge
of course
BK.
you can. Shout out to Juge BK.
And
Daewoo
Jade
also.
Pierre as well. That's Noel, by the way.
Oh, saying what's up to Noel, saying what's up to Lev, saying what's up to Moon, Nemo, who is married to Doli Sue,
Sunny Mushroom, Rainy Mushroom, and sorry, I'm so sorry about Snowy Mushroom. I'm not sure, but shout outs to all of you who has made it until now. And let's celebrate in Chinatown. Okay, let's all celebrate in Chinatown under
Okay.
the umbrellas.
Here's a question now. If Identity 5 maps
Okay.
would be a date spot, which would be the perfect date spot?
The perfect date spot
In
for
IDV
me,
maps.
Okay, for me, would be at Ever Sleeping Town.
Okay.
On the tram tracks.
Then you start running over survivors and hunters on your first date. Oh my god.
First person to leave their seat. First person to leave their seat fails. I win.
But let's check out Yang Yang's interview here.
非常的出色，就是以4胜0负的战绩进入到了淘汰赛嘛。然后我们对战他的话，压力还是比较大的，所以我们可能要尽可能去充分的备赛，然后发挥我们每个人都得拉满，才能就是说有机会战胜他们。
And there you have it. Yang Yang not holding back here, being very truthful with how he views this competition. So Ever Sleeping Town, really? I thought you'd say Moonlit River Park. I thought you'd like the roller coaster rides in your first dates.
Yeah, but nothing really happens on roller coaster dates because you're either puking or.
Wow. What kind of roller coaster dates have you been on? Chat, is an amusement park a good idea for a first date? Is Moonlit River Park, well, I mean, let's take, maybe not an Identity 5, but like, I would assume yes, but also no, because it's like, you're going to be kind of sweaty, you might throw up, you might not look your best, especially if like in the pictures when the log jam falls and like, you're not going to look so cute.
I know, right? And then they make you pay for that. They make you pay for that picture that they
You just need your phone ready and then like show it, then take a picture with your phone, then run away.
Honestly, I haven't been there for the longest time, right? I haven't been on a roller coaster date for a long time. The most recent dates I have is probably just in a restaurant.
Okay. End up playing Identity 5.
Eating.
Eating. Well, Chinatown has a lot of restaurants, so there you go.
Oh, Chinese food. Gotta have strong stomach though.
I mean,
because it's really spicy. Some of them are really spicy.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
my spice level's not so. I know your spice level is pretty up there, or you can handle your spice, right?
No. Chinese spice is on a different level, especially the mala.
Mala.
Yeah.
There's different levels, right? But the mala is like the oof.
Yeah, there's some spices that hurts your lips, makes it swollen.
Ooh.
There's some spices that you feel like you can tolerate it, but your stomach just explodes.
Dude, I've tried the hot pot ones, the spicy ones that's like bathed in chili. I just had one bite. I'm like, I'm done. I feel like I was having a fever dream when I was eating that piece of pork cutlet or something that I dipped in the hot pot.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. But it's really different, right? But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to experience it, I feel like the players that are in COA is already experiencing it, especially in Guangzhou, in Hangzhou, right?
Yeah.
They're be exposed for it. But just a special shout outs to JJ as well. Asylum date, because we all need a therapy.
I need that.
Oh, that's
Kawaii
good.
Lily said, I would Chinatown as a first date. That's good. I mean, even just walking around Chinatown, it's actually one of the most, I would say it looks really nice. Like, I know that we're like, you're trying to survive or like trying to hunt, but like, you know, the umbrella exit and then a different like areas. It's pretty cool.
I know. Jush is saying, first dates are like a job interview. Like, okay. I can see how that's the case. Like
I bring my resume to my first date. Hello.
Hello.
My name is March Spice. Yes.
This is my bank account. I have a car. I have a house. I have 2 dogs.
There you go.
Okay. I would love to live somewhere in Japan.
You have to state your weaknesses too, right? In job interviews, your strengths and weaknesses. I care too much.
I care too much. I'm a perfectionist. You know. I love.
I work too hard. I have too much money. Oh no.
I know. I don't know how to spend all my money. Help.
I need someone to
I need someone to help.
Oh, okay. We should get back on track. Sorry about that, Jack.
I know.
Because we have an explorer and
Let's
Chocho's
go.
not here. Hopefully we summon Chocho to the chat. But explorer,
Chocho.
patient, wildling, and weeping clown.
Oh, I mean, that's pretty good. A lot of mobility here. From the Walling, that's a safety rescuer right there, a safety net character. Weeping Clown can be a secondary rescuer as well, so that's also good. So Li Bao here can kite. Yang Yang obviously wants to hide more than he kites. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a good spot to hide in Chinatown.
In the second floor.
In the second floor.
Where
help
the hunter can't see you. Yeah, I don't think there are grassy patches, but I mean, the fact that there is an explorer in a big map like this is already pressure on Peter's side. So I think he's going to have to kind of double time to hopefully his 2020 vision is going to find out where Yang Yang is going to be at the start of the game. Who knows?
Who knows? Oh, Peter. Peter Parker. Sorry, Peter Quill. Peter Ivy is
Peter
going
Mellark,
to go the shadow. Yeah, Peter Mellark. Yeah, that's gonna be it. But Peter gonna go with the Ivy here. And honestly, he can cancel off the animation of getting up on the rocket, getting up on the floor. So the timing would be everything here. So let's see if Peter will be able to pull this off. The last time he faced off against them in game number 1. Well, let's just say TE was overwhelmed.
Right.
But here, let's see if he's able to do that again with the shadow.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to make the numbers work in their advantage, right? And the fact that Kurt in small form, oh man, he's at the umbrella exit. He could hide behind certain pallets and whatnot, but it's going to be real tough. But this is Peter we're talking about. He is definitely one of the I would say, strongest hunters out there.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can live up to that record.
Yeah, Peter Griffin right there. Right? I can definitely get a 4K. That's what he's saying right there with this. Yeah, he's gonna bring that insolence. Why are you laughing at?
I don't know. I was trying to do a Peter Griffin impression. I could do a Marge Simpson impression if you want to hear that.
We could. Why don't you do that?
Homie, this is Nello Mello and Potch Spice, your commentators.
That's good. Peter Griffin, for reals. All right, coming in, Peter Griffin. Peter Ivy is going to try and find that first target. Of course, the rotation's always going to try. He's always going to try and pass the middle, trying to set up the Ostrakons as early as possible just to enable him to teleport in the later rounds. But honestly, his target is really Yang Yang. But where is Yang Yang? That's the question that Peter asks himself every single time he sees an explorer in a big map like this.
Well, Yang Yang's digging for some pages. This is going to be really tough for him to be choosy here because there are some options, but none of them are Yang Yang. So got to stay loyal to what you want to go for. But no, it seems like he's going to go for Mao Mao here. But it is the Weeping Clown, so he does have ways to create that distance.
Ooh, he canceled it off, did he? That was such a short-range rocket, so Mao Mao has nothing to use for the next 8 seconds. Has a flywheel though, so maybe that can work. But oh wait, you have to be careful, Yang Yang. You're about to get spotted out. You're the real target, Yang Yang. I'm not sure why you're up in the open.
Oh my god! And now just blinks just to make sure that he just catches sight of this explorer. And just forces out the flywheel as well. Able to actually drop down the pallets. So this is actually a really good kite on Yang Yang's side so far.
Yeah. There's only so much you can do though on an explorer without any items, right? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna throw a book to the shadow? Like, hey, read some book. Peter, read some book.
Peter.
Peter, why are you hitting me, Peter? No, I don't know. Yang's probably feeling the wrath right now, but he really needs to get away from the ciphers, honestly, because he's gonna interrupt his teammates.
Yeah.
But honestly, he's doing a good job building distance among himself and the main body.
So yeah, the fact that Peter was able to get the Explorer, he doesn't feel that Cypher rush happening. I don't think he was even able to get a page. So that's actually a really good start for Peter.
Is he trying to go for an Uber ride here? Like if he teleports in and then go for an Uber ride?
Possibly, but that setup is going to require a lot.
Yeah.
And the Cyphers honestly aren't that threatening yet. So I don't know if they might going for over support here. 100% scare. Down goes the Explorer.
Yeah, he's going to go down finally. And honestly, it took a lot of time to down the Explorer, but only 2 ciphers been done. So
yeah,
TE, they're exercising caution.
Yeah,
but I feel like they're exercising a little bit too much.
Too much caution.
Because look, the ciphers are not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 minutes in, 2 ciphers done. That's yeah. But it's okay. The middle game is about to start now. Mao is going to try and come and make that rescue. Trying to break that Ostrakhan. Trying to force that hit. You know what I mean? Forcing Peter to hit him first.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Just a point blank rocket able to get a that safe rescue, allowing the Explorer to just create that distance with that tide turner. So ciphers are still moving, not as fast as you want it, but Peter's still hunkering down onto this Explorer.
Let's see if we're able to kite it. Oh, that flywheel to move to another pallet, but Peter's like, what are you doing, Yang? And that's the danger, right? You want to see the hunter to respond to the hunter.
Yeah.
But with Ivy, you look at him, well, you're gonna get that fear increased.
Yeah, so it's definitely something that you have to get used to, especially in a very hunter-specific matchup that you fight your instincts to look back, right? So now it seems like the Wildling is gonna make this rescue attempt happen. Able to not get Terror Shock. This is okay. Gets the scare and now gets the tide turner go on Yang.
Yeah, pretty good. But the blink, yeah, Peter's had enough. He's like, yeah, I still have a blink. I'm going to use it straight away. Let's make it a 3v1 game here right now because it's getting really, really dangerous. We talk about the ciphers being a little bit slow, but now it's just one cipher remaining.
Yeah, so this is where it can actually ramp up for the survivors, but Explorer is down. He put himself in this part of the map, so main body has to move on accordingly. We're leaving some Ostrakhan areas where the last cipher is going to be. He's going to have to chair... is he going to push? Uh-oh.
I think he can. Yo! He's sprayed! That's pretty good. Ihua has the right idea, but unfortunately, Yang's going to be eliminated. And with 24% left on the final cipher, I feel like TE really shouldn't push their luck too much here. Probably should start a new cipher, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, this is a good call by them. It would be great also if they could heal up that patient, but unfortunately the patient is getting chased. Has 2 hooks to work with, so Peter has to kind of make haste here. You can't allow them to sit on this lead for a little too long. He needs to be able to down another survivor and chair them right away and push for that end game to happen, just to threaten at least a tie.
Yeah, threaten that tie, right? If you get a tie, then Pepe can come in and make something happen, right? But if you get a 3-man elimination here, then Pepe is going to fall under a lot of pressure. The flywheel, actually, but that's not going to work. But it's totally fine because Mao can still survive another hit. And still has 1 more rocket to work with. But although I feel like he's gonna try and save it for the late game.
Yeah, it would give so much value if it's used at the late game.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of value there.
I agree. Peter.
Indeed. Peter. Sorry, I'm trying to do a Lois voice. But Li Bao has to be very careful not to push the Cypher too much because he is injured. So just stacking up some injuries on the board. Ciphers are moving by very slowly, very conservatively. Because, survivors don't want to get caught out in the open here.
Yeah, so many ciphers with a lot of progress there. 1 at 38, 1 at 76, 1 at 51. So as long as they can play that mind game, right? They can play that game trying to force Peter until he loses focus. And then slip in that decoding a little bit more. I think that's going to be the game to breaking it. And not to mention waiting for the cooldown to be done. Break the Ostrakhan. And then they can continue decoding.
Yep. Oh, wow. Catching out Malm here. Weeping Clown gets 100% corruption. And just like that, they're down onto the clown. And it seems like we're in Chinatown. So that all rhymes together, chat.
Exactly.
Now, this does leave an opening for them, for one person to pressure a rescue and one person to force a Cypher to pop.
Yeah. But you gotta mind, you gotta be careful. Weeping Clown is the only one without borrowed time. So the rescue needs to happen. And the body block needs to happen as well. Right?
Okay.
All this going on. 85% on the Cypher. Wait, is it 85? It's 84. Li Bao. Li Bao's like, wait, what is this? What is this ominous presence behind my back? I'm just
He's right behind me. Oh no. That's what's very scary. You can't even look. But this does open up a rescue attempt, or it already happened. So still pressuring that 84% Cypher. I think now they might have to heal up, the two survivors, but they've already split up. So it seems like Yihua is gonna get that Ostracon area, but yeah, they're just really spreading the attention of Peter.
Yeah. I mean, this is just really hard because at the ethereal form and the main body, they need to work together to move to a location just to put the Ostracon onto the Cyphers, right? So as you can see, you kind of have to put Ostracons on every single Cypher right now.
Yeah.
Just so that you can teleport whenever you need it. Otherwise, this is going to happen. Li Bao's going to decode. If you don't decode, Yihua's going to decode. And this is going to be hard. So Peter, a lot of Cypher control needs to happen here. While TE, they're actually in a pretty good position considering their health.
Yeah, and considering that the patient and the wildling do have borrowed time, but he is committing towards Yihua now. Unfortunately, trying to bait some activity here from Yihua, but he's just gonna get chased down. Now injuries are stacking up. Cypher, the 60% one is moving, and Li Bao gonna get caught out in the open here. He's gonna be forced to go up to the second floor once again. Mao Mao is the one that's pushing the Cypher now over at the 82% side, but the ethereal form is already moving his way towards Mao Mao.
That's excellent Cypher control going on from Peter here. You can see why Peter is one of the best hunters right now. Right, and just the presence of mind, the awareness of what's going on around the game, and now he's gonna get Yihua down. Okay, this is where the balance is gonna shift a little bit, but the Cyphers is getting dangerously close to being primed, and there's two of them. But you gotta remember though, Weeping Clown cannot come for the rescue because he does not have borrowed time.
Yeah, Weeping Clown using the rocket just to move on away, but now the flywheel just to move, but the blink to down, and now the rescue may happen, but that Cypher is not going to pop just yet. Stuck at 99.
Wow, Peter, he knows exactly what's going on. Chase after Mao Mao because he knows that he does not have borrowed time. They're not going to pop the Cypher for him. And now Mao Mao's going to go down. It's 2v1. Cypher is primed. But what can you do here? Because it's 2v1. You have 2 gates. You only have 2 survivors. And even if you pop here, well, let's just say an Ivy can deal with this amount of survivors in the late game.
Yeah, especially with detention, right? And considering, they just go for that pop, and now the detention is going to try and down one of these survivors. Let's see how long they can kite out detention, but like you said, an Ivy can handle 2 survivors. 3 was a handful, but 2 is definitely doable for him. Just for him to at least hunker down to 1. But I like how they're not touching the exit gates just yet. They need to position themselves well to know enough information if it's safe enough for them to touch the exit gate.
Oh, Li Bao coming down. Oh, my goodness. Have to be really careful. Peter is just strategically positioning his ethereal form while his main body is chasing after Li Bao. You know what I mean? Like, he's just positioning himself here. So he knows that, oh, wait, I know that you're going to be on the other side trying to open that gate. I'm going to stop that from happening. And at the same time, I'm going to chase after Li Bao. So Peter is really gunning for that 4-man elimination here. Whereas TE, their objective is just to kite out for as long as possible that 60 seconds of detention time.
Okay, using that hook just to gather some distance here. We're going to get the Crows, the 3 best friends on Yihua's side. But yeah, it's going to be hard without a blink here and no ethereal form, no scares. But Li Bao doing a great job not looking at behind him. Oh, he's going to be very careful. Okay, I thought he was going to try to go for a Terror Shock hit.
Yeah, he could go for that, but honestly, the wildling, he's already has scarecrows up and about, right? So the game plan is really for Li Bao to kite out the time. But 30 seconds left. Li Bao actually doing a really good job kiting Peter at this point.
Okay, is he gonna force the pallet break to happen? It just seems like he's just waiting and trying to build that corruption area. But yeah, Li Bao not looking behind, doing a great job, just denying any corruption to build up here. Detention is, well, blink is about to happen, so Li Bao is just waiting for that, trying to bait out some blink activity here. Let's see if he's gonna go for it, and now the blink down happens. This is gonna be very dangerous for Yihua.
It is, but hey, at least they survive the detention period, right? So what's gonna happen here is he's gonna try and possess the Walling. Walling's gonna probably whistle. Is he gonna whistle though? No, he's not even gonna take it. Yeah, he's just gonna take that safe route. Get one hit and then get on top of the boar. But oh my god, 100%!
Oh my god! And now this actually buys a little bit of time for him away from the boar. But yeah, it is slowly counting down here. So he needs to position himself in a good part of the map. We do see that Li Bao has already used up the exit path. Peter, who's he gonna go for? Just chasing after 2 targets at once.
I mean, honestly, you can just milk them, right? Just milk them dry. Dry out everything.
Yeah.
Right? Li Bao, if he goes down, then hey, he was just the obvious target to get down. He does not leave any opening. He knows that the gates have been untouched. So honestly, he can just go in between. And when whoever makes that misstep, he can go for that one. But for now, it's Yihua for sure.
Yep. Oh, wow. Li Bao overextending here. Gets the hit. And now he can focus his attention
That's not good.
onto the wildling now.
Yeah, that's not good. Because he should know that the ethereal form is here, waiting for anyone who's gonna try and open the gate. And now without any exit path, what are you gonna do? Yihua on the board? Yeah, but how long can you buy that time for? You know what I mean? How long can you buy the time on the board? Because ultimately, he can just waste all your exit paths.
Yep.
And then he can just slowly bring you both of the survivors close to each other before chairing, or at least bleed someone off.
True. I think the fact that they couldn't get the exit gate open, the threat of the exit gate not even being there, is one thing that he has to he's relying on. And the scare to the terror shock. Peter getting the 4-man elimination. ZETA looking real sharp in this competition.
Yeah, ZETA, Peter. Yeah, Peter's like, I'm not Peter Griffin. I'm not Peter Pandan. My name is Peter Ivy, because that's what he's doing.
I was thinking, who are the other Peters we know?
Peter Parker.
Peter. Yeah. Peter.
Shout out to Peter, our best friend. Peter Pan. That's a good one. That's a good one. Peter Bond. Oh wait, that's James Bond. Sorry, that's a different friend. But yeah, Peter coming in with a 4K. My God, took a lot of time. It's like a Joseph game.
It was a hermit match, dude.
It's a Joseph game. A hermit match. A Mad Eyes game. Honestly, but he has to do what he has to do, right? Because you gotta solidify that 4 elimination, and then, well, it's safe to assume that now ZETA survivors are gonna have a super comfortable time. Just getting 1 survivor out,
and they win. That's crazy. Yeah.
2-0.
Wow.
2-0.
So the only option is for Pepe to he needs to get a 4K.
Yeah, just a 4K.
Just the 4K.
Yeah, just a girl will agree.
But against just ZETA division.
Yeah.
Back-to-back IJL winners.
Yeah, just against one of the best teams in Japan division. You know?
Yeah, and also in the world. Like, this is just regular
4K.
day in the office. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. It's not even a mind's eye. Man. But yeah, it took 15 minutes. But honestly, Peter did what he had to do. Put ZETA in such a good spot. And I feel like this COA, we might see a serious contention coming in up to the very end. But for now, TE, oh my God, 4 elimination by Pepe. And that's not even going to win them 1 round. That's just going to bring them to BO3.
That's true. Oh,
and with a tie.
That's rough. That's an uphill battle. So if you guys are supporting TE or Trace Esports, y'all know what to do. Hit us up with. Actually, we didn't even assign emojis. Dang, I forgot.
We didn't, right? But But before that, shout out as the #1 Zeta fan, Identity Vibes in the chat.
Hey.
And yeah, and I see Salty Sugi as well. While we were talking about we were joking around about the first date interview questions. Seeing Salty Sugi and Caro as well. Hey, it's okay. We're here for you guys, and honestly, we're here for the game, the teams, and for the community, which are you guys as well, because you guys have been awesome, and we just want to say that we appreciate you guys. There's like 1,129 people of you right now. We cannot say hi individually to everyone, but what we can do is we just want to be here and make sure you feel like you're here with us, right? Watching this game.
Hell yeah. We're a community after all.
What the hell?
So that's Adi.
That's
Adi.
2025.
I know. But yeah, I echo everything Nell has said, that you guys are definitely one of the biggest reasons why we are here, and also one of the players, the biggest reasons, because they want to entertain and they want to showcase their skills to entertain you guys. So big shout outs to you. Thank you so much for being here and supporting your favorite teams, because it means a lot just you being here, even chatting. So yeah, y'all are the real MVPs, folks.
Exactly. So here's for all the broken hearts out here.
Whoa.
Here, but here our hearts are mended, right? Because we're having fun here. So yeah, lots of love to you guys.
Do you know? I think it's Venus retrograde now. What is the thing? Is it?
Wait, which one?
Hang on. Let me just search it real quick.
Ooh. Okay. While Potch is doing the search, we are going to come to this conclusive match. This might be potentially the last match, guys, because if Pepe does not get a 4 elimination here, T's gonna go home and Zeta will be moving on.
Right. There's a retrograde when it comes to the planets aligning. It was just Venus retrograde. So Venus is the planet of love, attachment, assets, aesthetics, is going to retrograde. That means it's not a good sign for that. And that happened from March 1 to April 12. So I don't know what's after Venus retrograde.
Honestly, I want to say I know, but
no, don't worry, I got you.
All right. But yeah,
if anybody in chat knows. But yeah, what's your sign again? No, are you Libra? You're Libra, right?
I'm Libra. Yeah. Anyone here who's Libra as well? That'd be great. I mean, recently I found out that, I mean, I kind of knew about this, but someone pointed out that Libras are people who are pretty indecisive. And when I think about it, I think I can agree with that.
Indecisive.
Like,
what's better, chicken or pork now?
Chicken.
Oh, hey,
actually pork. It's pork, but because I'm on a routine diet now, so I would say chicken. But pork's better. But
Okay,
I still like eating chicken.
That's pretty decisive, I think.
Yeah, but pork's still better. But chicken's also good though. So it depends how you cook them. Yeah.
I am a Taurus. I know there are a bunch of Tauruses out there, so shout outs to us being hard-headed and stubborn in our ways. Loyal though, we stay loyal to Tauruses. I know Libras also have a sense of justice or morality because you're the scales, right? So.
Yeah, I'm Saint Seiya, the Libra warrior, whatever, Libra knight. But shout outs to Tender Juicy Hot Dog as well. Nice name, by the way. Saying
that's a brand of hot dog here in the Philippines. I love that, bro.
Really? Yeah. I would love to taste it though. Nell and Posh is so fun to listen to. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Tender Juicy Hot Dog.
Yeah, you're the brand to go to if you want to eat hot
Kids
dogs.
Kids can tell. Exactly. That's the tagline of Tender Juicy Hot Dog. But shout outs to you. Shout outs to Caro. I think Caro is Scorpio, I think. Or Reverie. Shout outs to you. Yeah.
Reverie. Okay. Drawn to Libra's warm presence.
Oh. Hey, does that mean we're good commentator pairs?
Maybe that's why. Yeah. Maybe that's why you see us everywhere.
That's true.
I think we should plan a get together sometime soon. You know.
What is your Chinese zodiac now?
My Chinese zodiac is a rabbit.
Rabbit. Okay. You're the snake, right? This year?
I'm not sure. I don't follow Chinese zodiac, but
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Loboto Boy, Gemini Gang. I know I'm Rooster, but yes.
Rooster. Ooh.
Yeah.
Rooster and Rabbit. That's
Mhm.
pretty okay. Yeah, that's pretty
I
good.
guess we're friends, right? I think. I don't know.
I think so. I mean, rabbits won't eat chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken won't eat rabbits.
Oh, Nell, here. How about answer this? What's your blood type?
B plus.
B plus. You know what? That's like.
fail.
You know, no, you don't. You live life like your blood type. B positive.
B positive? Oh, that's good. That's a good one. But as Asian, I would always want to be A. How about yours?
Can you guess?
Well, definitely not O.
Yeah, I'm not an O.
Yeah.
I'm AB.
AB.
AB positive. Yep. That's pretty rare. I'm AB normal.
AB. AB. I think AB isn't AB like the universal
receiver. I think.
Yeah, receiver. You can receive everything.
Mm-hmm. True. But I think I should. My friends say I should donate blood because it's a pretty rare blood type. So I just get scared of needles.
I donate quite a few times. Yeah.
Nice.
I
Do you
do.
get lightheaded? Like,
I don't because they always give you like a soy milk and some biscuits after that, like some
Shout out to
like
soy
some
milk.
care package. Shout out to yeah. Haven't heard that name for a long time. But,
yes. I actually don't know if what's that? Our friend Invisible Jong. I don't know if he's actually in the arena too because he's been cosplaying and whatnot. So shout out to them. But what I'm scared of is to donate blood, you kind of need to like have at least 8 hours of sleep. And I'm kind of scared. Like when I think, oh no, I'm going to donate blood the next day, I won't be able to sleep. And then I get scared.
But a little bit of shout out to Mishka. I can see you, Mishka.
Hello.
Mishka and Alina A as well. Hello from Estonia.
Hello.
Ooh. I think that's the first.
Olive Smash, I'm O. That's not basic. O is pretty good. I don't know that much people who have O as their blood type. But yeah, I think
O's hard.
In Korean culture, they ask for the blood type, and you can tell the personality from the blood type.
Yeah. Be
Type
positive,
A.
right?
Mhm. Yeah. Be positive. Be positive.
Positive. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Rennie,
But,
AB, Abnormal, Cypher Rush, Hunter, Naiad, Pepe plays Naiad. What the heck, Rennie?
Well, that's a
the
formula.
predictions.
Yeah. Rennie is our physics lecturer.
Conspiracy, like, okay, there, it all makes sense. It's all connected. I can feel it.
I can feel it. I can feel Potch.
What?
Making the one sign.
The one sign. One's in the chat, guys.
One's in the sign.
Because actually, we need fours. Because Pepe needs a 4-mana elimination.
Right.
Guys.
Right.
So, ooh, and now we see first officer getting picked up right away. Gardener as well. Banning out the Wildling Prisoner and an Explorer, though.
They actually have access to Gravekeeper, but I think they just want First Officer. I feel like they're very comfortable with First Officer. But now with a Gardener in, maybe they're just expecting an opera singer here. And that would make a little bit more sense, having a Gardener here. But wait, ZETA again coming up with a character, a unicorn character.
Yes. Well, a rare sighting, if you would. Guys, take a picture of this.
My God.
Well, before she takes a picture of her own.
Yeah.
Get the journalist here. So very interesting. I'm surprised because Gravekeeper was on the table. They don't even opt for this. Is the decoding is not going to be that fast here in this lineup.
Yeah. It's not going to be that fast, but honestly, they just need one person out. So
They do.
Maybe that's the plan.
I'm just scared because Pepe has a really good opera singer.
Oh. Yeah, that's true.
They double up on Gardener. I knew it.
Let's go. A cowboy here. Would be nice to see, but
best of 7 Cowboy.
Best of 7, exactly. But Rohan saying that he's from Chasse saying hello from Tula.
Hello.
Where's Tula actually? I gotta check. I gotta brush up my geography, man.
The educational system here in the Philippines failed me. I'm terrible at geography. Sorry about that.
Just the boys from Ukraine, so
Just the boys in chat, just the girl. Guys, we are having a meeting of minds here. So shout outs to you guys for joining us all around the world. Can you guys tell us what time it is, where you guys are at, so we know like to greet you good morning, good evening, or good night?
Yeah. And in case I don't see you.
Or good afternoon, sorry. In case I don't see you.
Good afternoon, good evening, good night.
And then bow. Great movie.
Great movie. Yeah. It was actually a very good movie. Ahead of its time.
Very ahead of its time. My goodness.
Right?
And like predicting how reality shows would be and whatnot.
Right.
So, Pepe here.
Yeah. Rennie has to do it. Rennie's ahead of her. Rennie's ahead of the time as well.
Well, I think she went a little fast forward here, thinking the Naiad, but it's the opera singer. So close, Rennie. Very close.
Very, very close. Abnormal. Let's go.
Abnormal opera singer. That's gonna be wild.
That's true. But it's gonna be fun. Journalist is a pretty fun pick after all. And with the little boy, with multiple functions, you know, putting down pallets for you, like, excuse me, don't mind me if I do. And honestly, you can use him as a meat shield as well, right? You know what I mean?
Good.
Like,
yeah,
he's like the mechanic's doll, but better because he follows you.
Yeah,
Not
little
follows
bro.
you, follows the line.
Yeah, little bro. Saying good afternoon to a bunch of people that are saying it's 2 p.m., 4 p.m. I know a lot of people here also in our time zone, Nell, that it's past dinner time. So I hope you guys have already eaten really well here. This could potentially be the last stand of TE if Pepe cannot get a 4-man elimination. So a lot of pressure is on his side in this matchup with the opera singer, folks.
All right. Do or die. He has to get 4K and not 3.1, not 3.2, not 3.3.
Well, 3.7.
Not 3.4, not 3.5. Yeah, not 3.95, but 4. You got to get 4.
4.
Yeah, 4 is the number of the game. So guys, support Pepe, the abnormal build. Please,
let's go.
Have your 4 fingers ready, right? For Zeta, yeah, obviously the emoji is gonna be the rising sun. But for Pepe, 4 fingers is the one that you need. This is Nello Mello and Potch Spice bringing you possibly the last game of the night.
Saying what's up to everyone around the world here because we are witnessing the last stand, potentially the last stand of Pepe here. He needs to get a 4-man elimination to stay alive in this competition and carry his team away from the brink of getting eliminated. It seems like he's found his first target if he turns this corner. Oh my god, I thought he would actually go away, but he saw the pallet slam happen. Do Lisu now. Vera Lisu is Fire Lisu in this matchup.
Yeah, Fire Lisu. Shouts to Fire.
Fire Great Lisu. Element. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's doing a pretty good job so far. Try the block. Actually, no, he missed. He missed. He's going to get hurt in the process. And it's really dangerous because he has no flywheel to work with as well. But that risky vault, but it doesn't really matter. That error shot.
He rolled the dice twice on that risky vault. Oh, the second one didn't pay off.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I mean, it was a tough spot to be in. I really feel like that was an unfortunate balloon because he wasn't able to use that balloon to bounce off of. Kind of got stuck in the process, allowing Pepe to get the early down.
Yeah. Pepe's doing a pretty good job so far. And kicking the Cypher as well, that's going to be buying a little bit more time on the side of Pepe. But for now, Shinami's on his way to rescue his beloved teammate, Waini.
Waini, folks.
Waini, exactly. And unfortunately, unable to body block. But honestly, it's okay, right? Because after that, Kazuneko has Tight Turner.
Yeah.
Gardener has Tight Turner. So they can go in for the rescue again. So a full Tight Turner team. 3 of them, actually.
Yeah.
So I think that can counter Pepe so hard.
And I think this was the plan for the Fire Investigator since he does have a kiting build. So Let's just see who is it going to be. Is it going to be the gardener or the journalist to make the second rescue attempt happen? Let's see if Little Bro is going to also come in for the save. Lower left side of the screen does see, I believe that is Kazuneko as the journalist. Let's see if we're going to see any pictures being taken here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try and take some pictures here. If he gets hit, it's fine. Take a picture. No. Is he going to take a picture? Yeah, he's going to take a picture, avoiding that safe lot. But
Little Bro getting the save, but the Tide Turner does actually carry Dolisu. But that's going to be tough because Dolisu, he's on his last chair.
Yeah, I feel like that should have been a preemptive little boy rescue, because then that would allow Dolisu to run a little bit further.
Yeah.
Yeah, the attack recovery was costing them the timing allows Pepe to reach Dolisu much faster. And with how the ciphers are progressing at the moment, yes, you have 3 Tide Turners, but you only have 1 left now. And that's the problem because the ciphers are looking pretty slow at this moment.
Yeah, it does. I think, yeah, you're right, Nell. I think when it comes to, and now it's going to be even slower, but at least it's not the 69% cipher he did kick. Maybe that picture should have been taken ahead of time. We see Kazuneko is here hiding. Oh, Bebe did not see him. Oh, now he does, though. Little Bro is just chilling at the pallet. Let's see. Kazuneko.
Whoa!
Wow, what a vault.
Yeah, if that did not work out, that would have been a terror shock. That would have been Pepe coming back in this game. But fortunately, ZETA making that necessary calculated risk.
Oh,
and the little boy block.
Nice.
What?
Kazuneko able to get the little boy block there. Has one more photo to take. Let's see if he's going to predict another one. Hang behind this pallet.
Oh, that's not going to work
unable
this
to
time.
get it. Yeah, so Pepe understood the timing of that.
Wasting that as well. Wasting the little boy, the little bro as well at that point. What a play! The second time in a row.
My God.
Wow, the timing coming in from Kazuneko, that was insane. Kazuneko finally gonna go down, but it's fine. He's done his job. He has no Tide Turner. He has no borrowed time. But honestly, first officer still has another watch. He can definitely come for the rescue. Even Gardener, he can definitely come for the rescue as well. But it feels like this time, Gardener is probably gonna come in with the Tide Turner in order to buy more time for the last cipher to be decoded. Pepe probably wants to look to use abnormal again, but honestly, third time, it's too
not as
little to
effective.
count.
Considering also it's at 32, and I think accelerated decoding already popped up. Maybe he just needs to change traits and figure out the end game, but he's still holding on to it. He's still far camping the cipher. He knows that Shinami's pushing the cipher. Hametu about to turn the corner here. Wow, the bubble able to activate in time for him to force attack recovery. Gets the rescue, but the Tide Turner does carry him away. So it seems like Shinami has to be very careful and move away from the cipher.
Yeah, he has to move away from the cipher because Pepe knows what's up. After the rescue happens, the survivors will expect hunters usually to go and chase after the last target, right? But here, he's paying attention to the ciphers as well. So Pepe, Shinami is going to be forced to use that Poseidon watch and gonna try and get that damage onto the first officer. But this opens up an opportunity for the Gardener to decode.
He does. Actually, that decoding progress is looking pretty good here. 50%. Shinami able to drop down the pallet unscathed. So Shinami doing an amazing job. Unfortunately, Shinami not having... Oh, wait. We see a teleport happen. And now Journalist does get up. So amazing wherewithal here to keep up the exit path. And now this allows Shinami to open up another cipher. Actually, the 51% cipher.
Yeah, that's just so many ciphers. He needs to control at this point. He's not an Ivy. He's an opera singer at this point. It's harder to control. But Kazuneko finally gonna go down with that risky vault. Pepe's like, yeah, you can do that once, twice, but
Third
not
time.
this time. Third time, I'm a fool if I allow you to do this the third time. But Cypher's not going to be prime yet. No Tide Turner to work with. So honestly, who's going to be able to come for the rescue? Because I think only Shinami can. But can he make it though? That's the problem. He has more time, but yeah, this is hard. Pepe.
Yeah. Oh, Hametu, backdoor rescue. Wow. So now they're trading blows back and forth here. Kazuneko needs to be able to kite this one out. He's on his death chair. He's going to hang out here in this area. There is a pallet to work with, but no Tide Turner to prolong his kite. So now the last cipher is close to being primed here, so it could be a 2-person endgame here now.
It can, and Pepe does not have teleport, but this is a very, very strong showing from Pepe. I feel like Pepe might be able to get that 4-man if he wants to. Guard, the only one honestly staying in between right now. And 10 seconds away from teleport. Terra Shock's gonna happen, and now Shinami has no choice. Shinami needs to... Wait, what's going on?
Shinami at the center? Uh-oh, this is quite risky.
It is. He's trying to go and check first. For the door. He's not going to use teleport. He knows what's up. He knows that the moment he gets Gardener down, Shinami is probably going to stay in
Oh my god, Shinami's still hiding. Chat, keep quiet. Oh my god, he hasn't seen him. This is crazy.
Wow, this is such a small area to hide from. And the Tinnitus range is so hard, it's buying so much time. Hametu is just going to stand and try and buy more time. But Shinami, honestly, this is such a risky play. He's not seeing yet.
Oh my god, he didn't turn around. The crouch, he's not able to see the scratch. There's no scratch marks. And now he's still hiding. He's still giving information for Hametu to actually get into a good kiting spot.
Shinami, this guy, he changed job from first officer to first explorer.
Yeah.
By the way. So this guy, finally Shinami's probably gonna try and head towards the gate and open it. But it's still, Pepe is still in a very, very strong position here because he still is holding on to the teleport.
He is. So now Hametu has to be able to kite this one out. We don't see him. Okay, he's vaulted the pallet, and now he's going to go for the exit gate, but the down did happen. So is he going to teleport? He's going to go for the teleport. He teleports to the wrong gate.
Oh my god, Shinami! And he does not have the shadow to teleport back. This is so bad. And remember, guys, Zeta just needs 1-man escape to win this game. Shinami!
Oh my god!
He's gonna run out to the sunset. That's it.
Wow.
Zeta wins.
That's crazy, Nell. That was quite unfortunate. It just had to go down to the wire. An unfortunate misplay on the teleport got Zeta the victory in this matchup.
Wow, Shinami. I think the Woaini worked out for him because the hunter couldn't see him at all.
He got blessed. He got blessed up with a Woaini.
My god, Zeta wins finally. And that was such an impressive performance. Pepe was this close to getting a 4 elimination, but Zeta though, the mind games happening like, oh, okay, wait, you're probably gonna teleport to that further gate away from where I downed the Gardener, and that's exactly where Shinami went to open the gate.
Oh, that was so unfortunate there, but you gotta give it up to Pepe. He really played it so well, all gas, no brakes. Really known for that opera singer. The aggression was really good. I'd say the journalist, I mean, it was an interesting pick, but it was honestly, Kazuneko is just really good at kiting. We didn't really see, we only saw the one body block. But overall, it seemed like Pepe was on his way for a 4-man elimination. But leave it up to Shinami has to get MVP. He exited the game and he was hiding for so long.
Exactly. He was hiding there and just continuously reciting Woaini, probably.
Woaini, please.
Woaini Cypher, please hide me. Let me blend in here.
Chat, I'm looking at you. Good job keeping quiet there, just keeping still.
Quiet. Good job.
It was such a tense situation. We were all keeping quiet. Shinami thanks you guys.
Exactly. He thanks you guys very much, by the way. Because thanks to that, he's the one that helped get Zeta the win. And that was a really, really impressive hiding, honestly. That was the only reason why they were able to get that 1-man out, because Pepe was just crazy. I feel like Pepe, if there's one thing I can say about it, I think the one thing he could have done was wait until his teleport cooldown, his shadow cooldown is back.
Yeah, true.
Then if he teleports it's wrong, he can teleport
back. Yeah, I think he was, honestly, it was a very stressful situation. And at the moment he thought like, okay, I need to be able to go for this exit gate. It was a 50-50 chance. Unfortunately, he teleported to the wrong gate and it didn't pay off. So this is what we were talking about at the start now, right? It comes down to these minute details, and just that one mishap or that one oversight led to this outcome, and it was at the expense of TE. But congratulations, Team ZETA. They are moving on, and now I think they are facing GG tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a really, really tough game as well. GG was super impressive against GR.
Yeah.
But ZETA went a step further, solidifying it with 2-0. The score of 2-0. So the best right now going up against the best. This is definitely gonna be a game to watch. So guys, tomorrow's gonna be the time. We're probably gonna be looking at crowning the MVP, the interviews. And to tomorrow's match as well. So guys, don't go anywhere because we're still getting there, right, in this segment. But this is I'm just so flabbergasted. I feel like that should have went Pei's way. Know what I mean? But let's have a look at the highlights. Maybe we can see that hiding again.
好，这样好，这样126，我不给刀，行。哎，没拱刀。
ホテル奥だけいいの。ホテルの中あるんだよ。雑貨探査。じゃあごめん。雑貨が捨てになってんのかな今の。でレス裏で2レース釣れれば OK だと思う。あ、左手知る。ナイス。真ん中一旦通る俺。
And there you have it, folks. No hiding. We weren't able to see it, but still, hopefully Shinami gets the MVP. He's hiding. That's why he doesn't want the highlights to be seen.
Yeah, I did a video very long ago, stressing the importance to master the art of hiding. Right?
That's true. We've always said this every time we commentate. Why run from your problems?
Yeah, just you can hide from them.
Work smarter, chat. Work smarter.
Yeah. You're afraid of problem looking for you? Hide. Just hide.
Just hide. Hide away from your problems, guys.
Don't face your problems. Yeah, just hide.
Just hide.
Yeah,
exactly. In identify. In real life, it's a different thing we got to discuss. Yeah. But here, hiding paid off for Shinami. He survived so long for Dolisu to actually get himself in a good position, recover, and position themselves for the end game there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an example of how do you put this? The patience, right? The confidence to pull it off really paid off, because usually you see some players try to hide, but then they gave up and they assume that
they were seen.
So they just left their hiding post position, right? But here Shinami was like, he was 100% sure that he was invisible.
Yes. Like, oh, don't look. At one point, I was looking at the camera. He's like, okay, I can't see the hunter. He can't see me, right? I'm just going to focus and not look.
Yeah, I'm just going to crouch. My butt facing outwards. My costume is pretty dark. Okay, that's it.
That's why you got to get good, the worn costumes or like the dark costumes, just so you can blend into the background.
Oh, that's crazy. But yeah, I'm seeing a few people in the chat saying, hey, take care, you guys. Yeah, thank you so much as well, Hand Sharks. Hopefully you can go to bed. It's 6 a.m. Oh my God.
Jeez. Wow, good morning. If you were here since the beginning, holy smokes. This was like almost a 12-hour stream. But yeah, if you guys got to go, it's all good, because we just got to wrap things up when it comes to the interview, the MVP, and then we'll tell you guys about tomorrow. But we do know the match me and Nell are covering is the second half, and I think this is when it's going to be BO5 already. So it's going to be GG versus ZETA, which is going to be very interesting. And then on the other side, I think it's Wolves versus, is it AXIZ?
AXIZ Wave. Yes.
Yeah, AXIZ Wave. Wow.
AXIZ Wave. Yeah, who would have thought such intense match happening back to back, right? So guys, it's day 3 tomorrow. Day 4 is going to be the finals. So make sure you allocate that time to watch it. And I can see a lot of people actually very enthusiastic with different time zones around the world. Some of them are even watching in the middle of class. So
oh my gosh. All right, be careful. Hide from the teacher.
Yeah.
Hide your phone.
Yeah. Mala's also pretty. Yeah, she's learning really fast. I pretend to not see my problems. If I can see them, they can't see me. That's
exactly. Like, oh, okay, I don't see these problems. Don't worry.
No evil.
Out of sight, out of mind, guys.
What am I doing? Am I commentating? I can't see anything. I'm commentating. Yeah, I can commentate by faith.
By faith.
By faith. Okay, he's gonna get that. He's gonna get the terror shock. Kazuneko is gonna go through the pallet back to back, vaulting back again, and then avoiding the terror shock. And that happened. And like,
it did.
Yes,
it did.
Yes,
if you guys don't know, we're just peel back the curtain here. We do get a script of the outcomes, and we make sure to memorize it. So everything we say, we rehearse it like, I don't know, like 20 times now. I don't know. It's been
exactly. Yeah.
Even what we're saying right now, we rehearse this. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let me just give you a short example of it.
Please.
Like, in 3 seconds, Posh is gonna touch his hair. 1, 2, 3.
How did you know? What the hell?
It's in the script. It's in the script.
It's been written, guys. It's a thing. Sorry to burst the bubble, but we have like a 100-page script we receive every day. It's like, okay, this is what we have to say. Boom, 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 boom. Exactly. Everything we say, rehearse. That's professionalism.
Professionalism, 100%, right? So don't be surprised if we predicted those golden apples correctly.
We're not allowed to. It's in the script. It's in the script. We're not supposed to know. Okay. Ooh.
Yeah. Just to let you know as well, we're probably gonna practice that wo ai ni.
Really, yeah. I wonder what he's gonna do tomorrow. Right? He's going to give us GG. Is he gonna still say that? Because I think that helped. That blessed them up.
Yeah, that's definitely a blessing in disguise because you know he's showing sincerity, right? He's showing sincerity to the host, right? So learning the Mandarin language and saying "I love you." How intimate is that? Imagine if we go to Japan and people get mad at us, and then we don't know what's going on, and we say "Aishiteru." And then they're like, okay, I'm not mad anymore. Come, have dinner at my home.
Chat, I gotta ask you a question. Chat, nani ga suki? No?
I can't remember. I'm so sad.
Chocomint. Well, do you like chocominto or strawberry? And then nata. Nello-chan. Hi. Nani ga suki?
I'm so bad at this. I'm so sad. It's probably not in the script. That's why I can't.
I know. Remember. Sorry, I went off script there. My
it's
bad,
okay. It's okay.
Every time we have moments where we go off script, you have to excuse us, guys. We're kind of loose cannons here when it comes to talking to you guys.
Exactly.
I think even just a girl, she also received her script to say those things about 487 too, because she's part of the show.
I know. So your wedding is now officially. Your unwedding is officially re-wedding now. We're gonna have that wedding after all.
Hey, people like the chocominto. Nice. They get it.
Oh, I saw it. I just can't memorize it.
I like you. There you go, Miss Spider Lady. I get you.
I gotcha. Yorimo anata. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for doing
strawberry
that.
flavor. Let's go. Yeah, I like the chocominto as well. What's your take on mint chocolate?
I like chocolate. I like mint chocolate. And I definitely like the Ivy we're seeing here.
Peter
Griffin.
Hey Brian. I got best seduction.
All right, Peter. That's great. And rightfully so, because he's been performing out of his mind back to back. 4-man elimination. Actually, no, it was a 3-man elimination in the first game. 4 in the second one. So, rightfully deserved, Peter. You are the hero for ZETA tonight, alongside Shinami with that shinobi skills, hiding from the problems. You know what I mean? So, I think we're gonna see an interview later on. Who do you think would be on the interview later on, though?
I hope Shinami, just so that he can talk about how he loves like everyone in the arena. I would also love to see Kazuneko or Dolisu. Peter also, but I think he needs to rest because tomorrow is another day. We have seen Peter also in the other interviews. But we just have to wait and see.
Wait and see is what we're planning to do. I mean, for those of you who have been here since the beginning, just a little bit more to go. If you're interested to find out about the interviews happening later on, yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Peter and Shinami would most likely be there, but we'll head into the interviews portion.
大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 ZETA ABYssⅧ 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了Shinami还有 Peter 来到采访，先请两位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hey, it is Peter and Shinami. Nice one.
一つずつご挨拶をお願いします。
はい、ZETAディビジョンのShinamiです。本日は勝ててよかったです。
ZETAディビジョンのPeterです。よろしくお願いします。
哇，欢迎欢迎！虽然是最后一场，但是我们现场真的还是有非常多ZETA的粉丝。今天2比0真的非常的漂亮。想先来问一下两位，觉得大家最近这几天休息的怎么样？有没有感觉说今天打完非常快速的就融入到了咱们比赛的一个环境氛围里面去呢？
まず本日ストレート勝利おめでとうございます。でまずShinami選手、本日の試合を経てこのグループ戦から、少し休み期間があったと思うのですが、本日の試合を経てこのトーナメント戦の雰囲気に馴染みましたか？
はい、グループ戦からトーナメントまで期間があったんですけど、今回はその COA 優勝を目標にしてしっかりとトーナメントの準備を進めてきて、本日はその力を発揮できたなって感じがします。
那从小组赛到淘汰赛中间隔了一段时间，那他们在这个期间其实也做了非常多的准备以及训练。那在今天的比赛中也顺利发挥出了他们的实力，真的非常的开心。他们也会以最终的冠军为目标继续努力。
真的能够感觉到，就今天不管是求胜者这边还是监管者 Peter 都是发挥的非常亮眼。那下一个问题想要给到 Peter， 今天有注意到就是在上场之前，其实 所有的求生者，包括教练团队，大家可能都会出来给到 Peter 一些鼓励。想要问一下 Peter， 当时会不会心里比较温暖，感受到一些力量呢？
でピーター選手、本日出場する前に、裏でメンバーとか皆さんにたくさんの頑張れとかそういう応援の声があったと思うのですが、それを聞いた自分はどういう気持ちでしたか？いかがでしたか？
もうその時もう頑張ろうって思いました。
听到了这些声音之后，他就觉得一定要努力拿下比赛。
就他的背后不是一个人，就大家一起给他加油鼓劲，真的是能够感受到很深的力量。那还是问到 Peter， 今天上来就是非常帅的一个喧嚣嘛。其实他2波手语都是有弹到一个双倒，想问一下他那2波都分别是怎么样去考虑并且操作到的？
でまたピーター選手、まず1戦目のクラバルの試合、2回ともダブルダウンを取れたと思うのですが、それはどういうふうに考えてプレーしましたか？
ダブルダウン取れそうだったので取りました。
就是情况来讲是可以拿到双倒的节奏，所以他就去争了这个双倒。
就当时可能还是信心十足，比较有把握的。那下面一个问题就要给到Shinami了，这是在我们求胜者后手上场的情况之下，保下了一个很关键的平局嘛。当时我记得是多利苏的这个调香师非常的秀，想问一下，当时他们在语音里面有没有跟我们一样疯狂的给到夸呢？
続いてShinami選手、第1試合の後半戦サバイバーが無事分けを取れたと思うのですが、その試合の後半のドリス選手の長考チェイスがすごく光っていったと思うのですが、それはVC の中で皆さん褒めてあげてましたか？どういうふうに話してましたか？
はい、通電まですごく稼いでほしいタイミングでドリス選手の長考士がすごくもうずっと通電後まで稼いでくれて、その破滅君とかナイスってめっちゃ言ってて。 僕もすごい、だから僕は司令塔だったのでなんか先のこと考えたんですけど、すげえ稼ぐやんこいつみたいな感じで思ってました。
因为就当时那个情况其实是非常需要多日斯选手去牵制比较强的时间的，然后他也是不仅是牵制到了开门，甚至开门战之后都牵制了一段时间。那当时在队内的话，韩梅选手就是非常 nice 的这样去夸他，包括当时Shinami选手是因为他主要是负责一个指挥位，他其实同时想了很多之后的事情，但是在这期间他也一直就是。 他也就觉得哦，你这个人好厉害啊的感觉，
就有种忙里偷闲，然后也要送上夸夸。其实从刚才非常长的一段发言里面提取关键词 ，sky 好厉害，确实那一波是超级秀的。那下一个问题想要问到 Peter， 在第2局的时候，艾维也是很帅的一个4抓嘛。其实，在开局的時候，他脸上有一个90侵蚀多的哭泣小丑，但当时很果断的选择去追击到一个冒险家，那一波是怎么样做出这个抉择的呢？
続いてはピーター選手のアイビーの試合。 でその目の前に、進出度 90% のピエロがナキピーがいるにもかかわらず、冒険家を探しに行ったと思うのですが、それはどういうふうに考えてましたか？
あの時、冒険家が死人できて、鬼没も溜まってたので、鬼没からの、本体シャーレ60にして即死取れば冒険家に無駄に解読とかそういうのでなんか、残り3人番目で冒険家に邪魔されずに済むから、できれば冒険家を追いたいっていうその意識を持って試合始めてたから、冒険家いたから追っちゃおうって感じで追っちゃいました。
当时的情况是他首先其实已经看到了冒险家，而且他当时已经有那个闪现了，所以说他就想着说先闪现拿一刀，然后再通过本体的那个本体的下去斩60的侵蚀度去尽快击倒这个冒险家，因为他也想着如果说到了后面三个人的状态的时候，如果有一个冒险家其实还是比较难处理的，那他们也是尽量，如果说之前能早点追到冒险家的话，他也想尽量处理掉，所以就去追了冒险家。
所以就在短时间之内快速的做出了反应，并且调整好了自己的思路，实在是太厉害了。那其实打到后面，求生者胜的密码机并不太多了，想要问一下 Peter 他是怎么样找到一个机会说去完成了一个4抓的？
同じくピーター選手、先ほどの試合で後半は正直暗号機がそんなに残っていなかった状態だったと思うんですが、それでも4釣りを取れたと思うんですが、それはどういうふうに考えて立ち回りをしましたか？
暗号機守りを意識して立ち回りました。
虽然说胜的机子不多，但是还是以就是手机去控场为主，最后顺便拿掉了这个4抓。
感觉思路还是非常的清楚的。那就到了我们刚才非常精彩的最后一局了。想要先来问一下，因为有看到说今天给卡兹内克选到了记者这个角色嘛，之前他们拿的好像还是比较少的，今天是做了一些什么样子的考慮呢？
で信美選手、最後のサバイバの試合で記者ピックをされたと思うのですが、今まで正直あんまりピックされたことがなかったと思うので、本日はどういうふうに考えてピックしましたか？
はい、カズネコがずっとランクまで記者をやっていたので、それどこかで使えないかなっていうのをアドリス君が考えてくれて、そのホテル、中華街、オペラだったら全然稼げるんじゃないかなみたいな感じで、アドリブで結構今回ピックしたっていう感じです。
因为首先卡兹内克选手自己在排位中其实打了很多记者，然后他们在训练的时候，多丽斯选手也提出了是否可以在哪一个地方可以使用。后来他们在训练的时候发现，在那个唐人街的就是大房那里说用记者其实还是可以牵制一段时间的，他们最后就做了这个决定。
所以一切都是其实从前期不管是排位还是训练积累出来这样的一个成果。那下面还是想要问到辛纳米，当时他跟哈梅图其实是打了一波声东击西的去救援嘛，那一波他们2个人又有一些什么样子的交流呢？
私、信美選手、その試合で、信美選手とハメ選手との連携、救助にまつわる連携があったと思うのですが、それをどういうふうに話し合ってプレーしましたか？
はい、中華街の最後の通電間際のシーンだと思うんですけど、僕がそのレストラン裏の暗号機を回していて、ただその進捗がまだ6割ぐらいだったので、それを進めなきゃいけないし、僕もその救助に行かなきゃいけない盤面だったんですけど、なのでできる限り回して自分が救助行く予定だったんですけど、それがすごく厳しい状況だったので、ハメツさんがそれを読んでそのフォローに先回りして入ってたっていう感じですね。
因为当时的情况是，信美选手其实在修餐厅旁边的那个密码机，当时还是60%的左右，还剩比较多。那他其实是要修又要救的一个状态，但是他本来是想要去救人的，但是其实那个状态是非常难去救人的。那这个情况就是哈梅斯选手其实就了解到了这个情况，就意识到了，所以他其实提前已经靠过去了，最后就是顺利的拿下了这个救人。
就好像那种默契一下子就上来了。然后呢，想要问一下，最後特别惊心动魄的时刻，就是辛纳米那一波躲得太好了，是怎么样能够说让歌剧一点察觉都没有的？
辛納美選手のかくれんぼのところが本当にすごくヒヤヒヤしていたと思うんですが、それはどういうふうに最後まで隠れきったんですか？
はい、通電後の最終盤あたりのそうですね、庭師が仕留められて 起死回生は残ってるんですけど、そのペイペイ選手は4釣りをしなきゃいけないので、公開者を絶対探すんですけど、その瞬間移動から探すとなるとすごいなんかリスクも出てくるので、その徒歩で探すだろうなって、そのホテルゲートの方に行くだろうなって読んでいたので、位置関係的にその彫刻前、レストラン前にいたら、見つかりにくいだろうなと思って、ハンター目線多分予想しにくい位置だったと思うんですよね。そこに隠れて、通電後読み合い全部勝つことができて、なんとか1逃げ取れてすごく良かったです。
首先他当时是园丁被击倒的一个状态，那因为就是佩佩选手必须要4抓，所以他肯定会来找这个大副。那他当时觉得其实如果通过传送，其实还是有很大的风险的，所以他其实预料到了监管是会通过徒步直接过来找，那他就选择了这个不太会被注意到的位置，因为确实不太会想到的一个位置，然后走到最后最后通过板区博弈顺利拿到了这个，就是跑了一个，对，非常的好。
就感觉最危险的地方就是最安全的地方，完全是。心脏非常强大的一位选手，感觉最后传错门的时候，我们整个现场的欢呼声都非常的响。那最后一个问题想要给到 Peter 选手，想要问一下，因为今天现场也是到现在都有非常多支持ZETA的粉丝嘛，想问一下他有没有什么话要送给这一些粉丝朋友们的呢？包括于现在让他们听到你们的声音，好不好？
最後にピーター選手、先ほども聞こえたと思うのですが、現場からたくさんの歓声がありましたね。本当にこの時間までも残って見てくれているというファンはたくさんいると思うので、このファンの方たちへのメッセージ何かありますか？
見てくれた皆さんや、ZETAディビジョンを信じてくれた皆さんへ、ありがとうございます。
谢谢你们来到现场支持ZETA，谢谢你们。那也是期待ZETA在明天更加亮眼的表现。再一次恭喜ZETA Division 获得了本场比赛的胜利，再一次恭喜今天获胜的所有队伍。接下来，让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And there you have it, folks. That was the interview of Peter and Shinami. Big shout outs to Rennie for translating it. So yeah, that was again the personality of Peter, you know, the kind of the shy type, but Shinami, big bro there, was able to kind of carry the conversation. So I'm super excited to see them perform in the next coming days.
He's an eye for sure.
Total extrovert. I'm kidding.
Total extrovert. Of course. But yes, Rennie, thank you so much for translating in the chat as well. So we're really grateful that you passed this message on. And of course, today has been absolutely amazing. AXIZ versus WBG. AXIZ is going to move on, followed by Wolves in game number 2. And then, of course, there's GG. And finally, ZETA in game number 4. So, let me see, 1, 2 Chinese mainland teams and two Japanese division teams.
Yep, all actually they're across each other, so this is gonna be very interesting to see if in the grand finals we'll see IGL versus IVL teams. But for the semifinals, though, it's gonna be AXIZ Wave versus Wolves and GG versus ZETA Division. Note also, on the last day there will be a battle for third place. That's in May 4. So, yeah, that's gonna be best of 5s in grand finals. Tomorrow, I don't know if it's gonna be best. Oh, it's gonna be best of 5, the semifinals.
Best of 5 too, exactly.
Then it's gonna be best of 7. I'm kidding.
It's gonna be best of 10 for all I know. But yeah, best of 5. So you're definitely gonna be expecting a lot more characters coming to light. Who knows? We might be able to see the cowboy. We might be able to see Joseph. And you know, as the hunter pools, the survivor pools get smaller and smaller, probably gonna be seeing a lot more unexpected characters, right?
Yeah.
So super excited for tomorrow, and I know we'll be casting the last 2 games.
Yes.
That's gonna be GG versus ZETA.
Hopefully,
super
guys.
hyped for that.
Hopefully you guys will tune in for that. Just want to give quick shout outs to Identity Vibes, Alexis, Rebirth, Caro, we still got to give you your pop quiz in just a bit. AXIZ as well. AES. Shout outs to you. Walkie, Sky, Just the Girl. Of course, Just the Girl. Shout outs to you. Cherry Pasu. Also, Elise Games. Shout outs to you. Any shout outs, Noel, you want to give out?
Noel as well. Noel's still here. Salty Sugi as well. Alexis, Sina. Okay, Sina.
And Star Sina.
Star Sina. Yeah. And Rebirth. And who could forget Carol? Carol, you're our girl, man. When it comes to pop quiz.
Special attention going.
I know. And for the marriage person, you know who you go to. Just a girl.
Yeah.
For the romance team.
Just a girl. I admire your loyalty and your perseverance.
Exactly.
487. Tell you what, if we do see him, we'll ask him for a shout out or something.
Yeah. We'll put that on TikTok or Instagram. We'll say, can you give a shout out to our friend here, just a girl
who's married to you,
who's apparently married to you in Malaysia. You don't know this, but you're actually married.
You're married to someone. When you go to Malaysia, you're legally married. 487, and just a girl will pick you up in the airport.
And then you're like, what?
You'd be like, what?
What's going on?
What's going on? Yeah,
We'll
try our best. But yeah, you guys make this this day, this job, all the more special to us. So big shout out, Steve, for keeping things light and supportive to the players, to the commentators, for everyone. Nell, any final words before we sign out?
I share the same sentiments. Thank you so much for having us, and hope to see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, guys. So take care and good night.
See you guys. Bye bye.
在哪了？现在？哎，来车。
他的鬼板就别的地方去了。
原地点独行，原地点独行，原地点独行，点 ，nice， 下来了 ，nice， 下来了 ，nice， 走，我在顶远，nice， 点，啊，会射吗？哦，大概。就是抢门，就是抢门，就是抢门，会，就是抢门，会撞倒。我都不留球，我都不留球。板子往外走，已经板子往外走，我是无敌的。哎，对，已经板子往外走。单负，给不让他快。好秒，哎，你这秒对一下。不上了，绝对往跑跳，可以好狗。第十，别受伤了，走。我走一个满。走，他里面，走，哎呦，可惜。
我26一下，他的硬弹，我26一下，我马上吸出一只鸟。
OK，
硬弹。
反射置いてないよね、風子。
反射置いてないよ。
OK。
交。对，没拱到。我这边卡里面。
じゃあごめん。
交。死了。OK。ないな。
ただ、レベル、ホテル奥高いな、できれば。
行く。
で、レス裏で2レースせれれば OK だと思う。
あれだけ知る。
落下が捨てになってるのかな、今。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all born. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight on till the end. Facing struggles, we fight, we won't retreat. A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we